Chapter 1. A huge debt of 3 billion. In a dimly lit dark room, a girl with her hands bound and hanging up was covered in blood, staring blankly at the ground. Yannian, don't hate your father. This is all for humanity. You can understand, right? Hearing that familiar voice, the girl showed a hint of mockery and said, "You hold so much power. Killing me is just a matter of a word. Why bother pretending to have a deep father-daughter relationship?" Commander Zhang's eyes flashed with compassion. He initially treated this girl as his own daughter. "Sir, it's getting late." Commander Zhang nodded, reached out to rub her head as usual, and leaned closer to her, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "Yannian, the person you are looking for, your father has already found him for you." You.Yannian's pupils suddenly constricted, and blood gushed from her mouth as a poisoned dagger had already been plunged into her abdomen. "Yannian, don't hate your father. Rather than living in suffering, it's better to give you a quick END for that kid. Even if it costs my life, I will send him down to accompany you." His eyes were filled with madness. "No." The girl shook her head and struggled. "Don't hurt him." Commander Zhang felt extreme pain, holding her face and saying, "Yannian, the person you are looking for is A027. Haven't you realized after being together for so many years?" A027 is Wei Jinchao. Her eyes went wide, and even when her life signs completely vanished, she still couldn't close her eyes. How could it be him? Confused memories collided and exploded in her mind, causing her pain. The cold mechanical voice sounded, and when she opened her eyes again, it was half a month before the apocalypse. Yannian looked at the clean white ceiling, tears streaming down her face. She pulled off the blanket covering her and carefully examined her body, finding that it was indeed her intact body from 7 years ago, which made her heart even more sour. A027 really didn't deceive her. Current remaining contribution points, 3 billion. Please repay the debt within 10 days, or you will face punishment. Yannian was taken aback, confused. What 3 billion? Please watch the VCR. 2 options floated before her. A. Normal transaction price, 300 million contribution points. B. Betting agreement. Collect 10 high-level zombie crystal cores and 6 different mutated insect eggs within 3 days. Success will offset contribution points. Failure will require a 10-fold compensation. The girl in the video was bold and decisive, waving her hand and choosing the betting agreement without hesitation. Xuanwu kindly reminded, "The cost of failing the task will be 10-fold. At that time, Yannian was still the daughter of the commander of the largest base in the world, so she didn't think the task was challenging at all. Rolling her eyes, she arrogantly said, "Isn't it just 10 high-level zombie crystal cores and 6 insect eggs? I can get them in a trip to the lab." Who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, she was knocked out and imprisoned, and she was locked up for half a year. "Please repay as soon as possible." Yannian, if I had known, I would have chosen the normal agreement. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Please repay as soon as possible. Yannian irritably waved her hand. She sat on the bed, flipping through the control panel that appeared in her mind. Suddenly, she discovered the exchange page. Why is the ability exchange blacked out? It will be unlocked after repaying the debt. Repaying debts again. This Xuanwu really pushes hard. Task 1. After the player stocks up on supplies, the system will convert the items into contribution points based on market value. Countdown, 15 days. Seeing this task, her frowning brow slightly relaxed. Her parents made their fortune in snacks, owning hundreds of stores and agents across the country. They weren't a prominent family, but they had some assets. If she sold the entire company and network, it wouldn't be a problem to raise 3 billion, let alone 13 billion. But the problem was that it wasn't something that could be solved with just 3 billion now. Forget it, let's get moving. She also had a younger brother who was in his first year of high school. In her previous life, she was trapped by her uncle's family, and to buy her time to escape, he was brutally murdered with 48 stabs. In this life, such a thing would never happen again. She dialed the phone of the company's procurement manager. "Su Q, I.Why. What's up?" As Yannian put on her shoes, she said, "Come pick me up at my house, quickly." She wanted to stock up on 30 billion worth of supplies, which she couldn't accomplish alone, and the storage of these supplies also needed to be considered. Although the system had the ability exchange, it was not something a debtor like her could covet. That Suchi was quick, arriving at the community entrance in the company's small truck. While waiting for him, Yannian had already taken out all the credit cards and funds she could use, which was still less than 1 billion. The road ahead was long and arduous. How strong are our suppliers for pork jerky and beef jerky? They are both well-known large ranches and the quality is very good, but our scale is too small, they don't really want to deal with us. Mu-Yannian's eyes lit up. Cattle and pigs are big items. Buying thousands or tens of thousands would surely increase her contribution points significantly. Let's go talk to them about SUG was puzzled. Boss, did we get a big order? While downloading various loan apps, Mu-Yannian didn't look at the interest rates or contract details anyway. The apocalypse would come in half a month, and those people wouldn't be able to find her. She casually replied, yeah, a big order. Let's aim for $1 billion worth of cattle and pigs. SUG's hand on the gear shift paused for a moment, incredulously shocked. How much? 1 billion? Yeah. Seeing that Mu-Yannian didn't seem to be joking, Su Chi began calculating in his mind how to make a name for himself later. With all the available funds secured, she began selling shares. After taking over the company over the years, her biggest hobby had been trading stocks, funds, and gold. Although there would be losses from selling temporarily now, she had no choice but to urgently need money. By the time they arrived at the pig farm, her account already had nearly 2 billion in usable assets. The overwhelming stench made her stagger a bit, and Su Chi supported her, explaining, they're cleaning right now. Seeing a familiar face, the pig farm owner jumped out of the car in work clothes and asked Xiao Su, how many pigs do you need today? Mu Snacks had a wide variety, but the sales of pork jerky and pork sausages weren't high, usually consuming only 1 or 2 pigs a month. Compared to other major customers who took away truckloads, their quantity really wasn't worth the boss changing into work clothes to greet them. Su Chi looked at Mu-Yannian, who smiled lightly, and said, Uncle, how many can you sell? Chapter 2. Stockpiling Task 1. Boss Wong had just sold 2,000 piglets and was in a good mood. Even though he felt that the little girl was joking with him, he still smiled. I have as many as you want. I want as many as you have it. Mu-Yannian was calm and composed, while Su Chi stepped forward under the doubtful gaze of the other party, and they began an intense discussion by the roadside. At this point, Boss Wong still didn't believe what these two kids were saying. Can you really handle it? Mu-Yannian was a bit annoyed and directly pulled out her black card, saying, Uncle Wong, I came with sincerity. The scene was a bit quiet for a moment, and the boss lady, who had been paying attention to them for a long time, quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. Why are you all standing at the door? Come in and chat. Yes, Mu-Yannian walked in. She said, I don't have that much time. To be honest, I also need to go talk to the cattle farm next door. I'm a straightforward person, so I hope you can be quick. 2.40 million. I can't give you too many piglets, so I'll keep half of the breeding sows for myself. The rest, about 10,000 adult piglets, will be yours. Mu-Yannian felt a bit disappointed. Although she knew that pig prices were low this year, this amount was still far from her psychological expectation. I can't take them all at once right now. Uncle, could you please keep them for me for about 10 days? I will calculate the wages and feed costs separately. Boss Wong readily agreed, and the contract process was signed very quickly. Mu-Yannian paid a 30 deposit, and the remaining payment would be settled when she picked up the goods in half a month. At the moment she pressed her fingerprint down, the system notified her that she had gained 45 million contribution points. Mu-Yannian was overjoyed. It turned out that she could earn corresponding contribution points without paying in full. You want to buy cattle, right? That's my brother's business. Let's go, we'll take you there. The boss lady cheerfully led the two of them over. The cooperation here was much faster than at the pig farm. Over 9,000 cattle totaled 90 million, and they similarly agreed to pick them up in half a month. The system instantly granted her 105 million contribution points. Do you want chickens and ducks? I have a brother who raises chickens and ducks too. In their circle, which was all about farming, seeing her so straightforward and efficient, everyone immediately started promoting their products to her. Mu-Yannian naturally agreed happily and ended up acquiring several various farms in one day, including chickens, ducks, fish, geese, sheep, and dairy cows. Boss, I've never procured so smoothly before. Mu-Yannian looked at the outstanding debts that still had many zeros, feeling powerless as she slumped in the passenger seat. She had paid 30 for the large orders and full price for the smaller ones. She didn't know how the system calculated, but she managed to secure over 700 million contribution points with less than 200 million today. Looking at it this way, it seemed there was still some hope the tasks weren't as difficult as she had imagined. In a sudden whim, she asked her mind, Xuan Wu, what kind of punishment would there be if the debt is not paid off? A punishment panel suddenly appeared in her mind. When she saw the thousands of ancient punishments listed, her head spun for a moment. players can choose any punishment they like. Moonlight, I like your head. Don't be discouraged, player. Your current credit is good, and the overdraft limit is 1 billion, so you won't be punished within that range. Is there really such humanity? How many contribution points for space-type abilities? The screen switched to the ability template. Other abilities were still locked, but the space-type ability was revealed. 888,888,888 contribution points. Not even 900 million. Haha. This meant she still had to pay off 3 billion. Only then could she use the overdraft to exchange for a space-type ability. She felt quite good and even hummed a little tune. Passing by a snack street, she excitedly said, "Let's go, it'll treat you to some good food." Actually, Su Chi was 2 years older than her. Given his qualifications, he shouldn't be in this position. After their parents passed away, their uncle interfered and took away the original procurement position. Su Chi, who was mentored by the original buyer, was young but very reliable. In times of crisis, he chose to support her. Grilled cold noodles, oden, pan-fried buns, rice rolls, grilled sausages, spicy hot pot, everything was available. The moment Moonlight caught a whiff of the smell, she couldn't move. After 7 years in the apocalypse, she had long forgotten the taste of normal food, and at this moment, she wished she had 2 more stomachs. Her desire for space peaked. She wasn't afraid of spoilage in the space, since time was prohibited there. She wanted to stockpile all sorts of snacks. Just as she was enjoying grilled gluten in her left hand and chicken, but in her right, she was suddenly pushed and almost fell into a trash can. "Cousin, why are you eating alone? Please let me have some too." This kid was only 14 or 15, still in middle school, and was a complete troublemaker. At such a young age, he was already smoking and had a girlfriend. Moonlight didn't want to pay him any attention and was about to leave, throwing away the skewer in her hand. But unexpectedly, Mu Shun directly blocked her. This kid was tall and sturdy, even taller and more robust than her. "Cousin, just give me 3 to 5,000, and that's enough." Their Mu family came from farming background. If it weren't for her parents' successful entrepreneurship that helped their uncle, this kid would only have had a couple hundred at this age. Even so, their family was still not satisfied. They were truly a pack of ingrates. Her eyes darkened, and she couldn't suppress her hatred. If it weren't for the early apocalypse, she would have liked to twist this kid's head off and kick it like a ball. The two sides faced off, the tension palpable. Patrolling police officers suddenly noticed them and approached, asking what's going on. He spoke with a serious expression, the durian cheese in his hands still steaming. When they looked at the well-behaved and cute little girl, several patrolling officers' hearts immediately softened. Despite Mu Shun usually acting like a spoiled rich kid, he didn't dare to say a word in front of the police, lowering his head like a quail. Reluctantly poked by Su Chi, Moonlight said, "Uncle, it's nothing. He just wants to borrow 3 to 5,000 from me." She emphasized the word borrow. Unfortunately, Mu Shun, the foolish kid, didn't catch on and kept nodding in agreement. "Yes, that's right. He just wanted to borrow." Hearing this, the police officers got angry, grabbing his collar to start a reprimand. This brat had been caught by them so many times. If it weren't for his young age, they would have made him taste prison food. Chapter 3 Hoarding Task, Part 2. She had just stepped inside when her uncle's family arrived. The banging on the door drew the attention of neighbors upstairs and downstairs. And Moonlight irritably opened the door, glaring at the few people in front of her. "Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, elder cousin, what brings you here?" She scanned everyone in turn, her gaze filled with hostility. The few of them inexplicably felt a chill down their spines, and old Master Mu straightened his back, feeling embarrassed, and scolded. "Don't you invite your elders in when they arrive?" Moonlight hugged her arms and blocked the door, coldly saying, "It's late at night, and I was about to sleep. It's not convenient to entertain you all, so just get to the point." Aunt couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at her, scolding, "You heartless wretch. What did your brother do to offend you that you had to send him to the police?" The neighbors who came to watch the commotion perked up their ears, eager for gossip. I don't know, it's not me." Her indifferent attitude infuriated several people. "Oh, so you've gotten some power after managing the family business for a few years. Huh? How dare you speak to your elders like that?" Old Master Mu thumped his cane in dissatisfaction, and by now the hallway was crowded with neighbors. The old Moonlight wouldn't have acted this way. She would have anxiously explained, fearing they would misunderstand and then take the opportunity to extort money. "Oh no, demand compensation. You are all our good grandchildren. Both the palm and the back of our hands are flesh. Grandpa and Grandma are worried about you. Your grandfather doesn't know how to speak." so don't take it to heart. No wonder it was old Lady Moo who had to step in. Look at how she spoke. It's no wonder Moon-Yin-Yin was deceived in her past life. All right, Grandma, since there's nothing wrong, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. With that, she slammed the door shut. What a scene of a pitiful grandmother and an unfilial granddaughter. Wait, Mom, what do you mean? Aren't we here to collect a debt? Aunt was furious, stamping her feet. She never could hide her feelings. Old Lady Moo gave her a glance and lowered her voice. Do you think Nyin Yin now is still that little girl you could mess around with? She's been managing such a big business for 3 years. She's already a little fox. You have to coax her slowly. It's really troublesome. I should have let her die with those damn parents of hers back then. What nonsense are you talking about? Uncle hurriedly covered her mouth, glanced at the tightly closed door, and quickly led her away. Behind the door, Moon-Yin-Yin clenched her fists. In her previous life, when she was trapped by them, her powers were cooling down. Perhaps seeing that the siblings couldn't stir up any trouble, Aunt directly confessed that the reason for her parents' breaks failing back then was entirely because of their manipulation. Current remaining contribution points -22603000000. Moon-Yin-Yin was amusing. Her mood was interrupted just 2 seconds after it had lifted, and she helplessly got up to grab her phone. It's okay. Let them bounce around for a few more days. Uncle Lou, does what you said earlier still count? The middle-aged man on the other end of the line paused for a moment and then laughed heartily. Xiaoyan, don't worry. You won't lose a single cent of the 1.2 billion. I want cash to be in place within 3 days, no delays, no debts. The Liu family is a true, wealthy aristocracy, and 1.2 billion is not a big deal for them. But he still hesitated and said, Xiaoyan, that's not how it works. Moon-Yin-Yin said without changing her expression. Then I can only consider the Lin family. The Liu family and the Lin family are sworn enemies. And under the balance of power, the Mu family has managed to survive. Ha, you girl, rules are dead, but people are alive. But can I ask one more question? Why are you in such a hurry? Thinking of the cruel punishments in the punishment panel, how could she not be anxious? My grandparents and uncle are causing trouble again. Just one sentence was enough to make President Liu shut his mouth. Which family doesn't have its own difficulties? All right, come over tomorrow morning, and I'll have Wanwan go over the contract with you. Liu Wanwan is her high school classmate and good friend, and they have a very close relationship. They haven't seen each other since Wanwan went abroad 3 years ago. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep, frantically taking out loans on various platforms using her grandparents' identity information. The next day, she appeared at the Liu group with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Yin, darling. The pretty girl ran over from a distance and threw herself into her arms. Whoa, Wanwan, I've really missed you. The two were sweet with each other for a long time before Liu Wanwan asked, did you encounter something that urgently needs money? There's no need to sell your property. If you need money, just ask me. Moon-Yin-Yin was deeply moved, but in this apocalyptic world, she really didn't know how to bring up the topic of rebirth. Her hesitant demeanor made Liu Wanwan imagine a grand drama, a pitiful, helpless, weak orphan struggling alone to keep that small broken factory afloat while occasionally being backstabbed by her own family. How tragic, she said indignantly. I heard that your uncle's family has also started a snack factory. How about I find a way to help you vent your frustration? Moon-Yin-Yin hugged her waist, hanging on her and acting cute. Wanwan baby, I heard that the chain supermarket your dad started has opened all over the country. The supply chain must be very well developed, right? A large part of the supermarket is also under her responsibility, and she proudly said, of course. My current supply chain strength is definitely among the top in the country. Moon-Yin-Yin's eyes lit up with surprise as she said, can I exchange all the money from selling my property for supplies? Liu Wanwan almost choked on her saliva and rolled her eyes at her, saying, have you lost your mind? If you want to open a supermarket, I could just transfer you some shares, and then you can play however you want. If you mess it up, my dad will back you up. Who would have thought that Moon-Yin-Yin would actually start calculating in her mind, asking Xuanwu, do shares count? Xuanwu's cold voice replied, it must be supplies, dear player. Moon-Yin-Yin sighed and said, I just want supplies. Chapter 4, Stockpiling Task 3. All right. Fine, supplies, right? When the supermarkets across the country close for inspection, I'll make sure all the supplies are delivered to you, okay? The girl's tone was filled with affection. Moon-Yin-Yin happily jumped up and gave her 2 kisses. Oh my, okay, ancestor, this is in the elevator. Moon-Yin-Yin was really extremely happy. sticking to her all the way, completely unconcerned about the strange looks from others. Although Lu Wan wanted to know what Moonlight was up to, she was willing to give her whatever she wanted, since the Lu family didn't rely on this for a living anyway. The two quickly signed a contract, and Moonligh's debt was directly offset by 1.6 billion. This meant that the supplies Lu Wan prepared for her were worth that much in the market. It was unimaginable how much this girl had put in. She immediately hugged the other person and started giggling. With a best friend like this, what more could one ask for in life? Lu Wan laughed at her and pretended to be annoyed as she pushed her head away, saying, "Aren't you afraid I might trick you and not give you anything? You wouldn't do that." In a large supermarket, everything was available in 1.6 billion worth of supplies was equivalent to having at least 300 large supermarkets. Even if the entire Lu family was included, they probably wouldn't be able to finish it all in a lifetime, right? After they were affectionate for a while, Lu Wan had to leave for a meeting, telling her to rest in her office for a bit, saying she would take her shopping later. Moonlight looked at the string of numbers -660300000 and felt that the distance to her spatial abilities was not far off. With Lu Wan absent, she took another look at the contract and discovered that the delivery date was still more than 10 days away at the end of the month. This meant that what the factory produced now still belonged to her. This was just too great. Moonlight got through to the factory manager's phone. Their workers were on a 3-shift system, and at that moment, 2 shifts were resting. "Uncle Chun, are the raw materials still sufficient in the factory?" Old Chun smiled honestly and said, "Miss, just take the orders. We can handle it." They were all recruited by Moo's parents from remote, impoverished mountainous areas and usually lived in the factory, being the most honest and hardworking. Even when the uncle offered high salaries to poach them, not a single person left. "Then let's work hard. I'll arrange for Suchi to supply everyone with raw materials. Produce as much as you can. Just focus on making simple and high-value items." Old Chun was overjoyed, thinking that they must have received a big order, and he was genuinely happy for the Mu family. "All right, I'll arrange it right away. Don't worry, there were only 14 days left until the apocalypse. When the acid rain came, crops would be damaged, soil would be polluted, water sources would be unusable, and a zombie virus would break out on a large scale." Moonlight had forgotten how she and her brother managed to survive at that time. Moreover, she needed to find a way to take the Lu father and daughter and her brother out of the city to the suburbs. They had to survive the acid rain period first. Time was tight, so she quickly contacted her capable subordinate, the sales department manager, and instructed, "We want to take any orders for the next few days. Gather your team to stockpile clothing and medicine at nearby wholesale markets. We need waterproof jackets, warm clothing, down jackets, raincoats, and for medicines, antibiotics, vitamins, fever reducers, and insecticides too. We have 8 days, and afterwards, everyone will get an extra 3 days of annual leave as a reward. I'm really sorry, but the funds are tight, so we can only use annual leave as a bonus." The manager's eyes lit up. Their young lady often donated various items to the mountainous areas, so he had no doubts, thinking this time would be the same. They had contracts with many malls and supermarkets, and the accounts were settled monthly. So Moonlight didn't have to worry about insufficient funds. "Let's go, darling. I'll get you some winter clothes." Moonlight hurriedly followed, and the two drove to the market. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for many years, Lu Wan was feeling generous and spent money without a second thought, buying everything she found pleasing. The system's numbers were fluctuating wildly. "By the way, darling, you emailed me before saying how great your boyfriend is. Since I have some free time today, why don't you call him out so I can meet him?" Lu Wan said while holding up clothes to compare against her. Moonlight's smile froze on her face, and the memory she had deliberately forgotten resurfaced in her mind. Lu Wan noticed her poor complexion and thought she had quarreled with her boyfriend, jokingly said, "If it doesn't work out, just switch. I have plenty of men." Moonlight shook her head and asked, "Wan, what do you think when a man rejects you by saying he has someone in his heart, but that someone is actually you? It's like he's using you to reject you. What is he thinking?" Lu Wan was getting dizzy from her questions and complained, "Isn't dating supposed to be simpler? Can't we just not date?" Moonlight pressed her lips together, unsure of what to say. In her previous life, she met Wei Jinxiao in a game, and they formed a couple. They had planned to meet next month, but suddenly the apocalypse struck and they lost contact. Later, she was rescued by the leader of the Spire base, who adopted her as the next heir, but she never gave up on searching for him. Unfortunately, there was never a single clue. It was as if he didn't exist at all. She finally managed to step out and face her new life, developing feelings for the high-ranking officer A027, who saved her multiple times during missions. This guy always wore a mask, revealing only his extraordinarily handsome chin and eyes. And his voice was magnetic, pleasant, and gentle. He usually acted carefree and did as he pleased, but when it came to certain operations and battles, he was so cool it made her heart race. Her feelings for him were more of admiration, a reverence for strength. After her adoptive father repeatedly urged her to marry, she finally mustered the courage to confess, only for him to say that he had someone in his heart, the person she had admired for 9 years. But now, she already knew that the person in his heart was herself. Did he know that when he rejected her back then? Oh no, he must have known. She had sent videos and photos, and all her name and identity information were real. How could he not know it was her? Reflecting on everything from the past, he definitely knew who she was. So why did he do that? you.Why saw her looking troubled and hugged her, saying, "It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but two-legged men are everywhere. Come on, don't be unhappy because of a man." Chapter 5, Stockpiling Mission 4. Moonlight forced a smile and said, "You're right. I'm tired of the days filled with open and covert struggles from my previous life. Now that I've been reborn, I just want to protect the people I care about." After finishing a phone call, you.Why said, "Honey, do you know about our e-suburb warehouse? All the supplies will be placed there in 10 days. You could decide how to handle it then. For now, I'll take you there to familiarize yourself with the route." Moonlight was naturally joyful, hugging her as they went down to the underground parking lot. Just as the two of them opened the car door, they were confronted by someone who held a knife to their waists and said, "Don't move." Moonlight looked up at the surveillance camera and found it was indeed broken. Well then, she wouldn't hold back anymore. She raised her elbow and struck the opponent's face. Caught off guard, the opponent lost their dagger. With their positions swapped, Moonlight had already subdued the person and pressed him to the ground, coldly mocking, "Now, it's your turn to stay still." you.Why, still in the hands of the kidnapper, couldn't help but shout, "Oh my God, baby, you're amazing." The kidnapper behind her quickly moved the dagger from her waist to her slender neck, saying, "You let go of my brother, or else I'll kill her. Or you can let me go first, otherwise, my baby will kill your brother." Moonlight nodded seriously, looking quite earnest. The two sides were at a stalemate, and it was strange today. The usually bustling underground parking lot was completely empty. The captured kidnapper laughed and said, "You'd better kill me. Otherwise our people will be here soon." Moonlight has come to show interest, patting his face and saying, "I'm currently broke, so robbing me isn't very cost-effective. We are not here to rob you." Kidnapper number 2 firmly pressed against you.Why's neck, struggling to speak smoothly. Moonlight looked at him, her gaze cold and distant. "Then what are you robbing? It can't be as simple as just robbing for pleasure if you're making such a big move to keep others from accessing the underground garage, right?" Kidnapper no. 2 said smugly, "We are a killer organization. Someone wants to buy your lives." Moonlight, you.Why. "I've never seen such a stupid and talkative assassin. You'd better let me go, or I can give you a quick in later. Otherwise, when our superior arrives, he loves to torment people the most." Moonlight didn't want to waste any more words with them. She swiftly drew out her belt and tied it around his wrist. This fluid motion stunned kidnapper number 2, who trembled as he held the dagger and said, Stop. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll kill her." Perhaps he was truly afraid. As the sharp blade grazed you.Why's neck, which was as white as jade, Moonlight saw that splash of crimson and directly kicked him away. "You really fucking deserve it. I didn't do anything to her." Kidnapper 2 was so shocked by the scene that he thought something had happened to you.Why. Moonlight carried the person to the passenger seat and then tossed the 2 kidnappers into the back seat. Just after finishing all this, people started coming into the garage one after another. What kind of poor management is this? The door lock is broken, leaving us locked outside for so long. Moonlight sneered coldly. These 2 were not members of a killer organization at all, but just 2 small-time thugs studying programming. When a shopping mall was built, The basement was designed to showcase technology, so all the doors, except for the fire exits, were electronically controlled. After they tampered with the system and locked the fire doors, the entire underground parking lot became inaccessible, right? Once they dealt with the two little girls, they could restore the system to normal and smoothly take them out. The idea was good, and the plan was feasible. However, they overlooked 2 points. First, this seemingly fragile young lady, Moonlight, actually had some skills. Second, Moonlight had returned from her rebirth with a high-level system, making it easy for her to check surveillance footage and unlock doors. Be good, and don't make a sound, or I'll have to send you to the police. What crime would armed robbery be? Let me think. The two nodded repeatedly, indicating they would behave. The scar on Lu-Wan's neck was not deep at all. It had already scabbed over, and with a silk scarf covering it. She looked just like she was sleeping, so no one suspected anything. She drove to the Lu family villa, instructed someone to take Lu-Wan upstairs to rest, and then directly took the two of them down to the basement. Now speak up. Miss, we're just being paid to do a job. We didn't plan to do anything to you. Moonlight believed this statement, seeing their cowardly appearance. They didn't seem capable of doing anything serious. Moonlight. There's no need to say it. She knows it's something her great-aunt is capable of, just to buy her life for 20 million. It's truly hard to know what to say. The money she has given them over the years is far more than just this amount. Dear player, hello. A new task has appeared on the task panel. Please check it as soon as possible. Moonlight opened the task panel. Task 2. Use any punishment from the punishment panel on villains. Reward. 1,000 contribution points per day. Is there such a good thing? Moonlight eyes brightened as she looked at the two of them, as if they were gazing at a money tree. She decisively chose super invincible itching powder, then dug out 2 hard car cleaning cloths from the corner, casually dipped them in some floor cleaning liquid, and stuffed them into the mouths of the two. Let us get started. The two immediately felt an unbearable itch all over their bodies, wanting to laugh, but having their mouths blocked. And the foul-smelling liquid flowing into their mouths was disgusting beyond words. They regretted it, truly regretted it. Why did they provoke this little demon? Seeing the veins bulging on their foreheads and their faces flushed, Moonlight was quite satisfied with her work. She left the two of them in the basement and walked alone towards Lu-Wan's room. At this moment, her points were still skyrocketing, and she knew without a doubt that it was thanks to her excellent sales team. Sure enough, the supervisor called. Boss, I just found a down jacket factory. They have a batch of down jackets from 2 years ago. Although they're out of style, they're cheap and of great quality. How many do you want? Moonlight went straight to the point. Newly discovered factories typically do not allow credit for first-time partnerships. The sales department supervisor smiled shyly and asked, Can you handle 100,000 pieces? Sure. 8 million. After this deal, they have plenty of boots and other items that can be paid monthly. Moonlight firmly believed in his abilities and unhesitatingly transferred the money into his account. Chapter 6. Coming to the door. Current remaining contribution points. 450100000. Moonlight was very surprised, never expecting that the people under her command were so reliable. By the time Lu-Wan woke up, she had already selected a surprise for her uncle's family in the punishment panel. Since this is still a society governed by law, to avoid unnecessary trouble, she decided to hold back for now. Besides her brother, she also wanted to bring Lu-Wan and Uncle Lu along, and it would be best to include Su-Chi as well. After all, Su-Chi was an orphan and was loyal to her. The more people, the better the support. Lu-Wan had woken up, making soft sounds. Moonlight humorously handed her water and said, The beautiful country is so developed, yet couldn't cure your blood phobia? Lu-Wan waved her hand and weakly replied, When did you get that skill? Moonlight knew she would ask this. She casually made up a lie, saying she had been practicing for 3 years. There were no flaws in her words. Although she had some skills in her mind, her body was weak, and her strength was less than 1/10 of what it had been in her past life. Saying it was developed over 3 years didn't raise any suspicion. Sure enough, Lu-Wan didn't ask any more questions, and even said she would take her to eat something delicious. Moonlight held up her iPad and asked, The new hot spring park in the eastern suburbs just opened. Let's go play at the end of the month and invite my brother and your dad. Lu-Wan looked at her with a questioning expression, as if to ask why she wanted to bring that old man along. Moonlight was speechless. Uncle Lu usually managed his figure and had the image of a handsome uncle, so why was she so disdainful? However, you.Why misunderstood and shouted, "I treat you like a sister, but you want to be my mom?" Moonlight quickly pounced on her, and the two of them got into a scuffle. There are 10 days left until the apocalypse countdown. Contribution points have hit a bottleneck. During these days, not only have her employees been working hard, but she hasn't been idle either. She has been out buying a lot of random things, such as sickles, hoes, and watermelon knives. Anything she thinks could be lethal, she buys in large quantities and sends it all to the Lu family's warehouse in the eastern suburbs. She really has no money left to use. She mortgaged her house and exchanged the loan money through connections for several modified off-road vehicles. Mu had no objections to his sister's actions and just obediently did his homework. Looking at the skinny boy, you.Why directly said that he had been mistreated and wanted to take him out for a big meal. "Sister, you don't have to consider me. Just do whatever you want." This little guy was so understanding that it made people's hearts ache. Moonlight hugged him, feeling the intense warmth of his body, and the joy of having him back brought tears to her eyes. "Don't worry, brother. Sister will definitely protect you." After the house was mortgaged, the bank quickly put a seal on it. Uncle Mu couldn't find Moonlight and spent several days locating the Lu residence. They claimed to be Moonlight's family, and the security guard at the gate made a call to inquire. Remembering the two people still locked in the basement, you.Why directly let them in. "If I don't settle accounts with them, they still dare to come knocking." You.Why was full of bravado, followed by more than 10 strong and tall bodyguards. Moonlight was also very excited. She just needed a few $100 million more. Wouldn't it be enough to take over her uncle's family's business? It was still old Master Mu leading the charge, and they showed no awareness of being in someone else's home. The moment they saw Moonlight, they started scolding her. "You little brat, wasteful girl, who allowed you to mortgage the house that was supposed to be kept for your younger brother to marry?" The old man was trembling slightly all over, clearly very angry. Moonlight never expected that their ambitions were so great. They had split up the family, and not only were they eyeing their business, but they were also coveting their house. Old Lady Mu obviously disagreed, and said with a stern face, "How could such a big matter not be discussed with the family?" Uncle Mu and Aunt Mu have learned to be smart this time, following behind the two without saying much. Moonlight glanced at the lineup and sighed. "Where are my cousin and cousin brother? What does Mu Yoshuan's marriage have to do with my house? How come you all don't care about your grandparents or your parents, and expect me, as the cousin, to take charge?" It seemed that those two little ones really didn't come, and she couldn't be bothered to continue pretending with them. Just as the old man was cursing loudly, a group of bodyguards in black suits suddenly appeared and restrained him, taking him to the basement. When she said this, she cast a glance at her aunt. Her aunt immediately felt goosebumps all over her body, not knowing what this girl was up to, feeling inexplicably anxious. "You gone too far. I'm your grandfather. How dare you have someone tie me up?" he shouted. So noisy. The bodyguards immediately understood and covered his mouth. Moonlight was satisfied and said to you.Why, who was watching from the second floor, "It's too bloody down there. You better not come down. Wait for me to finish, and then I'll take you out to eat. I'll go out for a bit to gather some good food for us to eat together tonight." In the civilized society before the apocalypse, a large amount of machinery was invested in production, and the raw materials were sufficient. Even though she and her people were purchasing extravagantly, it didn't affect the market at all, and there wasn't much fluctuation in prices. The four of them were tied to the chairs by bodyguards, with tape still stuck on their mouths. Next to them were two assassins who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Moonlight took off their hoods and asked her aunt, "Do you recognize them?" A look of confusion crossed her aunt's eyes, but her uncle shrank back in fear. Oh, it turns out this was her uncle's doing. A splash of dirty water woke the two assassins, and she ripped the filthy claw from their mouths. Moonlight tore off the tape from Uncle's mouth again. "Come on, tell me what's going on with you." Killer number one immediately started to spill the beans. Aunt was anxious, her face flushed as she twisted her plump body, seemingly wanted to join in on this verbal battle. Moonlight kindly helped her peel off the tape, and sure enough, the two sides argued even more fiercely. When both parties were exhausted from the shouting and leaned wearily in their chairs, Moonlight looked at the elderly couple. With a glance, she signaled the bodyguard to tear off their tape. "I only have one question. How did my parents die?" Chapter 7. Exchange space ability, this group of people certainly wouldn't tell the truth. After a long back and forth, Moonlight had lost her patience. She chose the whipping punishment from the punishment panel. It was a type of whip with small barbs soaked in chilly water that inflicted pain on the body. However, the system only produced psychological torment, making them experience the illusion and sensation of being whipped, while in reality, there would be no visible marks. In principle, such behavior was not recognized by the system, but since her uncle's family had a blood relation to her and their initial funding came from them, the system would consider this as her own family's assets. The cooperation between one person and one system was quite seamless. In just one afternoon, all of her uncle's family assets were transferred, including houses, vehicles, funds, and shares, all converted into cash, holding over 300 million in her hands. She suddenly felt optimistic about the future. But what exactly should she buy? She fell into a dilemma. Cars, weapons, food, clothing, etc. were all hoarded. Everything she could think of and couldn't think of was available in the supermarket, and you.Why had arranged everything for her. What else was she lacking? Oh, prepared food and fresh vegetables and fruits. You.Why believed these items needed to be fresh, so she hadn't arranged for her supplies from the fresh produce section. She pouted at Xuanwu. Look, my assets are all in order now, right? Why not increase the limit a little more? Can you arrange a space for me? I need to hoard some things that won't fit. Today, Xuanwu was inexplicably agreeable. Upon hearing this, he directly raised her limit to 1.5 billion, just enough for her to exchange for space. The girl jumped up happily. If Xuanwu had a physical form, she would definitely hug him and give him a kiss. Currently, the first-level space ability only provided a 100 by 100 cubic meter space, but that wasn't a big issue. She had awakened this ability in her previous life as well, and as more items were placed inside, the value would increase, allowing for faster upgrades. There was no need to worry about not being able to fit or carry the supplies later. There was completely no concern in that regard. Unfortunately, it was already late, and she could only bear with it and wait until tomorrow. The two of them watched a movie while enjoying delicious food. The soundproofing in the basement was particularly good. Even though they had been shouting at the top of their lungs inside, there was still no noise outside. The Liu family's villa was excellent in every aspect, but the floors were too low. After 3 days of acid rain, the ground would have continuous water accumulation eroding the foundation. And then it would be the era of heavy rain, with mountain floods and foundation collapse. This little villa might just be completely submerged. The next day, before dawn, Moonlight was already unable to sleep. Moonlight then called Su Qi, noticing that the kid seemed a bit worn out. Did he go stealing chickens last night? Boss, what big order did you take on? The factory has been pressing for raw materials, and I've arranged for several times more than usual, yet it's still not enough. Moonlight was delighted to hear this. Snacks like these are the best. Just imagine how happy it would be to have a pack of spicy strips and a bucket of instant noodles in the apocalypse. Thinking about how hard her factory was working, she felt incredibly touched. They're all good people. Xiao Suzy, you talk too much. I have my own reasons. She banged ahead to buy, while Su Qi, dull as ever, took notes behind her. Eventually, Su Qi couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her aside to take charge himself. It's true that professional matters should be left to professionals. Su Qi was excellent at bargaining, managing to get it for almost only 2/3 of the original price. In the end, they not only bought seasonal fruits, but also a selection of high-end fruits, including premium cherries, strawberries, blueberries, bayberries, and raspberries. Moonlight said she wanted to send someone, and Su Qi didn't say much more. When the two of them came out, the fruits had already been loaded onto the truck and sent to the eastern suburb warehouse. There were also vegetables. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Qi with anticipation. Su Qi helplessly said, "Boss, vegetables are just like fruits. Only the morning market has good quality. By this time, they're all wilted leaves." Moonlight looked at the time and saw it was already 1 in the afternoon. And she couldn't help but sigh that time was really not enough. The two had no choice but to find a random restaurant to grab a bite. Vegetables tomorrow, seafood the day after. They happily made that decision, and in the afternoon, she asked him to go buy some frozen products with her. Su Qi's bargaining skills had completely impressed her. Anyway, she had decided to bring him along in the future and wasn't worried about him noticing anything. Fortunately, This guy didn't put much thought into it at all. After realizing that his boss didn't care about costs, he had already let himself go. The procurement plan was progressing smoothly. During the day, she went out shopping with Su Chi, and after parting ways in the evening, Moon-Yin-Yin went to various restaurants and snack streets to buy ready-made food made by others and then store them in her space. Time and the space was frozen, so whatever she put in would come out looking the same. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left until the apocalypse. The darkening sky was very oppressive, and the meteorological station had started issuing warnings. The company and factories had already closed 2 days ago, and after her repeated persuasion and transportation subsidies, the employees had finally left for the most part. She took the opportunity to find an excuse to keep Su Chi behind. Su Chi, not knowing where to go during the holiday, happily followed her when he heard that his boss needed him. On Lu-Wan-Wan's side, Moon-Yin-Yin was most troubled. She didn't know what excuse to use to keep the father and daughter together. After arranging Su Chi, she went directly to the first high school. The homeroom teacher was aware of their family's special situation, so he didn't make things difficult for her, only giving a few symbolic reminders and praising Mu-Yu for being well-behaved. On the way to the eastern suburbs, Moon-Yin-Yin continued to frown. Mu-Yu asked, "Sister, do you have any worries? I'm thinking about how to trick you, Sister Wan-Wan, and Uncle Lu into staying at you.Why for a few days." Mu-Yu didn't ask why, but suggested first trick Sister Wan-Wan over, then tell Uncle Lu that something happened to Sister Wan-Wan, so that both of them will arrive at you.Why. Moon-Yin-Yin immediately gave him a thumbs up, saying, "That's my brother." By 4 in the afternoon, the sky was already as dark as it usually is at 8 or 9 o'clock. Moon-Yin-Yin tricked Lu-Wan-Wan into coming over by saying she made a big meal. Chapter 8. The Riot. "Wan-Wan, darling, you must try this." Lu-Wan-Wan took just one bite and exploded in anger. "You little brat. How dare you fool me? This is obviously the dish from you.Why Hotel." Mu-Yu shook his head helplessly. He had already advised his sister that they would be discovered, and it would be better to let him show off his cooking skills. Moon-Yin-Yin was surprised and said, "How did you figure that out?" "I didn't expect the you.Why Hotel is also part of the Lu family's business. That's awkward. Can we invite him over to cook?" Moon-Yin-Yin had the idea of recruiting talent. "Sure," Lu-Wan-Wan said, holding a fork while typing a few lines on her phone, then showed it to her. "Got it." Lu-Wan-Wan, who had just gotten up at night, happened to see him and exclaimed, "Did someone hit you?" Su Chi quickly held a finger to his lips and said, "Sure. Miss Lu, don't wake up my boss. If she sees this, she won't be able to sleep." Since Moon-Yin-Yin was reborn, she has been unable to sleep soundly every night, haunted by nightmares. Although she didn't say anything, Su Chi, who is in charge of procurement, is very observant and can tell. Lu-Wan-Wan nodded repeatedly and quietly pointed to the bathroom, saying, "You should clean up first, and I'll help you with the medicinal alcohol." The two didn't communicate further, but unfortunately, Moon-Yin-Yin still woke up, yawning as she came out. "I need to show some melatonin," she said. Lu-Wan-Wan suddenly felt a bit nervous, as if she were a thief trying to hide the bloody shoes. But unfortunately, Moon-Yin-Yin still saw them. When Su Chi came out, he saw 3 people sitting on the sofa with serious expressions, looking at him. He was startled and instinctively covered the bruise on his face. "You all woke up? Actually, it's nothing much. Just got beaten up by that brat Mu-Yu Shun and his gang." He had just gotten out of the car when he noticed that people on the street were making a commotion, many of them fighting over something. Upon closer inspection, he found that they were all robbing rice and oil from the grain store. He casually asked a big brother, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" The big brother, being friendly, pushed him and said, "The apocalypse is coming. You better hurry and stock up on food." Driven by the crowd, he really did end up buying a truckload of rice, flour, and oil, since he was all alone and didn't know what else to do with his savings. Prices had already skyrocketed, and many people, including Mu-Yu Shun and his sister, were mocking those who believed the rumors. However, it wasn't that they didn't believe. Their parents and grandparents had suddenly disappeared a few days ago, and no one cared when they reported it to the police. Their cards had also been inexplicably suspended, and while they were anxious, they had no way out. When they saw a familiar face carrying bags, they had some ulterior motives. "Sister, doesn't that kid look like the one who foolishly went against our Mu family?" Mu Sisi took a closer look and indeed found it to be true. Mu-Yu Shun directly brought dozens of his little brothers forward and said, "Hey, are these things you bought for my sister? And I'll just take them for her." Saying this, he went up to snatch them. Suchi certainly couldn't let this happen, and a fight broke out. One fist couldn't match four hands. Not only were the supplies snatched away, but even the car was taken. Moon-Yannian was already furious upon hearing this. Indeed, what kind of scum can raise such a delinquent? This is robbery, Mu said coldly. Moon-Yannian knew what he meant. But the rumors about the apocalypse were not false. The end of the world had truly arrived. At that time, killing would be inconsequential. Who would care about robbery? You.Why muttered, "Is there really an apocalypse? I'm not sure. It's been all over the internet, and the public opinion has been suppressed. But it seems to be of no use. Then I need to tell my dad to buy some guns quickly." The three of them looked at her in unison. They knew the Liu family was powerful, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. The next day, the whole world fell into chaos. Strange celestial phenomena made everyone feel insecure, and even the government's frantic attempts to dispel rumors and reassure the public were futile. Fortunately, all the supplies Moon-Yannian had stockpiled were in place. She found a gap in time to go to the eastern suburbs warehouse and took everything away, instantly upgrading her space to level 4. The chef was already in place, and 5 large double-door refrigerators were ready. You.Why even had someone reinforce the floor they lived on, and even installed a heavy iron door at the hallway, ugly and bizarre. Anyway, she had money, so she wasn't stingy with her purchases. During these days, Moon-Yannian had been using various punishments on them, and they had already become painfully thin. She initially planned to release the 2 assassins after capturing a few people, but she didn't expect that her parents' incident was also related to them. It was these 2 who tampered with the brakes. "Yannian, Uncle knows he was wrong. Please spare Uncle. Blame your aunt." Upon hearing this, the aunt immediately became anxious, and both sides instantly started fighting like dogs. The old man, recovering his strength, would never allow his own son to suffer, and immediately joined the fray. Watching their infighting and the miserable state they were in, she felt a sense of vengeful pleasure, lit an incense stick, and asked, "My dad is also your biological child, and he's your elder brother. Isn't he good to you? Why treat him this way? He is not my child." The old man roared, heartbroken and furious. Moon-Yannian was taken aback. The system's judgment couldn't be wrong. There was indeed a blood relationship between her and them. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to access their family's assets. The old man burst into tears, saying that he was a genius, and that the Mu family didn't have such smart children. The Taoist priest said that he was possessed by a demon, Moon-Yannian. She couldn't believe how absurd the reason was, no matter how hard she tried to think. She scoffed coldly, intending to talk to old lady Mu, but unfortunately, her health was already poor, and after these few days of torment, she was completely exhausted. She lit 3 sticks of incense at the door and softly said, "Mom and Dad, Yannian has avenged you. Yannian will protect her younger brother and help him survive." The basement door was closed, and the light was slowly swallowed. She left the villa amidst the desperate screams of a few people. The system randomly selected a type of punishment, which would ultimately lead them to die in agony, perhaps providing some comfort to her parents' souls in the afterlife. Chapter 9. The Eve of the End. Moon-Yannian only took daily necessities when she initially mortgaged her property, and she wasn't allowed to take any large items. Then she circled back to her own factory and took all the equipment and prepared snacks inside, including pork jerky, beef jerky, Swiss rolls, waffles, instant noodles, spicy strips, drinks, snail noodles, self-heating hot pot, chips, sausages, and so on. Now, apart from not having collected anything from the farm, all other supplies have been stored in her space. She still owes the system about 800 million, but it pretends not to know as long as it doesn't urge her. As for the last day before the apocalypse, Moon-Yannian knows that acid rain is expected to start falling around 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The house they rented has been fully reinforced with bulletproof materials. Uncle Liu doesn't need her to coax him. He will come over tonight to live with them. With 6 bedrooms, it's just right for Moon-Yannian, You.Why, Uncle Liu, Suchi, and Chef Li, each having their own room. The enthusiastic landlord added Moon-Yannian to the owner group. The group is bustling with discussions about the rumors regarding the apocalypse. Some believe it and are waking up early and working hard to stockpile supplies with their families. Some don't believe it and are being dismissive, taking on the role of justice warriors with their keyboards. Some are half believing and have bought a few days' worth of food just in case. Perhaps because this community has just been open for a short time, many people haven't finished renovating their homes yet. So while the group is lively, there aren't many residents in the community. Oh my God, darling, the apocalypse might really be coming. It's chaos outside, and even government officials are out there grabbing rice. Moon-Yannian looked at the pile of supplies filling half the living room and frowned. Starting tomorrow, we'll stay at home and not go out. Did your dad say what time he can come over tonight? you.Why nodded, took out her phone, and made a call. Afterward, her expression turned grim as she said, "My dad might not be able to come tonight. There was a problem with the batch of firearms he received, and he needs to handle it." you.Why was startled by her expression and asked, somewhat confused, What happened? Moon-Yannian also realized that her tone was not quite right, hesitating on how to explain. Did you already know about the coming apocalypse? One sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. Well, I had a dream. Before she could finish her sentence, you.Why hugged her with admiration and said, "My Yannian baby is so amazing. No wonder you stockpiled so many supplies. It's enough for us to eat for 8 lifetimes." Suchi also seemed to suddenly understand and nodded. Muyu didn't have any special reaction. You all. you.Why quickly covered her mouth and said, "Let me tell you, this kind of thing can't be shared with others. If you say it out loud, it won't work. Don't worry, we will all listen to you." Moon-Yannian felt touched, her eyes slightly sour. As night fell, it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, but it was getting darker earlier and earlier. Ever since they learned that the apocalypse was real, the 3 of them had been downloading various TV shows, movies, books, and maps all day long. Moon-Yannian was organizing her space. Now, her spatial abilities had reached level 5, covering an area of over 8,000 acres. This level was almost impossible to achieve in the apocalypse, but it was sufficient. The space was divided into a time prohibition zone and a growth zone, with an invisible barrier in between to prevent chaos. She planned to go to the ranch tonight to collect the small animals, hoping that the ranch owners wouldn't be scared. The open grassland was somewhat overkill for raising chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, so she dug a large artificial lake to raise fish and shrimp. After several rounds of thought, she finally realized something was missing. She diligently opened up several acres of planting land and immediately drove out to buy seeds. With the support of the Liu family, she had no financial worries and cleared out 2 seed stores in one go, also buying pesticides and insecticides. After 3 years of the apocalypse, the insect race had undergone a major mutation, making insecticides very useful. She took advantage of the chaos to collect a lot of random items, from an abandoned bookstore to a sanitation worker's broom, picking up anything and everything without being picky. At 6 in the evening, the sky was as dark as early morning, but the streets were brightly lit and bustling with people. She drove to the ranch, where Uncle Wong and his wife were still feeding the pigs. She didn't T1 Act 2 directly and turned to other ranches, taking all the small animals while no one was around. After some thought, she left a few dozen at each place. When she arrived at the fish pond, she directly collected the water, fish, and mud into her space. But the lake she dug was too large, making the fish pond look like a small puddle. Looking around, she remembered there were several nearby, wild fish ponds and lakes. So she went over and collected everything, barely filling half of her space. Once the Wong couple finished their chores and left, she quickly took the pigs, but left the promised piglets and half of the sows. She even left a few bags of rice. The couple were good people, and she hoped they could survive. Chef Lee was diligently grilling meat skewers nearby, and a few of them ate in silence, with the animated show playing in the background going unnoticed. Moon-Yannian quietly came in and saw that everyone was in low spirits. She opened a bottle of red wine and said, "Want to drink some?" A few people looked at her with slightly red eyes. It seemed they had been through a lot these days. "If you're tired, just go to sleep," she said, feeling somewhat confused. you.Why shook her head and said, "I want to wait for my dad." The other 2 boys nodded as well. For someone who could build such a large business, how could he not have some connections? Originally, Uncle Liu had successfully arranged for a batch of weapons to cross the border, but suddenly rumors of the apocalypse spread, and those criminals changed their minds at the last minute. In that line of work, there was no such thing as morality or integrity. If they said they wouldn't sell, then they wouldn't sell. But the weapons had already arrived in the city, and Uncle Lou would never let them escape, especially since this batch included large items. Chapter 10. Acid Rain arrives. Moonlight had lost her brother in her past life and felt that living was meaningless. So she turned and fought against the tide of corpses and zombies. After reaching her limits in every aspect, she fainted and woke up at the Spire base over 3,000 kilometers away, simply because she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Sui Sui, the tragically deceased youngest daughter of Jiang Base. She hadn't heard any news about her old acquaintances since then, so she didn't know how long Uncle Lou and his daughter had lived in their past life. She felt anxious now that there were 4 people sitting together in melancholy. Chef Li, an American-born Chinese, grew up in the beautiful country, and his Chinese wasn't very good, making it hard for him to understand their conversation. Noticing the gloomy atmosphere, he spoke slowly. "Isn't there an old saying in China, 'Since you've come, you should make yourself at home'?" Su Chi burst out laughing and said, "Since you've come, you should be at ease." "Yes, yes, yes." The others began a series of inquiries directed at the chef, asking about life habits in the beautiful country, and so on. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, Su Chi was so sleepy that he had dozed off several times, while the others were still holding on. Suddenly, light footsteps appeared in the corridor, and everyone's hearts tightened, nervously looking towards the living room door. Just then, the password was successfully entered. "Dad!" What came into view was indeed Uncle Lou's handsome and well-defined face, though he looked a bit haggard at that moment. Uncle Lou laughed cheerfully. "Aren't you little ones going to rest?" Chef Li sighed in relief upon seeing him. After exchanging greetings, he said in English, "Now I can rest easy. I'm going to sleep first." "Dad, did you succeed?" Lu Wanwan excitedly tugged at his shirt, asking repeatedly. Uncle Lou looked at Moonlight, and the two exchanged direct glances. "Your parents saved me back then, and now you've saved my daughter. I really can't repay the Mu family." Uncle Lou joked, "If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't have had the capital to start business. And it was you who provided support all along that allowed my brother and me to have our good lives today." Uncle Lou sighed and shook his head, thinking he had repaid his debts over the years. But when he saw the villa in ruins and the sea of flames from the burning corpses, he felt afraid. If Moonlight hadn't taken Lu Wanwan away, would his daughter have also been in that sea of fire? Uncle Lou didn't answer, directly pulling out a pair of exquisite handguns from his pocket. One was entirely pink, adorned with pure white roses, while the other was the opposite, entirely white with soft pink flowers. Lu Wanwan instantly fell in love with them and handed the pink one to Moonlight. "I knew you would like them. Go rest now. After Dad finishes eating, you will sleep too. Girls shouldn't stay up late." "Okay, Dad." "Okay, Uncle Lou." Ultimately, the country couldn't stop the arrival of acid rain. Large blowers were still stationed at the mountaintop, attempting to use strong winds to blow the acid rain clouds to the desert, but it was futile. Just like in her past life, it started to rain shortly after lunch. The initial rain was relatively normal, but as time went on, the acidity increased, the smell intensified, and the corrosiveness grew stronger. The group sat in front of the window, watching the large raindrops crash down, their feelings extremely complicated. Due to the rumors, most families had stockpiled food, so they weren't as panicked when faced with the acid rain. Major news outlets had begun reporting that it would only last 3 days and called for everyone to protect the environment. Even now, the term apocalypse felt like a joke to most people, and not many took it seriously. The government was also urging citizens not to believe or spread rumors. Moonlight numbly watched the broadcast. She knew that the spire was not yet fully completed. Once the spire was finished, their flight team would take the elite talents from all over the country in just a few days, leaving behind this group of poor and helpless common people to struggle among the zombies. But they also released information informing everyone of the spire's existence and the route. They shaped the spire base into a paradise, completely isolating it from the normal world that resembled the apocalypse. By then, all the survivors in the country would flock in that direction. The supplies she had on hand were enough for everyone in her house to eat well for several generations. When the time came, they could kill some zombies to pay off their debts and live a prosperous life. There was no need to seek refuge in that slightly paradisiacal place, right? She fell into confusion. A 027 was that guy Wei Jinxiao. Isn't it ridiculous that the big shot she worked with day and night was actually the person she had admired for many years in the game? Even more ridiculous was that he had always known and had been playing with her like a puppet. She was very irritated. On one hand, she tried to persuade herself to let go and not get involved in those right and wrong matters. On the other hand, she felt very puzzled and unwilling. She wanted to understand what his purpose was in doing this. Was there really some unspeakable secret, or was he simply toying with her? Mission 1 closed, Mission 2 closed. Remaining contribution points, 735410000. The cold voice of Xuanwu interrupted her thoughts. New mission has been opened. Please check the mission panel. Moon-Yannian opened the panel. Task 3. Plant vegetables in the space. Each type planted will earn 5 contribution points. Task 4. Add trusted teammates to the team. Each successful addition will earn 50,000 contribution points. Task 5. Prevent teammates from assisting others. Each successful prevention will earn 10,000 contribution points. Moon-Yannian took out seeds of small cabbage, tomatoes, and cucumbers from the space and went to the living room to study them. Nowadays, water, electricity, and the internet are still functioning normally, and the group chat is in an uproar with 99 messages in just a second of not looking. She squatted on the ground, carefully watching the planting tutorial, not even noticing when 2 people had followed her from behind. After finishing, she felt that she hadn't remembered much, so she watched it again. By the time she finally remembered and was ready to get to work, Mu had already planted the seeds in the flower pots on the balcony. Moon-Yannian, this makes me look so silly. Lu Wanwan laughed uncontrollably and pointed at her, saying, "You should spare us from this kind of thing, young lady. I don't even know who the young lady is. How can she, a person who broke 3 bowls while washing dishes, have the face to laugh at herself?" As expected, the 2 of them ended up in a scuffle again. "Nian, do you think there will really be an apocalypse?" After playing for a while, the 2 little girls snuggled up on the sofa, leaning against each other. Moon-Yannian pondered for a moment and replied, "Will there be zombies? How are we going to survive? Can we fight them?" Chapter 11 Main Quest begins. 1. Moon-Yannian gently promised as she ran her fingers through her hair, "I will protect you all." On the 3rd day of the acid rain, the sour smell was already very strong, and the residents on the top floor discovered that the ceiling was starting to leak. Damn the developer, cutting corners. Can you see if this house is still livable? Moon-Yannian's former neighborhood group sent quite a few pictures of leaks. The other residents who don't live on the top floor offered a few words of comfort, but their words couldn't hide their schadenfreude. Moon-Yannian casually flipped through her thoughts with a cold smile. The country would soon initiate artificial rain to try to reduce the concentration of acid rain. By then, they would discover that the acid rain had corroded the drainage systems of major cities, and the cities would be facing a deluge. The upper floors might just have leaks, but the lower floors would be flooded. Main mission has appeared. Please handle it as soon as possible. Just 2 days before the new year, Moon-Yannian added a few little friends to the team and was pleasantly surprised to find that everyone's trust level was very high. However, tasks 3 and 4 are long-term tasks that have always existed. The vitality of the space is even more remarkable. Whatever is lost comes back quickly and pleasingly. In just 2 days, the little tomatoes have already started to bloom. Moon-Yannian opened the task panel and was stunned when she saw the main quest. Main quest 1. Go to the First People's Hospital in the city center to rescue Dr. Zhou with a time limit of 24 hours. Moon-Yannian looked left and right, puzzled, and asked, "Where's the reward?" Xuanwu did not explain much and directly pulled out the contract signed back then for her to see. Goodness. The 3rd clause was clearly stated. The system would provide her with some special assistance, a whole page of feature introductions, like unlocking, etc., and items that could be exchanged with contribution points, which couldn't be bought outside, another whole page of product introductions. Only at the end was there a small note. Players must complete the main storyline tasks without compensation as the cost of using the system, and failure would result in penalties. How is this any different from fraud? Moon-Yannian was so angry that she found it hard to catch her breath. The punishment mode is a spinning wheel. Players can select from 9 types of punishments on the punishment panel before spinning. Moon-Yannian, you're actually quite nice. Dr. Zhou, why does that name sound so familiar? She clicked on the information and was shocked. Isn't this the infamous Mad Doctor from the Spire base? This Dr. Zhou, in her early 20s, has already achieved remarkable accomplishments in the field of rare diseases in the country. In her previous life, she was taken away by the Spire at the same time. Known for her bad temper and quirky personality, but with superb medical skills, treasured by her former godfather. She couldn't understand why she needed to save him. Unfortunately, Xuanwu didn't want to explain, and no matter how much she pressed, she couldn't get a clear answer. Acid rain would only last for 3 days, and it would stop tomorrow. After the rain stops, the zombie outbreak would occur. She only had 24 hours, and it was over 3 hours' drive to the city center. Her powers wouldn't awaken for several more days. How could her current body fight against zombies? So the best plan was to set off now to save someone and avoid the zombie outbreak. When she mentioned her plan to go save someone, it faced 5 votes of dissent. Even Mu, who usually listened to her, strongly opposed it. Sister, look at how corroded the cars outside are. What are you going to take to the city center? Moonlight looked down in response to the words. Oh my. The entire paint on the car had completely faded, with large and small holes all over it. She really didn't understand what kind of madness was happening. What kind of person was worth risking her life to save? Faced with the confusion and doubts from several people, Moonlight fell silent. The contract included a confidentiality agreement, so she couldn't disclose anything about the system. Just when she was struggling to find the right words, Mu suddenly turned red in the face, as if something was stuck in her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She instantly felt cold all over and could not move. She had seen similar symptoms in her father. A hereditary rare disease had triggered cardiomyopathy and heart failure, with difficulty breathing being the most obvious early symptom. Why didn't she notice this in her previous life? The dazzling black enhanced version of the SUV sped down the road, with large raindrops hitting the windshield and creating ripples of yellow. Next to her sat a burly bodyguard, over 8 meters tall, dressed in black. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding along without hitting the brakes, and fortunately, due to the acid rain, there were no obstacles on the road. Damn it, what kind of person is rushing in this acid rain? This car looks so expensive. Wouldn't it hurt to have it corroded by acid rain? Is this the world of the rich? Many people leaned against the window to watch this car defying the rain. Moonlight knows about the natural disasters in the next 7 years. She had already given special instructions during the modification of her vehicle, worried about being discovered, and even deliberately chose different modification shops for the renovations. Of course, many of the operations are illegal, but she repeatedly assured that the vehicle would not be on the road and would only be for collection, setting a high price, which made those bold and skilled individuals agree. For example, the exterior of the vehicle she is currently driving has an added layer of glass, as acid rain does not corrode glass. However, even if she wasn't prepared, facing a situation like today, she would have to go out, rain or shine. The rain is getting heavier, and Moonlight sees that many shops by the roadside are crowded with people, clearly indicating that 3 days ago, when the acid rain fell suddenly, these shoppers were trapped here. Moonlight knew that it was very likely their final resting place. Her foot never left the accelerator, and the speed at which she was driving was enough to make even the traffic police uncle want to treat her to a few days of meals. There is 1 kilometer left to the destination. Turn left at the first intersection ahead, slow down, and prepare to enter the underground parking garage. Moonlight splashed a lot of water as she elegantly floated. She suddenly thought, is there glass protection on the car chassis? The thought only flickered in her mind for a second before being suppressed. As she drove into the underground parking lot, her arms trembled slightly, but she still remembered to send a message to you.Why. Arrived safely. The two opened the car doors, and a foul smell hit them. Years of instinct made her pull out a steel rod from the back of the car. Without thinking, she instinctively swung the rod to fend off whatever it was, and the bodyguard quickly followed up with a few shots. However, the zombie only paused for a moment before lunging at them again. Shoot it in the forehead. The bodyguard obediently aimed and fired, hitting it right between the eyes, and it fell to the ground, never to rise again. How could there be zombies at this time? Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? She had no time to think and pulled the bodyguard toward the elevator. According to the information from Xuanwu, Dr. Zhou was on the 17th floor of this building. Damn, the power is out. Moonlight, coughing up blood, had no choice but to climb the stairs. As soon as she reached the 2nd floor, She smelled a strong odor of blood and decay, and she thought to herself that it was not good. She kicked open the emergency exit door, and what greeted her was 3 to 5 zombies gnawing on a corpse. Chapter 12. Main Quest Activated, Part 2, Without Hesitation. She swung the steel rod, using both hands with force, as if she were chopping a large watermelon, killing the zombies in her path. The ground was littered with zombies. The bodyguard, caught off guard by her strength, followed her while firing his gun. His weapon was also specially made, making a sound quieter than a door closing. Although Moonlight had not yet awakened any other abilities, her rich combat experience from her previous life made dealing with these low-level zombies feel like chopping vegetables. There were many surviving doctors and nurses on the second floor, and upon seeing their savior, they cautiously poked their heads out of the wards to look at her. Moonlight was anxious and had no time to calm these people down. After speaking, she coolly turned and headed to the next floor, making her way straight to the 17th floor, where the bodyguards were merely there to clean up. Fortunately, it was still early on, and there weren't many zombies in the building. Xuanwu guided her along the way. "Dr. Zhou," she shouted as she kicked open the laboratory door. 4 or 5 medical staff turned their heads in shock to look at her. Moonlight immediately recognized the delicate man in the pink t-shirt and white lab coat in the middle. He had soft features, and his androgynous appearance was complemented by a pair of gold rimless glasses. He held a syringe in his hand and looked at her with a puzzled expression. The girl didn't bother to explain much. She just stepped forward, grabbed him, and was ready to leave. Dr. Zhou was surprisingly compliant, but the others were unhappy and repeatedly stepped forward to block them. Where did this little girl come from, and what does she want? "Doctor." Zhou still held the green vial of potion in his hand, and for some reason, he didn't feel repulsed by Moonlight and genuinely wanted to go with her. "There's no time. My brother has a hereditary rare disease, and he's currently in the early stages of an attack, struggling to breathe. You must come with me to save him." "Huh?" He agreed. Everyone in the lab was stunned, not expecting the usually aloof doctor Zhou to be so easy to talk to. The assistant exclaimed in disbelief, "Teacher, our experiment isn't finished yet." Dr. Zhou looked at her and asked, "Can you take my student with you? I need an assistant." Okay, hurry up." The other few people immediately looked at her with hopeful expressions. "Moonlight. She's not a scavenger. I can only take 2 people at most. I've cleared out all the infected in this building, so it's relatively safe. But following me doesn't guarantee things will be any better." A few people were a bit disappointed, but didn't press the issue. The assistant quickly packed up Dr. Zhou's small medical kit, and as everyone was leaving, Moonlight was pulled back by Dr. Zhou at the end. "Take all the equipment here with you, Dr. Zhou instructed in a low voice. Moonlight opened her mouth in surprise. "No, how'd he know?" Despite her countless doubts, she obediently stored all the equipment from the entire 17th floor into her space. Remaining contribution points, 0. "What?" Moonlight excitedly covered her mouth. She never expected these pieces of equipment to be so expensive that they cleared all her debts worth several hundred million. The girl was exceptionally thrilled, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth, practically bouncing as she walked. The 4 of them walked down the stairs, and by the time they reached the 15th floor, the little assistant was already so weak in the legs that she couldn't go any further. Moonlight found him bothersome and had the bodyguard carry him. The further down they went, the more terrifying the scene became, all of which was Moonlight's doing just moments ago. "Aren't you afraid?" Moonlight asked curiously, noticing that Dr. Zhou's expression remained calm. "Doctor." Zhou glanced at her and replied, "You're not afraid." Moonlight was speechless. How could it be the same for her? She had struggled for 9 years in the apocalypse in her previous life. What kind of storms had she not seen? This little scene was nothing. But he wasn't afraid either. It's best if he's not afraid, to avoid causing her trouble later in the apocalypse. She was already prepared to take him with her all the time. Dr. Zhou turned his head away arrogantly. The little assistant said, "We haven't eaten much in these 3 days, trapped in the hospital." Moonlight got out of the car and opened the trunk. Taking advantage of the cover, she pulled out some dry food and pure water from the space and tossed them to the 3 people. The little assistant, and Jia, nodded repeatedly while munching on bread. Praising, "Little sister, how are you so strong?" Moonlight looked at him in the mirror, her youthful face clean and pure. With a pair of amber eyes that were bright and clear, clearly a good-hearted person who wouldn't survive long in the apocalypse. Now that he was with me, he would have to listen to me from now on. And Jia obediently nodded and said, of course. Moon-Yin-Yin had a puzzled expression. She thought this kid was still living in the dream that civilization would soon be restored, but unexpectedly, he accepted reality so quickly and was so perceptive. She felt a bit more interested and tried to add the two of them to her team. To her surprise, the system feedback indicated that their loyalty was surprisingly high, which was quite unexpected. Although she couldn't understand it, it didn't affect her good mood. The vehicle had just driven 2 kilometers when a building in front of them suddenly collapsed, blocking their way. What the hell? Moon-Yin-Yin didn't hesitate to turn around and prepare to bypass it, planning the best route for you. A 3D route guide appeared before her, and she calmly proceeded according to the route. And Jia was a bit scared and held onto Dr. Zhou's hand with some force. Teacher, are we going to die? Doctor. Zhou looked at him with disdain and said, if we die, then we die. But our experiment isn't finished yet. Dr. Zhou fell silent, pondering for a long time before asking Moon-Yin-Yin, hey, are you going to let us die? Moon-Yin-Yin choked and said irritably, I won't. Doctor. Zhou shrugged and said, see, she said she won't. And Jia patted his chest and said, that's good. At most, in another half-month, our experiment should be successful. Moon-Yin-Yin didn't hear the following sentences. She was focused on navigating the road. Unfortunately, Moon-Yin-Yin didn't have that much time or goodwill to save anyone. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she put it on speaker. Yin-Yin, where are you? There are suddenly a lot of zombies in the community. Real zombies. Just like in the movies. Lu Wanwan's voice was filled with fear and excitement, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. With Uncle Lu and the bodyguard team around, she wasn't worried about her hometown being robbed. Chapter 13. Main quest activated 3. There was a problem on the road. It will probably take about 2 more hours. How's you? Your brother is fine now. We're killing the zombies in the opposite building. Oh my god, it's so much fun. Munyanyan. Well, as long as it's fun. She underestimated Lu Wanwan, who returned from studying in the beautiful country. I heard it's particularly chaotic there, and you can often hear gunshots. While Lu Wanwan's favorite games are shooting games. Moon-Yin-Yin rushed home like a bolt of lightning, frantically, seeing that the main quest on the task panel was still incomplete. She puzzledly asked, I've already rescued the person. Why isn't it counted as successful? The countdown was still ticking away, making her feel inexplicably anxious. Dear player, the target person is not yet completely out of danger. Moon-Yin-Yin is in control now. How could she possibly let him get into trouble in front of her? It's hard to say. It really is hard to say. The Huating Jingyuan is right in front of her, but there's no way to get there. All the buildings outside the community have collapsed into ruins, and vehicles simply can't get in. Moon-Yin-Yin was really about to vomit blood. The acid rain outside was still pouring down incessantly. She couldn't possibly wait with the 3 of them until the rain stopped tomorrow afternoon. Could she? She gripped the steering wheel and frantically searched for materials in her space that could block the acid rain. This acid rain not only eroded the skin when it dripped on people, but its smell also had a significant impact and damage to the human body. To make matters worse, the vehicle's fuel tank was running on empty, and she had no way to get out and refuel. The others in the car clearly noticed the problem, and Jia asked, is that the community we are supposed to go to up ahead? The bright lights and gunfire over there seemed particularly dazzling on this rainy night. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded and said, yes, but our way is blocked. This community is quite impressive. Almost all the neighborhoods we've passed on the way have lost power, yet still so bright here. Moon-Yin-Yin seemed to realize something and opened her phone to check the news. A report published 3 minutes ago informed everyone that due to an unknown virus infection, there had been a few cases of people biting others in the urban area, urging everyone to stay home and isolate to prevent transmission. What the hell is going on upstairs? Can't they let people sleep? It's so noisy. Whose kid keeps knocking on my door? It's so annoying. Can someone manage that? Someone is knocking on my door too. It's so scary, I don't dare to open it. The chat groups in both communities were very noisy, with messages flying in every minute. Just then, someone in the company group mentioned her. She read through the messages one by one, most of them expressing gratitude towards her. She felt complicated. A few words from her could change the fates of so many people. In her previous life, they had been trapped in factories, living off the food provided there. When chaos broke out, Nearby residents came to rob them of food and supplies, injuring many. In short, very few survived until the end. Perhaps in this life, a few more might live. Through interaction with everyone, she learned that it wasn't acid rain falling globally. Perhaps their mountain area was clean and pure, untouched by pollution. It was just experiencing an incessant heavy rain that had washed away many riverbanks. However, compared to the acid rain, it was a big problem since they all lived on the mountaintop and wouldn't be flooded. Moon-Yannian deliberately referred to zombies as infected individuals, carefully reminding them of their characteristics and weaknesses, hoping they could survive a little longer. Time passed second by second, and dawn was approaching. "Hey, power bank. Doctor." Zoe tapped her shoulder. She pretended to pull one out of her pocket and handed it to him. When she had the chance, she would definitely ask this guy how he knew she had spatial abilities or whether he was aware that he had the Xuanwu system. The rain would stop for a while in an hour, and we would walk over. Moon-Yannian was taken aback and said, "How do you know?" Dr. Xiao, without raising his head and while scrolling through his phone, did not answer. Moon-Yannian was speechless. In her past life, he also had this bad temper, indifferent to everyone. Yet, her adoptive father valued him greatly and protected him thoroughly. She tapped the steering wheel, contemplating how, in this life, she had intercepted Dr. Zoe ahead of time. What about her adoptive father? If Dr. Zoe played a significant role, wouldn't that reduce her adoptive father's chances against A027? Thinking of this, she slapped her forehead. Why worry about so much? Who cares who wins or loses? She didn't care. She just wanted to find a safe place to survive with her friends. An hour later, the rain indeed stopped. Dr. Zoe was the first to get out of the car, saying, "Hurry, we only have a few minutes." And Jia jumped out of the car without hesitation and ran towards the community. Fortunately, there were ruins to step on, and the acid rainwater on the ground wouldn't corrode their feet. Moon-Yannian signaled her bodyguard to follow, and after the three of them walked several steps forward, she also stored the car into her space. She joked that the cost of this car was very high, and she couldn't bear to get rid of it after just one use. When they reached the entrance of the community, they found it covered in blood, a horrific sight that was no longer reminiscent of its previous luxury and splendor. There were also several corpses missing their heads, carelessly discarded and unable to undergo transformation. Moon-Yannian led a few people deeper inside, quickly passing through several buildings until they reached Building F. As soon as they entered the first floor, they felt a stark contrast to the outside. The clean and tidy floor stood in sharp contrast to the other buildings. Moon-Yannian knew that this was because Uncle Lu had bought the entire building. The floors below the 8th were completely empty, and above the 8th were all his bodyguards, which made her feel extremely secure. She thought that even in her past life, Uncle Lu must have had the status of a small base leader. Main Mission 1 completed. Experience points increased. More abilities unlocked on the ability panel. Please check it yourself, player. I'll give you some credit for that. But she didn't rush to look. Instead, she took Dr. Zoe to see her brother. Muyu had already woken up at this moment, sitting dazedly against the bed in a trance, showing no reaction even when Moon-Yannian arrived. Dr. Zoe drove everyone out and slammed the door shut. Moon-Yannian looked at Njia and said, "You got kicked out too?" Njia smiled and explained, "You get used to it. My teacher doesn't like anyone around when examining patients." As he spoke, his stomach growled again, and he shyly said, "I'm sorry, I've been hungry for too long." Chef Li's eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure, and he pulled Njia away. Moon-Yannian stared at the doorknob, not knowing what was on her mind. Lu Wanwan came over to tell her about the events of the night, and suddenly, it started to drizzle with acid rain outside. Moon-Yannian pressed her lips together, feeling increasingly that this Dr. Zoe was unfathomable. Chapter 14. Exchange of Power System Abilities. "Hey, I'm talking to you. You're ignoring me again." Lu Wanwan bit her wrist in dissatisfaction, but didn't apply any force. Moon-Yannian is funny. She took out a tomato, freshly picked from the space, and handed it to her, saying, "Here, eat this." Don't think that a single tomato can buy me off." Moon-Yannian knew she was intentionally diverting her attention, so she cooperatively went along with the conversation. Suddenly, her phone rang. She opened it and found it was a voice message from the Huading Jingyuan community group. Her fingers were slow, and she didn't click on it in time, so she couldn't hear what was being discussed. However, from the group messages, She could roughly tell that the first batch of people who didn't believe the apocalypse was coming had run out of supplies. But outside, it was acid rain, and there was standing water on the ground. They couldn't go out and could only seek help from their neighbors in the community. Unfortunately, the occupancy rate in this community was too low, and most people in the group were not here. Moonlight glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. This meant that in about 4 hours the acid rain would end, followed by a gap of about 3 hours before a 10-day period of heavy rain would begin. She hesitated about whether to remind the group when she saw someone had already said something. A person with a red flower avatar said, "The rain will stop around 3 o'clock. You can go out to shop. If you miss this opportunity, the next one will be in 10 days. Moonlight frowned, but she didn't say anything about how the zombie virus would break out after the rain stopped. Out of curiosity, she added this person who seemed to be flourishing. The other party didn't respond for a long time, and she didn't foolishly wait in front of her phone. Seeing that both of them were sweating profusely, obviously having exercised, Moonlight asked, "What are you doing?" "Boss, Big Brother Lou took me downstairs to work out. I tell you, the floor below us actually has a huge gym. Can you believe it?" He excitedly described the magnificent scene downstairs. Moonlight clicked her tongue twice and said, "President Lou is indeed President Lou. There's no way around it. At my age, I need to exercise more. Otherwise, with my daughter being so small, who can protect her?" Just as she was joking, Dr. Zoe finally came out, looking exhausted as if he had been drained. NGS skillfully helped him sit on the couch and took out a small box from his pocket, retrieving a syringe to inject it into him. Everyone nervously watched the two. Uncle Lou casually said, "That's fine. I'll move downstairs with Xiao Su for easier training. You can use those 2 bedrooms, and then can you turn the study into a laboratory?" Dr. Zoe didn't even get up to look and readily agreed. They only needed a space for the experiment. A dust-free environment wasn't necessary. With a major concern resolved, a large group of people gathered together for lunch. Chef Lee's cooking was quite good. When he was free, he would experiment with the existing ingredients. What were simple ingredients in his hands turned into delicious dishes, leaving everyone feeling relaxed and satisfied after eating. At 3 in the afternoon, the rain indeed stopped. Moonlight stood by the window and looked down, seeing a few people going downstairs and walking outside. "Baby, should we go stock up on supplies?" Moonlight looked towards a small mountain and said, "Is it necessary? Maybe you can ask your dad if his bodyguard team needs anything." You.Why quickly ran off to find her dad. Moonlight took the opportunity to check the ability panel. Power type ability, 10,000 contribution points. Seeing such low prices, Moonlight incredulously said, "Did you set it wrong?" "Dear player, I forgot to inform you. Your debt limit has been cleared." Moonlight had a face full of question marks. Was it really that stingy? She thought happily to herself and decisively arranged one for herself first. When she awakened her powers in her past life, it took her 3 full days, and she was so groggy that she almost died. She didn't expect the product from the space to be so effective, showing results immediately without any side effects. She casually picked up 2 bags of 50-pound rice to test the feel, and it was great, very good, very strong. Satisfied, she clicked again to prepare one for You.Why, but to her surprise, it showed that she needed 100,000 contribution points. Moonlight roared in anger, "Xuanwu, don't go too far." Xuanwu remained silent and quietly opened the explanation on the ability template. It clearly stated that the first exchange was a special benefit given to players by the system, and from the second one onward, the value would increase 10-fold sequentially. Moonlight coughed up blood, staring at the 90,000 contribution points, completely at a loss for words. However, she suddenly noticed a new panel that had been added, the healing panel. Curiously, she clicked on it, and like the previous panel, most of it was pitch black and unremarkable, with only one item, basic potion, 10,000 bottle lit up. She carefully read the description, and, surprisingly, the efficacy of this potion was even better than the advanced potions developed by the tower base in her previous life. The fruits and vegetables she had planted in her space had all matured, so she fenced off the area to prevent animals from coming in and ruining them. She took a box and used her mind to collect the right crops, then dug up the soil again to plant new seeds. After a flurry of chaotic activity, the people outside saw her as if she were sleeping with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes in confusion and met Lu Wanwan's gaze. Both of them filled with bewilderment, and they tacitly got up and walked out to the corridor. Oh my God, I can't see clearly. Moonlight also had no choice but to take the elevator down to the second floor with the other person. She asked Xuanwu if he had any abilities to enhance his vision. Xuanwu thought for a long time and told her that he would have them in the future. When they reached the second floor terrace, they could indeed see clearly. The acid rainwater on the ground seemed to have vanished into thin air. Many residents rushed out to buy supplies, scrambling to ensure they wouldn't miss out. The two of them looked around for the woman who had just screamed, "Help me!" There is suddenly a riot in the West District. Two little girls hurried to the West District terrace to watch the commotion. A beautiful pregnant woman fell to the ground. Behind her was a slow-moving female zombie, hindered by the sunlight. Its long nails and lowered head obscured its face. The woman reached out her hand to those around her, pleading, "Help me." Chapter 15. The Heart of a Saint is unwanted. Just as Moonlight was thinking about how to stop Lu Wanwan from gaining 1,000 contribution points, the little girl coldly raised her hand and said, "She can't survive." Moonlight was surprised. Did that 10,000 just fly away like that? Shouldn't a normal girl feel a surge of compassion in this situation? What's wrong with her best friend? Why? Don't you want to save her? Who would have thought that Lu Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, "Haven't you seen her arm is bitten? Have you never seen a pig run after eating pork? This is definitely going to mutate, and whoever tries to save her will end up dead." After saying that, she even tapped Moonligh's head and said, "In the apocalypse, people like you with your savior complex will be the first to die." Moonlight, even Lu Wanwan is like this. She couldn't think of anyone else in her team who would be so overly compassionate. After considering for a while, she called in Jie, who had come to training with her. To her surprise, when she called, everyone showed up except for Mu Yoyu, who was sleeping. Moonlight was at a loss for words, pointing at the woman and saying, "She is injured." Oh, a few people responded coldly, as if it had nothing to do with them. Moonlight was shocked and repeated in disbelief, "She is injured. She's pregnant, with such a big belly. And you just, what else could it be?" Dr. Zhou looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Moonlight was speechless, and Jia then seriously said, "She really is so pitiful, right?" Moonlight is lit up. Who knew Jia would continue? She doesn't even have a chance to turn into a zombie anymore. The sun is scorching now, which greatly limits the zombies. This is the last opportunity for those without food to stock up. Nian girl, your saintly heart won't do. Uncle Lu earnestly taught her, "I haven't seen you so indecisive in the business world." Moonlight was truly speechless this time. What kind of people are in this team? Her 10,000 yuan investment was completely wasted, and she had even wanted to give Lu Wanwan a power-type ability. Let's go. There's nothing worth looking at. It's really chaotic outside. It's better to train a bit more. Unfortunately, this idea was firmly rejected by Xuanwu. Did they really think rebirth was that simple? The few of them were taken by Uncle Lu to train in the training room. When they discovered Moonligh's immense strength, they immediately increased the difficulty for her, having her lift customized barbells weighing over 100 pounds, as if they were nothing. The rain came down as expected, and the power supply at Jingyuan began to fluctuate between weak and strong. Moonligh's greatest joy after daily training is watching others argue in the group. Compared to the chaos in the neighborhood group, the atmosphere in the company group is obviously much better. They support each other and have formed a small group that presents a unified front, resembling the early stages of a base. The heavy rain has continued for 7 days without stopping, and some people can't sit still anymore. They have been on edge due to the zombies, but with the addition of Uncle Lu's bodyguard team, there are no zombies left in the entire neighborhood. Uncle Lu says that such situations will occur more frequently in the future, and his subordinates must get used to it as soon as possible. He is not a saint trying to save anyone. He is simply training his subordinates. Moonlight wanted to say something to dissuade, but the words were stuck in her throat. Earning these 10,000 contribution points is really difficult. "Mr. Lu, our food can only last for 3 more days," said the uncle in charge of cooking, scratching his head with a hint of melancholy. Over here, Moonlight had just finished her training and was completely exhausted, slumped in her chair. Lu Wanwan was also very tired, but she still insisted on walking over to pull her up. "No, don't lie down, get up and rest slowly." The two sisters struggled to support each other to stretch. Suddenly, Lu-Wan collapsed in front of her, and Moon-Yin hurriedly went to catch her. The girl, who had just been completely drained of energy, now picked up Lu-Wan and a princess carry and ran upstairs. Dr. Xiao, quickly save Wan. Dr. Zhou, who was conducting an experiment, accidentally added too much reagent and came out with a face full of anger to look at her. Seeing Lu-Wan's flushed face and painful expression, he ultimately didn't say the reproachful words. He carried her into her room. Moon-Yin obediently followed the instructions, and Jia stepped forward to urge her to leave. But Moon-Yin didn't want to go and looked worriedly at the person on the bed. Little sister, if you don't replenish your energy soon, the next person lying there will probably be you, and Jia scared her, dragging her out forcefully. Moon-Yin took a couple of sips of glucose and couldn't sit still, heading straight for the door. And Jia helplessly said, "Don't worry, your friend is fine. It's actually a good thing for her." Moon-Yin thought of landing Wan's miserable state and suddenly remembered something. That is, the awakening of supernatural abilities. She calmed herself and sat down on the sofa. The awakening of supernatural abilities is not a trivial matter. It will reorganize all the cells in the body and completely change the original structure of humans. Indeed, to gain power, there's always a price. The more painful it is, the stronger the awakened ability. The longer the pain lasts, the broader the path for the subsequent development of the ability. Time ticked by, and Moon-Yin felt she really couldn't sit still. She asked, "What about my brother's situation? Can I go see him? Mu hasn't come out these days, and it's all been in Jia taking care of him. I have no idea what the situation is. However, the Moon-Yin system team can show that Mu Yoyu's vital signs are good, so there doesn't seem to be any major issues." And Jia poured her a cup of tea and said, "Don't be anxious. Your brother's recovery is excellent, but the treatment techniques are confidential, and his current condition cannot be seen by others. You can rest assured." Moon-Yin pressed her lips together. If it weren't for the fact that she could see the loyalty of these two people was quite high, she really wouldn't be at ease. But even so, she still felt worried. Moon-Yin was silent. She really hadn't investigated. She had known about this person in her previous life and always thought he was a reserved and pretentious guy. So she had no interest in getting to know him better. Seeing her expression, and Jia said in disbelief, "No way. You really haven't looked into it?" Moon-Yin nodded. And Jia clicked his tongue in amazement, pulled out his phone, and began to share the information about Dr. Zhou's webpage, discussing this rare medical miracle with her. Just as he was speaking, his mouth dry and parched, the door suddenly opened. Uncle Lu? Chapter 16 System Upgrade. Uncle Lu, with a gloomy face, walked in. His lower half was completely soaked and still dripping with water. He finally couldn't help but ask Xiaoyan, "What about the supplies from the east suburb?" Moon-Yin nervously touched her earlobe and asked, "What's wrong?" Uncle Lu, familiar with her little gesture, felt a sense of relief in his heart, and his expression softened a bit. Under his command were over 1,000 people, and there were only 3 days' worth of rations left. Moon-Yin nodded and said, "No problem. You should take a shower first to avoid catching a cold, and I'll take care of the arrangements." Mr. Lu had been a CEO for many years and knew that some matters did not require digging for details. Knowing that Moon-Yin could handle it, he relaxed. He didn't feel that his trip tonight was in vain. He discovered that the you.Why community was not simple at all, situated on a hilltop with excellent terrain. In lower areas, the water had already reached knee height, and he couldn't imagine what would happen if it rained for a few more days. However, you.Why was quite good. The water flowed down the mountain, and it was surrounded by the ruins of collapsed buildings, preventing vehicles from entering, forming a natural protective shield. He intended to turn this place into a shelter. However, being used to acting independently, he had no plans to discuss it with others. The contribution point exchange rate has been adjusted. Please check it as soon as possible. Moon-Yin clicked in with a puzzled expression and found that the entire system had undergone a significant change, shifting from the original black and white color scheme to a vibrant and colorful interface, which looked quite nice. The original tasks 3, 4, and 5 had been transformed into daily tasks, pinned at the top, while a bunch of new limited-time tasks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 appear below. The main quest template showed a large shadow of a tree, with the root being the rescue of Dr. Zhou, which had been checked off. The exchange template also displayed many items that she couldn't redeem yet, with a small lock in the lower left corner that had a number on it. What does this number mean? You can unlock it when your level reaches. She was amazed and asked, "Have you leveled up?" "It feels much better." Faintly. She seemed to hear a light laugh, but when she listened again, it was gone. Still, that cold voice said, "The stronger the player, the stronger the system will be." Moon-Yannian casually flipped through, suddenly discovering that her 90,000 contribution points had turned into 9,000. She exploded with anger, her fists clenched tightly in reality. Fortunately, Jie came in to help, as she was the only one in the living room. Xuanwu quickly opened the exchange template for her to see, and found that the exchange rate had also lost to 0. Moon-Yannian, the task exchange has also reduced to 0. Planting still requires 5 contribution points per plant. Adding friends is 5,000 per person, and stopping the spread of the saintly heart is 1,000 per time. Moon-Yannian felt that the task of being a Mother Mary had nothing to do with her and was completely useless. But fortunately, the new tasks that emerged were quite good. Task 1. Successfully awaken the abilities of team members, 3,000 per time. Wait, how do I awaken them? Ability manual has been distributed. Please check your receipt, players. Moon-Yannian opened the email and was overwhelmed by the dense text, making her dizzy. Can I print it out for Uncle Lu to see? No. Xian Wu's cold and decisive rejection was disheartening. Moon-Yannian collapsed to the ground, wanting to recruit all those more than 1,000 bodyguards into her team, but the loyalty was not enough to add them. This task, however, required team members to be useful. After completing task 1 once, member Lu Wan awakened fire-type abilities. Congratulations on receiving 3,000 contribution points. Moon-Yannian excitedly waved his hand and gifted Lu Wan a power-type ability. Remaining contribution points, 1,000. At the same time, the price of the power-type ability changed to 100,000, and a small 1 appeared in the lower left corner. What does this mean? Before you level up to level 3, the power-type ability can only be redeemed once. Moon-Yannian was speechless. This broken system is really stingy. Lu Wan excitedly rushed over and said, "Baby, I can breathe fire. Can you believe it?" After saying that, she easily lifted Moon-Yannian up without any effort. Lu Wan was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "How did I also become so strong?" Moon-Yannian smiled broadly, showing her teeth but not her eyes, and suddenly shivered when she met Dr. Zhou's meaningful gaze. It felt a bit terrifying, as if she were standing before him without any clothes on. Uncle Lu appeared slightly fatigued. After all, he was over 40 and had stayed up for a day and night. His eyes were bloodshot. The moment she saw him, Lu Wan dropped Moon-Yannian and ran forward, saying, "Dad, I can breathe fire now, and I've become a strong man like Yannian." Uncle Lu affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to Dr. Zhou, asking, "Is my daughter okay? I heard she fainted from a high fever." Dr. Zhou nodded and said, "This is what they often refer to in TV dramas as the awakening of special abilities. After all, it's a special power invasion, and the human body will have stress responses. It's very normal, so there's no need to worry." After thanking him, Uncle Lu added, "It seems some of my people also have similar symptoms. Could you please take a look?" Dr. Zhou didn't decline, and the three of them walked together. Lu Wan, however, was overly excited and insisted on dragging Moon-Yannian out to fight zombies to test their abilities. The ability manual mentioned that fighting zombies could trigger special powers. After agreeing, she also called Su Qi and Shefli. "Baby, how do we get there?" Moon-Yannian raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." She held the doorknob in her palm, and the door opened instantly. When she touched the keyhole again, the interior of the car lit up. This car was a fully fueled one chosen for her by Xuanwu, with excellent range and a high chassis. Lu Wan was so excited that she bounced up and down, thinking her best friend was simply a goddess. The car started, and Uncle Lu had already cleared a path through the ruins over the past few days, so they could just go straight through. Su Qi looked a bit dazed, still unclear about the situation, while Shefli had a vague suspicion in his heart. The road was bumpy, and everyone fastened their seatbelts and held on tight. There was a farmhouse in the southern district that was usually quite lively, surrounded by mountains, with no one else around except customers. For their team, the danger level there was just right. Lu Wan nodded and said, "I'm all ears." Her mind was filled with her 2 types of abilities, and she kept thinking about how to utilize them later. If it weren't for being in the car and the heavy rain outside, she might have already played with her little flame. Baby, let me tell you, ever since I awakened my abilities, I've been feeling so hot. You won't have to worry about catching a cold anymore. I can keep you warm in bed. Chapter 17, Practicing at the Farmhouse. 1. Moon was amused, and the two of them quickly arrived at the farmhouse while laughing and joking. She parked the car under the eaves, and several zombies could be seen being attracted over. Moon calmly took out her usual steel rod. In her previous life, she had awakened a water-type ability, so a second awakening should be easy. you.Why was already eager to go all out. The two of them wore the same style of tactical suits, but in different colors, standing together like sisters. Honey, let me try my ability first. So don't make a move yet. Moon nodded, and the two men behind her also nodded. Su-Chi held an electric baton, while Chef Li wielded a large knife, reportedly his biggest one. you.Why threw a fireball that hit a zombie squarely, but unfortunately, the heavy rain soaked the zombie, significantly reducing its lethality. The few survivors in the room heard the commotion outside and crowded at the windows to look out. It seemed like someone was coming. Were they here to rescue us? Oh my, big sister, look, that sister has abilities just like you. The girl called Big Sister nodded and said they are so strong. Moon swung her steel rod, smashing the zombie's head open, but unfortunately, her level was too low to deliver a fatal blow. In her previous life, she could have taken off a head with a single strike against such a low-level zombie. They stood under the eaves, taking down the zombies that charged out of the rain one by one. Moon and you.Why were in the front, while Su-Chi and Chef Li were protected at the back, only dealing with the zombies attacking from both sides and patching up any gaps. Moon and the others didn't think much of it, but the few people in the room started discussing, feeling that the two men were useless. Su-Chi gradually became more skilled. Using the electric baton on the wet zombies felt like stacking buffs, making him incredibly enthusiastic about killing. Suddenly, an explosion came from the east room, and the zombies in the middle turned and rushed towards that direction. They clearly knew that the few in the west room were not easy to deal with. After finishing off the last zombie, Moon was stunned. Wait, why'd they all go over there? The others were equally confused. What? Are they tastier than us? you.Why smiled in cooperation. At this point, she had no ability left and was using a steel rod, just like Moon. My fire is too weak. Otherwise, my strength ability would be useful. Elemental abilities are powerful later on. Once the level increases, they become very effective, but she couldn't say that. It was hard to explain. The older sister in the west room had just managed to push back a zombie and was struggling to close the door, but unfortunately, there were too many zombies clawing and scratching at their wooden door. The group worked together to move various pieces of furniture in the room to block it, their hearts racing to the point of being in their throats. Suddenly, a terrifying, grayish hand claw broke through the wooden door and reached in, rummaging around. The third brother was so scared he almost screamed, but the older sister covered his mouth and warned, "If you attract more zombies, we're all going to die." The third brother felt extremely guilty, tears streaming down his face as he said, I'm sorry, I just wanted to save Shouda." The Shouda he mentioned had completely turned into a zombie, becoming one of those scratching at the door outside. The second sister glared at him, saying, "Just a friend with no blood relation, and you almost got us all killed." Even the usually gentle and magnanimous mother was very unhappy at that moment, giving him a stern look without speaking up for him. He truly knew he was wrong, but his heart ached. Little as he was, he and Shouda grew up together. Though not by blood, they were like family. He felt completely weak, looking at the glass where his once familiar friend, as bulging eyes and pale face were, crying uncontrollably. The older sister complained, "Stop crying. It's so annoying." The second sister was also panicking, wringing her hands and asking, "Sister, do you think those people will come to save us?" The older sister had no idea. She found a few sticks in the room and handed one to each person, saying, "If the zombies come in, just try to protect yourselves. I don't know if I can fight off that many." Bang bang, gun fi. The four exchanged glances, and hope rose in their hearts. Moon and you.Why rushed in holding the sister guns, while the two men followed behind, providing cover with perfect coordination. Just as they reached the west room, the overwhelming stench almost made her gag, so she quickly pulled out 4 gas masks from her backpack for cover. She had packed a bulging backpack before leaving, and the other three had no idea what was inside. When they saw her pulling out the masks, they all thought she was incredibly clever. You.Why said while putting on her mask, "Baby, without you, I can't even imagine how I would survive." Moonlight made a heart gesture towards her and felt alive after putting on the mask. "Oh my God, is there a duck farm behind this?" A strong odor wafted through the air. Not only that, but there were also many small animals raised and even the smell of corpses. Chef Li spoke authoritatively, and the other three unanimously agreed. The zombie virus initially does not infect non-human creatures, but many domesticated poultry that weren't managed fell sick and died, while others starved to death. After their corpses began to decay, an epidemic started to break out among them. However, animals can also self-rescue. Through genetic modification, they mutate rapidly, and their combat power skyrockets. The lethality of a single chicken can rival that of an ordinary zombie. It's uncertain whether the animals in the backyard have started to mutate. If a super mutant were to emerge, its crystal core would not only be harmless to humans, but could also greatly enhance human abilities. In a previous life, this discovery came years later when the mutated beasts had become incredibly powerful and difficult to capture, making animal crystal cores extremely precious. After dealing with the zombies outside, the people inside carefully opened a crack in the door. However, Moonlight and the others had no intention of acknowledging them and headed straight to the backyard to check on the poultry. "Hey, hello, thank you for saving us." The girl looked a bit embarrassed, while her mother smiled gently and said, "Regardless, you indeed saved us. Is there anything we can help you with? It seems like you're looking for something." Moonlight raised an eyebrow, feeling that this woman was quite observant. "Are you the host or the guest? We are here on vacation, and the owner here has already passed away." "Passed away, huh? Then that thing has become ownerless. Is it okay to take it away?" Moonlight nodded and asked, "How many livestock are there in the backyard? Is there anything special?" Upon hearing the word special, several people's expressions changed, seemingly fearful of something. The eldest sister said, "Sister, I know that all of you are very powerful, but that one in the backyard is even more terrifying. I advise you not to provoke it easily." Chapter 18, Practicing at the Farmhouse, Part 2. A few people were anxious to follow, but the smell was truly overwhelming. Uncle Li smiled and tried to persuade them in his broken Chinese, while Su Chi translated on the side. "Don't worry, we will be fine. This smell is irritating and unpleasant. It might even be harmful to your health, so you shouldn't come along." Moonlight threw away the steel rod in her hand when she passed by the woodpile, replacing it with something from someone else. The two of them walked to the door, and Moonlight swung her knife to cut open the bolt. Upon entering, the desolation was all the result of acid rain. "Players, please be careful. The danger level nearby is not low." Moonlight immediately protected You.Why behind her, taking a horse stance and preparing for battle, the axe in her hand shining with a cold light as if it were calling out. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, seemingly quite a commotion, and sure enough, 3 seconds later, a group of dark-water buffalo charged in. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their nostrils flared as if they were not quite normal. From 3 to 5 meters away, she took a swift step forward with her knife raised. This knife was no ordinary knife. Just moments ago, she had upgraded it with contribution points, making its sharpness unmatched compared to before. You.Why closely followed, watching her striking figure, and the splatter of buffalo blood on the dry grass added a touch of color to the scene. She wanted to help, but unfortunately, without her abilities, she was no match for these crazed buffalo. To avoid causing trouble for Moonlight, she carefully stayed a little behind, dealing with smaller animals that burst onto the scene, such as chickens, ducks, and geese. Soon after, Su Chi and Dr. Zhou joined the fight, handling small animals just like You.Why and occasionally managing to take down a large black buffalo. The battle lasted nearly 2 hours, but fortunately, the gas mask had strong functionality, preventing anyone from feeling oxygen-deprived during such intense activity. Moonlight finished taking down the last cow, panting heavily. "Dear player, in this round you have killed 2,000 water buffaloes and 800 sheep. You have received a system reward of 2,800 contribution points. Attention! Traces of animal crystal cores have been discovered." Moonlight dug at her ear and followed the guidance given by Xuan Wu as she moved forward. As she got closer, she suddenly saw a faint glow that was being concealed. She took out a small dagger, crouched down, and lifted the body that was covering it. She saw that the light source was coming from the belly of a golden-yellow sheep, and with a swift motion, she cut it open. Her heart trembled. This was the crystal core of an animal, a thing 1,000 times more precious than a zombie crystal core. Even in her previous life, as the heir of the largest base, she had only seen it twice. However, the golden grain in her palm instantly turned into a puddle of liquid and disappeared. Moon-Yin-Yin only felt her entire left arm was in unbearable pain, tingling and numbness. She half knelt on the ground, tightly hugging as if enduring something. The few people still picking up animals heard the sound and hurried over, anxiously asking, "What's wrong, Yin-Yin?" The rain was too heavy and their visibility was poor. They stumbled several times over the animals on the ground, looking quite disheveled. "What's wrong with me?" Moon-Yin-Yin asked Xian-Wu while enduring the pain. The animal crystal nucleus is very unstable. After it leaves the body, it will urgently seek a suitable host. Congratulations, you have been chosen. You are currently advancing in the spatial ability. Level 6 is a watershed, and pain is inevitable. Moon-Yin-Yin could no longer hear her speech, her whole body fainting in a pool of blood. Lu-Wan-Wan was the first to rush to her side, picking her up and heading toward the house. Lu-Wan-Wan did not want to enter their house as it was too close to the backyard, and the smell was unbearable. Her abilities were recovering too slowly, and now she could only help dry Moon-Yin-Yin's hair. After getting her permission, the older sister brought in a basin of water and asked, pointing at the pile of clothes, "Can I take these to dry?" Lu-Wan-Wan waved her hand, still dripping water herself, while helping Moon-Yin-Yin wipe her face. She felt extremely cold all over and was still shivering in her sleep. Her phone rang. It was a call from her father. Lu-Wan-Wan put it on speaker and briefly explained the situation here, but unfortunately, she had been too far away to see Moon-Yin-Yin devour the crystal core, so she only mentioned this strange change. Dr. Zhou said lightly, "It's nothing. She just awakened her abilities, just like you did back then. Don't worry, just stay with her. She should be fine soon." Upon hearing this, Lu-Wan-Wan immediately felt relieved. Uncle Lu, however, was not at ease, scolding them before asking for the address, saying he would come soon. Dr. Zhou, who had planned to sleep, was also pulled along. Moon-Yin-Yin's awakening was faster than anyone had imagined, probably just half an hour. Her arm still hurt so much that she couldn't lift it. "Baby, are you okay?" Hearing Lu-Wan-Wan's voice, which was tinged with tears, she forced a smile, wanting to comfort her, but unable to find the words. After a long while, she finally said, "Upgrading abilities involves going through these things, just a small matter." As if to validate her words, after another half an hour, all the strange sensations in her arm disappeared. She felt a lightness all over, as if all the heavy burdens on her body had vanished. She suddenly sat up, shook her hand, and laughed. "Look, it's all fine now." A large expanse of white skin was exposed, and Lu-Wan-Wan quickly reached out to cover her. "On such a cold day, you mustn't catch a cold." Feeling the warmth from Lu-Wan-Wan's body, she greedily leaned closer to her. Fire-type abilities are really great, making her feel like a little heater. Lu-Wan-Wan was already dry, so she could only hold her. "What ability did you awaken?" Moon-Yin-Yin blinked her eyes and said half-truthfully, "The space system." "Oh, wow. This is the ability I want the most." Lu-Wan-Wan looked at her with a face full of envy. Moon-Yin-Yin secretly noted that once the system sold this ability, she would immediately arrange one for herself. Hearing the noise inside, the older sister knocked on the door and said, "The clothes are dry. Can I bring them in?" "Oh, cool." By the time Moon-Yin-Yin got dressed again, Uncle Lu and the others had not yet arrived. She simply put her mask back on, grabbed an umbrella, and went to the backyard to collect her spoils. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, she quickly checked the changes in her space. They said that level 6 was a watershed, so she wanted to see what was different. The moment she entered, she was stunned. A fully modernized industry was spread across her farmland, with robots helping her harvest, sow seeds, and feed animals, forming a complete closed-loop system. Chapter 19. We have to leave here. She was overjoyed, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. It seemed that upgrading her space ability would be difficult in the future, but for now, this was enough for her. Looking at the system, due to the upgrade of her ability, There were faint signs that her experience points were nearing a breakthrough to level 3, as if she was not far from it. After these poultry were brought into the space, the robots automatically began to process them, peeling, slaughtering, and cleaning all in one go, which was very worry-free. She wondered, "How did you guys come here?" Uncle Lou, seeing that she was fine, immediately gave her a playful knuckle on the head. "You little brat. How dare you be so bold? You didn't even tell me before running out." Moon-Yin smiled reluctantly, feeling quite nice about being cared for by her elders. Hearing the commotion, Lu-Wan came out excitedly and said, "Dad, let me tell you, Yin has awakened her space ability." She chattered about how amazing Moon-Yin was. When Moon-Yin met Dr. Zhou's meaningful gaze, she suddenly felt exposed and turned her head away shyly. After a few people gathered, once Lu-Wan finished explaining what had happened, Uncle Lou looked at Moon-Yin. After a brief consideration, Uncle Lou agreed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Moon-Yin prepared to search the farmhouse. She took Su-Chi to the main house where the host lived. And even through the gas mask, she felt a physiological discomfort, clearly the strange smell emitted after the death of a similar being. Kicking the door open, she indeed saw 2 corpses with their skulls hollowed out, lying naked on the ground, their clothes stripped off. She scanned the small room with a frown, taking everything useful she could find. The space ability was great once it was clear, making it particularly handy to use. Su-Chi watched her as if she were performing magic, feeling envious and saying, "This is really amazing. Isn't it amazing that Wan can smash fireballs with her bare hands?" "Amazing, amazing." He nodded vigorously, enviously asking, "When can I awaken my own ability?" Moon-Yin opened the team panel and glanced at it. "It's almost time." Su-Chi took it as her comforting herself, kicking a pebble, and said, "Boss, I feel so useless. A big man like me actually has to hide behind you." Moon-Yin was amused by this, but didn't know how to comfort him. Not only him, but even Chef Li felt uncomfortable. He was completely exhausted, and his hands were swollen like 2 caterpillars. "Boss, am I going to die?" Sui, already delirious from the fever, began to see hallucinations. It's darkest before dawn, and visibility was extremely low. Moon-Yin was very focused on driving, casually responding. Lu-Wan slapped him and said, "What are you talking about? Are you about to awaken your abilities?" Task 1 completed twice. Member Su-Chi awakens a power-type ability. Congratulations on earning 3,000 contribution points. Task 1 completed 3 times. Member Li Zhuqing awakens a healing-type ability. Congratulations on earning 3,000 contribution points. Moon-Yin looked through the rearview mirror and saw the 2 still in great pain. Puzzled, they haven't successfully awakened yet? The ability crystal core has already been formed, but the body transformation still needs a little more time. Moon-Yin understood clearly. It really wasn't in vain to come out this time. Task 1 completed 4 times. Member Lu Yin awakened fire-type ability. Congratulations on receiving 3,000 contribution points. Huh? Uncle Lou has also awakened his ability? And it's the same ability as Lu-Wan. Truly, like father, like daughter. Experience points are full. Upgrading in progress. Expected to take 3 days to complete. As soon as this was said, the entire system went black, and no matter how Moon-Yin called, there was no response. Moon-Yin coughed up blood and took out her phone, only to find that there was no signal in this desolate wilderness. Helpless, she pulled over to the side. She was already bad with directions, and it was even harder to find her way in the pitch-black early morning. The bodyguard in the back drove up to her side and asked in confusion, "Miss Yin, what's wrong?" Uncle Lou in the passenger seat was flushed all over and had already fainted. Moon-Yin rolled down the car window and said apologetically, "I don't remember the way." The bodyguard understood and rolled up the window before leading the way. Moon-Yin followed, and there was another car behind them, crowded with a few mothers and daughters. "Yin, you don't know the way? I thought you were very familiar with this place. You didn't even look at the map when we just arrived." Moon-Yin is directionally challenged, and Lu-Wan knows this. She shyly said, "What if I say I've forgotten right now? Would you believe it?" Lu-Wan nodded seriously and replied, "That's something you could do." Moonlight. The signal towers are still standing strong in the rain today. Although the signal is poor, it's still barely usable. The power situation is terrible, with over 90% of the areas experiencing power outages. And even the group chat has become much quieter. Moon had previously asked Su Chiduan to stock up on generators, but before she could use them, she found that Uncle Lu was already well prepared. One must say, experience is invaluable. She had considered all the possibilities, and everyone was ready. She believed that if Xuanwu were in Uncle Lu's hands, the strength he could unleash would far exceed her own. How did your dad manage to maintain the entire neighborhood's electrical system? Lu Wanwan shook her head and said, I didn't ask. Don't you think your dad's setup looks like he wants to turn this place into a base? Lu Wanwan was also a fan of post-apocalyptic films, so she was naturally familiar with bases and immediately exclaimed with excitement, Does that mean I can be a wild princess in this chaotic world? Moon jokingly nudged her and said, In a chaotic world, you would still be a princess, right? Lu Wanwan thought carefully and replied, That's true. If my dad really set up some kind of base, you'd be the second princess of that base. But you said it. You have to protect me. I said it. I want to sleep with you. The two of them took a shower together and crawled into the same bed. Moon was particularly cold, and Lu Wanwan felt comfortable sleeping while holding her. The two of them slept for over 20 hours until the next morning. If this rain keeps going, won't there be a tsunami and flooding? Lu Wanwan asked, rubbing her eyes. Moon fell silent, because it was indeed like that. The tsunami erupted, and a large number of marine creatures were washed ashore, resulting in mutations, while the land area significantly decreased. At that time, the human world would be cut off and divided into countless disconnected islands, facing not only zombies but also harsh weather, and more importantly, increasingly mutated plants and animals. Fortunately, she had 9 years of memories of the future, knowing some coping strategies, so it shouldn't be a problem to survive with the people she cared about. We need to leave here. Chapter 20. I'll share 100 with you. Lu Wanwan was still a bit sleepy and said in confusion, Oh, it's time to have breakfast. I'm so hungry. When the two finished washing up, they found the atmosphere in the living room extremely off. Several adults were sitting together, serious and silent. What is wrong? Suchi silently replayed the news broadcast. Like in her previous life, the authorities finally revealed the truth of the situation to the public. They didn't explain the reasons for it, but predicted that rising water levels might lead to flash floods, tsunamis, typhoons, and other natural disasters. They also disclosed the location of the Spire base, advising everyone to move closer if possible, and if too far away, to find a high place to temporarily avoid disaster. Moon rubbed her fingers. In 2 days, the heavy rain would cease, and the entire world would briefly fall silent for a few days. These days would be the last tenderness that Mother Earth offered to humanity. During this time, the Jianta would also launch rescue missions, but resources were limited, and they would only rescue those on the talent list filtered by the national system. The remaining ordinary people would have no choice but to give up. No, it wasn't giving up. She suddenly remembered that although the country's capabilities were limited, they later dispatched countless military forces to help people resist the zombies and reach safe places to form shelters. This later became the basis for many bases. However, after being out of the country's control for too long, many leaders of these bases became self-proclaimed kings, which was understandable. No, we have to leave here. Uncle Lu finally made a decision. H-City was in a low-lying area. Once a tsunami broke out, they would be the first to be submerged, and there wouldn't even be a high point to hide. This was also Moon Yinyan's thought. Should the residents in the community be taken with them? Captain Chun Zhe of the security team asked. This was not out of his compassion, but because Uncle Lu had been developing Huiding Jingyuan towards a base direction, and the remaining residents were almost all those who had been assessed, with good character and decent abilities, making them potential residents. If they could join the team, they would naturally be included in the new shelter. If not, there was nothing that could be done. The few of them discussed the map until nightfall, but they couldn't come to any conclusions while a pile of snack bags lay on the ground. Chef Li quietly left, and then Jie followed him. Xiaoyan, tell me honestly, how much supplies do you have? Uncle Lu asked sincerely. Moon Yin knew what he meant, but she only smiled faintly and said, just as you imagine. Uncle Lu let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. When they hoarded those supplies back then, they followed the Lu family's methods, and it would have been impossible to stockpile them without Uncle Lu's approval. Even though he had his suspicions, as long as he didn't make it clear and punish her, it would be fine. After all, Moonlight had previously explained that she had dreamed about it. Regardless of belief, as long as it appeared acceptable on the surface, it was enough. Chef Li brought out a pot of hot pot base he had made, and everyone quickly stepped aside, afraid of getting burned. Wow, I'm about to drool. Lu-Wan looked at Chef Li with admiration. After Chef Li's healing ability awakened, the food he made had a warming effect that could enhance physical health and heal hidden injuries. This ability was simply too strong. He smiled sincerely, and his Chinese had been improving rapidly during this time. Oh, it's nothing, just average. The gloomy atmosphere was swept away. Who cares? Food is the most important thing in the world. Let's eat well first. Moonlight waved her small hand, and fresh beef tripe, and yellow throat, as well as freshly picked tomatoes, cucumbers, and baby bok choy appeared in front of everyone. Eat. The fresh beef produced by the space is definitely tastier than frozen ones. Several people feasted heartily, and even Chef Li praised these ingredients endlessly. Oh my, this baby bok choy is amazing. You all should try it. Lu-Wan enthusiastically promoted it. Even Dr. Zhou, who is typically picky, ate twice his usual amount. Xiaoyan, Uncle currently has over 3,000 talents under his command. I'll give you 100 to be team leaders. He seemed a bit unsteady when he said this, perhaps from drinking too much. Moonlight sipit herkokte, her eyes sparkling. Was it for real? Of course it was. He had been gathering talents from all over the country these days, and currently, with that group of bodyguards. Over 3,000 people had gathered, all living in this community. Many empty houses were not renovated, only simply installed with doors and windows, and the interiors were still bare, so they could only sleep on the floor. The conditions were tough, and some even brought their families along. But they were all extremely loyal and trusted Uncle Lu immensely. Lu-Wan chimed in. Then you must provide Yannian with high-quality martial talent. Okay? We don't want those old geezers. Uncle Lu was so amused he almost laughed. Pretending to be angry, you little girl, those aren't just any old geezers. They're elites from various industries. Lu-Wan didn't care and rolled her eyes. In the apocalypse, they're useless anyway. The others chuckled, but didn't argue with her. Little Yannian, Uncle Iasin, giving them to you unconditionally, Uncle Lu said. Lu-Wan immediately exploded. I knew you had bad intentions. Moonlight didn't have any special reaction. She just thought Uncle Lu wanted the supplies in her hand. Unexpectedly, Uncle Lu disdainfully pushed Lu-Wan aside and said, Do you know when Chai here? I have a small team expected to arrive tomorrow morning, but the shore is full of zombies, and no one on the boat can handle it. Moonlight readily agreed upon hearing this. In fact, she knew very well that this was Uncle Lu giving her the opportunity to conquer the group of people under him. 100 people. Conquering one could yield 5,000 contribution points. Just thinking about it made Moonlight feel delighted. Moreover, it was also to obtain the medicine to save her brother. However, Lu-Wan always felt that her best friend was at a disadvantage and kept making a fuss about it. Moonlight felt touched and hugged her, saying, Baby, then you come with me. I remember there are 2 large markets by the dock. After we save the people, I'll take you for a zero-cost shopping spree. Lu-Wan was indeed distracted, and the two of them cuddled up together, discussing those expensive yet useless, beautiful trinkets. After dinner, Uncle Lu really took her to pick people, so that Wan wouldn't say I bullied you. Picking them yourself should be fine, right? Uncle Lu was an excellent leader and manager. The people under him willingly followed him even in the apocalypse, which shows how much they trusted him. Let me pick for my baby. Chapter 21. Waiting for your return, most of these people had protected her before, so she naturally knew their strengths and weaknesses. She easily selected 200 strong and good-natured individuals for Moonlight. Uncle Lu chuckled. You really know how to pick. Uncle Lu, is this enough? Is it okay? Sure. Leaving the scene to Moonlight, she casually walked up to a man and asked, What is your name? Reporting to the captain, Song Shiyan. Do you think you can handle being the deputy captain? Yes. The young man answered promptly and decisively. These people all looked to be in their 20s, very strong and capable, and importantly, they all looked good, perfectly matching Lu-Wan's aesthetic. Moonlight explained the task, and then let everyone train on their own, planning to set off again at 4 in the morning. The upgrade of Xuanwu made Moonlight feel a bit anxious. She was used to relying on it to plan routes and schedules, and now she felt completely at a loss. However, she couldn't miss this opportunity, as she truly had no available talents at hand. After feeling exhausted, her energy surged after eating the meal prepared by Chef Lee. Absolutely amazing, simply divine. Chef Lee just smiled gently and didn't argue. Darling, take a nap. It's time to set off. Moon-Yannian turned off the tablet, on which she had just completed the route plan. Time passed quickly, and Uncle Lou, still not at ease, prepared a large stash of bullets and small bombs for the two of them. Put these on, he said, handing over two high-quality bulletproof vests that he had spent a lot of money to acquire. At 4 in the morning, everyone had gathered in the underground parking garage. Song Shiyan walked up to her and said, reporting to the captain, "The team is fully assembled. Please give instructions." Looking at the friends behind her who had come to see them off, she clenched her fist and said, "Let's go." This indicated that the potion was indeed very important. Moon-Yannian nodded and said, "Don't worry. We will definitely complete the mission." One by one, different brand off-road vehicles drove out of the community, particularly eye-catching against the night sky, resembling a dragon. Moon-Yannian hadn't driven before. She sat in the back seat of the third car with Lu-Whan, while the driver in front was a stranger, and Song Shiyan was in the passenger seat. They all wore walkie-talkies, and at this point, the electronic devices were almost out of signal, but the walkie-talkies still worked. The lead car was following the map drawn by Moon-Yannian. Despite her poor sense of direction in real life, she excelled at making maps and was very accurate in predicting road conditions, successfully avoiding many obstacles. They had already captured the attention of the team in the first car. The journey was smooth, and Lu-Whan even fell asleep with her head resting on Moon-Yannian's leg. However, her heart was racing, making her anxious. Suddenly, she felt something familiar passing through her veins. She realized abruptly that she was about to awaken her water-based abilities. She quickly woke Lu-Whan and then sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to feel that familiar power slowly guiding it towards her dantian. A still dazed Lu-Whan noticed Moon-Yannian's pale face and the fine sweat on her forehead, suddenly realizing something and not daring to breathe. Moon-Yannian was concentrating all her energy to condense the crystal core, and a faint blue crystal-like core had already taken shape. Not only that, its color was deepening, subtly showing a trend of mutation. Her mouth trembled, and her skin was covered with white frost. Lu-Whan hesitated about whether to wipe it for her, but dared not. There were still more than 10 minutes of driving to the destination when she finally opened her eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, she produced an ice ball with her hand. Ice System Mutation Ability, Level 1. The people in the car looked at her in disbelief. This Ice System ability? Isn't that Elsa's treasure? Lu-Whan joyfully threw herself into her arms. The combination of their cold and warm bodies felt exceptionally comfortable. Song Shiyan admired her from the bottom of his heart and sincerely exclaimed, "The boss truly deserves to be the boss, so powerful." In their team, there had been awakenings these days, but none were without extreme pain, and some even came close to sacrificing, if it weren't for Dr. Zhou's timely rescue. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Moon-Yannian's awakening, which took less than half an hour, was truly unprecedented and unseen. Lu-Whan didn't think much of it. It seemed like something her best friend could easily accomplish. However, Moon-Yannian wasn't that happy. In her understanding, the simpler and easier the awakening, the lower the talent, which meant a narrower path ahead. She felt a bit worried. Ice-type abilities were very powerful, and if the potential cap was too low, it would be a significant weakness for her. Suddenly, the vehicle in front stopped. "Are we there?" Moon-Yannian asked. The voice of the team leader came through the intercom. "Captain, we are still about 1 kilometer from the dock, but the vehicles can't go any further." This dock was originally a place with very high foot traffic, and after the acid rain came, many vehicles were left abandoned on the road. Some even had their brake systems fail midway and crashed into each other. Layers of old cars formed a natural cage, emanating a strange and eerie smell. And with the dead trees nearby and the dimly lit sky, the atmosphere grew tense. Moon-Yannian took out an upgraded steel rod from the space and put on a specially made raincoat. "I'll go down to take a look first. You all stay put and wait for me." Lu-Whan wouldn't agree and quickly put on her gear, saying, "No, you wait for me. Let's go together." Okay. The two of them were fully equipped, with not a single inch exposed, including their hands and faces. After observing the surroundings and finding no zombies nearby, Moon-Yin-Yin raised her hand to signal her subordinates to gear up and come down. The team was assembled, and although it was getting brighter, the visibility remained low due to the rainy weather. Moon-Yin-Yin and Lu-Wanwan were the first to climb over the wreckage of the car and move forward. "Captain, let's clear the way." Two team members quickly surpassed them to scout ahead. Moon-Yin-Yin reached out to grab Lu-Wanwan. She was a fire-type ability user and inevitably felt uncomfortable in this rainy season. After walking for 200 meters, they began to hear the howls of zombies. The sounds were not produced by vocal cords, but from their abdominal cavities. After taking a few more steps, a teammate had already shot down a zombie that had jumped out. They seemed slow in their movements, but once they caught a whiff of food, they could accelerate rapidly, launching sudden attacks that were hard to defend against. Fortunately, the raincoats were specially made by Uncle Lou's skilled workers, with a strong and flexible material that couldn't be easily bitten through. Everyone was on high alert, carefully feeling their way forward with steel pipes in hand. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps approached from the west. Chapter 22. "Captain, let's retreat." Moon-Yin-Yin shouted loudly at this moment. "Try not to use guns." A fast-running zombie had already shown its head. It must have been a strong athlete in life, wearing expensive sneakers and a short sports outfit, with bite marks on its arms and legs, and its intestines hanging out. Following closely was a group of workers dressed identically, wearing red hard hats, their eyes bulging, veins popping, and their flesh torn, looking extremely terrifying. Moon-Yin-Yin released Lu-Wanwan and boldly stepped forward. Both sides were on the brink of confrontation. The first-level zombies were particularly easy to kill. They could be easily dealt with using just steel rods. However, the opponent had the advantage in numbers. Soon, some of their teammates fell, and their formation was disrupted, forcing everyone to face 4 or 5 zombies each. The most frustrating part was that just as they killed one, another would take its place, seemingly endless. Someone couldn't hold on any longer and shouted to Moon-Yin-Yin, "Captain, we should retreat." With her joining in, their formation was re-established. "Captain, let's retreat for now." The youth, with bloodshot eyes from the fighting, had just seen off his teammate, and his raincoat was completely torn to shreds. Moon-Yin-Yin unhesitatingly threw a pile of new raincoats onto him, which she had specially brought before setting out. The outer circle of team members covered those inside as they changed. "Captain, let's retreat." They were bodyguards trained by an international special organization. Although they were not as skilled as professional assassins in various aspects, they were still quite capable. Their life principle was to protect the target, even at the cost of their own lives. However, with the current mission at hand, these casualties were truly unnecessary. It would be better to withdraw. Moon-Yin-Yin frowned. Based on the past foot traffic in this area, she estimated there would be around 3,000 people at most, but there must be at least 10,000 here. She didn't know whether to blame her poor decision-making or to fault the misleading data online. She quickly scanned the terrain and pointed to the nearby building, saying, "Let's push into the ticket hall on the left and take a breather." Everyone received the order and was also trying to fight their way over, but progress was slow. Moon-Yin-Yin put away the steel rod in her hand, and with a wave of her palm, a piece of ice shards quickly tore open a gap in the zombie tide, leading everyone inside. The ticket hall door was tightly closed, and a teammate with strength abilities smashed the lock with a punch. Inside, there were not many zombies. They seemed to be security and staff, and they were dealt with in just 2 or 3 minutes. Once everyone had hidden inside, Moon-Yin-Yin raised an ice wall from the ground and threw a few small bombs into the zombie crowd before quickly closing the door. The door lock was broken, but a teammate with metal abilities tinkered with it and managed to get it working again. Everyone collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, trying hard to adjust their breathing and recover their strength. Moon-Yin-Yin looked at Song Shi-Yin and instructed, "Check everyone's health." Yes, the team members showed no resistance, each obediently opening their arms for him to examine. After a round, everyone was in good shape, but 3 people were missing. Having grown accustomed to death, Moon-Yin-Yin felt nothing unusual, but for Lu-Wanwan, it was the first time she faced such a large-scale situation, which was on a completely different level from the previous farming experience. At that moment, her whole body was trembling, and the psychological pressure was immense. She sighed and took out several portable stoves to brew some ginger soup. Everyone had just been caught in the rain, and it was important not to catch a cold, as a weakened immune system in this apocalypse was no different from signing one's death warrant. While the ginger soup was still simmering, she distributed the bento boxes she had bought before the apocalypse, which still looked freshly made, steaming hot. Having grown accustomed to Chef Lee's cooking, this level of food now tasted bland to her. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing she had indeed been spoiled. In 2 years, people would only be able to eat tasteless abstinence pills to stave off hunger. By then, even a bucket of instant noodles would seem like a luxury. Thinking of this, she suddenly found the food extremely delicious and immediately sat at the table, enjoying a hearty meal. you.Why holded her bowl, couldn't eat, and asked softly, "Yannian, don't you feel nauseous?" Yannian knew her situation well. She rubbed her head and handed her a bottle of yogurt, saying, "Drink this to stimulate your appetite." you.Why took a sip, and said, "I just saw that little brother who usually follows me get his stomach torn open by a zombie. His intestines pulled out and blood gushing everywhere. He died with his eyes wide open, staring at me." Yannian didn't know how to comfort her. After 9 years of the apocalypse, she had long been hardened to the point where she couldn't empathize with her anymore. "I won't let anything happen to you," she said stiffly in an attempt to comfort her. you.Why burst out laughing, both crying and laughing as she said, "I'm worried about you all." Yannian was playfully trying to tease her, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his somewhat toned muscles, and said, "Don't worry, I'm strong." After a few playful exchanges, she took out a paper topographic map and spread it on the table, unable to figure out why so many zombies had gathered here. Moreover, there hadn't been any activity here before the acid rain. Hesitating, she asked you.Why, "Baby, with such heavy rain, can you control the drone to take off?" you.Why had done a lot of research on this. She had many drones in her little villa, all of which Yannian had taken away at that time. "I can't actually. I have one that was specially modified for me by a top expert from the beautiful country, designed for capturing extreme sports and weather," but Yannian understood and directly pulled out her treasures from the space. "Which one?" you.Why was stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief, but she still pointed to the silver-purple one on the far right. The drone took off, hovering in the air against the heavy rain. Yannian looked at the live feed on her notebook, her heart sinking to the bottom. There were at least 30,000 zombies densely packed. There were 2 large shopping malls and several residential areas nearby, and she didn't dare to take the risk of using firearms, fearing that it would attract all the nearby zombies. Even if there were only 10,000, with the current strength of the team, there would be no match. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, those who awakened their abilities were still in the minority. "Captain, the terrain at Wan Chai Pier is complicated, and there are no places to dock within 10 kilometers. Plus, with the heavy traffic paralysis, it will take us at least 3 days to reach the ideal pickup location. However, the people on the ship might not be able to wait for us. They have long run out of water and food, and there is very little fuel left, making it impossible for them to reach a suitable place," Song Shurian reported while flipping through the documents. Yannian carefully looked at the map. The area nearby was filled with wetlands, swamps, and cliffs, making it indeed unsuitable for a rescue. However, from what he said, the situation of the survivors on the ship was not good either. "Can I connect with them?" "Probably not. They have a signal device on their ship, but in such heavy rain, the situation is likely not good either." Chapter 23, Starting to Strangle. If only Xuanwu were here, this problem wouldn't exist at all. "Hello, this is Longting number 1. Are you the ones coming to rescue us?" The call suddenly went through, and Yannian was overjoyed. "Hello, my surname is Mu, and I am the team leader for this rescue mission. May I ask how your current situation is?" The person seemed extremely happy and called out to another person. That person's voice was deep and magnetic, very pleasant to hear. "Captain Mu, hello, my name is Li Long, and I am the captain of this ship. There are over 60 people on board, and we haven't had a drop of water for a day, but fortunately, we will soon be able to reach shore." Yannian felt a bit of headache. She asked, "How much fuel do you have left?" That Fong was taken aback and replied with difficulty, "We can barely make it to shore. The winds and waves have been too strong these days, and our journey has far exceeded our expectations." Yannian, "All right, Captain Lee, we have arrived at the dock. Please wait a moment while we discuss the rescue plan before we connect with you again." Both sides have a rough understanding of each other. After hanging up the call, Moon felt too exhausted to speak. The atmosphere became a bit heavy. After this battle, everyone had a different perception of this young female leader, filled with genuine admiration. We are withdrawing from the dock. Everyone looked at her in confusion. What does this mean? Are we giving up on the rescue? The people on the ship cannot be delayed. I just observed that these zombies are only wandering in the central area. If we retreat to the place where we parked before, they're unlikely to chase us out. She pointed at the map and began to make arrangements. I have to say, she is very meticulous, even though the heavy rain obstructed visibility and affected the visual experience. Moon still remembered which members of the team had special abilities and assigned tasks very appropriately. Captain, you are amazing. A group of young men, at the most ambitious age, are also the easiest to be subdued by strength. Moon calmly accepted it, then quietly stood up to check everyone's equipment. She took out enough upgraded big machetes to distribute to everyone. These were all processed by the system, not ordinary machetes. After arranging everything and lining up, everyone adjusted their mindset and waited for the command. Moon heart also lifted. She looked at the group of young men and chuckled lightly, saying, "Relax. Just do as I say, and everything will be fine." Yes, they encouraged each other, and she and you.Why stood in the middle, shouting, "Open the door." As her voice fell, the big door swung open, and a horde of zombies surged in, making one scalp tingle. Yin picked up the M249 machine gun that Moon had given him and immediately opened fire, tearing a hole in the horde. The teammates behind him quickly grabbed their weapons and charged out. The knives were truly sharp, and with a swipe they took off zombie heads. They couldn't kill all the zombies with just their hands, but the bomb she had set up definitely could. Yin, aren't you afraid that the noise will attract nearby zombies? I guess all the nearby zombies are here. Holding the small handgun in her hand, she led the two towards the center. Most of the zombies were attracted and followed them in a frenzy. The large group over there was much more relaxed. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to plan, and the three of them finally broke through the zombie horde to reach the central area. Moon smashed the lock of the lighthouse door with a punch, took two people inside, and then used some random items from her space to block the door. "Let's go up," she said. Surprisingly, there were still 3 or 5 zombies inside, their bodies relatively intact, likely having hidden in here after being bitten, only to end up transforming. you.Why dealt with them quickly. Without rain, her fire abilities were particularly smooth to use. The group climbed to the top, and from a distance, they could vaguely see other team members about to escape from the vehicle wreckage. The zombies below, having lost their human scent, stood confused in the rain, allowing the downpour to wash over them. Moon smiled. At least the zombies couldn't fly now. She said this in a very low voice, and the heavy rain drowned out her words so the other two didn't hear. "Captain, are you all okay?" A faint voice came through the walkie-talkie. "We're fine. How about you? Is everyone safely evacuated? Have all the tasks been completed?" "Captain, we're fine. We did everything you arranged." "You're amazing. Once we got out of that ruins, those zombies really didn't follow us anymore." His excitement was hard to conceal in his tone. Moon smiled and shook her head. She had just forgotten that the early-stage zombies had stiff limbs and wouldn't be able to climb over the ruins. However, she didn't elaborate much and simply said, "That's good. You all back the car up a bit. We're going to start eliminating these zombies." The team members obediently moved the car back 50 meters. Uncle Lou had given her many firearms when they left, and Moon knew that if it weren't for you.Why coming along, she wouldn't have gotten these things. After all, no one would expect there to be so many zombies here, as if they had been raised by someone. Looking at the situation below, the zombies were almost divided into 2 parts. One part was standing confusedly at their feet, while the other part was angrily banging against the vehicle ruins on the outskirts. Just as she had imagined, she clanked a few oddly shaped bombs out, putting plastic bags over them as she said, "These have great power and need to be ignited. Once you light them, throw them down quickly." With such heavy rain and a long fuse, it was likely that they would extinguish before hitting the ground. So covering them with plastic bags should work, though she wasn't sure. They could only give it a try. you.Why was a bit nervous, her hand shaking as she held the bomb. Yin was much calmer. He took one, lit it, and threw it down. The bomb exploded half a meter above the ground, creating a large mushroom cloud and sending zombie flesh flying. It worked. The plastic bag really did the job. you.Why swallowed hard and handed the one in her hand to Song Shiyan. He took it, lit it, and threw it down in one smooth motion. Yannian, they want to escape. The surviving zombies were spreading out with their claws and teeth. Moonlight took out the remote control, fearing they wouldn't run. She pressed the button, and the explosion sounds continued for over 10 minutes. Even the 3 people in the lighthouse felt the building beneath them shake. Beautiful. It was clear to the naked eye that there were no more standing zombies. The few of them cheered and clapped in delight. A boat horn sounded. Boss, boss. Captain Lee just called to ask if they could come ashore now. Chapter 24. The sky is clear. Moonlight said, let them wait for a moment. You all get dressed and armed, and we will conduct one last sweep. After making arrangements, the 3 of them also came down from the lighthouse. This question left Moonlight at a loss. Song Shiyan said, when we came here, I noticed there was a bus station behind. In the parking lot, there is not open air. There should be usable vehicles. Your observation skills are impressive. Moonlight praised. Song Shiyan scratched his head in embarrassment and said, that's because you were awakening your abilities. It's normal not to notice. Upon hearing this, you.Why became unhappy and pouted, but I didn't notice it either. That's because you were worried about the captain and weren't paying attention to other things. It's still you, Xiao Song, who can please both sides, you.Why teased. The 3 of them checked their gear again and reloaded their ammunition. Moonlight packed up the items again and led the 2 people outside. These zombies were indeed not completely dead. Many of them had only temporarily lost their mobility. And in a while, that perverse virus would repair them. But Moonlight and the others would not give them a chance to breathe. They quickly finished them off with shots and slashes to ensure they were all dead. The squad arrived soon after, and with more people, they quickly cleared the battlefield. Shiyan, take someone over to pick a usable bus and bring it back. After Song Shiyan left, they also finished contacting Captain Lee. The ship was currently anchoring. The massive Longting No. 1 was docking. Moonlight looked up, her heart longing to take it away, but her space was not big enough. So this was just a thought. A group of people in lab coats came down, followed by a group of men in work uniforms. As he said, there were more than 60 people. They came ashore in groups, struggling with large black umbrellas. Someone saw the situation on the shore and immediately threw up. Captain Lee was the last to come ashore. He looked nothing like the gentlemanly voice in the call. He was tall and handsome, over 6 feet, with a buzz cut and wearing work clothes. He walked straight up to Moonlight, extended his hand, and said, nice to meet you, dear Captain Mississippi. Moonlight shook hands with him generously. It is my honor to safely take you away. Now, please listen to my arrangements. This is only natural. Moonlight was very satisfied with his perceptiveness, allowing them to mix within her small team to ensure there were people protecting them in front and behind. Watching the team all get into the off-road vehicles, but letting them take the bus, someone complained, we came all this way just to sit in this? It's normal to have grievances in their hearts. After all, they were all high-tech talents, and they might be needed in the future. Moreover, the medicine for her brother was still in their hands. The return journey was very smooth. The rain gradually lessened, and it had stopped before they got home. The moment the sun shone on them, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Everyone thought the disaster was finally over, and everything would be back to normal. Yannian, look, the sky is clear. Do we still need to move? Move, we must move. And it has to be right away. Suddenly, the broadcast in the car started automatically. Dear citizens, hello. This is the Spire Base Broadcasting Station, located near the library in the Eastern District of City Z. The disaster is not over. The disaster is not over. We predict that a greater disaster will arrive in 7 days. The strongest tsunami in history. The strongest typhoon. Please, citizens, take this time to find a reliable shelter. Nearby citizens can come to seek refuge with us. After that, it was unclear whether it was due to a bad signal or something else. The transmission was intermittent. After returning, she had been in a state of awakening with her water system powers in a comatose state. So she didn't know that it had actually calmed down for a few days. The water system powers in this world had upgraded early and even mutated into a stronger ice system. To be honest, the location of this spire was truly excellent, surrounded by high mountains on all sides, and they were also on a hill, not afraid of being submerged by seawater or being attacked by typhoons in the surrounding valleys. She tapped her fingers on her knees, a small action of hers. Her fingers always couldn't help but fidget a bit when she was thinking. What other terrain is like this? Is City Y next to City Z? Yes, City Y. She couldn't wait to take out her phone from her space to contact Uncle Lou. Unfortunately, the signal was too weak. She was powerless and had no choice but to give up, suppressing her excitement and reassuring herself to continue on the road. Luan was really tired, leaning against her and sleeping heavily. Boss, what does this broadcast from the country mean? Is he going to give up on the other citizens? Moon-Yin-Yin rubbed her temples and said, No, he arranged for the army to rescue us. But human strength is too weak in the face of disaster. We can't rely on those above. The resentment in my heart occasionally surges, but in the end, my rationality prevails. So what if I loved so many men? It didn't lead to distrust. They recognized me long ago, but refused to acknowledge me. Damn, what a scumbag. And what about my adoptive father, who protected me for 7 years? He might as well have imprisoned me for half a year, and in the end, he personally stabbed me with a poison dagger. Damn, what a scum dad. I might as well let go and peacefully take my brother and good friend to a corner of the world. After all, I have plenty of supplies. And with Uncle Lou and his group of smart people, I don't believe I can't survive without the tower. Captain, we've arrived. The lookout at the entrance of the community informed the people inside as soon as he saw the front of the car. The convoy approached, and the gate opened for them. Uncle Lou was already waiting in the underground parking lot. As soon as the car came to a stop, he leaned over and asked, Where's Wan? Moon-Yin-Yin laughed and shook Wan awake, saying, We're home, baby. She was still a bit dazed, but when she saw her dad, she suddenly snapped awake. So soon? Seeing his precious daughter safe and sound, Uncle Lou let out a sigh of relief before walking to the bus. Chiodi, it's been years since we last met. You look more and more like your dad. Captain Lee laughed heartily, pointing to the 3 men behind him and saying, Uncle Lou, don't you think these 3 look like my dad? Chapter 25, preparing to evacuate, Uncle Lou took a careful look and exclaimed, I heard a long time ago that your mom had another baby, but I didn't expect her to have 3 at once. My mom died in childbirth after having them. This is my 2nd brother, Li Hu, my 3rd brother, Li Bao, and my 4th brother, Li Shi. Say hello to Uncle. Hello, Uncle Lou. Looking at the 3 identical boys, Uncle Lou felt a mix of emotions. All right, your dad and I are old friends. For now on, you guys will follow me. Moon-Yin-Yin yawned and quietly asked Lu Wan, Does your dad say that to all the younger generation? Lu Wan was already used to it, feeling as if she had no bones and was hanging on her. Don't mind him. Do you have any cream? I want to eat cake. Can Chef Lee make us a cake? Sure, I have a lot of fruit stored, all the ones you love, like mangoes. The 2 whispered to each other when suddenly they were called over. Come over and get to know each other. Reluctantly, the 2 walked over. This is my youngest daughter, Lu Wan, and this is my friend's daughter, Moon-Yin-Yin, who is also very capable. Li Long smiled and said, Captain Mu is indeed very tough. She and her team of over 100 took care of tens of thousands of zombies at the dock. He looked at Moon-Yin-Yin with appreciation in his eyes. Lu Wan keenly noticed and immediately stood up straight, pulling Moon-Yin-Yin behind her, saying, My baby is naturally the strongest. The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense. Yin-Yin, let me cover you, as Lu Wan just held her hand. A coat was already draped over her shoulders. Damn it! Lu Wan was furious, tossing aside the shabby coat and igniting a small flame in her hand. Listen here. Kid, my baby has me. Don't come on too strong. Saying that, she pulled Moon-Yin-Yin and strode away. My daughter really has a bit of a true nature. Li Long picked up the coat and said, So it turns out Wan is a fire-type ability user. And I'm water-type. No wonder our energies don't quite match. Dr. Zhou, who had been silent, said, But Yin-Yin's ice-type abilities are very close to Wan. Li Long seemed not to understand the implication and said, So it turns out Captain Yin is ice-type. No wonder I felt an instant connection. Back in her room, Lu Wan was still a bit unhappy, pouting as she said, What kind of person dares to mimic my best friend? Moon-Yin didn't think much of it. She rummaged through the space for cake-making ingredients and discussed with Chef Lee what style of cake to make. Yes. After getting a satisfactory answer, Lu Wan was happy and joined the cake-making team. It smells so good. And Jia, coming out of the lab with messy hair and a dirty face, looked disheveled. Did your experiment explode? Lu Wanwan asked curiously. Could it be that you've awakened some prophetic ability? Lu Wanwan just smiled and remained silent, looking mysterious. And yeah, why does it feel so quiet in the neighborhood? Moon-Yin-Yin asked while whipping the cream. Oh, Boss Lu said to evacuate in batches. The destination is the outskirts of Y City. The outskirts of Y City. Moon-Yin-Yin didn't have the chance to express her thoughts before Uncle Lu had everything arranged. If it weren't for the fact that heroes think alike. During dinner, there were especially many people today. Dr. Zhou, may I ask if you have obtained the medicine? Doctor. Zhou elegantly nodded and said, we can perform the final step of treatment on your brother shortly, and you will see him healthy and well by tomorrow. Moon-Yin-Yin's eyes were slightly wet as she raised her glass and said, thank you. This is a great joy, and little Nian shouldn't cry. Li Long handed her a tissue, but Lu Wanwan swatted it away, directly using her sleeve to wipe her tears, causing Moon-Yin-Yin to burst into laughter. Ahem, let me say two things. Uncle Lu analyzed the current situation. Based on our circumstances, it's actually not very suitable for us to rely on the Spire base. So I plan to take everyone to settle in Y City and establish our own shelter. Everyone listened intently. However, the Spire base is still a large base, founded by the state, so I can't say we can surpass them. If you want to rely on them, you can come with us to Y City and go there on your own later. That's fine. Chun-Zhe and a few others immediately expressed their intention to follow him, which was unquestionable, and of course, their bodyguard team leader would follow him as well. Dr. Zhou said, I will listen to Nian Yin. Li Long surprisingly added, so will I. His other three younger brothers looked at him with confusion, trying to understand what their usually clear-headed older brother was up to. Moon-Yin-Yin pretended not to hear and said, I'll trouble Uncle Lu to take care of Mu-Yo-Yu. Of course. Uncle Lu let out a huge sigh of relief. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of others not following, but he was worried about Moon-Yin-Yin having her own ideas. This girl held billions in resources, and they had been relying on her for sustenance these days. If she didn't follow, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. After a discussion, everyone decided to follow. Uncle Lu then talked about many future plans and arrangements. They were currently divided into 3 teams to set out. The first team had already departed, and the second team was preparing, expected to leave tomorrow morning. They would wait for Mu-Yu to wake up, which would likely be tomorrow night before they could set off. After dinner, Dr. Zhou brought in Jie into Mu-Yu's room. Moon-Yin-Yin originally wanted to wait, but was pulled away by the Lu family father and daughter. You're also anxious waiting here, so why not go down and train a bit? Exactly, I'm already stuffed. Let's go work it off together, and it's just in time for cake later. Moon-Yin-Yin helplessly said to Su Qi, call me as soon as Dr. Zhou comes out. Su Qi quickly shook his head and said, no way, boss, I also need training. I want to strive to protect you all as soon as possible. Her gaze had to fall on Chef Li, who smiled honestly and said, don't worry, I'll call you. He spoke very politely and formally, but his pronunciation had already improved a lot. Before Moon-Yin-Yin could express her gratitude, she was pulled away, taking the others in the room with her. The two of them got on the treadmill to digest at a slow pace, while Lu Wanwan glared at Li Long beside her. She murmured softly, tailed dog. Following the master, Moon-Yin-Yin was amused. You still remember this after so many years abroad. Of course you taught me, and I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Chapter 26. Your brother won't run away. Having a close friend like Lu Wanwan makes life worthwhile. The two completely ignored Li Long beside them and chatted enthusiastically about the past. In a corner where they weren't paying attention, Li Long curled his lips, feeling that this little girl was even more interesting. Why is it taking so long? After all, it was the final step, so a little delay was normal. Chef Li brought out a dozen different cakes. Let's give them a try. Green grape cake, strawberry cake, raspberry cake, Oreo cake, red velvet cake. Arranged in a row, it was simply a visual feast. I bet not many girls can resist this. The two immediately picked up forks and started tasting each one. The moment they took a bite, they could clearly feel their energy being restored, and the flavors were extraordinary. They were so engrossed that they couldn't stop eating. Chef Li watched them quietly and gently like a kind father. One big reason he agreed to let Lu Wanwan cook at the hotel was that he felt satisfied watching her eat. Once he felt satisfied, he couldn't help but agree. This is amazing, but I noticed that the energy contained in these cakes is stronger. Why is that? Moon-Yin-Yin curiously looked at him. He was caught off guard by the question and thought for a moment before replying, "These are all new recipes I developed just tonight." Moon clapped and said, "Then you could develop more in the future to help improve your abilities." Just as Lu Wan was about to say something, the door opened. Dr. Zhou walked out with a tired expression, followed by Mu Yu, who was in pajamas and had a pale face. Moon stood up, looking at the person in front of her with some excitement. "Sister," with this one call, Moon couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward to hug her younger brother, who was already taller than her. It's fine. Moon had not yet reacted to the meaning of this sentence when a small flower bloomed on her head. She looked at her brother in surprise. Plant type, supernatural ability. This ability is also a late-stage ability, becoming invincible in the later stages with the enhancement of levels and mutations in plants, making it very powerful. Dr. Zhou said that if I train more, when my level increases in the future, I can control plants to kill zombies. Moonlight nodded repeatedly, truly not expecting that her younger brother not only was fine, but had also awakened his special abilities. She looked gratefully at Dr. Zhou, with 1,000 words stuck in her throat, unable to express them. Dr. Zhou waved his hand and said, "I will have plenty of things to trouble you with in the future." Yes, you can rest assured, I will do my best," she replied. "But don't speak too soon. The things I need your help with won't be simple." Unfortunately, he didn't want to say more and left with Njia. Moon didn't take it to heart. In her eyes, nothing was more important than her brother, the only family she had. Chef Li brought over another slice of cake, indicating that Mu Yu should give it a try as well. Moon and Lu Wan each shared what had happened in recent days, and before they knew it, they had chatted through the whole night. "I really admire our sleep schedule." It wasn't until dawn that Lu Wan took Moon to rest. Unfortunately, she was still very excited, feeling as if she had endless things to say to her brother. "Come on, ancestor, your brother isn't going anywhere. He still has to travel tonight. So there is plenty of time for you to talk. Let's sleep first." Their third batch was set to depart tonight, so they needed to rest well. Wan was right. Her brother wouldn't run away. He would always be there. Task 1 completed 5 times. Member Mu Yu awakened plant-type abilities. Congratulations on earning 3,000 contribution points. Player-led team killed 30,000 zombies, earning 30,000 contribution points. The joinable team list has been updated. Please manually add players. Ability panel has been upgraded. Please check it as soon as possible. Weapon panel has been upgraded. Please check it as soon as possible. The cold, mechanical voice of Xuanwu continued for more than 10 minutes, directly pulling Moon out of her dreams. She drowsily clicked on the weapon panel, which displayed weapon modification, small weapons, daggers, pistols, etc. Basic 300 contribution points item, intermediate 600 contribution points item, medium weapons, machetes, submachine guns, rifles, etc. Basic 600 contribution points item, intermediate 1,200 contribution points item, large weapons, machine guns, rocket launchers, etc. Basic 1,200 contribution points item, intermediate 2,400 contribution points item. Why is there no advanced level? Current level only supports intermediate modification. Moon yawned and said, "If the secondary system can upgrade the primary, and the tertiary system can upgrade the secondary, then the quaternary system can surely upgrade the advanced, right?" Xuanwu remained silent and ignored him. "So when I upgrade to advanced, can I just pay the difference?" The upgrade only deducts the difference amount. Moon was satisfied, as she now had nearly 40,000 in funds. She quickly took out the upgraded weapons from her space and had them further enhanced. She also upgraded 2 small handguns. She loved the modification skills produced by the system. Even a basic upgrade could be stunning, and she couldn't imagine how impressive the intermediate ones would be. She noticed that there weren't many areas upgraded this time and wondered why it had been dormant for so long, but she couldn't find any answers, so she simply stopped asking. Suddenly, she found that there was a new speed-type ability in the ability exchange, starting at 1,000 contribution points. Without hesitation, she arranged 1 for herself and 1 for her brother. Now she was broke again. Hint, daily task. Team expansion task has ended. Hint, daily task. Planting task has ended. Hint, task 1. Successfully awakening team members' abilities task has ended. Good. Now only the task to stop the saintly heart was still hanging, and she didn't know what the system was so fixated on. Hint: main quest has been activated. Please check and complete it as soon as possible. Main quest: lead all team members to safely evacuate H City and survive for more than 10 days. Moon-Yannian fell silent. This main quest was quite compatible with what she needed to do. Suddenly, she realized that this system was a survival system, right? It was encouraging her to survive in the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, she had read novels, and she felt that her system matched this the best. Not bad at all. As night fell, everyone prepared to set off. Moon-Yannian was the last to leave the community. Before she left, she took everything useful from the Hua Ting Jing Yuan, including the resilient rose that had survived in the corner. Starting to plan your route, preparing to depart. Baby, do you think we can survive? Moon-Yannian held her hand and said yes. Her eyes were firm. Living another life was for this, wasn't it? Chapter 27, Time-Limited Rescue Mission, Part 1. 3 convoys set out from different routes, each with more than 1,000 people, followed by some residents from nearby communities. They couldn't determine which route was the safest, and separating was the most effective way to prevent total annihilation. Now the signal tower had completely collapsed, and even if the phones had battery, they were useless. In fact, everyone knew that their separation might very well be a final farewell, but there was no other way for a better chance at survival. Moon-Yannian's team was traveling on a national road, passing through many towns and villages. The danger level was not low, but they shouldn't encounter a massive horde of corpses. Let's find a place to camp and have something warm to eat before we continue our journey when it gets light, Uncle Lu said over the walkie-talkie. On their vehicle were Moon-Yannian, Lu Wanwan, Mu Yu, Su Qi, and Song Shiyan. The main quest had an additional progress bar that was slowly increasing. There was only one daily task left, to stop the saintly heart, while the other panels remained unchanged. She curiously asked, "Why are there no tasks?" Xuanwu ignored her. She continued, "I need to contribute points. Get some tasks out." Xuanwu. Daily tasks have increased. Please check, players. Limited time tasks have been activated. Please check in time, players. Task 1. Save the principal mission. Limited time of 24 hours. Reward 3,000 contribution points. Punishment of 10 minutes of electric shock. A brief introduction was attached below. The principal of H.E. High School, surname Han, 56 years old, has served for over 30 years. There was also a huge photo attached. Moon-Yannian looked at it, but didn't remember. She was a bit face-blind. Where is he? How do I save him? Xuanwu unfolded a map for her. It was about an 8-hour drive away. They were planning to set up camp and rest until dawn. She was in shock. This timing was just unreasonable. Xuanwu said that the mission was originally supposed to be issued at noon, but she insisted on rushing it. But the time could be pushed back. Xuanwu ignored her, leaving Moon-Yannian speechless. Unfortunately, she still had to control her facial expressions in the car. Fortunately, the daily tasks were manageable. 10 contribution points for killing a low-level zombie and 20 contribution points for killing a level 1 zombie. Low-level refers to zombies from the early apocalypse. These zombies had not yet begun to awaken their crystal cores. Once the crystal cores awaken, they will have levels which are, of course, based on human classifications. Moon-Yannian was quite surprised that first-level zombies had started to appear so early. The concepts of first-level and primary zombies were completely different. Their physical strength and power had undergone a qualitative leap. What would happen with the typhoon and tsunami later? The team stopped to regroup, and Moon-Yannian made up a story saying that she had friends working at H High School who were trapped inside, and she wanted to go rescue them. Moon-Yannian was about to set off with her 97 companions. Mu Yu, Su Qi, and Lu Wanwan were insistent on following along. Now, they didn't have to change the whole vehicle. It's very dangerous over there, Moon-Yannian emphasized. That's exactly why we want to go with you, Lu Wanwan said with an unhappy expression. Now that it wasn't raining, the standing water had disappeared in an instant, and her fire ability could be unleashed to its fullest. Exactly. Mu Yu also looked displeased. Su Qi, however, didn't care much and had an expression that said he would go wherever they went. Moon-Yannian compromised and said, "You all need to be careful. The first middle school is not small. There are over 5,000 students. What if they all turn into zombies?" Lu Wanwan shrugged and replied, "So what? Didn't we kill tens of thousands of zombies at the dock before?" While that was true, The geographical conditions at that time were advantageous, and all the zombies in the vicinity were gathered there. So after she used weapons extensively, there weren't any unforeseen consequences. But in this first middle school, which is located in a bustling area, can they really use firearms freely? Moreover, the weapons in her hands are limited, and the bombs produced by the system are quite expensive, costing 10,000 each, which is really too much to sustain. Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get there. A group of people moved forward in a grand manner, with each vehicle changing personnel to facilitate mutual rest. Baby, I want to eat a hamburger. Moonlight took out a hamburger for her and asked a few other people what they wanted to eat. Sister, who exactly are we going to save at number 1 middle school? Why have I never heard you mention it before? Moonlight was brainstorming excuses, but in the end, he could only say, "You'll know when you see it." Oh, the little guy was focused on munching his sandwich when suddenly he hit the brakes, and the salad dressing splattered all over his face. Boss, look, there's someone ahead. Song Shurian pointed at the 2 dark shapes in front. Moonlight first took out a wet tissue to wipe her brother's face before getting out of the car. It was broad daylight, and the sun was scorching. Zombies preferred cooler places and would hide in corners, so these 2 figures in front of her were unlikely to be zombies. However, Moonlight still cautiously pulled out her pistol. "Who are you?" she demanded sharply. Seeing her get out, the others followed her out of the car. The 2 figures trembled and said, "Please, don't kill us." They spoke with a local accent. "Lift your heads." The 2 raised their hands. Their faces a bloody mess and looking pitiful, with blood dripping from their arms as if they were missing chunks of flesh. Moonlight and the others stepped back in shock. "Where are you?" We are villagers from this area. Please, we beg you, give us something to eat." "Look at my hand," the person said as they rolled up their sleeve, revealing exposed bones. "What happened to you?" Moonlight remained on high alert. "We have run out of food. I cut my own flesh to feed my grandmother." A gasp of horror was heard. Moonlight felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. She had heard about people eating human flesh in the later stages of the apocalypse in her previous life, but it had only just begun. "No way. We were clearly forced to cut the meat by the village chief and the others. We didn't even get to eat any." The 2 boys started arguing, and when the hat fell off, she suddenly saw their eyes clearly. Not good. They had already been infected. you.Why reacted quickly and shot them both twice before they could turn into zombies. They must have eaten meat infected with the zombie virus. Moonlight concluded. It was too absurd. The apocalypse had only just begun. How could they be starving to this extent? Suchi's face looked grim, and his stomach was churning. Moonlight shook her head. She felt that this village was somewhat strange. Vehicles were driving normally, and everyone tacitly avoided the 2 corpses. Chapter 28, Timed Rescue Mission, Part 2. Not handling the corpses would lead to more diseases and even possibly an epidemic. When the rescue at the dock ended, the team had scattered disinfectant powder, although the effect was minimal. But now these areas would be submerged by seawater, so it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Moonlight suddenly caught sight of a few sneaky, ordinary villagers. "Be careful." Song Shurian slammed on the brakes again, and the vehicle trailing 2 closely behind didn't react in time and crashed into them a second time, causing injuries. "What is going on?" you.Why was rubbing her nose, which hurt so much that she was almost in tears. Fortunately, her nose was real, otherwise it might have collapsed. Moonlight was also very unhappy and said directly, "Next time we encounter such a situation, just crash through. It's the apocalypse. Killing people isn't a crime." "All right. I'm sorry, Captain, I'm sorry." Mississippi Song Shurian sincerely apologized. The few villagers saw that they indeed stopped the car and all approached with axes in a sinister manner. Their eyes looked at them not as if they were looking at people, but as if they were looking at food. Moonlight remembered the 2 people she had just encountered. It seemed they were from the same village. Nowadays, the Earth Mother was offering her last tenderness. The weather was relatively calm, and finding food wasn't too difficult, but these people chose to devour their own kind. They didn't even spare the rotting flesh of zombies. A sense of disgust filled her chest, and she couldn't hold back any longer. She pushed the car door open, got out, and pulled out her big knife to slash at them. These people were no match for her, and she took care of them in just a few moves. She wiped the knife clean on their clothes, and then cleaned her hands, cursing, "Beasts, disgusting." The guys in the team swallowed hard. They saw those people moving normally, looking like regular humans. Their captain was ruthless against zombies, but was she also this fierce against humans? This little girl was too strong. Don't be upset, darling. After all, it's the apocalypse. Such things shouldn't be surprising. You.Why comforted uncertainly. She kicked a few corpses in disdain and said, they're worse than zombies. Just as she mentioned zombies, they appeared. Perhaps the smell of blood was too strong. Zombies howled and rushed in from all directions. These zombies had a common characteristic, their attire. They all wore the same Zhongshan suits and school skirts. Zhongshan Academy uniform? In her memory, that school had such a dress code. But that academy was thousands of kilometers away from H City. How could there be a large number of students from their academy here? There was no time to think. She was forced to engage in battle, kicking off a zombie's head and then executing a perfect sweeping kick that tripped 4 or 5 more zombies. The girl's movements were quick and fierce, taking down most of them in just a few moments. Her speed and strength were utilized to perfection, and watching her fight was like witnessing a grand visual feast. The guys in the team also joined the battle, except for Mu, who stayed in the car, controlling his plant-based abilities. His abilities were too weak at the moment. Ambushing was fine, but facing them directly was just asking for death. He didn't want to burden his sister. This killing is too slow. Moonlight glanced at a huge billboard 5 meters away and quickly ran towards it. A few zombies, confused, howled and chased after her. The power of her abilities surged into her right palm, and with a swift strike, she hit the wooden post, causing the billboard to crash down and smash several zombies to pieces. The girl let out a sigh of relief. Daily task completed. Killed 100 basic zombies. Earned 1,000 contribution points. Daily task completed. Killed 300 level 1 zombies. Earned 6,000 contribution points. She smiled, not expecting that the kills from her team would count towards her own score. This Xuanwu was quite nice. She also didn't expect there to be so many level 1 zombies. She pulled out her dagger, ready to perform a craniotomy on the zombie corpses. The team members who followed her saw her squatting on the ground, curious, and asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" Moonlight, wearing medical plastic gloves, felt around and actually found a light blue crystal nucleus, about the size of soybean and very hard. Water type, supernatural ability. Oh my god, my luck is just incredible. You.Why, not sure when she had walked behind her, reached out to take the crystal nucleus and held it up to the sunlight, which made it look clear and beautiful. What is this? A crystal nucleus. Treasure, crystal nucleus. This is a zombie crystal nucleus. You.Why nodded, somewhat understanding, returned the crystal nucleus to her, and took out a dagger to help her dig. Come on, you all dig too, let me teach you. They say many hands make light work, and soon they finished processing all the zombie bodies, collecting a small bag of crystal nuclei, which were colorful and very beautiful. Treasure. What do we need these crystal nuclei for? Can we eat them directly like in the movies? Moonlight quickly shook her head and said, of course not. There are impurities in it, and eating too much can lead to loss of control. Well then, why are we doing this? Actually, after this system upgrade, there is a crystal core panel, but the functions on it haven't been unlocked yet. It shows that we need to wait until level 4. And the progress bar for level 4 is almost empty. Warning, warning, detecting level 3 mental zombie presence. Mental zombie. A wave of fear washed over her. Moonlight trembled all over. Sister, what's wrong? Mu nervously placed her hand on her forehead and found that her temperature was normal. You.Why also asked in confusion, what's wrong, baby? Moonlight shook her head and said, I sense a dangerous presence nearby. Huh? Song Shiyan, who was driving, momentarily didn't know whether to step on the gas or hit the brakes. She rubbed her temples while looking at the map provided by the system. Goodness, it's right in the middle of the campus. Emergency mission has been activated. Please check it promptly. Emergency mission. Yellow warning, eliminate psychic zombies within 12 hours. Reward. Awakening of psychic healing ability. Penalty. Spin the punishment wheel 3 times. Moonlight. All right, the rewards are plentiful, and the punishments are quite severe. Can I refuse? Dear player, refusing counts as a mission failure. Goodness, are they trying to take her life? The system assigns tasks based on your capabilities. You can definitely handle these tasks. 6. Proceed to the first high school as planned. All right, with accurate instructions. Song Shiyan stepped on the gas. Fortunately, The rear-end collision just now wasn't serious. Everyone just had some cosmetic damage, but it didn't affect normal use. Chapter 29. Timed Rescue Mission 3. Boss, we have a lot of zombies chasing us from behind. Su-Chi exclaimed in surprise through the rearview mirror. Baby, look. Suddenly, a group of student zombies in various university uniforms appeared on the right side. How could there be so many college students? What event was happening here before the acid rain? A few of them speculated, but in the age without the internet, they couldn't gather any information. The vehicle was speeding ahead, and the zombies were waving their arms and chasing from behind, which was quite scary. Quite clever, huh? Moon-Yin praised. Captain, we have arrived at the school, but there are quite a few zombies inside. Moon-Yin took a look and realized that this was a problem. There were zombies both in front and behind, and as soon as the car stopped, they would be surrounded. The space inside the car was small, making it difficult to fight back. The main issue was that the zombies' claws also carried the virus, so getting scratched would still lead to infection. Could he shake them off? He decided to give it a try. Song Shurian executed a stylish drift, crushing numerous zombies under his wheels. Moon-Yin picked up the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Find a way to encircle this group of zombies and eliminate them. Be very careful to avoid any casualties. They've already lost 3 last time, and I don't want to lose another one." Captain, aren't we going to eliminate the zombies together with them? No, find a way to get in. I want to go to the library. After all, the zombies killed by the team members would all count as her points. And she had more important things to do right now. Time remaining for the task of killing psychic zombies. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Song Shurian found a gap in the eastern school wall and drove the car in. The library is on the left. Moon-Yin directed the way according to the hints from Xuanwu. Hurry, there's a platform up ahead. Charge forward. Moon-Yin pulled Lu Wanwan upstairs as soon as they got off the car. You hurry up. Su-Chi followed behind Song Shurian, and the 5 of them quickly ran to the top floor and swiftly closed the door, finally able to catch their breath. They couldn't help but laugh at each other's disheveled appearances. In just a few minutes, the zombies followed closely behind, banging on the door. Moon-Yin barely managed to prop herself up and stand up. She took out a large machine gun and set it up, ready to open fire as soon as the door was hit. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the zombies at the staircase were piled high, continuously surging forward. With all 150 rounds of ammunition used up, she had no time to reload and simply abandoned the machine gun, pulling out 2 grenades instead. A tall and strong zombie caught one of the grenades and curiously began to gnaw on it, instantly resulting in a spectacular explosion of meat. Once the battle ended, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The other 4, who had been watching the entire time, took out their daggers and began to crack skulls without needing her instructions, watching their skilled and busy figures. Moon-Yin couldn't help but laugh as she pulled out a hamburger to eat. Fortunately, she hadn't been picky while hoarding supplies, buying whatever she could find, which is why she had something to eat now. Detected that a human is approaching. After swallowing the last bite of her hamburger, she joined the group collecting crystal cores. How far away? Approaching this way. Expected to arrive in 8 minutes. No problem, there's enough time. She quickened her pace in gathering the crystal cores. The footsteps grew closer, and she pocketed the last crystal core. Huh, did you guys kill these zombies? A handsome boy wearing a school uniform from X University looked up at them from the bottom of the stairs. Moon-Yin glanced at the other person and nodded in acknowledgement. The boy, seeing their bright and clear eyes, relaxed his guard significantly and said, "We came to participate in a university exchange program, but who knew that as soon as we arrived in H City, it started to rain acid. After the rain stopped, zombies broke out, and we've been trapped for several months. Can you help us?" Several months? Moon-Yin frowned. Hasn't it just been a few days? The other 4 were also puzzled, but didn't ask. How many of you are there in total? How have you survived? Moon-Yin looked down at him, her imposing aura oppressing him. The boy glanced at Lu Wanwan behind her and immediately revealed a look of admiration. There are more than 130 survivors. It's the students and teachers from a sports college who have been protecting us. Isn't this a high school? Why haven't I seen any students from your school? To make room for us, Principal Han arranged for the students to have a break. Although he was speaking to Moon-Yin, his eyes remained glued to Lu Wanwan. Moon-Yin. She strode in front of the boy, blocking his line of sight. Such an inexperienced fool. Can't even move when he sees a pretty girl. Really embarrassing. The boy, somewhat oblivious, wanted to chat a bit more, but his friends had already come over. There were more than 10 people, both men and women, young and old. The man at the front, resembling a principal, looked at the several young boys and girls and asked, "Did you kill these zombies?" "You.Why nodded lightly. "Task objective has appeared. My surname is Han, and I am the principal of number 1 high school. May I ask how you all are called, how you got here, and if there is something you need?" Moon-Yin-Yin tilted her head, not expecting that it would come so easily. Moon-Yin-Yin. Mu-Yu-Yu. Lu-Wan-Wan. Su-Chi. Song-Shi-Yen. We drove over, just passing by here, and sensed a very strong force, wanting to come in and explore a bit. Principal Han nodded and said, "Since that's the case, you should leave quickly." The few of them exchanged glances. "Teacher Han, do you know that it has been less than 10 days outside?" Principal Han's face turned grim. "Little friend, that's not something you can provoke. Its power is extremely strong." Moon-Yin-Yin smiled, this time sincerely. "It's okay, we can handle it." Principal Han didn't believe it and urged again. "It's really not something you can provoke. It's different from ordinary zombies. It has intelligence and can hide. And its mental attacks can drive people insane." Moon-Yin-Yin understood and walked down a few steps, saying, "We really can help. Don't you need our help as well? If we don't deal with it, you will never escape. Of course, we can't get out now either, can we?" Principal Han's expression changed several times. And after sighing several times, he said, "In Ziyuan building, it was the administrator of that building during its lifetime. Its mental state was always unstable, and after being bitten, it devoured many good students, making it very powerful." Chapter 30, Timed Rescue Mission, Part 4. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded and pretended to take a big white rabbit milk candy out of her pocket, actually pulling it from thin air, and handed it to him, saying, "Thank you, the information you provided is very useful." Principal Han took it with both hands, feeling very guilty. "You're a good child. Thank you. I hope you all succeed." When he said this, he seemed to age several decades. Moon-Yin-Yin waved to her friends and said, "We should go now." Lu-Wan-Wan was the first to come down, her clean and delicate little face not tainted by a speck of dirt, as pure and holy as a celestial being descending to the mortal world. Moon-Yin-Yin took her little hand and left with her, while the other 3 closely followed behind. "Huh, sister, we can help you," Mu-Yu said reluctantly. Mu-Yu glanced at Principal Han and reluctantly agreed. "You all need to be careful. Don't worry." She took Lu-Wan-Wan downstairs again. "Classmates, that psychic zombie has an obsession with Ziyuan building. If you can't hold on, just run out of that building. It won't chase you." A thin little girl shouted before they stepped out. Although she now had many people to take care of, the large amount of supplies she had stockpiled gave her a lot of confidence. Besides, it didn't matter if they used them up. She believed that the system would definitely be able to exchange food later on. The two of them. Humanity's gossiping nature can't be changed even in the apocalypse. She shook her head and walked into the building. Lu-Wan-Wan felt the same and followed closely behind, cautiously asking, "What does a level 3 psychic zombie mean? Can we fight it?" Moon-Yin-Yin was also feeling anxious, but Xianwu said she could handle it. But how? What could she use to fight? She had no idea in her heart. She tightly held Lu-Wan-Wan's hand and said, "Don't be afraid, we can do this." As they walked to the center of the first-floor hall, an immense pressure suddenly hit them, and the two were directly forced to kneel on one knee. The mental suppression from the psychic type was indeed formidable. In her previous life, she had encountered a psychic zombie before. It was a 5th-level advanced zombie that could speak human language. That was also the first setback she faced after becoming the heir of the Spire base, which almost cost her life in that battle. In the end, it was A027, oh no, Wei Jinxiao, who saved her. She focused her mind, tried to release the pressure on her, forcing herself not to think about such unhappy things. What were her sisters doing? Why were they kneeling on the ground? Muigreku, holding a telescope, was very confused. Principal Han sighed and said, "That zombie is a psychic zombie. They are under psychic attack." Su-Chi worriedly asked, "Does that mean our leader and the others can't move right now? What if a zombie suddenly appears and bites them?" As he said this, the other 2 boys also became restless, their minds in chaos. "It won't happen," a kind classmate explained. "Psychic zombies like to toy with people. just like a cat preying on its prey. They enjoy torturing their victims before consuming them. This made them even more worried. Suddenly, Moonlight broke free from her restraints and stood up. She pulled you.Why into her embrace, and the latter woke up from her confusion. What happened to me? Baby, this guy is good at manipulating people's hearts. Be careful and stay alert. You.Why's face turned pale as she pinched her thigh and said, "Okay." The two looked around warily. You.Why felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she could only rely on Moonligh's strength to stand upright. The psychic abilities were too strong. Both humans and zombies were terrifyingly powerful. Moonlight clearly understood this, so she didn't dare to be careless. The psychic zombie saw the two standing straight under its pressure and immediately let out a sinister laugh. Other zombies needed at least level 6 to regain their language abilities, but the psychic one only needed level 3. Hiss, delicious, so delicious. The two felt goosebumps all over, and a ringing in their ears followed by blood flowing from their ears. To be honest, with her interference, Moonlight felt much better. No wonder Xuanwu insisted she bring You.Why. She thought that with Why being a fire-type ability user, it would be a burden to bring her along. It turns out there was a purpose to it. Stop shouting. The female zombie was furious. A guy with a brain ruined by the virus. Can't you let the dead rest in peace and stop jumping out to scare us? The natural weather is already harsh enough without enduring your torment. Stop shouting. The other side seemed to be unable to tolerate You.Why's voice. Since they didn't want her to shout, she insisted on shouting, saying that when she got tired later, she'd even recite a speech for them right on the spot. Moonlight was amused, sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling the hiding place of the zombies. Xuanwu, can't you just locate them? Players should not overly rely on the system and learn to judge for themselves. Moonlight. What use are you? Xuanwu remained silent, as if her punch had landed on cotton. Fortunately, she was already accustomed to it. One person and one zombie were still arguing, their conversation completely unrelated, yet every word was intact. Moonlight yawned, and despite the chaotic scene, she felt no discomfort at all. I can't take it anymore. You crazy woman. The zombie was going wild. Upper left. The presence from the upper left suddenly intensified, and Moonlight immediately pulled out her large machete and went into a defensive stance. Why, keep going, provoke her. I told you to be quiet. Crack. The clash between the blade and flesh didn't result in the expected splatter of blood. Instead, it seemed to hit something hard like armor. The female zombie was knocked back several meters by Moonlight, and only then did they see her appearance clearly. Her waist-length black hair flared up like a giant hedgehog, her hands and feet on the ground like a reptile, advancing step by step, her features twisted and bleeding, her head twisting at an abnormal angle. Chapter 31. Mission failed. So disgusting, like a spider. Moonlight felt the same way, but she was tense all over and dared not relax for a moment. When she saw the zombie pouncing over, she immediately activated her speed ability to dodge with You.Why. So fast, Suchi exclaimed in shock. Muyu couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted to go down and save his sister. Principal Han stopped him and said, "Your sisters won't lose. If you go down now, it will only distract them. Young master, you have flowers blooming on your head." Suchi pointed at his head, feeling it was quite unbelievable. Muyu turned his head to look in the mirror at the reflection and indeed saw a light yellow flower blooming on his head, which looked quite beautiful. He was puzzled and reached out to pluck it, but Principal Han quickly grabbed him and said, "You can't pick it. You have a plant-based ability, right? Unless it's absolutely necessary, you must not pick it." Muyu wanted to ask more, but he refused to say another word. Moonlight was in the midst of a fierce battle. She had just bent down to dodge a substantial attack, but was still thrown away by the shockwave. A buzzing sensation filled her mind as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling a strong wind coming from behind, she struggled to roll away. This was the most difficult situation she had faced since her rebirth. Dog Xuanwu, how am I supposed to fight you? Didn't you say that the bodies of psychic zombies are the weakest? Why is it as tough as a wall of copper and iron? Xuanwu fell silent for 3 seconds. The bodies of psychic zombies are the weakest among zombies of the same level. The implication was that it was weak compared to other zombies of the same level. Not compared to her. Moonlight spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and exchanged it for a potion. The potion appeared in her palm, and she raised her head to drink it, instantly feeling much better. Yan, are you okay? Lu-Wan shouted anxiously. They had just been scattered, one on the left and one on the right. I told you to shut up. This zombie really couldn't stand even a little bit of Lu-Wan's voice, immediately giving up on finishing off Moonlight and charging furiously toward her. Moonlight took the opportunity to sit cross-legged and guide the potion to repair her body. This basic level was troublesome. She had to handle the repair of the damage herself. The potions in the previous life S-Tower were the same. Lu-Wan could barely cope when she fought with her. After all, she shouted loudly while fighting, perfectly influencing her opponent's moves. Every move she made carried a mental attack, which was invisible and intangible, making it hard to dodge. Even facing it head-on wouldn't block it. Unfortunately, its physical strength was also very formidable. Dodging the mental attack wouldn't help against the physical one. Both of their jackets had already been torn apart, revealing the protective armor inside, which Moonlight had previously exchanged in the system. Without this, they would have probably been infected and turned into zombies long ago. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, she still had no way to win. Lu-Wan was tired, just as Moonlight had recovered to the 7th or 8th level and charged over with a machete. She wanted to give Lu-Wan a potion, but worried that she wouldn't know how to use it and would end up causing her veins to burst. So she decided against it. Her attacks were different from Lu-Wan's. Lu-Wan could restrain it, but couldn't inflict any substantial damage, while Moonlight could leave a mark with every blow. With Moonlight as protection, Lu-Wan worked even harder to recite various texts. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. You're not reciting it correctly. Lu-Wan ignored her, covering her ears and continuing to recite her confusing version of the Tungwang Pavilion Prelude. Stop reciting. I told you. You're not reciting it correctly. Now is the time. Moonlight concentrated all her strength in her arms and jumped high with a machete raised. Oh no, so many zombies. So many zombies. The students in the opposite building all had red eyes, seemingly possessed as they swung their weapons wildly at the air, even accidentally injuring their companions. Mu hurriedly pulled Principal Han towards a rooftop to prevent any accidental harm. This was someone his sister was trying to save. Principal Han, what's going on? The four of them tightly shut the rooftop door and asked breathlessly. Principal Han didn't respond. The others looked at him in confusion and saw him with tears in his eyes, gazing affectionately into the distance. He murmured, Lanji, I've come to find you. What Lanji? The others were puzzled. Principal Han seemed oblivious to their presence and took steps toward the edge of the rooftop. The others were startled and quickly grabbed him, but this old man had surprising strength, dragging all three of them along. What the hell? The three exchanged incredulous glances. Aside from Mu, the other two trained daily and were not to be underestimated, yet they were being overpowered by an old man. A strong sense of defeat welled up in their hearts. Principal Han, what's wrong? The three called out in unison but received no response. As they approached the edge of the rooftop, the boys were terrified. Quick, pull him back. Pull him back. The three of them exerted all their strength just to hold him in place. Bang! Two thuds sounded simultaneously. Principalan? Notification. Rescue personnel have lost vital signs. Time mission failed. Punishment. 10 minutes of electric shock. Notification. Emergency mission completed. Gained 1 mental healing ability. Please check your rewards. Player. Moonlight stood there in disbelief, walking out slowly. She couldn't understand why Principal Han would jump off a building. She moved as if her soul had left her body, not even noticing the darkening sky and gathering storm clouds. When she reached Principal Han's corpse, she knelt down and touched his peaceful face, which still bore a smile, as if he had left this world in tranquility. Why? Suddenly, a loud thunderclap struck Moonlight directly. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her hair standing on end like a zombie. Wasn't it supposed to be an electric shock? How did it turn into a lightning strike? She had no strength left to finish her sentence before collapsing. In her dazed vision, she saw the next bolt of lightning about to hit her. The imagined sensation did not come, and as she lifted her head in confusion, she saw Su Qi standing in front of her. Moonlight was shocked and frozen in place, unsure of how to react. 10 minutes is neither long nor short. Yet 4 bolts of lightning struck down, 3 of which hit Su Qi. Quick, save him. The moment the barrier disappeared, everyone rushed over. When the lightning struck, everyone charged forward, but for some reason, an invisible barrier blocked the others, allowing only Su Qi to enter. He didn't have time to take Moonlight away and could only withstand the 3 bolts of lightning with his own body, fiercely protecting Moonlight. Chapter 32. Awakening of Spirit Healing Ability. What is this? Moonlight didn't know how long she had been in a coma. When she opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by a sea of wontons, with countless stars scattered around. She reached out to touch them, and with a light tap of her fingertip, they shattered. The fragments scattered like light, pouring into her body. It was so cold. She shivered. Those beams of light seemed like mischievous children, all rushing in to dive into her body. She felt as if she could see her own veins, and in the center, that beating heart. Those glowing dots were racing along the veins. Is this her brain? The scene shifted, and she seemed to see countless pits and hollows. The glowing dots jumped in one after another, filling the hollows until they vanished. Moonlight inexplicably knew that the injuries were left after fighting against a psychic zombie. She didn't know why she knew, but she just did. Tens of thousands of wounds were stitched and filled. Suddenly, she realized something. Is this the ability of psychic healing? After the light points repaired all her injuries, they gathered and condensed into a transparent crystal core that radiated colorful light. It turned out that the psychic cores were all located in the sea of consciousness, which is the brain. The girl's long, delicate eyelashes fluttered, and half a minute later, she opened her eyes. "Wan Wan," she softly called. Wan Wan's tears streamed down her face as she choked out. "Does it still hurt? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We will be there soon." Moonlight was a bit confused and asked, "Where to?" "To find Dr. Zhou in Shefli." Moonlight chuckled and wanted to sit up to show her, but she was held tightly by the little girl. "What about Su Qi? Is he okay?" "I don't know. He's in the car behind." Moonlight had no choice but to open the team panel. She saw that Su Qi's vital signs were all good and that he had awakened lightning-type abilities, which made her feel relieved. Fortunately, he was fine. She rubbed her temples and said, "By the way, how did Su Qi get over here?" Luan wanted to know either, now that her best friend was finally awake. It took her a while to clear her mind. She and Song Shiyin, who was driving, went over the situation from that time together. As Moonligh's knife fell, the spirit-type zombie fought back with its last strength and severely injured Luan. Meanwhile, Principal Han seemed to be possessed as he jumped down, unable to stop himself. Both sides landed simultaneously. As Moonlight walked out in a daze, incredulous. Luan, severely injured, couldn't get up, while Mu Yu and others rushed downstairs. They didn't know why the lightning struck Moonlight, but when everyone wanted to save her, they were intercepted by an invisible barrier. Mu Yu was thrown away because he awakened his speed-type ability and ran too fast, suffering quite a bit of injury. Then, what about the zombie crystal core? The rescue mission failed, but the zombie crystal core can't be gone, right? Luan said with a mix of laughter and tears. "Don't worry, I left people to clean up the battlefield. Not only will I bring you that psychic zombie crystal core, but I'll also bring other crystal cores along." Moonlight breathed a sigh of relief. Although the crystal cores were useless right now, they would become circulating currency in the future. Finally, they had reunited with the main group. Uncle Lu frowned in confusion as he looked at the pitiful little team. Wasn't it just supposed to be a rescue for one person? Why did it look like they had just been through a battle? He looked at the dented front and back of the car, unsure of what to say. "Quick, someone! Bring a stretcher! Save the person!" As soon as the car came to a stop, Luan shouted out. Uncle Lu was startled and quickly ordered people to prepare for rescue. "Who is it? Who is injured?" He was anxious, and when he saw Su Qi being carried away, his heart relaxed. But then he saw Moonlight being forcibly pressed onto a stretcher and carried away, and his heart tightened again. Oh dear, how is it that so many people couldn't protect 2 little girls? What happened? What's wrong with Xiaoyan? Once the people entered the tent for rescue, he hurriedly pulled his daughter to ask questions. After learning the details, his temples throbbed. What kind of misfortune was it for a good family? After finally taking down the zombies, they found out the person they were trying to save had jumped off a building, and then they got struck by lightning. That Su family boy was really something. He had used his body to block for others. He clicked his tongue in admiration, having a much better opinion of Su Chi. Chef Li's healing ability had to be attached to food to be effective, so he immediately started to cook porridge. Buckets of blood were carried out from Moonlight's tent. Although she had used her psychic healing ability to repair the damage left from fighting the mental zombies, the physical injuries were unavoidable. She had a serious wound on her abdomen where a wooden splinter had pierced through. Dr. Zhou had no anesthesia, so he directly went in to remove the splinter. And Jeff thought she would scream, but to his surprise, she blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at the two with an innocent expression, as if the one with the abdominal injury wasn't her at all. And Jie couldn't help but ask, "Don't you feel anything?" Moonlight carefully felt the path. "It's somewhat icy." And Jie, "Teacher, is Nian paralyzed or what?" "Doctor." Zhou took out a piece of wood shavings and with a blank expression said, "Awakening the mental healing ability is like this. It can numb the nerves, making one unable to feel pain." And Jie suddenly understood. "No wonder you said anesthesia isn't needed." "Yes, it won't be needed in the future. Miss Mu's ability can achieve this effect. This is too strong. It can even be used externally." Moonlight felt confused but understood some of it. She relaxed her body and suddenly felt pain. The sudden explosion startled Dr. Zhou, making him almost tremble. With an unhappy expression, he said, "If you don't want scars on your belly in the future, behave yourself. It hurts so much. How do you numb nerves?" Dr. Zhou was speechless. He had never seen someone so clumsy. She kept moving around, making it impossible to continue with the removal, so he could only patiently teach her to use her mental healing abilities. Half an hour later, she finally learned but was so exhausted that she fainted. Lu Wanwan wanted to barge in several times to see what was going on. How could the cries be so tragic? Once all the wounds were treated, Moonlight was wrapped up like a zongzi, with only her eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. "Is this serious?" Lu Wanwan was almost dumbfounded. "Doctor." Zhou came out and glanced her up and down, saying, "You should go in and lie down too." "Huh?" Lu Wanwan suddenly remembered that she seemed to be injured as well and quickly rolled up her sleeves. Goodness, a large chunk of flesh was gone. Lu Wanwan fainted immediately. She had a blood phobia, a type of blood phobia that only applied to her own blood. "Doctor." Zhou was speechless and had to stitch her up again. During this time, he checked on Su Chi, who didn't have much to treat. He was just awakening his abilities. Lightning abilities are very powerful, among the strong abilities in all stages, but awakening them is quite difficult, and there wasn't much he could do to help. Chapter 33. The Strange Dr. Zhou 1. As night fell, sparse zombie howls began to emerge around. "Boss, should we proceed according to the original plan?" Uncle Lu pondered slightly. Moonligh's team had quite a few injured members, and the two girls were wrapped up tightly. However, staying overnight was very dangerous. It would be better if they kept moving. "Boss, Miss Mu is awake." She said to depart as soon as possible to reach you.Why and not to delay any longer. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu instructed, "Let's set off." Moonlight and Lu Wanwan lay on a van, one on each side, with Chef Li in the middle, holding a bowl to feed them. "You guys are really too dangerous," he complained while feeding the two girls porridge. "One bite for you, one bite for me," using the same spoon. "No, uncle, this won't do. It's too slow. When can I get up?" Moonlight weakly complained. The more complex and innovative Chef Li's food was, the stronger the abilities it contained. The energy in this plain porridge was minuscule. "Exactly. So what should we do?" "You can only eat something light," he said. "Light?" Lu Wanwan's eyes lit up. "How about boiled cabbage?" As a Chinese chef, Li certainly knew this dish. He rubbed his forehead and said, "There aren't that many ingredients." Yes, I have some." Even though Moonlight couldn't move her body, she managed to wiggle her fingers, and a large pile of ingredients appeared in front of her. "Is this enough? If not, I have more." Looking at the mountain of ingredients before him, Chef Li smiled helplessly. All right, I'll satisfy you." He took the ingredients to the food truck, which was a modified RV, serving as Chef Li's private kitchen, and he prepared while walking, not wasting any time. As soon as Chef Li left, Moonlight quickly exchanged for 2 basic potions. "Wanwan, darling, look." She struggled to signal Lu Wanwan to see the potions in her hand. However, Lu Wanwan was wrapped up tightly and couldn't catch a glimpse of what she was holding, no matter how hard she tried. Moonlight reluctantly said, "This is a recovery potion. I'll teach you how to use it." Upon hearing it was a potion, Lu Wanwan stopped resisting and took a look. "Fortunately, you awakened that spirit healing ability, otherwise I would be in so much pain." Lu Wanwan not only had a chunk of flesh taken off her arm, but her thigh was also injured, and her body was pierced with numerous sharp objects. At that time, the damned zombie couldn't get close to her because of her sound wave attack, so it threw her around several times. It was a tough situation for the sisters. In fact, she was even a bit worse off than Moonlight, since Moonlight had already digested a potion by then. The other car wasn't so lucky. Beside her, Su Chi was lying with his hair standing up, his face dark, and no one was there to help him. Both of them were still unconscious, with the potion and Chef Li's careful feeding. The two sisters would be able to get up and walk the next evening. "Boss, your brother is awake." Song Shi Yin timely interrupted. "Uncle Lu, I'm going to check on my brother." "Dad, I'm going to see her brother." "Ugh, these two little brats." Moonlight has mastered the art of numbing pain to perfection, and Mu doesn't feel any discomfort. Seeing her sister, who is perfectly fine and full of life, has eased her mind significantly. It's good that her sister is okay. Moonlight took the opportunity to use the potion on him, but he was too seriously injured with broken bones. It was estimated that he would need 2 more doses and should lie down for a few more days. "Sister, what happened to Su Chi?" After being blasted away, he fainted on the spot, and now looking at the charred figure, he wouldn't have dared to recognize him if Chef Li hadn't said it was Su Chi. Lu Wanwan immediately repeated what had happened afterward. "Mu suddenly understood. Why hasn't Dr. Zhou come yet? Didn't he tell him that my brother has woken up?" Moonlight was surprised. She had already sent someone to call him, but he hadn't come for a long time. Strange, and Jia hasn't come either. Moonlight got up to take a look, and Lu Wanwan rarely didn't follow. "Is Dr. Zhou inside?" Both Dr. Zhou and Chef Li have their own RVs. One converted into a kitchen and the other into a laboratory. The security guard nodded. She felt inexplicably puzzled and asked, "Isn't Dr. Zhou inside?" The bodyguard assured her, "Miss, Dr. Zhou is inside." This was strange, so Moonlight had to directly open the door and go in. The door was not locked, but she didn't see anyone at a glance. As she casually closed the door and walked in, she suddenly tripped over something and nearly fell. A warm, big hand supported her and said, "Even if you used elixirs, that injury in your abdomen is still a through-and-through wound. If you fall like this, all my efforts will be in vain." Moonlight was startled and patted her chest, exclaiming, "What scared me here?" She bent down to take a closer look and discovered there was a person there. Who else could it be but Jia? "Wait, what's going on?" she exclaimed in surprise, stepping back several paces. There was Jia, trembling all over and covered in blood, hiding under the stairs like a frightened little pet. "Doctor." Zhou said nothing, pulled over a chair to sit down, and extended his wrist, saying, "Give me some treatment." It felt strange for a highly skilled doctor to extend his hand for treatment to someone who knew nothing about it. Moonlight sat down in a daze, feeling a bit lost and helpless. Instinctively, she mimicked the old Chinese medicine doctor and took his pulse. Dr. Zhou was speechless and reached out to swat her hand away. Moonlight was confused. "Isn't that what it means?" Dr. Zhou was completely convinced. He reached out and held her small hand, saying, "Use your mental healing ability to flow through my meridians and enter my sea of consciousness to help me repair it." He had stated it so clearly. Surely this girl understood, right? Moonligh's small face turned a bit red as she quickly closed her eyes to feel his pulse carefully. She found it somewhat difficult. For some reason, she was able to enter Lu Wanwan's sea of consciousness easily, as if it were her own. She even found it very easy to enter Mu Yoyu's, Chef Li's, and the unconscious Su Chi's. However, this time, entering Dr. Zhou's sea of consciousness was met with significant obstacles. Just as she was about to give up, Dr. Zhou reminded her, "Hold on a little longer." Thus, she had to focus her attention again. Gradually, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she felt somewhat powerless. It was almost there. She felt it was close, just a little bit more. The light spots came to a halt as she gathered her strength, preparing to charge. Just a little more, just a bit more. It was almost enough. Chapter 34. The Strange Dr. Zhou, Part 2, The Final Surge. Bang! The invisible barrier was broken, and she successfully entered Dr. Zhou's sea of consciousness. She had seen Lu Wanwan's romantic and spring-like sea of consciousness, Mu Yoyu's valley and lake-like sea, Chef Li's rich and healing sea, and Su Qi's passionate yet chaotic sea. Each person's sea of consciousness burst with life, vibrant and alive, making one clearly aware that the person was still living. However, only Dr. Zhou's sea of consciousness seemed like a battlefield relic, riddled with wounds, lifeless and eerie. Shocking to behold. She swallowed hard and looked into Dr. Zhou's eyes, unsure of what to say. A flash of disappointment crossed Dr. Zhou's eyes as he smiled lightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Moon-Yin-Yin shook her head and held her opponent's hand again, saying, "I'll try again." Dr. Zhou did not refuse, and this time, entering his sea of consciousness went very smoothly. Looking at the wounds, she guided the light points over. At first, they were reluctant, but under her coercion, they helplessly jumped inside. They seemed like raindrops entering parched land, causing not a ripple. Exhausted from the effort, Moon-Yin-Yin leaned back, looking fatigued. "What have you been through to have these injuries?" Dr. Zhou shrugged and replied, "I don't remember. Perhaps you'll find out in the future." Moon-Yin-Yin still wanted to say something, but suddenly saw a red dot on the team panel in the system. She clicked in and was surprised to find that she could now view Dr. Zhou's panel. Previously, she could see the panel introductions of everyone else, but not for Dr. Zhou and Jia. She and T had the chance to ask Xuanwu about it, but now she discovered that she could see Dr. Zhou's ability status and physical condition. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Xuanwu couldn't stand it anymore and actively popped up the explanation for her to see. She suddenly realized that the team had values. If her loyalty reached 60, she could add someone to the team. If her trust value reached 60, she could view vital signs, and if it reached 80, she could see the awakening of abilities. There were still hidden parts of the loyalty and trust values that had not been displayed. Moon-Yin-Yin often suspected that the behind-the-scenes programmers hadn't figured things out yet, but she had no evidence. Before this, Dr. Zhou's trust in her was even below 60. She clicked on the team member's avatar and found that Lu Wanwan had a loyalty of 90 and a full trust value of 100. Her brother didn't even have such high scores in both metrics. She felt so touched. What should she do? Noticing her distraction, Dr. Zhou didn't wake her up, as if his knowing gaze only glanced at her before moving away. That guy had only a loyalty of 60 and a trust value of 0, which was really something. She couldn't even see how his vital signs were. Dr. Zhou took a sip of coffee and pulled out a stack of documents from under the table for her to see. Moon-Yin-Yin saw the entire content in English and immediately felt a headache, but within 3 seconds, it seemed that Chinese subtitles appeared in front of her. Wow, it must be Xuanwu. This is a medical report. It describes Anjia's physical condition using a lot of professional terminology. Like Mu Yoyu, he has a congenital rare disease, but his illness affects the nervous system. In order to survive, he specialized in rare diseases, but he has not been able to cure himself so far. Dr. Zhou injected him with a certain medication to help him survive, and the report goes on to describe the components of this medication and what will happen once it enters the body. Moon-Yin-Yin was increasingly alarmed as she shook her head in disbelief, saying, "What's the difference between this and a living zombie? It gradually loses memory and deteriorates, forgetting past events, with stiff limbs and uncontrollable emotions, etc." Dr. Zhou's eyes were slightly red as he gently replied, "You're too weak. If you were a bit stronger, you could save him." The two looked at the man at the bottom of the stairs. His mind seemed to be very well protected, pure, and kind. But do the symptoms indicated above have anything to do with the nervous system? Dr. Zhou took out a crystal core, a level 3 psychic zombie crystal core. Yes, it's the crystal core from the zombie you killed this time. Moon-Yin-Yin was confused and didn't understand how this was related to saving Jia. "Do you know why I followed you?" Initially, Moon-Yin-Yin really didn't know, but just now, she realized that this guy was the true prophet. He had awakened the ability to foresee the future. In other words, he had long known he would awaken the mental healing ability, which is why he followed her. His purpose from the very beginning was aimed at this. No wonder he brought Jia along. No wonder he so easily followed a stranger. No wonder he said such strange things on the first day they met. And no wonder he knew she had spatial abilities. She felt like spitting blood. This ability was too abnormal. She wished she could have it too, mentally poking Xianwu. Xianwu chose to play dead. After their honest exchange, Moonlight felt a sense of relief. She had always thought this guy was strange and often suspected that he was also reborn. So you know how to refine crystal cores? Dr. Zhou lowered his head, rubbing the crystal core, and said lightly, "My ability level is too low, and I currently cannot actively control it to check. I can only passively receive some information, so the steps I see are not complete and still need to be explored." Moonlight understood that in her previous life, it was also managed by Dr. Zhou, who spent several years refining the crystal core purification liquid. However, that stuff was indeed very useful and effectively enhanced abilities. With this level 3 mental crystal core, if it could be refined, consuming it would at least enhance her by 1 level. Alright then, you go for it. Starting today, come over every day to ground.Yannian, and I will follow your orders for the next 5 years. In the system team panel, a small lock appeared under Dr. Zhou's avatar, and clicking on it revealed a contract for 5 years, stating that betrayers would be executed. What the heck? Moonlight was shocked, covering her small mouth and saying, "Breaking the contract will lead to death." She wasn't joking, and Dr. Zhou didn't take it as a joke either. He solemnly placed his fist over his heart and earnestly promised her. Moonlight was shocked and still incredulous, saying, "But your sea of consciousness injury is also very serious. If I help him treat it, I probably won't have enough energy left to treat you. And yours is quite exhausting as well." Dr. Zhou knew all this. He glanced at the man at the bottom of the stairs, who was 5 years younger than him and whom he had always treated like a younger brother. "It's okay. Didn't you say you can block pain? Just help me block it out." Moonlight was even more shocked. She never expected that injury to her sea of consciousness would hurt. She was still feeling dizzy when she left the RV, unable to believe that such a legendary figure had been bound to her side for 5 years. 5 years. In her past life, her adoptive father didn't have the ability to keep someone willingly by his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for so many people to guard him closely. On the surface, he held a high position and power, but in reality, it was just imprisonment. Chapter 35. 3-star mission. Unfortunately, Dr. Zhou was not someone who had been reborn. Otherwise, she could have interrogated him about what her adoptive father forced him to do in his past life. After Dr. Zhou finished examining Mu Yoyu, he nodded and said, "With your sister here, it shouldn't be a big problem. It should heal by tomorrow." After saying that, he looked at Su Qi and nodded again, saying, "The awakening is complete. He will wake up within half an hour." After that, he left coolly. Moonlight touched her nose, still unsure how to explain the origin of that potion, but fortunately her friends did not press her. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, they didn't ask further. The system predicted that the first wave of the tsunami would break out tomorrow evening, which would cause chaos. The convoy did not rest during the day and kept departing from you.Why. Now that it was dark, stopping was even less of an option. Uncle Lu sent someone to call Moonlight and Lu Wanwan over for a meeting. "Xiaonian and Xiaowan, your grandpa Zhao said that a tsunami might break out in the next couple of days." "Hello, Grandpa Zhao." The two greeted the elderly man politely. Grandpa Zhao nodded in acknowledgement and pointed at the strange things on the screen to explain to them. Although they felt confused, they clearly understood that a typhoon and a tsunami were approaching. No wonder they hadn't rested at all during the day and kept moving. It turned out there were experts guiding them. Now, with all signals lost, they couldn't contact satellites, but their calculations were still relatively accurate. "The reason I called you over is that we will pass through City M around 3 in the morning. This city is not small, but it is surrounded by mountains that stretch endlessly." He pointed at the paper map while speaking to the dozen or so people in the room. Moonlight pointed at the table and said softly, "But if we want to pass through, we will inevitably encounter the risk of a zombie tide." In fact, what she said was conservative. It was not just a zombie tide. This City M has always been prosperous, with many tourists and residents. Once an infection occurs, the transmission speed will be very fast, and it is absolutely overrun inside now. With so many zombies, there will definitely be 1 or more high-level zombies. A group of low-level minions is easy to deal with, and a level 3 zombie can still be managed, but what about level 4 or 5? Among their team, only Moonlight knew that the highest level was only level 2. As for Lu Wanwan, who awakened earlier, She still hasn't even touched the edge of level 2. What can they use to fight against level 4 or 5 zombies? Even hot weapons won't work. Moon-Yin-Yin rubbed her temples in pain. At that time, the body of the 3rd level zombie was only as strong as other 2nd level ones, and even her enhanced pistol could not inflict any substantial damage on it. She couldn't think of any conventional weapon that could deal with normal 3rd, 4th, or 5th level zombies. After all, in her previous life, everyone attached their abilities to their weapons to penetrate zombies. But now that everyone's abilities had weakened so much, how could they manage that? A group of people was discussing plans excitedly. And although Moon-Yin-Yin didn't speak, she silently dismissed all their ideas in her mind. These people were still too naive. They had not experienced it, nor did they have any data to study or observe. They couldn't imagine how terrifying high-level zombies were. Moon-Yin-Yin couldn't just speak without evidence. She had no proof to back up the credibility of her words. They were only over 50 kilometers away from City M, yet no one had reached a conclusion. Mr. Liu, there's a situation ahead. The driver suddenly shouted. Uncle Liu lifted the curtain to look ahead. Under the continuous lights, there were numerous vehicles, all parked outside the city, with no one moving forward. Uncle Liu instructed, let us find a place to stop and see what is going on. Task triggered. Xuanwu hadn't even spoken yet when Moon-Yin-Yin chose to cover her ears and ignore him. So annoying. The person's injury hadn't even healed, and now this. Is there no end to it? Unfortunately, Xuanwu's voice still reached her, completely unavoidable. Task triggered. 3-star long-term task. Save zombie king Huaichuan. Huaichuan? How is that possible? It's only been a short time since the apocalypse. How could this guy appear? Moon-Yin-Yin gasped, her face pale. She touched her collarbone, the painful memory of being pierced in her previous life still fresh. That was the closest she had ever come to death. It was Wei Jinxiao who risked his life to save her from the other party. If it weren't for that incident, she wouldn't have developed any feelings for him. To be honest, she didn't really want to have any interactions with Huaichuan. That guy was too terrifying. Currently, Huaichuan is just a normal human child. Huh? Moon-Yin-Yin was taken aback. Xuanwu showed her a 13 or 14-year-old fair, well-behaved, and cute little boy. If you save him, he's unlikely to become the world-destroying zombie king as he did in his previous life. What a big promise. According to his previous life trajectory, he grew up in Y City, and at that time your brother Lu Wanwan, Su Qi. All right, I accept this task. Moon-Yin-Yin said irritably. The 3-star mission has been bound, and players cannot unbind or cancel it. Please do your best. After saying this, Xuanwu quickly hid away. Moon-Yin-Yin was speechless, resigning herself to open the newly appeared Samsung task panel. It contained all of Huaichuan's past experiences and his current location, as well as the events about to unfold. She clicked on the location and found that he was only a few hundred meters away. No wonder the task was triggered. She suppressed her discomfort and fear, trying to comfort herself. If she didn't act, this guy's future strength would be beyond their ability to handle. After all, she had died in her past life, while Huaichuan was still doing well. The data card indicated that the poor Huaichuan was currently undergoing inhumane torment. Then let this young lady rescue him from the fire and water. They found a relatively open space to park the car and formed a circle, leaving a large area in the middle for camping. They mentioned that several cars had already entered the city, and without exception, all had perished, so they stayed here, planning to wait for others to break through together. Mr. Liu nodded. By the way, they had formed some kind of alliance, stating that if the Spire base rejected them, they would find a place to establish their own base. Moon-Yin-Yin raised her eyebrows and asked, is it called the Peace Alliance? Chapter 36, Saving Huaichuan, Part 1. The man nodded vigorously and said, yes, Miss Mu is right. It's called the Peace Alliance. Moon-Yin-Yin is very familiar with this future safe base. It is the only base that can stand shoulder to shoulder with their Spire base, and there are hints that it may even surpass it in the future. The leader of their base is different from her adoptive father. He is ruthless and unrestrained in his actions, accepting anyone he deems useful, regardless of how evil they may be. It is said that he lives like a local emperor, surrounded by 7 or 8 wives and having 7 or 8 children. The reason she pays so much attention is that he is from the same hometown as her, both from H City. They once collaborated to eliminate a swarm of bugs, so they have some history together. However, at that time, he harbored ulterior motives towards her and even proposed some ridiculous notion of a marriage alliance. This angered her adoptive father, who immediately took action against them, throwing bombs without concern for the cost. She thinks of her adoptive father, her gaze slightly downcast. If it weren't for the 6 months of imprisonment in darkness and the last pain being too vivid, she would often doubt whether it was all just a dream. An adoptive father is still an adoptive father. How could Xiaoyan know? Moon-Yannian panicked and lied, saying, I dreamed about it. Yes. Our baby dreams are amazing. Often dreaming about things that will happen in the future. Lu-Wanwan was extremely supportive. No one else questioned it, and they all accepted this explanation. What else did you dream about? I dreamed of a boy named Huai Chuan, about 13 or 14 years old, in middle school. In the dream, there was an old man who told me that I must save him. Since it was already so absurd, it might as well be a bit more absurd. Lu-Wanwan nodded seriously and said to her dad, Why don't you send someone to check it out? We will find a way to save him. Anyway, the whole team was supported by Moon-Yannian, so having one more person would make much difference to them. They weren't planning to stay idle either. After organizing the team, they paired up and went out to gather information. Mu Yu felt that he could get out of bed, but Moon-Yannian wouldn't allow it, insisting he lie down a bit longer. She left Su Qi to keep him company and took Lu-Wanwan and Song Shiyan out. The two beautiful and clean girls immediately attracted everyone's attention. In such chaotic times of fleeing, anyone who could remain so clean and presentable must either be carefree or wealthy and powerful. However, seeing their gentle brows and eyes, they must be the naive and sweet daughters of some rich family. Hey, miss, what are you looking for? A cocky little rogue approached with a few of his buddies. Song Shiyan wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Moon-Yannian. She smiled lightly and said, You might as well call us your grandmothers. The little rogue didn't take her words to heart, taking a few steps closer to size up the two. One looked adorable and gentle, while the other was bright and flamboyant. Both types were very attractive. The guys behind him also whistled and joked at the two. Hey, beauties, are you also heading to the Spire base in H City? Our big brother has connections. You might as well come with us, and he'll definitely get you in, they said without restraint. Yeah, our big brother is a fire element ability user. He'll surely satisfy both of you. They spoke lewdly. Lu-Wanwan scoffed. Fire element ability? Let me take a look. As she spoke, a fire dragon launched at them. The little rogue hurriedly activated his ability to defend, but was no match for Lu-Wanwan. It was a joke. Under Moon-Yannian's subtle guidance, Lu-Wanwan had learned many techniques and methods, and someone who relied solely on trial and error was no opponent at all. Moreover, aside from absorbing crystal cores, the most important thing for enhancing abilities was to eat well and drink well, and they certainly didn't look like they could compare to Chef Li. Within 3 moves, the guy was already defeated under Lu-Wanwan's fire dragon, his body burned and tattered, looking utterly miserable. You dare to think about our young lady with someone like you? Song Shiyan disdainfully dragged him in front of the two. Wanwan, you're amazing. Moon-Yannian admired as she wrapped her arms around the girl's waist, her starry eyes full of adoration. Lu-Wanwan was pleased and kicked the guy a couple of times. At least you're somewhat useful. Please, ladies, spare me. I know I was wrong. It was my fault for not recognizing 2 ancestors. It's my grandson's mistake. He quickly admitted his fault, knocking his head against the ground. Lu-Wanwan despised men like him who lacked backbone and didn't even bother to look at him. His little buddies had long since disappeared, leaving him to fend for himself. Where did you all come from? Moon-Yannian asked. H City. This group of people all ran over from there. Moon-Yannian glanced at the license plates, which were indeed all the same. She asked, Is there a boy named Huai Chuan? Around 13 or 14 years old. Moon-Yannian took out her phone and opened the photo of Huai Chuan for him to see. The man looked at it and suddenly realized, Yes, it must be him, but he doesn't look that good now. Do you still want him? Lu-Wanwan leaned in to take a look. The young boy in the photo was indeed very handsome, making one unable to help but feel a sense of pity. Yes, where is he? You guys let me go, and I'll take you to him. As soon as he said this, Song Shiyan immediately kicked him. Be honest. Don't think I don't know what tricks you're playing. The little rogue repeatedly begged for mercy, insisting he wasn't doing anything wrong, but added, I've been hungry for 3 days. If I take you to him, you have to treat me to a meal, right? The few of them were amused by his demeanor. Their lives were in his hands. Yet he was still bargaining. Well, there's nothing I can do. My life is worthless. I might as well just die. Moon-Yin-Yin was too lazy to waste words with him, and casually threw a bag of cake that Lu Wanwan didn't like over to him. Moon-Yin-Yin signaled to let him go. After freeing his hands, he quickly took out the cake and ate it. There were so many people here, and many were watching them from shadows. Once they saw he had food, they would come to snatch it away. So it was better to eat it and feel at ease. Moon-Yin-Yin watched his ancestral eating habits, feeling queasy in her stomach, and tossed over a bottle of mineral water. The little rogue gratefully accepted it, expressed some auspicious words, and then gulped it down all in one go. Moon-Yin-Yin. Lu Wanwan, Song Shi-Yen. Has this person never eaten before? After eating his fill, he contentedly let out a burp and then gestured behind him for Song Shi-Yen to push him forward. Let's go. Ladies, I'll take you to find that little guy. No more tricks, okay? Moon-Yin-Yin warned. Perhaps having eaten enough, he felt a strange sense of relaxation, lazily saying, "Don't worry, I, Zhao Lu, keep my word." Chapter 37. Saving Huaichuan, Part 2. Nice name you've got. Lu Wanwan casually replied. Right, young lady, I came up with it myself. I'm an orphan, raised on food from many families. Our village is called Zhao Family Village, and there are quite a few Zhao Da, Zhao Air, Zhao San, Zhao Si, Zhao Wu, but there's no Zhao Lu. So I named myself Zhao Lu. He seemed to have opened up and was talking nonstop. Moon-Yin-Yin felt her head buzzing. She had never encountered anyone more talkative than Su Qi. She thought Su Qi was annoying enough, but unexpectedly, this guy was even worse. Fortunately, he arrived before she could lose her temper. He pointed to the tent ahead and said, I've seen the kid you mentioned. I can't afford to mess with this family. So please let me go first. Moon-Yin-Yin glanced around but didn't see any child, yet Xuanwu indicated that the target was only 5 meters away. Reward. Hide it well. Moon-Yin-Yin stuffed a few packs of compact compressed biscuits in her arms, using her figure to block the view from behind, as if she just brushed past him. Zhao Lu quickly hid at lightning speed, grinning as he said, Two beauties, see you in Z City, you must stay alive. Moon-Yin-Yin glanced at him deeply, feeling that he looked familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen him before. She had a strange premonition that they would meet again. A few people walked towards a tent. Hello. Song Shi-Yen greeted the male host who walked out. The man was tall and imposing, with a fierce appearance, and Moon-Yin-Yin instinctively thought of taking him down at first sight. She turned her head away to avoid looking at him. What are you doing? He asked with an unfriendly expression, straightening his back and clenching his fists. Moon-Yin-Yin saw a small shadow in the leftmost tent, like a curled-up boy, and she kept staring at it. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of her, and a foul smell hit her, scaring her to quickly step back. Who is this? No sense of hygiene at all. She looked at the man with a face full of disgust, her expression completely unmasked. The man raised his fist as big as a sandbag and said, What are you looking at? Moon-Yin-Yin mocked. Can you control it? The man, furious, raised his fist and was about to strike. Moon-Yin-Yin was afraid he wouldn't take action, so he directly raised his foot and kicked the person away. Wow, so satisfying. He had long found that guy displeasing. Just now, Song Shi-Yen asked him if he had a boy around 13 or 14 years old, to which the other party replied, What? Are you looking to buy? Can you afford the price? Unfortunately, before they could negotiate, the other party was already 5 meters away on the grass. His actions were too loud, startling the people in the two tents, who all came out. Hubby, a beautiful woman rushed over to help the person up. Help! They're killing people in broad daylight. With her cry, quite a few people did indeed come out from the shadows. They could see that these three were not to be trifled with, but they also noticed that the three definitely had supplies in their hands. An older man, slightly older than the others, pointed his cane at the three and said, Where did you come from? Where are the adults? Lu Wanwan really used the walkie-talkie to call her dad over. You little brat, how dare you kick me? The burly man, regaining his composure, charged over aggressively, but unfortunately was stopped by the old man. What are you doing? Second uncle, that woman kicked me. A big guy was cowering like a quail in front of a small old man. Little girl, why did you kick someone? Moon-Yin-Yin's gaze was fixed on the boy who was all dirty, wearing an ill-fitting black hoodie, with a wide hat covering his head. She had a strange premonition that it was Huaichuan. The young Huaichuan inexplicably evoked her pity. "Hey girl, I'm talking to you," the big guy shouted at Moon Yannian realized afterwards. "He hit me first. Who dares to hit our child?" Uncle Lu came with people. Over there was a group of village men, though strong. They looked troubled. Here, it was all international elites, each robust, armed with weapons. Some even had pistols at their waists. A single word from Uncle Lu scared the villagers back a few steps. Their previously strong momentum weakened. Two little girls recounted what had just happened, one on the left and one on the right. Uncle Lu, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, said, "I didn't know that someone dared to bully our little girl when she was out." The old man repeatedly said no. It was a misunderstanding. Compensation for mental damages. Uncle Lu rubbed the gun in his hand. The old man tightened his grip on his cane, feigning distress. "Boss, we are all poor people. We have no money." "Huh? Who wants money? Bring food for compensation." Uncle Lu looked like a black boss, imposing and fierce. "It's clearly your child who kicked me and hurt me. Why should I compensate?" The big guy looked aggrieved. His wife chimed in. "Yes, big brother, you can't be unreasonable. Your daughter hurt someone." Uncle Lu sneered. "So what? You should compensate us." As her audacious words came out, all the villagers trembled. Uncle Lu was amused, raised his gun, and fired a bullet that grazed her scalp, leaving a large streak of blood. "Who will compensate?" "We will. We will," the big guy cried out, extremely compliant with the situation. Moon really didn't expect this guy to have such a scene. It was hard to tell. Thought he was tough. "Second uncle, lend me 2 bags of rice." He tugged at the little old man's clothes, snot and tears streaming down his face. Uncle Lu took advantage of the situation and said, "Now it's 5 bags of 20-kilogram rice." A woman covered in blood suddenly sat down on the ground, crying and wailing, "We don't have that much." Uncle Lu, annoyed by the noise, pointed at the small boy in the back who was covered in black and hard to see, and said, "Is that your child? Use him as a trade." The woman hesitated for a moment, then agreed wholeheartedly, getting up to pull the boy. The big guy shouted, "If you give him away, where are we going to eat tonight?" Moon Yannian was taken aback, her eyes filled with frost as she coldly questioned, "Are you planning to eat him?" The information given by Xuanwu only mentioned that Huaichuan was exchanged by his stepmother for someone from the same village, without any further details. It had only been a short time since the apocalypse. If her guess was correct, then these were the second wave of cannibals they had discovered. Disgusting, terrifying, utterly inhuman. No wonder she felt repulsed and irritable the moment she saw this man. People who eat their own kind, can they still be called human? She tightened her grip on the gun in her hand, a surge of anger ready to explode. No, we don't cook. This guy is responsible for cooking in our house." The big guy hurriedly waved his hands to explain as he noticed the change in the other person's expression. Chapter 38. Saving Huaichuan 3. Moon Yannian didn't know whether he believed it or not, only saying, "From now on, he is my person." After saying that, she fired a shot into the sky. The group trembled and ultimately didn't dare to speak again, obediently bringing the person over. Moon Yannian took Lu Wanwan and the others away as soon as she received the person, leaving the aftermath to Uncle Lu. Moon Yannian held onto Huaichuan's hand, remaining silent as she unconsciously used her speed ability. To her surprise, the little guy was able to keep up effortlessly. She suddenly realized that she had accidentally used her ability and quickly let go of his hand, startled. Wow, no wonder he will be the future zombie king. He has no abilities at all, yet can keep up with her without breaking a sweat. What a freak. The boy looked up and met her terrified gaze, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he lowered his head. Moon Yannian knew she was misunderstood, and she opened her mouth not knowing how to explain. Deep down, she had that hurdle. This guy is the zombie king, the same zombie king who almost killed her. The pain in her collarbone constantly reminded her that this guy was very dangerous. Her eyes were about to roll back into her head. Huaichuan, who had his head down, felt a slight stir in his heart upon hearing this. He licked his dry lips, and his stomach ungratefully growled. Moon Yannian suddenly remembered that this little guy hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. So she took his hand and went to find Chef Li. The chef had been studying various state banquet dishes these days, especially the boiled cabbage. The girl's hands were very cold, without a hint of warmth. But he felt extremely warm. When he was young, he heard his mother say that if a girl was not in good health, her limbs would be cold. So, Why was she still so kind to him, even though she was clearly not doing well herself? He had completely forgotten the panic on her face. Moon-Yin-Yin couldn't find anyone, but she saw a pot of steaming chicken soup on the table, and she let go of the boy's hand. Huaichuan looked at his empty hand, feeling a wave of loneliness in his heart. Although it was cold, he still wanted to hold it. Soon, a bowl of warm chicken soup was placed in his hand, forming a stark contrast to the icy hand he had just held, warming his heart. Seeing that he was motionless, Moon-Yin-Yin explained, "You haven't eaten for several days, and I didn't dare to bring you to eat big fish and meat. So you should drink some chicken soup to start with." Huaichuan quickly shook his head, lifted the bowl, and drank it all in one go, then looked at her with a pleasing expression. Moon-Yin-Yin held the soup spoon with a somewhat uncertain hand. If he was given another bowl, he probably wouldn't be able to eat anything else, right? Just as the two were in a stalemate, Chef Li returned from delivering the meal, humming a little tune. "What you two doing?" he asked, his accent as standard as ever. Moon-Yin-Yin felt a sense of relief as she took the bowl and said, "You should get him something to eat quickly. The child hasn't eaten for several days, and I didn't dare to feed him anything random. I only gave him a bowl of chicken soup." "I see, leave it to me." Chef Li took the spoon and the bowl, lit the fire, and began to get busy. With the hot soup in his stomach, the boy felt much more comfortable all over. However, Moon-Yin-Yin was still not satisfied. She said, "The meal will take a while, so let me take you to take a shower first. After you're all clean and smelling good, you can come back to eat." "Okay." Hearing her tone, which was like coaxing a child, the boy blushed and nodded obediently. Moon-Yin-Yin handed him over to Song Shi-Yen, and then waited outside the car. Uncle Lu returned with a beaming face, and he patted Moon-Yin-Yin's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Xiaoyan has helped me a lot. Moon-Yin-Yin is inexplicable. After you just left, I met that so-called Peace Alliance leader, Hao Ji-Tian. He is organizing everyone to break through M City and has also invited us." Moon-Yin-Yin nodded and said, "Indeed, we need to get through as soon as possible. There is still quite a distance to Y City, and the tsunami is about to arrive. So you've really helped me out. I was worried about how to connect with the other party, and your commotion has actually drawn them in." Moon-Yin-Yin didn't expect the result to be like this. She apologized and said, "Actually, if I don't make a fuss, they would come and find me anyway." Uncle Lu laughed heartily. He really liked this child, Moon-Yin-Yin. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. Not long after, Huaichuan came out wearing the outfit that Moon-Yin-Yin had prepared for him. It was a very stylish and cool suit, which made him look quite refined. This style suited Huaichuan perfectly. She stepped forward to support the young boy and said, "Let's go. Sister will take you to eat." Huaichuan's face turned red at her calling him sister, and he quietly asked, "Can I call you sister?" His voice was soft and cute, making him utterly adorable. Moon-Yin-Yin's heart melted, completely forgetting that this guy was a zombie king in his past life, and immediately said, "Of course." This was overheard by Lu Wanwan, who asked, "Can you do what?" "You can call me sister." "Then you should call me sister too," she said, putting her hands on her hips in a proud manner. Huaichuan pressed his lips together, and after careful consideration, called out, "Second sister." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanwan felt it was quite off, and said, "I'm several months older than her. How can you call me second sister?" "Fine." Huaichuan compromised, "Elder sister." Lu Wanwan still felt something was not quite right, but looking at the tender and obedient little boy, she ultimately didn't press him and took a safety pendant from her neck and hung it around his neck. "Wishing you peace and everything goes smoothly in the future," Huaichuan softly replied, his long eyelashes fluttering. The two sisters had a meal with him, and perhaps due to being too hungry, he couldn't eat much before feeling full. "Eat some more, look how thin you are," Lu Wanwan said, pinching his seemingly skin and bones wrist, feeling very distressed. Chef Li smiled and said, "Someone who has been hungry for too long can't take in too much food. When he's hungry again, I'll cook for him." "All right." Lu Wanwan compromised. "Huh, what kind of expression is that?" "Eating too much isn't good either," Moon-Yin-Yin said with a helpless smile. However, Huaichuan misunderstood, thinking that they weren't eating because he had taken their share, and pressed his lips into a straight line, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Such good two sisters. Feeling very uncomfortable from hunger, he absolutely couldn't let them go hungry. He secretly made a resolution in his heart. When they got to Mu Yu's car, Moon-Yin-Yin opened the food box for the two to eat. "Huaichuan, This is my brother. She pointed to Mu Yu and introduced. Chapter 39. I like Xiao, Si, Huai. Chuan cautiously looked up at the other party. Mu Yu also learned the outcome from the banquet at Yin Ko during the Song Dynasty, feeling very sorry for the little guy. He smiled gently and said, "Hello, Huai Chuan. I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me brother." "Hello, third brother," Huai Chuan said with wide eyes, calling out obediently. Mu Yu was taken aback, not understanding how he became the third brother. Lu Wanwan explained enthusiastically. "I am the eldest sister, she is the second sister, so of course you are the third brother." Little Four? Huai Chuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this title. Mu Yu laughed and said, "Do you like being called Little Four?" "I like it. I like Little Four." The young boy nodded earnestly. Little Four means he has 3 older brothers and sisters above him, so he is no longer alone. The few of them gathered together, chatting and laughing, while Uncle Lu had already agreed on a battle plan with the Peace Alliance, preparing to start clearing M City in an hour. Someone came to their car to report the situation. Mr. Lu said, "The 2 young ladies should not join in the fun. Your injuries are not healed yet." Moon-Yannian pouted in discontent. That person had been prepared and took out their phone to play a recording, saying, "Don't come out and cause trouble when you're still injured. If you like to show off so much, there will be plenty of opportunities for you in the future. Especially you, Moon-Yannian, your girl. And if your abdominal injury tears and leaves a scar, don't cry." Moon-Yannian was speechless and could only obediently stay put. A voice came from Mu Yu, who with a serious expression asked, "Sister, didn't you say you weren't injured? What happened to the wound on your abdomen?" Moon-Yannian smiled and said, "It's really nothing. Just a small injury." Lu Wanwan replied sarcastically, "Oh, right, just a small injury, only 20-something stitches." 20-something stitches. The 2 pairs of eyes became even more resentful. Huai Chuan asked, "Who injured my sister?" Moon-Yannian didn't know why she sensed a killing intent from that sentence. It was already dead, a level 3 spiritual zombie. After a lot of soothing, she finally calmed the 2 little ones down and repeatedly assured them that she wouldn't be so careless again. The sound of gunfire soon came over, and the 4 siblings and Suchi huddled in the RV watching cartoons. Huai Chuan expressed that he had never seen such things growing up, and he was immediately captivated by the characters inside, staring intently. Moon-Yannian quietly sneaked into the system, and I felt that Huai Chuan's intelligence was not like that of a normal 14 or 15-year-old boy. Xuanwu unfolded the panel regarding Huai Chuan. The content on it had been supplemented at some unknown time, evolving from a few sparse sentences to an extremely accurate description. She read it word by word. Huai Chuan's biological mother was intellectually disabled, and his father was an old bachelor from the village. When he was born, his mother died from complications during childbirth, and his father soon went to work in the big city. Orphaned and alone, he was raised by his grandparents until he was 10. He was good-looking and diligent, and his stepmother was not overly harsh on him, allowing them to coexist peacefully for several years. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of acid rain, they might have lived like this for a lifetime. They hadn't even had time to harvest the crops in the fields and living in a mountain village. Their food supplies were scarce, to the point where they were already at the stage of scraping the walls for something to eat. Moon-Yannian felt extremely heartbroken. This little guy was too sensible. Later, during their escape, they were starving along the way. But even so, they didn't have any strange thoughts. Until they passed by that cannibal village, the same village that Moon-Yannian had also passed through. They really did eat people. When their own children couldn't eat anymore, they would exchange them for other people's children. They all came from very poor mountain villages, and to survive, they had long lost their bottom line. The family that exchanged children with Huai Chuan's stepmother originally had 5 children, but now only 2 were left. They were the first ones they had eaten, and they even went around proclaiming how delicious they were. Moon-Yannian suddenly felt nauseous and vomited. The others, unaware of what she had seen, were frightened by her reaction. "Damn it, I want to kill those beasts." This abrupt statement left the 4 of them stunned. With red eyes, she said, "That family really ate people today? They've already eaten 3 children." The others naturally did not doubt her words and immediately felt their stomachs churn. Moon-Yannian dared not imagine what Huai Chuan had experienced in his past life. No wonder he harbored so much resentment, turning into a zombie king. She held Huai Chuan tightly, patting his back to comfort him. "Be good from now on. Your older brothers and sisters will protect you." "Okay." She couldn't stand it. It was really disgusting. What was the difference between this and a zombie? Baby, let's go cut them down, shall we? Lu-Wan said angrily. Let's go. The group reached a consensus and quietly slipped out of the camp. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the entire M-City was brightly lit, and small explosions were clearly visible from above. The sounds of zombies howling, fighting, gunfire, cannon fire, and explosions filled the air. This was the voice of humanity's resistance. They didn't linger too long and slipped away along a small path. That lazy family indeed did not follow the main force to clear the road. Moonlight sneered. Took out a dagger. There are still quite a few people left here, so it would be better to keep it simple to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sister, there are people in their tent, you whispered, pointing to the tent on the far right. Yannian nodded and signaled for a few people to wait here while she went over to take a look. Before she got close to the tent, she heard the commotion inside. Third uncle, look at what second uncle has done, making the family suffer. My husband's injury won't heal anytime soon. Accompanied by the woman's sobs, a man also howled in grief at the right moment. I said I might as well be the clan leader. Second brother, how can that work? He asked, turning his elbow outwards. The old man grumbled while puffing on a dry cigarette. They belonged to a minority village with a strong sense of clan. After the elder passed away, it was the second brother who took over, while he, as the third, had always felt unfulfilled and harbored grievances. Whenever a clan member had complaints about the second brother, he would seize the opportunity to get closer to them. Yannian quickly figured out the other person's intentions after hearing a few words. Not a good person anyway. Killing them together would save trouble. Just as she was about to cover the dagger with her hand and go in to end everyone's life with a single strike, a strange sound suddenly came from the bushes on her left. Her pupils constricted, and she thought to herself that it was bad, retreating a few steps. Who's outside? The people in the tent seemed to have noticed something was off outside as well, grabbing their kitchen knives and rushing out. Chapter 40. Escape amidst the chaos. A zombie suddenly leaped out from the bushes, immediately tearing someone apart. Yannian didn't have time to see who had come out before she noticed that a number of zombies had emerged from the surrounding jungle. Goodness. The main force went to eliminate the zombie nest, and the zombies counterattacked their old camp. If there isn't a high-level zombie commanding this, I'll write her name backward. Fortunately, they discovered the zombies' tracks in advance during this outing. Otherwise, when the zombies came over in greater numbers, it would be hard to say whether the elderly, weak, and sick among them could withstand the attack. If M-City is cleared, but their hometown is raided, that would be a problem. Yannian used her speed ability, and their camp was on the outskirts, so they quickly evacuated before the zombies arrived. She took out a whistle and blew it hard. This was the evacuation signal they had agreed upon. After all, they were well trained. Although everyone didn't understand the signal, they quickly packed up their things and climbed onto the vehicle without hesitation. Yannian personally took the lead, leading everyone to run towards the city. Lu-Wan sat in the passenger seat, frantically trying to contact her father, but she couldn't get through. Oh my god, there's so many, and they look much stronger. Lu-Wan looked at the horde of zombies that had just arrived, her heart racing. Yannian pressed the intercom and said to all the vehicles, "Let us take advantage of the chaos to pick up our brothers who are fighting below and escape," leaving the so-called Peace Alliance to clean up their own mess. Everyone received the message and began to contact their brothers in their vehicles. They quietly agreed on where to get in the car, and just as they were about to enter the city, Lu-Wan finally contacted her father. After succinctly explaining what had happened, Uncle Lu laughed maniacally. Two clever little ghosts. Meanwhile, the members of the Peace Alliance, who were killing with great enthusiasm, suddenly saw a long convoy rushing past them. Some tried to block the vehicles with their bodies, but were directly knocked away by Moonlight. Are you kidding? It's the apocalypse. Why should I indulge you? Their evacuation was incredibly fast, as if they had rehearsed it countless times, completing the entire withdrawal in just over 10 minutes. The Alliance teammates still in the city looked at the tail of their cars in disbelief, completely baffled. What are they running for? Haven't they finished killing yet? Can't they just walk out in broad daylight? Are they rushing to reincarnate? They probably saw our strength and are afraid we'll settle scores with them after it's over. Despicable behavior. They had all sorts of guesses, but no one thought that the base would be in trouble. After he shouted this, his body suddenly became stiff and his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. What is wrong with you? Asked the person closest to him, stepping closer. Ah, quickly kill them. Such scenes were repeatedly played out in City M. Moonlight and the others, who had already escaped several kilometers away, hummed a little tune, feeling very happy. Uncle Lou was also brought onto their vehicle. "You two little girls, always coming up with so many ideas every day," he said, but his face couldn't hide his pride. "Uncle, you don't know. If we hadn't suddenly wanted to eliminate violence and restore peace, we would have been the ones to die." Exactly. If we hadn't wanted to eliminate harm for the people when those zombies came, we definitely wouldn't have been able to retreat completely. Uncle Lou was amused. "What a good idea to eliminate violence and restore peace. You're the ones with the reason to kill. It's only reasonable. Those scumbags actually eat children. They really eat children." You.Why felt disgusted just thinking about it. If it weren't for the urgent situation, she would have taken them apart to vent her anger. They didn't stop along the way, just switch drivers to let each other rest. Notification: a tsunami has erupted. As Xuanwu's warning came out, the radio in the car suddenly transmitted intermittent messages. The few of them huddled together, trying to listen for a long time, but couldn't make out a complete sentence. "Hey, boss, there's a signal." Sui exclaimed joyfully, pointing to the 3 bars of 5G signal on his phone. Everyone quickly took out their phones. Their vehicle was equipped with generators and power storage devices. Back at ground.Yannian, they had already downloaded all kinds of music, movies, TV shows, and variety shows onto their devices. So they didn't find the journey boring at all. As soon as Moonlight opened her phone, news popped up. She didn't expect that there would still be people broadcasting news at this time. The screen showed vast oceans with nothing in sight. A few people were puzzled about what it was. Suddenly, they spotted a familiar building on the surface of the sea. Sui exclaimed, "Isn't that sculpture over 30 meters tall? How come there's only a head left?" The car fell silent. They all realized it. The tsunami had really come. Uncle Lou, who was driving, pressed the accelerator a bit harder. Huichuan noticed the heavy mood of his older siblings and reached out to hold Moonlian's hand, saying, "Sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you." His voice was really captivating, like a little child, making anyone who heard it feel soft-hearted. He instructed everyone not to fall behind, saying that they should all make an effort to reach City-Why today. Moonlight looked at the map with great worry. Their final destination was the mountaintop, but it was uncertain whether they could drive the car up the mountain road. What if they couldn't outrun the tsunami? She felt extremely anxious and kept watching the news live broadcast repeatedly. This broadcast seemed to be the last bit of tenderness the country offered them. Moonlight knows that after the tsunami ends, 60% of the land will turn into sea, resulting in a significant loss of usable water, making the living environment even more difficult. Moreover, after the tsunami, typhoons, and mountain floods, an extreme cold era will follow. The snow, which is taller than a person, cannot be eaten as it contains excessive acidity, leading to numerous unpredictable diseases after consumption. Moonlight frowned. The lake in her space where she raised fish originally had poor water quality, but after several upgrades, it has improved. She just didn't know how long these people could drink from it. Her thoughts were racing, and she wasn't even listening to what the others in the car were saying. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you thinking so deeply about?" You.Why nudged her with her elbow. You.Why had to repeat. "My dad said this place is the Lin family's private vault. Someone once saw them transporting rocket launchers in there, and tanks, and armored vehicles too." Chapter 41. The Lin family's private vault. Moonlight was stunned. In her previous life, she had swept through this area many times and had never discovered a private vault hidden away with these things. Is it true or not? Is the information reliable? Is the location accurate? She hugged the desk and chair in the driver's seat, stretching her head to ask Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou assured her, "Don't worry, it's definitely true. I've had people guarding it all these years. He puts these things in there every year." "But why? It's a time of peace and there's no war. What do we need to hoard these for?" Uncle Lou smiled mysteriously and said, "The Lin family we see is just a small branch of his family. The main family has a bad relationship with them, which is why I've been able to keep it suppressed all these years. However, I did connect with the main family based on this small branch. These things are what the main family has hidden away. Is there still space in my storage? Can it fit?" Originally, wouldn't have fit, but during her travels these past 2 days, she had picked up and organized things, clearing out quite a bit of space. Moreover, if these weapons are real, they would definitely upgrade once put inside. There was no need to worry about that. He took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Lu Wanwan. The album contained an aerial view and the door lock password. Lu Wanwan gave a thumbs up and said, "My dad is amazing. Looks like you've had your eye on this for a long time." Uncle Lu chuckled. If the password is wrong, isn't Xiao Su an electricity-type ability user? He can directly destroy the opponent's power system and unlock it violently. But you all need to be careful. Evacuate within 2 hours. Otherwise, the self-destruct program will activate, and the mountain will collapse, making it impossible to escape. Moonlight questioned, "Since there's a self-destruct program, why does it take 2 hours to activate?" Uncle Lu chuckled and said, "This kind of big family always thinks they can handle intruders themselves." The four of them in the back were discussing how to act, while Mu Youyu and Huai Chuan, who were excluded from the plan, wore the same aggrieved expression. Moonlight joked, "You two little ones? When you grow up a bit more, I'll take you with me." Mu Youyu was unconvinced, pouting and saying, "You're not even taller than me. Who told you to not have your injury healed yet? Don't you know it takes 100 days to recover from a bone injury? Even if they're the potions exchanged by Moonlight, it's still a broken rib that needs proper care." Huai Chuan quickly said, "Sister, I'm not injured." Everyone started to laugh, and Lu Wanwan rubbed his head and said, "Xiao Si, can you protect Sangu and the team? He got hurt." The little guy looked at Moonlight and then at Mu Youyu, struggling his heart for quite a while before finally conceding. "All right, I'll stay to protect Sangu, but you all have to take me on the next mission." Okay. The vehicle soon arrived nearby, and Uncle Lu reminded, "Finish up quickly and come join us." Yes. The four jumped out of the vehicle, and apart from Dr. Zhou's car that was second in line, no one noticed that 4 people were missing from the team. The continuous mountain range stretched endlessly, and Song Shiyin led the way with a detector, with Moonlight and Lu Wanwan in the middle, and Su Qi at the back. The group cautiously walked into the mountains. It really felt like a primeval forest with no signs of human presence. They walked for more than 2 hours, as if they were going in circles. Moonlight finally understood why she had no idea about the tanks and armored vehicles here for 9 years in her past life. This private warehouse was built in the mountains, or rather at the bottom of the valley. When a tsunami came, it would be engulfed in water. How could one discover anything here? The further they walked in, the wetter the ground became. And Moonlight couldn't calm her heart as she listened to the insect sounds, urging herself to move faster. She didn't know how long it would take for the tsunami to wash over this place, but she knew she had to get what was inside. Song Shiyin led them through several twists and turns for several hours before they finally caught a glimpse of something. To her surprise, even at this time, there were still people guarding the place. 2 private soldiers in camouflage, holding submachine guns and carrying rifles, stood motionless at the entrance, diligently doing their duty. Moonlight called out to Xuanwu Dao, "Check how many people are here." After scanning, Xuanwu replied, "Exactly 100 people." Moonlight took out a small and exquisite crossbow and also took out 2 darts filled with anesthetic, which she had stolen from Dr. Zhou's hospital. She aimed at the exposed skin of the 2 people and shot. The needle pierced into their bodies, but she didn't control the size well, completely penetrating them, resulting in instant death. Moonlight incredulously covered her mouth, not expecting that her power system ability had become this strong. Fortunately, the others were hiding underground drinking, playing cards, and mahjong, completely unaware that someone had died. The 4 of them smoothly made their way over and saw 2 mountain motorcycles. This was even better. They could steal them and run away. To be on the safe side, Moonlight decided to steal the bikes first. After that, she and Su Qi changed into their clothes and ventured inside. "Boss, where do we go?" Luckily, Xuanwu was very reliable in situations like this, directly mapping out a route with very few people. The 2 of them walked in holding their guns and keeping their heads down. Inside, it felt like a huge natural cave with rugged terrain and a large part still undeveloped, and there were no lights on the roads. This was good. It allowed them to move without worrying about anything. Before long, Lu Wanwan and Song Shiyin also took advantage of someone coming out to relieve themselves and knocked out 2 people, changing into their clothes and sneaking in. Without Xuanwu's guidance, they didn't dare to act recklessly. However, Lu Wanwan had various highly toxic agents in her hands, which were developed by her father's subordinates for fun. She and Song Yin blended into the group. Having studied in the beautiful country for 3 years, she spoke fluent foreign languages with an extremely authentic accent, and no one suspected her identity. These people didn't know each other anyway, and they changed guards every week due to the Lin family's large fortune and the many children who didn't trust each other. While she was crazily poisoning people here, Moonlight finally reached the weapons depot. The first room was the bullet chamber, filled with all sorts of bullets that dazzled her eyes. She collected them all without hesitation into her space. When she got to the second room, she suddenly tripped over a leg and fell face first onto the ground. When Moonlight got up, she realized it was a drunken soldier still holding a wine jug and giggling foolishly. Moonlight didn't hesitate and ended her brilliant life with a swift stroke of the knife. Go to hell and drink to your heart's content. I wonder if these blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners go to hell after they die. This room was filled with small weapons, handguns, daggers, submachine guns, etc. She didn't hesitate and took them all. Having space is great. She could take whatever she encountered without any worries. Suddenly, she remembered that she forgot to leave some food and drink for the main group. Usually, she would take it out and send it directly to the dining car. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. Others could go hungry for a bit, but she couldn't let her 2 younger brothers go hungry. Chapter 42. My partner, when she received the 4th room, she finally discovered the legendary rocket launcher, one that was as tall as she was. She was astonished and hurriedly stored them all in her space. They were all hers. Su Chi had been keeping watch at the door for her, and, seeing a lone patrol team, he took action to eliminate them directly. In the past half-month of the apocalypse, killing people and zombies had become second nature to him. Moonlight quickly emerged, and the inside was so empty that even the stalls on the ground were not left. The two quietly sneaked to the next private vault. With her turn out to be an enormous amount of ore, Moonlight didn't care what it was or what it could do. She accepted it all with a smile. To her surprise, as soon as these ores entered the space, they began to vibrate. The space shook for a while, and suddenly an endless grassland appeared on the left, along with a waterfall cascading down from the sky. Great, the space upgraded again. What does a 7th level space mean? There might not be another one like it in the whole world, right? With the location established, she collected resources even more recklessly, taking everything she saw, whether pleasing or not. Unfortunately, they had been searching for a long time, but had not seen the so-called tanks or fighter jets. Suddenly, an alarm rang out in the cave. The two were taken aback. They had entered through the front door without triggering the self-destruction program, which was why they had been able to collect resources so leisurely. But this sound? Xuanwu timely reminded them of a 2-hour countdown. There was no time to think. They frantically collected items following Xuanwu's guidance, regardless of whether they would be discovered. About half an hour ago, Luan had been having fun, watching as people fell one by one. She indiscriminately picked up their backpacks and began to loot. With limited backpack space, she was much pickier than Moonlight. She only took what was high quality. Just as she was engrossed in her collection, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Annoyed, she swatted their hand away, saying, "Don't bother me." Suddenly, she felt a cold tube pressed against the back of her head. She suddenly recalled that during her drinking earlier, those people had mentioned that new members could join at any time. Could it be that unlucky? Indeed, it was that unlucky. She obediently raised her hands. Seeing that she was a weak woman collecting items, they assumed she wanted to be a deserter and did not make things too difficult for her, only asking whose subordinate she was. Without hesitation, she claimed to be the young lady's person. Little did she expect that the other party was also the young lady's person. The gun that had just been lowered was pressed against her head again. Her temper flared, and she kicked the person away, seizing the opportunity to grab her backpack and run deeper into the cave. Song Yin, who was collecting supplies on the other side, saw the young lady running away and immediately followed. The two fled wildly through the cave like 2 little mice that had stolen oil. Luckily, the other party was also new and was not as familiar with the terrain as they were. The angry newcomers directly closed the cave's entrance. Luan, being a power-type ability user, couldn't he think too much in a moment of desperation and smashed the door with a punch to escape. They were unaware of the self-destruct device and kept chasing the two. The newcomers chased out, while the earlier members, hearing the alarm, ignored the supplies and rushed out. This resulted in the situation where there was no one inside. Countdown 90 minutes. This cave was too big, really too big. Moon-Yin-Yin felt a bit oxygen deprived. Her head was dizzy, her body was weak, and she couldn't display her speed ability. Left side, Moon-Yin-Yin turned left, and there was a big rock blocking the way. But she didn't doubt Xuanwu's words at all and took 2 steps back to push the big rock. She couldn't budge it. Su-Chi also stepped forward to help, but the rock remained completely still. Moon-Yin-Yin thought for a moment and waved her hand to put the stones into her space. Goodness, as soon as she moved the stones, there was actually a huge flat area inside. Wasn't this exactly the tanks and armored vehicles they had been searching for so long? Not only that, there were also various fighter jets, cannons, and more that she had never seen before. She was extremely excited and stored everything into her space. What on earth was the Lin family doing to gather so many illegal items? She was having a great time collecting them here. Unfortunately, she had wasted too much time earlier. The countdown was at 30 minutes. Finally, she stored the last vehicle as well. Moon-Yin-Yin had no choice but to run inside with Su-Chi. They hopped on a mountain motorcycle they had found at the entrance and sped out wildly. Xuanwu didn't give her directions, but he also didn't say this road was off-limits. She kept twisting the throttle, as if racing against death. Finally, they escaped the mountain range. Bang! A large tree fell in front of them, blocking their way. As the haze cleared, she saw that they were surrounded by people from all directions. Moon-Yin-Yin licked her lips cautiously and asked, "What's wrong?" A man in a black jacket jumped down from the tree, turned around, and said with a charming yet cold demeanor, "Little girl, you shouldn't take things that don't belong to you." Moon-Yin-Yin, who had been nervous, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Looking at the man in front of her, someone she knew all too well, her expression turned icy and she radiated a chilling aura. "Oh, things that don't belong to me? My name is Moon-Yin-Yin, Mu from Mu-Ging, and Yin-Yin from every year has today." This left Wei Jinxiao dumbfounded, somewhat incredulous. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Moon-Yin-Yin pressed the accelerator and ran off to the side. No one chased after her, and no one fired a gun. Moon-Yin-Yin knew she had made the right bet. Her heart raced, almost jumping out her throat. "Boss, who is that guy?" Su-Chi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Moon-Yin-Yin took several deep breaths before saying, "My partner." Su-Chi was shocked, feeling like he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He had never heard of it before and had never seen his boss interact with anyone. He couldn't help but say, "I thought you didn't like such stubborn types." "I really don't like them," she retorted. But the one she was dating online didn't show that at all. Who knows who he was putting on a show for? I don't even know which side of him is real. She was fuming. That slap she gave today felt really satisfying. Although Xuanwu was a gift she gave herself, it did allow her to be reborn. Even though he protected her in her past life and saved her several times from danger. Just thinking about the scene where he rejected her made her face hurt with anger. What a heart belonging to someone else, a love for many years, yet separated by life and death, unable to meet, and willing to live a lonely life, growing old alone. Chapter 43. The strong high-pressure wall. She had cried like a baby back then, thinking that the person she loved was truly deep in love. She had praised their love, tried every means to comfort him, and regarded him as someone so grand and noble. Now looking back, it made her want to spit blood. Just a few days ago, she was still deceiving herself, thinking that maybe he really didn't recognize her. But today, that guy reacted like that just upon hearing her name. How could he not have recognized her after being together for so many years? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. And she even felt that she had held back with that slap. Damn it, scumbag. She began to suspect whether this guy had used the same excuse to string along other girls in his past life. All right. He spread the word that she was dead, treated her like a white moonlight everywhere, and then ended up doing this, huh? She stepped on the gas, climbing the mountain as if it were flat ground. Su-Chi, sitting behind her, was in a terrible situation, dodging branches and worrying about falling off. Once Moon-Yin-Yin vented her anger, she finally remembered something. What about Wan-Wan and Xiao-Song? Sui. Those newcomers guarding the mountain were really fierce, chasing them across several mountains. Lu Wan-Wan really couldn't run anymore, but Song Shi-Yin told her, "Miss, they're strong, and we can't beat them even with our abilities." There was no choice but to keep running. When a self-destruct sequence activated, the mountain behind them collapsed, causing a huge commotion. They didn't expect that if the warehouse collapsed. How could they explain it if they didn't catch these two culprits? So they chased even harder. Fortunately, you.Why had enough trust in Moonlight, and Moonlight could use the system to locate her position. The two appeared dramatically on mountain bikes, grabbing their wrists and disappearing again. Those big fools couldn't catch up with them at all, stomping their feet in frustration. You.Why sat behind Moonlight, laughing wildly. Haha, I let you chase. Are you dumbfounded now? The two sisters quickly relayed what had just happened to each other. If my dad really establishes a base, you have to be the deputy base leader. Moonlight quickly shook her head in refusal. Say no, I just want to be the second young lady. The kind that eats and doesn't manage anything. All right, then I'll take care of things. I'll cover for you. They arrived at the designated place, but only saw a pile of stuff and 3 or 5 people chopping trees. You.Why asked in confusion, why are there only you guys? Where are my dad and the others? Miss, the road is difficult. Mr. Liu went down to help. Well, okay then. We'll go help too. They had mountain motorcycles and caught up with Uncle Liu and the others who had just come down the mountain in a few minutes. Seeing his daughter smiling so broadly, he could guess that they had completed the task perfectly. Fortunately, the space had been upgraded this time. Otherwise, those vehicles would have had to be abandoned. They rushed to the foot of the mountain and found that everyone was organizing their luggage. Moonlight took out a horn and shouted, leave behind anything you can't take, big or heavy, put on the ground, and I'll collect it and take it up the mountain for you. With her joining in, the group quickly started climbing up. Everyone was out of breath as they gathered at the top of the mountain. This open space was indeed very large, enough to build an airport. While it was still early, Uncle Liu led everyone to chop down trees and build a wall. Moonlight thought to herself, with so many precautions taken, how could I have overlooked this? I brought everything, even the processing machines from the factory. Why didn't I think to bring some wire mesh or even steal a digger? The exchange panel has been upgraded. Please check, players. Moonlight scoffed, thinking, what can you do with selling excavators? But when she opened it, she saw it said protective net, a high-voltage protective net, an upgraded high-voltage protective net produced by the system. And the price was only 5 contribution points per square meter. When did the system become so benevolent? The more tasks you complete, the more system benefits you will receive. This is a small benefit from a 3-star task, originally priced at 400 per square meter. She didn't expect that saving Shaoxi would come with such benefits. She was overjoyed and pulled Uncle Liu, saying, I have a wall, a high-voltage wall. After saying that, she immediately exchanged for one and showed it to him. Uncle Liu was shocked and incredulously said, did you steal the national defense line? This is not acceptable. Moonlight was speechless. She waved her hand and said, just tell me if this thing is good or not. It is indeed good, but by then everything will be flooded, all will be sea, and other countries won't be able to invade. Saying this, Uncle Liu became even more convinced that this is the national defense line. Heartbroken, yet still unable to do without it. Moonlight set up an electric fence around the area that Uncle Liu had marked, creating a highly secure safety zone. It would be perfect if there were surveillance cameras. Oh, there are. Moonlight pulled out a whole bunch. Who would have thought that among the supplies You.Why prepared for her, there would be surveillance cameras, and they were waterproof and sunproof outdoor cameras. Once the outer protective net was set up, it was already dark and everyone was very tired, so they took a rest in the tent. Their team was the first to arrive, and they had no idea how the other 2 teams were doing. They also didn't know where the tsunami was or when the flash flood would break out, or when the typhoon would come. Moonlight fell into a deep sleep, burdened by these questions. In her dreams, she saw Wei Jinchao. Oh no, she should say A027. He wore a mask. His thin lips were particularly alluring, and the usually brutal and Colden was much gentler in front of her. Miss, would you like to fly a kite? He really took her to fly a kite. In the 5 or 6 years of the apocalypse, the sky was no longer blue but gray and hazy, yet she felt incredibly happy that day, as if the weather was perfect. Miss, how can you go on a mission alone? Miss, your little team is no good. You still have to rely on me. Mississippi. He was just like this, completely unlike her ideal type. She thought she would like cultured, reserved, aloof men, but when he appeared, she still fell in love. She could no longer remember the days spent playing games together. Her mind was completely occupied by this A027 in front of her, and she had forgotten what the way Jin Chao Online was like. But she vaguely remembered it wasn't like this. I'm sorry, I have someone in my heart. Moonlight suddenly woke up, gasping for breath as a wave of pain hit her chest. Lu Wanwan was startled by her and, still groggy, asked, "What's wrong? Baby? Did you have a nightmare?" Before Moonlight could respond, Lu Wanwan pulled her into her arms, patting her back and soothing her. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Go back to sleep. I'll protect you." Chapter 44, Creating the Immortal Base, Part 1. Unfortunately, Moonlight couldn't fall back asleep. Now that she had stepped outside and become an outsider, she could see things more clearly. As for A027, judging by the ranking number, he must have been inside before the apocalypse. So did he abandon her before the apocalypse because he had already entered the spire? But even so, even if he couldn't contact her at that time, why didn't he consider reuniting with her when her adoptive father publicly held a banquet to adopt her? She rubbed her temples, unable to understand how Wei Jinzhao thought. Or was it because he was competing with her adoptive father for some benefit, fearing that she might leak information? After knowing each other online for so many years and having a relationship spanning over a decade, did he not trust her? Moonlight sighed, unable to make sense of things, so she decided to just let it be. She only wanted to spend her life with the people around her and leave the rest to fate. Perhaps it was due to the external power grid. Or maybe it was because of the rain, or possibly because she hadn't rested well in recent days. Many people didn't get up until late in the morning. Fortunately, Uncle Lu was a kind leader. He yawned and called everyone for breakfast, which consisted of fresh ingredients that Moonlight had prepared the night before. By the time Moonlight woke up, it was already afternoon. She casually nibbled on a couple of buns and asked, "Are we having beef hot pot for dinner?" Everyone readily agreed, except for Uncle Lu, who rubbed his hands together awkwardly and said, "I really regret not arranging more supplies for you back then." It's too late to regret now. Back then, who was the one who strongly opposed giving out supplies? Lu Wanwan made a silly face, not very cute at all. Everyone huddled under the tent, watching the rain outside. A flash flood had already occurred last night, and a glance revealed many muddy streams converging into rivers. Surrounding the foot of the mountain they were on, they wondered how the other two teams were faring. Uncle Lu sighed and lamented. Along the way, they had encountered many refugees, most of whom were families crammed into vehicles, fleeing desperately, their eyes filled with wariness towards everyone they saw. Moonlight looked at the brothers who were chopping down trees to build houses even in the rain, feeling quite uncomfortable. She searched the system upside down, but couldn't find any materials to build a house. Xuanwu told her, "If you can become the leader of this base, you will have absolute domain authority, and the houses can be built on flat ground." Moonlight was extremely surprised, not expecting it to be like this. She immediately leaned over to Uncle Lu and asked, "Uncle, do you mind if I become a base leader?" Everyone in the tent was startled by her words. After spending so many days with her, they had long realized that this girl was someone who disliked power and loved freedom. Becoming the base leader meant not only power, but also more responsibility and commitment. However, to be honest, since she held the supplies, which were essentially the lifeline, it wouldn't be unreasonable to let her be the base leader. Uncle Lu laughed heartily and called everyone over. More than 1,000 people in raincoats stood in the open space, looking confused at the few people in the tent. "On our journey, we have seen quite a bit of blood and turmoil. You should all be clear that the peaceful times are over." The brothers nodded in agreement. He patted his chest and said, "You all know what kind of person I, Lu, am. You've been with me for over 10 years, so you must be the most aware. We trust Brother Lu. We trust President Lu." Uncle Lu nodded and said, "You should have heard the radio broadcast. The Spire base is just over the big mountain behind us. We can go over and take refuge with them. They are established by the country, and their facilities, equipment, safety, and other aspects absolutely surpass ours by several streets." Moonlight touched her nose and thought, how could it be just that? After all, it was established with the strength of a whole nation, suspended in mid-air. To get up there, one has to take the heavenly ladder, and the buildings inside are high-tech, with warships and mechs as standard equipment. What do they have? Looking at the pile of wood that resembles a small mountain, without the help of Xuanwu, They would probably just be building a bunch of small wooden houses, right? All right, all right. Over there is the kingdom of technology, and here is the primitive wilderness. There's really no comparison, okay? But these people don't know much. They just keep shouting that they will wholeheartedly pledge allegiance to Uncle Lou. After Uncle Lou finished his flowery speech, he raised his hand to stop his brother's passionate outbursts. But what I want to say is, everyone knows where the food and drink we've been having these days came from, right? From Miss Moo. Everyone shouted in unison. It was only then that he finally announced that from now on, Moon-Yin-Yin would be the boss here. In fact, everyone was not too surprised by this. Not to mention that among the more than 1,000 people, there was already Moon-Yin-Yin's team. Others had also heard her name in the business world. Not to mention that for these past few days, they had been eating and drinking from her. We have no objections. Moon-Yin-Yin raised her eyebrows, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Usually, in a plot, there would be a few chaotic characters opposing her, right? This smoothness made her feel uncomfortable instead. She stood up shyly and said, "Brothers, I'm just a figurehead. Everything will still follow my Uncle Lou's arrangements." President Lou patted her on the shoulder and said, "Everyone recognizes your strength. You are the rightful base leader. From today on, our base is officially established, so you can come up with a name." Moon-Yin-Yin didn't expect it to be so sudden, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. How about calling it the Eternal Life Base? She felt a bit shy about such a grand name. All right, let's call it the Eternal Life Base. Uncle Lou immediately made the decision. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the absolute domain authority. You can add residents to the Eternal Life Base, and all points earned by your residents from killing zombies will be aggregated to you. Congratulations, player. You have received a beginner's base gift pack. Moon-Yin-Yin opened the big gift package and found a complete model apartment for a community inside. It was the tech style she wanted, with a very cool exterior, and it even contained various training facilities and equipment. The space was also very large, enough to accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 residents. Great, 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 everything in one go. She was very satisfied. She smiled mysteriously and said, "Everyone, gather a bit closer to the center." After saying this, she raised her right hand high, fingers spread, and then clapped down. Suddenly, a mosaic-like ceiling appeared above everyone's heads, which gradually became clear and took shape, and tiles also appeared out of thin air on the floor. Many people were so shocked that they covered their mouths, as if they were dreaming. Perhaps even dreams wouldn't dare to do this. Chapter 45, Creating the Eternal Life Base, Part 2. Not only that, but the surrounding environment was also constantly changing, with many pieces of furniture appearing out of nowhere, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. By the time the entire base took shape, everyone had their mouths agape, unable to make a sound, including the well-traveled Uncle Lou. Moon-Yin coughed twice and said, "This is my superpower, absolute domain. In my domain, anyone who dares to betray me will be immediately executed. If just now I had a nonchalant attitude about who was in charge, then now it is true submission. Submission to the strong." Moon-Yin was ultimately trained as the heir of Spire in her previous life, and her aura was incredibly imposing. No one present could match her presence. After she finished speaking, she didn't want to say more, leaving Uncle Lou to arrange accommodations, and slipped away with Lu Wan and a few others. Huai Chuan, shocked, tugged at her sleeve and said, "Sister, how on earth did you do that?" Moon-Yin-Yin didn't know how to explain it, rubbing his head and saying, "This is my sister's superpower. Isn't it amazing? It's just like playing a game. You can create a house by writing it in code." The others were satisfied with this excuse and found it reasonable. Breathing fire and creating ice seemed quite normal, and it didn't seem outrageous to build a house out of thin air either. After Uncle Lou arranged everyone's accommodations, all the people in charge held a small meeting. "Dr. Zhou, Grandpa Zhao, and several researchers, I've arranged laboratories for you." "Thank you, Xiaoyan." Moon-Yin nodded and said, "Our base is currently very weak, and my abilities can only help us build a base that looks like this for now. But I will become stronger, and our base will also grow stronger. I hope we can all come together as one." Everyone nodded in agreement with her words. She took out a laptop and projected the PPT produced by the system for everyone to see. "I believe that our base cannot be without a complete set of rules, right? Look, this is the contribution point system I have established." She pointed to the screen of the PPT and said, I will supply food and materials in the supermarket and cafeteria, and I will distribute each person's basic contribution points based on their work. Then everyone can use these points to shop in the supermarket and cafeteria. The attendees had no objections and began discussing prices and how many contribution points should be allocated for various jobs. Mu was consciously and carefully taking notes by the side. Moon-Yin caught a glimpse of her brother and felt a sense of relief. Her younger brother was really well-behaved and understanding. Being able to save him in this lifetime was her greatest treasure. The grassroots construction of the base was indeed very troublesome, and Moon-Yin was establishing rules one by one with everyone. Fortunately, everyone was very cooperative. They didn't know if it was because of their upbringing or their sense of gratitude. But each of them was super well-behaved and didn't give Moon-Yin any trouble at all. She was very satisfied, and after a busy week, someone finally came to her door. Moon-Yin doesn't like being called base chief and prefers everyone to address them as commander. The rain has stopped these days, but every night, wandering zombies come to attack, endlessly, requiring someone to keep watch and patrol. This small team is led by Lilong. They're dressed in ragged clothes and look quite disheveled, but the personnel seem relatively organized. Moon-Yin signaled Song Shiyin to take people out to check everyone's physical condition. However, most of the team were accomplished old professors who held themselves in high regard and immediately became dissatisfied. Why don't need to be checked? We traveled a long way to get here, and you want to check us before offering us food? Song Shiyin replied coldly. What if someone is infected and unaware, and ends up hurting others? Although there were currently no elderly or weak individuals among them, there would definitely be in the future. It was best to establish this rule from the beginning and not leave any loopholes. Song Shiyin understood this principle, and Uncle Lu understood it even better. He forced a smile and said, This is the rule of our eternal life base. Please cooperate. However, those old men had originally been hired by Mr. Lu with money, and there wasn't much camaraderie among them. Seeing their difficult conditions, they didn't intend to give them any respect. After Moon-Yin built the new house, she didn't forget to call everyone to build some wooden houses in the outer circle for raising livestock, also to block the sight of outsiders. Unexpectedly, someone really got scammed. What is so special about a small broken base? Next door is the Spire base. You should think of a way to win us over. Lu Wan was not going to indulge them. She stepped forward and said, Look, can you see the way down the mountain? Go ahead after you cross that mountain. You'll reach the Spire base. I wish you a smooth journey. Take care. I'll 1T see you off. You. Lu Wan wouldn't back down at all. All right. Miss Lu looks down on us so much. Then we'll leave. Li Hu wanted to stop them, but seeing everyone's expressions, he ultimately held back. Hurry up and leave, preferably run, Lu Wan said while rolling her eyes. You'll regret it. Now they were really leaving, feeling both angry and frustrated. Without these people causing trouble, the inspection went very smoothly. As soon as they entered the base, someone brought out a large pot of lamb soup and said, Brothers, you've worked hard on the way. Drink the soup and have a couple of buns to fill your stomach first. Once you're full, we'll take you to your accommodation. This was also a rule set by Moon-Yin. After people arrived, a free meal would be provided, and subsequent food would have to be earned by their own hands, relying on welfare wound tea sustain them. The accommodation environment could also be chosen, and these were still being gradually planned. Her points were limited, and exchanging for room equipment required spending. The urgent priority was weapons and safety, so she used all the points earned to upgrade weapons, forge weapons, and reinforce the walls. Enjoying internal perks could wait until things stabilized a bit. Commander, the first team has arrived. Good news kept coming, and everyone was very happy. This team was led by Chun-Zhe, the captain of the Lu family's bodyguard team. They had suffered more than half losses, leaving only elites. Chun-Zhe shook his head and said, No, it's not a natural disaster or zombies. They're a traitor among us. Chapter 46, Creating the Eternal Life Base. 3. Deputy Team Leadership, who was brought into the team by Chun-Zhe himself years ago. Over the years, he had always been honest and straightforward. Though he occasionally made small mistakes, he quickly admitted them and corrected himself. And he was sweet-tongued and good at comforting people. He had always regarded the other party as his younger brother. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and experienced it personally, he would never believe that this guy was a traitor. He didn't hesitate to sell the plan to the Lin family. They had barely left when they were ambushed. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain and poor visibility, allowing them to escape amidst the chaos, they might have been completely wiped out the first time. That wasn't all. They ran while being chased, and they had to be completely annihilated. They suffered heavy losses, hiding and dodging, isolated and helpless. Why'd you do this? He had once asked in anguish. You.Why sneered, as if looking at a fool. Are you really that stupid? You haven't noticed all these years, my good big brother? He had thought that their more than 10 years of friendship had surpassed that of biological brothers. Fortunately, although he was deceived, Liu always remained vigilant and only told him about some weapons. Near the checkpoint close to city Y, in a fit of anger, kidnapped more than a dozen newly awakened teenagers from the team, all of whom were children from you.Why. Chunze didn't want to intervene. After all, it was already agreed upon before they set out that they would only be responsible for clearing the way, and whether they could keep up depended on themselves. But seeing his boss at this moment, he couldn't help but shed tears and said, Boss Liu, those kids are all good. Each one is talented and will definitely help us a lot in the future. Uncle Liu looked towards Moon-Yannian. In short, it was not something that could be described by just one word, tragic. She clenched her fists and asked, Do you know their current location? Chunze's heart ignited with hope, and he nodded repeatedly. We probably have something like a locator installed on us. No matter where we run, we will be found. All right. So you're into technology, huh? Moon-Yannian scanned the bodies of everyone in the system and suddenly discovered that many people had chips implanted inside them. It's one thing to understand one or two, but what the hell is with so many? Fortunately, you didn't do anything foolish like trying to scatter and escape. Chunze smiled awkwardly. He initially thought the chip was only in him, so he distanced himself from the main group to avoid dragging them down. She asked Xuanwu, Is there any way to remove them? 100 contribution points person. Moon-Yannian. A rough glance shows there are at least 100 people. Is 100 going to cost her life? She spoke passionately, and even if some in the crowd didn't know her, it didn't stop them from raising their hands and shouting. Take revenge personally. Very good. The momentum is great. Moon-Yannian was very satisfied. One by one, they lined up to check their bodies before entering the gate. A couple in front had already eaten and drunk enough, and after watching the excitement, they were taken to soak in the hot springs. Those were a few bathhouses specially dug out by Moon-Yannian, where she boiled several pots of herbal medicine to benefit their health. Some people, while eating, began to shed tears, blaming themselves for not protecting their children well. Yes, thank you, officer. The moment they entered the door, they were accepted as residents by Xuanwu, and they naturally held trust and admiration for her. Moon-Yannian was sharpening her knife, pondering how to find them if they didn't come looking for her. Just then, they showed up at her door. The leader was somewhat familiar to Moon-Yannian. He looked honest and obedient, but unexpectedly turned out to be a spy, quite skilled at playing the game. Miss Mu, it's great that you're all right. Where's President Liu? Have you seen Chunze? Hurry and catch him. He has betrayed us and killed many of our brothers. Moon-Yannian raised an eyebrow. Is this guy playing tricks? What Chunze? I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know you either. Moon-Yannian was lying with her eyes wide open. Zhuyi's lips twitched. If he hadn't followed the location here, he would have really been deceived by this dead girl. Miss Mu, the situation is really urgent. Moon-Yannian had sharpened her knife. She noticed that Zhuyi had a very nice-looking gun at his waist. Wouldn't it be a perfect match for her brother if she took it? With this thought, she acted on it, instantly using her speed ability to snatch the item into her hands. Zhuyi felt a gust of wind pass by, and something suddenly came and went. When he looked again, he saw the gun in Moon-Yannian's hand, and he reached for his waist only to find it empty. Moon-Yannian smiled and said, It looks pretty good. Did Uncle Liu give it to you? Zhuyi forced a smile and said, Yes, it's not worth much. You might as well give it back to me. I'm sure Mr. Liu has prepared something better for you. I don't want anything better. I just like this one. You little brat. I'll deal with you later. Zhuyi cursed inwardly. Moon-Yannian nodded and said, Why are there only a few of you? Isn't the team incomplete? Just now, the number of people Chunze brought is not even half of yours. What's going on? Zhuangyi, hearing that the number of people Chunze brought was less than half of what he had, felt a bit puzzled. But seeing Moon-Yanyan's expression didn't seem like she was lying. Could it be that they experienced something on the way? Miss, we are all injured. Can we go in first and talk to you in detail later? Moon-Yanyan crossed her arms in front of her chest, and she discovered several explosives on them. What does this mean? Did he plan to blow up her base? Is he treating himself like a fool? She's really too lazy to pretend anymore. She raised her small hand, and all the ambushers on both sides sprang out. Someone reached out to touch their chest, but Moon-Yanyan had been watching closely. As soon as she saw the movement, she kicked the person away. Before they even hit the ground, someone from the Eternal Life base caught them, quickly disarmed them, and then tied them up. Moon-Yanyan patted the dust off her hands and said, "So lame, really so lame." The crowd that had been watching in the base rushed out at this moment. When they saw the small pile of bombs and explosives on the ground, their temples throbbed. So many. Are they trying to flatten the base that they had finally managed to stabilize? Lu Wanwan immediately stepped forward and kicked a few of the people at the front in dissatisfaction. "You beasts, you eat and drink for my family. And now you want to blow up my home?" Shunzhe stepped forward and punched Shui Yi, questioning, "What about those kids?" Chapter 47. Mind Reading Their Dead. Shui Yi rolled his eyes dismissively. He had long found this captain annoying, both stupid and foolish. "He's lying," Huaichuan muttered unhappily, his heart saying that the people were tied up and hanging at the foot of the left mountain. If they weren't rescued soon, they would probably drown. Shui Yi's expression stiffened for a moment. That moment was enough. After speaking, he took Huaichuan and ran towards the foot of the mountain. The tsunami had already washed over in recent days, but it had been blocked by the mountains in front. However, the mountain torrents inside were constant, and the water had accumulated quite high, with the water level continuing to rise. If they delayed any longer, they might only see corpses. She sped along, and while others would definitely struggle to keep up with her speed, Huaichuan was unfazed, not even breathing heavily. "Sister, it's right there," he shouted, pointing at a big tree. Moon-Yanyan let him go, jumped a few steps forward, and indeed found a few heads below. "Hey, are you guys okay?" The water level had already risen to their chins, but as Moon-Yanyan jumped, she pushed half of one person's face into the water. She clearly realized that what she did was a bit foolish and quickly moved to the opposite log. The boys resurfaced, gasping for air. Moon-Yanyan reached out to cut the rope, simultaneously lifting the two boys and bringing them to the shore, repeating the action. When the arriving residents saw this scene, they were stunned. It's no wonder she is the leader. Despite her slender figure, her strength is truly remarkable. This base leader deserves respect. "My son," a woman cried as she rushed over. The other women nodded repeatedly, lifting their sons, who were half a head taller than themselves, and headed up the mountain. Suddenly, many zombies appeared around them, drawn by the noise they made while running down earlier. Although zombies are not afraid of water or drowning, they also have the instinct to survive, and when a mountain flood or tsunami occurs, they will flee. Moreover, they can be swept over by the waves to this side. Therefore, even though the zombies on this mountain have been cleared several times, they still cannot be completely eliminated, as they keep coming in waves. Moon-Yanyan casually picked up a branch and said, "Protect the women and children, and run home." Shui Yi and a few others were tied up with hemp ropes and hung up, densely packed, which was quite eerie. Base cohesion increased. A small gift package received. This system understands the reward mechanism. She rubbed her hands and couldn't help but open it on the spot, finding a dark, unmarked pill. Moon-Yanyan, leg-stretching pill? Or the 9-turn revitalizing pill? Beginner obedience pill, effective for 3 days. Forget it, it was free anyway. She tossed it aside carelessly. "You little brat, you like to hang people, right? How does it feel to be hung up?" She pushed the suspended Shui Yi and laughed wildly. Shui Yi gritted his teeth in hatred, cursing inwardly. "Let's take him to cut trees, just in time to make up for the lack of labor." Shunzhe was taken aback, a bit confused. "Have you ever seen death row inmates mining in a TV show?" Shunzhe suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Don't worry, don't worry." Moon-Yanyan was satisfied and took Huaichuan into the house. Everyone had their own tasks to do, except for Huaichuan. He was young and reclusive, had not awakened any special abilities but was very fast, and now he had discovered a mind-reading ability. She felt she needed to study this kid carefully. She added Huaichuan to the team roster, with a loyalty of 100 and a trust value of 100. Goodness. He directly surpassed Mu Yu and Lu.Wan to become number 1. She was a bit taken aback, looking at the little guy's bright, watery eyes, feeling hesitant to ask, "Sister, I can only hear the thoughts of bad people." Moon was shocked, looking incredulous. The little guy hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I really didn't hear what my sister was thinking. I just felt that I should give my sister an explanation." Moon let out a sigh of relief. She really trusted him. After all, there was really no argument against the 2 datasets that both exceeded 100. "I don't even know when I acquired this ability. It just suddenly appeared." He cautiously glanced at Moon and then lowered his head. He mumbled softly, "Sister, you don't think I'm a monster, do you?" No. Moon quickly waved her hand. They stood in the corridor for a while, when suddenly the door to the lab behind them opened. And Jia stared at the two with dark circles under their eyes and said, "Come in." Moon held Huaichuan's hand as they entered. In fact, Huaichuan's hand was larger than hers and very warm. Dr. Zhou glanced at the hands they were holding together and said, "Just lie down." Moon nodded to signal Huaichuan to lie down, saying, "Good. Let me give you a checkup, and then I can feel at ease." Huaichuan, completely unguarded, obediently nodded his head. Moon felt a bit heartbroken, thinking that she really wasn't human. She put away her sadness and left the examination room to the observation room, standing behind Dr. Zhou. This piece of equipment was taken away when Moon saved Dr. Zhou, and now it had a proper place. This area consisted of 5 rooms, all belonging to Dr. Zhou. Fortunately, there were quite a few people in the team who understood medicine, so Moon simply assigned everyone to him for management. He didn't refuse, so Moon took it as his agreement. But it turned out he did a great job in just a few days. He had organized everything well, with each examination room and area properly assigned. Moon was very pleased. She had successfully turned a key figure in the spire. Dr. Zhou examined the other person's bones and brain in sequence. After finishing the examination, he frowned slightly, as if he had encountered a tricky issue. Moon didn't understand, but she sensed something was wrong from the other person's expression, and Jia leaned in and had the same strange expression. This guy's set of genes is very similar to a zombie. Moon recalled the terrifying violence of the little guy in his past life, trembling his lips and saying, "But he doesn't have anything unusual. His body has no wounds, and he doesn't exhibit any zombie traits." "Well, that's why it's strange." And Jia answered matter-of-factly. Moon felt a sharp pain in her head. She thought she had already prevented the other party from turning into a corpse. But the current situation seemed quite different from what she had imagined. "Can we draw blood?" Dr. Zhou suddenly asked. Moon felt a bit confused and uncertain as she asked, "Will it hurt him?" Dr. Zhou shot her a glance and replied, "Just 2 milliliters. "Oh, that should be fine. I'll ask him," she said as she walked into the examination room. "Xiaoxi, the doctor said they need to draw 2 milliliters of blood. Is that okay?" Chapter 48. His physique is very special. A struggle flashed in Huaichuan's eyes, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Moon had a connection with him and could sense the other's resistance and surveillance. But he ultimately nodded and said, "All right. Too good." Moon felt heartbroken and helped him get off the bed. And Jia took the 2 of them to another room, where there were many researchers studying the crystal core. A syringe was brought over, and Huaichuan trembled. Moon held his shoulder, tried to give him a bit of strength. Indeed, only a little blood was drawn, but Huaichuan's face turned pale at a visibly rapid pace. Moon was a bit nervous, constantly staring at his face. Huaichuan smiled reassuringly and said, "Sister, I'm fine. Is it really okay to look this pale? Come over to weigh yourself, measure your height, and check your vision and everything." Moon accompanied throughout, feeling extremely nervous. After the physical examination here was completed, the test report from there also came out. Dr. Zhou glanced to Huaichuan, and he obediently said, "Sister, I'm going to play with third brother, and we'll have dinner together in the evening." Moon nodded and said, "I'll roast lamb chops for you tonight." "Okay, sister." He glanced at Dr. Zhou before leaving. Dr. Zhou didn't say anything and took her into his laboratory. This place could be said to be the most expensive part of the entire base. Moon was dragged here and spent tens of thousands of contribution points, which still makes her feel painful to think about. Do you know where the zombie virus came from? Others might not know, but Moonlight definitely does. In her past life, at the Spire, she learned from laboratory predictions that the world was approaching its end, and that in order to survive, humanity needed to upgrade, change, and enhance itself. This rumor spread for several years. At first, some people took it seriously and were frightened, but later, everyone forgot about it. However, forgetting was just the surface. This group of madmen began to organize a large number of genius personnel to research how to transform and evolve the human body to combat natural disasters. Among them, the governments of the beautiful country and Japan also joined the research. No one knew what their research progress was like, nor did anyone know how they planned to carry out the transformation. Until this year's acid rain arrived, they massively released the transforming agent, which spread across the world. As a result, they never intended for ordinary people to survive. Those who managed to endure awakened their powers and indeed changed their physical condition. However, those who couldn't endure were infected and turned into zombies. Therefore, many components within the abilities of these awakened individuals are actually very similar to those of zombies. Moonlight played with the crystal core and said, "What is going on in Huaichuan?" In her previous life, the Spire base had always been trying to decipher the mysteries of the zombies and superpowers, as well as how to enhance and save humanity. These major issues were their focus. Although they fought and vied for power, the overall direction had never changed. However, she didn't know what the other international alliances were thinking. She died too early. If only she could have lived a few more years, she would have known much more. Why? Dr. Zhou took out a test tube and handed it to her, saying, "This is the first-generation crystal core extraction liquid, but it still contains many impurities." Moonlight nodded, agreeing that increasing purity is indeed more important. "I wonder, if it's a human crystal nucleus, can it be consumed directly?" Moonlight felt goosebumps all over her body. She pressed her lips together, and although she was very resistant, she nodded and said yes. The absorption of human crystal nuclei really had no burden at all. In fact, there was even a 50% chance of awakening the other's supernatural abilities when absorbing crystal nuclei of different attributes. Dr. Zhou nodded and said, "Animal crystal nuclei are also quite good, much better than zombie crystal nuclei." He disdainfully put down the test tube in his hand, as if it were something dirty. But it was indeed dirty. Moonlight nodded and said, "I'll find a way." The conversation between the two ended here, and Moonlight felt heavy in her heart. She walked around the base and found that it had indeed restored a certain level of order. She took out some seedlings from her space to plant for them, and also brought out some poultry for them to raise. People couldn't be idle, but not everyone had the ability to go out and kill zombies to complete missions. She had to consider everything comprehensively. She also set up a task machine in the hall, where everyone could take on tasks and earn points. These points were issued by Xuanwu and didn't require her management. However, she received a report of all the points earned and spent by the residents. So her total points kept rising continuously. She didn't use them for herself, but invested them in construction, upgrading public facilities for everyone. Uncle Lu's bodyguard team had completely become the armed force of this base, calling themselves the Army, trained daily by Lu Wanwan. This young girl had a performative personality. To match her role as captain, she trained day and night, her strength and abilities surpassing level 2, and her fire abilities were showing signs of a breakthrough as well, making her undoubtedly the strongest in the base. Moonlight was still shouting that she wanted to break through soon when she realized it. She had awakened her power-type ability even before Lu Wanwan, but now, aside from her space-type ability, all her other abilities were still at level 1. Moonlight, who was digging for zombie crystal cores, felt a bit confused. "What does he look like?" That guy scratched his head and said, "Very handsome." From a distance, they actually saw Wei Jinchao. He was standing on the platform at the entrance with a large group of people, as if he had come to cause trouble. Moonlight walked through the crowd to Uncle Lu's side, feeling the atmosphere between them was very tense. Wei Jinchao moved slightly the moment he saw her. His thin lips parted as he called out, "Little treasure." Moonlight coldly looked at him as if she didn't recognize him, and said, "Who are you? What do you want? Are you looking for trouble?" Wei Jinchao's eyes showed hurt, and he said, somewhat aggrieved, "Xiao Bao, you don't recognize me anymore? Why should I recognize you?" Moonlight crossed her arms, her feet shoulder-width apart, and although she was a bit shorter, her imposing manner did not diminish. Wei Jinchao stepped forward slightly and said, "I'm sorry, I." Tip: Main quest has been activated. Please check and complete it as soon as possible. The last escape mission had just been completed, and there hadn't been any new missions coming in, so Moonlight was almost forgetting about this matter. As soon as she opened it, she was speechless. Main quest: gain the trust of at least 2 members of the leadership at the Spire base. She glanced at Wei Jinchao and then at the sudden task. Chapter 49, Building a Career. Good. This annoying system is indeed related to the man in front of me. Opening a quest is still about him. After all, the Spire has a strict hierarchy, and she dared to say that there was absolutely no good way for her to contact the leadership at the Spire right now. Would she push away someone readily available in front of her? Come with me. Moonlight turned around and walked toward a small grove nearby, speechless. And Wei Jinchao hurriedly followed. What the heck? I don't think that guy is a good person. I'm afraid he will bully Yannian. Who bullies whom is still uncertain. Uncle Lu took her away directly. There was still a bunch of tasks to do in the base, and it was fine to leave a few kids to watch over it. So, tell me, why did you disappear? In her previous life, Moonlight had searched for many years without results. Wei Jinchao pressed his lips together, his eyes filled with guilt. Something happened, and later all my electronic devices lost signal, and I couldn't contact you. But I also sent people to H City to find you, searched many times, but couldn't find you. I thought you. Moonlight frowned. Looking for her? But why not acknowledge her? She couldn't question him. After all, these were all things that hadn't happened. She just frowned and stared at him in silence. Xiaobao, can you not be angry anymore? He took a small step forward, wanting to reach out, but hesitating. This was their second meeting, and although they had chatted online for many years, they were still strangers in person. Moonlight asked directly, "So what are you planning to do now?" Wei Jinchao's eyes flashed with confusion. In fact, he still had several tasks waiting to be done, but the thought of the person he had been longing for being right here made it impossible for him to resist coming to find her. However, after seeing her and explaining, he hadn't thought about what to do next. The usually calm and composed general only showed such expressions in front of her. Normally, he was decisive and nonchalant. The two remained silent for a while, but Wei Jinchao still chose to be open about the situation at the Spire base. Moonlight remained expressionless, but her heart was already in turmoil. He, surprisingly, was willing to share his identity, mission, and even the layout of the Spire base with her. But why did he hide it from her in his past life? She couldn't understand and felt like her head was about to explode. Wei Jinchao said that all of this was true, everything Moonlight knew in her past life, and he was willing to talk and come to find her. Why did he keep it a secret before? Could it be because of her adoptive father? Suddenly, she stepped forward and hugged the man to stop him from speaking further. This guy usually said very little, but today he was so talkative that it was affecting her thinking. Wei Jinchao didn't understand, but Moonlight had already disappeared with a burst of her abilities. He stood there, staring blankly at his palm, realizing she was indeed as cute as he had imagined. In her past life, her adoptive father truly loved her, pampering her and even giving her many powers while seriously teaching her. She didn't think those were false. But why did he ultimately kill her? She recalled her adoptive father's words before she died. Yannian, don't hate Dad. This is for all of humanity. You can understand, right? So, there must be something within her that was of such importance that he would sacrifice his carefully nurtured heir. What could it be? She couldn't figure it out for now. A tsunami had brought many refugees, and I see that quite a few people have gathered at the foot of the mountain. Has the next mountain been occupied by the Peace Alliance? She spoke in a disjointed manner, unable to help it as her mind was a bit chaotic. Yes, boss. Oh no, Commander, the next mountain has raised the banner of the peace base. Su Chi mumbled while eating potato cakes. We currently have less than 3,000 people, and many of them are researchers, doctors, and women and children lacking combat power. We need to expand our numbers. Uncle Lu nodded. He had thought about this issue too. It was supposed to be a gradual process, but he didn't expect Moonlight to suddenly bring it up. Moonlight didn't want to think about it, but now she had no choice. She originally wanted to avoid the Spire base, avoid Wei Jinchao, and hide here with her brother, living under Uncle Lu's protection. But today's system task made her realize that there was no way to escape. Since she couldn't avoid it, she would face it head-on. She possessed information about the next 9 years of the other party's future, had a powerful system as her backing, and had Wei Jinxiao as a little spy. She didn't believe she couldn't escape her adoptive father's pursuit. She changed her previous lax attitude, gradually expanding her strength with her management team. She needed many people to earn a lot of points, which she would use to upgrade the base's infrastructure. She remembered the hardware capabilities of the Spire. Their current strength was less than 1% of that. She also needed many researchers to quickly refine the crystal core extraction liquid, as well as talent in manufacturing to start developing materials that were cold-resistant, bulletproof, bite-proof, and insect-proof. During these days, they had been focused on saving people, recruiting ability users, and taking ordinary people to the back mountain to farm. Aside from staple food like rice, they were now self-sufficient in vegetables and meat. After solving the basic issues of food and shelter, Dr. Zhou's hospital was also fully completed. Moonlight even built a library next to the hospital, but unfortunately, it was empty. She wanted to steal some books from the library next to the nearby spire. Moonlight remained unperturbed, studying the route while saying, "But there are many children in the base, like Xiaoxi, who are at the right age to be studying. You can't let them play with dogs for a lifetime, right?" Huaichuan was indeed playing with dogs, and not just one. Chapter 50. What's wrong with playing with dogs? But the problem is this guy treats dogs like people. He formed a team, and the members were these military dogs, not wanting a single human, not even his favorite Muyoyu. Lu Wanwan still felt reluctant, awkwardly saying, "What's wrong with playing with dogs? Dogs are so loyal, right? But you can't just not communicate with people because you play with dogs." However, reading books won't solve his problem of not communicating with people. It can, Moonlight said confidently, then loaded the last bullet into the gun. Lu Wanwan was about to cry, as she could already imagine her future fate. "What are you doing?" She looked at Lu Wanwan, who was following her out, feeling a bit confused. "I can't let you go alone, can I?" Lu Wanwan pouted, unhappy. "Haha, all right, I'll find you some interesting books." The two quietly sneaked out of the base. I never thought in my life that I would have to crawl through a dog hole to get out of my own base. She felt like she had to be watched closely, and leaving required protection. But they were going to steal something. Why would they need someone to follow them? If it weren't for a few dogs, you wouldn't even be able to get out. She could go out herself without any issue, but what if something dirty got in? Haha, I'm really impressed with you. What do you think the dogs will think? You ungrateful woman. The two walked along the foot of the mountain, then took a ropeway to the other side, quietly sneaking over. Lu Wanwan looked at the huge, penetrating nightlight and sighed. Our base still has a bit of a way to go. Moonlight nodded in agreement. She also wanted such a big light, but the system's products were too expensive for her to afford. Fortunately, Uncle Lu had talented people under him who were already making them, and they should be ready by tomorrow without any issues. The two of them dodged patrols and avoided zombies, enduring numerous hardships to reach the top of the mountain. Their base was built in mid-air, with only a high-rise building on the ground, but it was filled with people outside, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see. Were all these people here to seek refuge at the Spire base? Lu Wanwan was shocked. Although she had known that many people would come to seek shelter, she never expected there would be so many. Moonlight responded with an explanation. "Look at that fence. The people inside have passed the primary selection and are qualified to enter the Spire, but they need to be isolated there for 48 hours before being allowed to enter the Spire base. As for the outermost layer, there's almost no chance of getting in. Don't those infected with the zombie virus react instantly? Is such a long isolation really necessary?" Moonlight shook her head. She really didn't know. In her previous life, she was busy expanding territories and searching for resources, so she had no time to care about these trivial matters. The library was dark, located behind the Spire base, and ordinary people were usually blocked by the fence in front and couldn't come over. Moreover, those who went inside rarely came down to the ground, so the chances of there being people at the library were very small. Moonlight used to love reading books before her previous life, often go to borrow books, and was very familiar with the environment there. She led Lu Wanwan through the defense line from the other side, inputting the password without hesitation, and the door opened directly. Lu Wanwan was shocked. "Are you now dreaming to the extent that you can dream of the password?" Moonlight choked. not wanting to make things so outrageous, so she had to shift the blame and said, Wei Jianzhao told me. These days, Wei Jianzhao would come and find her every few days, occasionally bringing some food or drinks, all of which were very precious items in the apocalypse. But Moonlight had plenty of them and didn't care much. Gradually, Wei Jianzhao noticed this and began to bring her weapons, still exquisite and good-looking weapons. For example, a small dart, a strange potion, etc. These indeed captured Moonligh's heart, and she smiled at him a bit more. The Eternal Life base had long regarded this kid as their future son-in-law. Also captured was you.Why. He just kept coming over every day, working diligently, helping with everything, and his apology attitude was sincere. Most importantly, during one of their sparring sessions, even with his opponent going easy on her, she couldn't even withstand 3 moves. Good, very strong. Strong and good to Moonlight, that's not a bad thing. At this moment, she clicked her tongue and said, he would practically sell out their base for you. Moonlight was speechless, not knowing how to explain. you.Why said again, if any kid from our base dared to act like him, I would definitely break his legs. Moonlight nodded. She agreed very much. The two of them had an incredibly smooth journey all the way. Moonlight started collecting books in the dark, not just books, but also tables, chairs, and cabinets. In the end, the entire library was left with only the wall plaster and floor tiles. Wait, why did you even take their lights? Moonlight innocently said, why didn't you include any nice light bulbs in those supplies? you.Why, I wonder how they will react when they find out. you.Why couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth any longer. She had no connection or hatred towards the Spire base. But taking away an entire library's worth of books still made her feel secretly pleased. Moonlight felt even less psychological burden. After all, those people had so many treasures but didn't even look at them. Was it a waste to just let them sit there? Wait a minute. She suddenly called to a stop, and the two of them squatted in the grass, peering out with their eyes. Over there, a small team was panting and climbing the mountain, as if they had just fought with zombies, and the stench of zombies still lingered on them. The girl at the front could no longer move. She plopped down on the damp ground and said, Mu-Yu-Shun, I'm hungry. Mu-Yu-Shun? The two girls both showed disbelief in their eyes as they continued to watch. The woman at the back, feeling annoyed, lowered her voice and said, what are you shouting for? The zombie just now was brought here by you. But she still held her neck high while lowering her voice, saying, I'm so hungry. I'm about to starve to death. Hungry, hungry, hungry. All day long, I only know hunger. Besides being hungry, you don't know how to do anything else. Moonlight had already recognized that the girl who was scolding them was Mu-CC. She clicked her tongue and shook her head, not expecting to catch these two stragglers here. You two have had enough. Stop arguing. We're almost at the Spire base. There will be food once we get there. Just hang in there a little longer. Chapter 51. Kidnapping a little girl. Shun, can you carry me up? The little girl pouted and said in a spoiled manner. Moonlight originally thought he would refuse, but unexpectedly, after hesitating for a few seconds, he squatted down in front of the little girl. No way, no way. That second-generation rich kid actually lowered himself to do such a thing. She began to wonder about the identity of this little girl. Apart from the three of them, there were several others whose appearances were completely obscured, and they remained silent, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Moonlight didn't plan to let them go today, and directly launched an attack, sending ice spikes towards their backs. Suddenly, a shield rose up, blocking all the attacks outside. Who is it? How dare they sneak attack from behind? Moonlight stood up directly without hiding anything. Long time no see, cousin. It's you? You're still alive? Mu-CC said in disbelief. If my cousin is not dead, how can I die? The hatred in her eyes was not concealed at all. Mu-CC didn't understand. It couldn't be that bad. She was just a bit fierce usually and hadn't done any real harm to their family. So why did she hate herself? However, Mu-Yu-Shun was clever. The moment he came under attack, he let the little girl go and pulled her away to run. This was something Moonlight hadn't anticipated. She thought that such a selfish child would escape on her own, but unexpectedly, she witnessed such a shocking scene. Her curiosity about the little girl's identity grew stronger, and she activated her speed ability to catch up in just a few steps. Just as her hand was about to touch them, a sudden force pulled her back. Moonlight understood this. These people were here to protect the girl, right? They held back Moonlight, but no one could stop Lu.Why. She didn't have speed-based abilities, but her daily training wasn't for nothing. How could two kids outrun her? After quickly subduing them, she dragged them down by their feet. The two children's backs were scraped by the ground, leaving long trails of blood, and they screamed in pain, trying to resist, but unable to muster any strength. Just then, Moonlight finished dealing with everyone on her side, her strikes ruthless and deadly, with the exception of one, Moonlight, who survived. Little girl, whose child are you? Moonlight asked gently, pinching the little girl's chin. The little girl shook her head frantically, too scared to speak. They had been escorted all the way, and although they had lost quite a few people, she hadn't suffered a single injury. At that moment, the burning pain in her back made her eyes turn red. Moonlight saw that she didn't want to talk, so she turned away from her and pinched Mu-Yushan instead. Yushan, come on, you say something. Mu-Yushan still looked unconvinced at this point and said, this is the niece of the head of the Spire base. ground.Yannian, do you dare to touch us? Huh, who allowed him to be so arrogant? Moonlight couldn't take it anymore and was slapped twice, causing his ears to ring. It was unclear whether they were making too much noise or if the strong smell of blood on the ground was overwhelming. But there were clearly sounds of zombies running and howling in the nearby woods. Moonlight and Lu.Why exchanged glances and directly took action to resolve the situation, taking ground.Yannian away with them. Moonlight didn't know why she wanted to bring her along. She just felt like it. But the constant nagging from the other person was annoying, so Moonlight had no choice but to knock her out and carry her away. Lu.Why couldn't help but ask, aren't you curious about when we'll go out? The two boys laughed and shook their heads, saying, not curious, not curious. Lu.Why was puzzled. If it were her, she would be dying of curiosity. Just as she was about to ask again, her father suddenly appeared and coldly snorted. You got some skills now, huh? Learning to crawl through dog holes. The two sisters were filled with questions. Moonlight clearly remembered deleting the surveillance footage before going out. How did they find out? Uncle Lu snorted coldly and said, did you forget that the surveillance room has real-time recordings and backups? Moonlight stood there in a daze. She really forgot. So deleting the footage from the camera was completely useless, right? Not only that, they had watched it themselves, but they also projected the scene of the two of them sneaking through the dog hole all over the base. Dad, how could you do this? Lu.Why's little face turned bright red, and she was very unhappy. After all, she was now a captain, the kind of captain with real power. How could she face people after this? Moonlight appeared much calmer now. At this moment, someone was still hanging on her shoulder, which was very strange, extremely strange. Who was Xiaoyan carrying? Moonlight pointed inside and said, go in and talk, it's quite important. It's somewhat embarrassing to call everyone in for a meeting late at night. Grandpa Zhao, with his gray hair, had tears in his eyes. She threw the person on the ground and checked again to confirm they were still unconscious. If nothing unexpected happened. This was the niece of the director of a neighboring Spire base, ground.Yannian. Moonlight had known this person in her previous life, and it was said that she died halfway. But in this life, she was able to walk to the foot of the mountain. Moonlight speculated that it might be due to the two siblings. After all, in her previous life, their entire family was killed by her, and they never had the chance to bring this young lady here. Unfortunately, in the end, she still fell into her hands. From some notes of her adoptive father, it was evident that he cared very much for this niece. What do you think? Lock her up, take good care of her, and use her as a hostage when needed. But what if she gets discovered? Dr. Zhou said. Moonlight hesitated a bit. To be honest, she couldn't guarantee that everything would go perfectly, and her current strength was indeed not suitable for confronting the Spire base. Everyone fell silent. They weren't blind. It was clear that the injuries on the girl's back were fresh, clearly the work of their two young ladies. This girl was really unfortunate, even at her doorstep. She was still abducted. So, is there any memory erasing potion? Should we just give her a shot? Otherwise, how about we knock her out to make her forget? Moonlight didn't know what was happening to her, and ended up saying nonsense. Dr. Zhou looked at her speechlessly and said, did you not think that much when you kidnapped her? Moonlight really didn't. As soon as she saw Mu-Si and Mu-Yushan, she thought of the tragic scene of her brother dying in front of her in her previous life. If it weren't for the zombie horde approaching, she was afraid of startling the snake Otherwise, she would definitely make the two of them experience the tortures in her punishment panel. She pouted as if looking very aggrieved. Uncle Lou glanced at the time and said, "Let's strengthen the defense line first, in case they find out and come directly at us without any preparation." Chapter 52. Just watch me. Chunze immediately got up to take care of it. The entire base had been on edge for 3 days. Yet the other side didn't show any reaction at all. Instead of receiving news of an attack, they received an invitation. "Your boss wants to invite me to visit the Spire base?" Moon-Yannian looked at the words on the invitation, incredulously staring at Wei Jinxiao. The man nodded and said, "It's not just you. Surrounding bases have also received invitations to discuss plans to combat the apocalypse. It seems that there hasn't been any, right?" The only banquet was to announce her identity. So, their meeting was already resolved on the day of her banquet. Was it? She laughed and asked, "What will happen if I don't go?" Wei Jinxiao didn't respond, just stared blankly at her face. After a long time, he said, "You look at least 6 parts like the daughter of the former leader of Jiang Base." Moon-Yin hummed softly. She knew. Her appearance was only 6 parts. Her temperament was 8 parts, but her outfit was a full 10. No wonder she could pass for someone else. These are things she learned later. But in her past life, she only felt a strong connection with her adoptive father and didn't think too much about it. Now that she thought about it, was it possible that this was all part of Wei Jinxiao's plan from the very beginning? He looked up and down at Moon-Yin's outfit, then sighed in relief and said, "But Miss Jiang would never dress like this. If you wear a mask later, it shouldn't attract his attention." Moon-Yannian was stunned and said in surprise, "You don't want him to notice me?" Wei Jinxiao found it amusing, reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, "Who do you think dealt with that pile of corpses at the foot of the mountain?" Moon-Yannian pour cette herlips. Yes, but under the watchful eyes of the Spire base, she and Lu Wanwan had brazenly climbed up to steal books and then came down to kill a few people, without even handling the scene, and even took away someone else's future heir. It seemed that someone was secretly cleaning up the mess behind her back. She couldn't help but laugh. It was the same in her previous life. Her abilities were lacking, and she often only managed to accomplish things to an 80 completion. But the final results always ended up above 100. She had always known that Wei Jinxiao was helping her, which is why she didn't leave herself any escape route when she confessed. So how would Jiang Tiantian handle this? Moon-Yannian squinted her eyes slightly and said, "Did you plant spies under my command?" Wei Jinxiao was amused by her, standing in the sunlight. His normally world-weary face appeared a bit brighter, making him seem even more distinguished. Moon-Yannian was captivated. She knew he was good-looking, but she didn't realize he could be this good-looking. Moon-Yannian. Her face flushed. "Maybe read fewer novels?" Wei Jinxiao said with a teasing tone. They had known each other for many years, although they had never met. There wasn't a single day they hadn't been in contact. He could be said to be the one who understood her best before the apocalypse. "I really haven't read any," she said, her voice a bit choked. "Ever since he went missing in my past life, I've searched for him all over the world." The ensuing 9 years of the apocalypse and the current chaos left her no time to read. She was no longer that innocent and naive girl from before. The heart she had for the man in front of her was no longer pure. All she wanted was to protect herself and the people she cared about. "Oh, you haven't read any? Then watch me." He suddenly moved closer, causing her heart to skip a beat. But she quickly pushed him away, collected her emotions, and said, "All right, I understand. I will be on time for the meeting." After she finished speaking, she wanted to leave. She didn't want to see the look in the man's eyes. Wei Jinxiao quickly grabbed her wrist, saying without hesitation, "Little ancestor, why City Number 6 High School sent a distress signal? They have a large underground grain storage, and they said that as long as we save them, we can take the food away." Of course, that wasn't the main point. The tower didn't lack food. The higher-ups meant to take this opportunity to understand everyone's situation better, so anyone interested could join us for the rescue. This was the truth with her space. The rice yield could sustain 2 bases without any problem, and vegetables could be harvested every few days. There was no way they would go hungry. But they lacked teachers, right? They also lacked good seedlings, didn't they? Number 6 High School was the best school in the city. Wei Jinxiao really understood her. "Is your behavior really reasonable?" She didn't believe the tower didn't have this idea. "How is it unreasonable? My people are your people." Moon-Yannian couldn't take it anymore, glared at him, and said, When we set off, it's best not to delay. Let's leave tonight. Another night journey? Don't worry, I'm here. Moonlight. She told everyone about the spire. Uncle Lu chuckled and said, this kid is not bad. Moonligh's head was filled with black lines as she opened the system and suddenly discovered several red dots on it. She clicked through them one by one. A few days ago, Xuanwu had been pestering her to complete the main storyline task. But that task was impossible to accomplish. She couldn't access more of the leadership within the spire, and with her current strength, going to the spire was like seeking death. So she had directly blocked it and hadn't opened the panel for days. Main storyline task. Gain the trust of at least 2 leaders from the spire base. Completion rate 50. 3-star long-term task. Save the zombie king Huaichuan. Completion rate 10. 10. Moonlight poked at it in disbelief and released Xuanwu, asking, is there a mistake? Only 10? That kid is playing happily with dogs. Will he still go dark? Yes. Xuanwu seemed to be angry, his voice colder than usual. Moonlight was very unhappy, but had no choice. She continued to poke at those red dots. Task 3. Kill the enemy Mu Yushan. Successfully completing the task grants a big gift package. Upon opening the package, it contained a set of men's bulletproof vests. This thing is nice and can be given her brother. She continued clicking. Task 2. Kill the enemy Mu Cici. Task failed. Deduct 10,000 contribution points. She suddenly stood up. What does task failure mean? She remembered her knife had directly pierced the heart vein. It was impossible to miss. Everyone in the conference room looked at her. Chun Zhe, who had just spoken, didn't know what he had said wrong, and seeing her grim expression, he felt a bit flustered. Sir, is this arrangement not good? He hesitantly asked. Moonlight shook her head and said, you all discuss it. Organize the team tonight, and I'll come over to lead. After saying that, she left directly. Mu Yoyu and others wanted to keep up, but the matters in their hands had not yet been finalized. You all sit down, and we will continue talking. Uncle Lu stopped everyone to maintain the order of the meeting. Chapter 53. Heading to Luzhong. 1. Moonlight walked straight towards the main gate. She was going to the place where she had killed someone a few days ago, although there might not be any signs left. She felt she had to go there to find peace of mind. Huaichuan, who was training a dog, saw her and jogged up to her, saying, Sister, where are you going? I want to go too. Moonlight glanced at the dog behind her and said, we can only take one. All right, little guy, you come with me this time. She led her strong German shepherd, who followed closely behind her. She was anxious and quick in her pace, but Huaichuan didn't fall behind. The 3 of them soon crossed the rushing stream and arrived at the location. The bloodstains on the ground had dried, and the body had been cleaned up. She crouched down and searched carefully. She found traces of crawling, but she couldn't be sure it was done by Mu Cici. That knife of hers really couldn't have missed, unless Mu Cici's heart was on the right side. Moonlight was extremely frustrated. She should have just cut her throat directly. Sister, the little ghost is asking what you're looking for. Can you find this person? The little ghost called out twice and ran towards the east. Moonlight quickly followed. Can this dog really find it? Sister, don't you believe that the little ghost would make it sad? Moonlight, shut up. They ran for a long time, and under a cliff, the little ghost howled at the top. Moonlight knew about this place, where there was a hidden cave above. In her previous life, she would come here to stay whenever she was at odds with her adoptive father. She rubbed the little ghost's head and took out a piece of sausage from her space to give it to him. Xiaoxi, wait for me here. I'll go take a look. Huaichuan, rarely clingy, obediently nodded. Moonlight climbed up along the route in her memory. As she approached the cave entrance, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Don't you remember who you are? She lightened her footsteps and held her breath as she leaned forward. My chest hurts so much. Am I injured? Moonlight's pupils constricted, and it really was Mu Cici. She tightened her grip on the dagger, feeling regret. This was her first failure. Xuanwu suddenly issued a warning. Danger, evacuate. Moonlight pressed her entire body against the mountainside, her heart in her throat. She felt that the strength of the person inside was far beyond hers. Who on earth is this person? A gust of wind stirred, and Moonlight held her breath. When the wind stopped, she felt an extra layer of protective shield around her. She exhaled and whispered, thank you. All right then. She sighed, a bit helplessly withdrawing. The voice of the person inside was clearly processed, and it was evident they didn't want Mu Cc to know their true identity. She clenched her fists. Next time, she would definitely kill her. Huai Chuan smiled and said, "Sister, it says it likes you very much. I like you all too." The team assembled. You go with the little ghost. This mission has a low danger level and should help trigger your supernatural abilities. Huai Chuan nodded obediently. In a place she couldn't see, Dr. Zhou's eyes flickered at her mention of supernatural abilities, but in the end, he didn't remind her. Moon-Yin-Yin put on a mask, concealing her beautiful face, while Lu-Wan-Wan took her place as the leader for this mission. A large shadow suddenly covered the moonlight. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky and saw a massive warship appearing above their heads, slightly waving its wide wings in an extremely agile manner. Had the aliens landed? Moonlight poursit herips. It seemed that the purpose of Aspire this time was very clear. The battleship slightly descended, and a long ladder slid down in front of Lu-Wan-Wan. Then, two men in mechs landed on the ground. "What is the name of your base?" Suchi pulled open the banner, revealing the bold words, "Eternal Life Base," in front of everyone. The man nodded and said, "You can send 30 people." Lu-Wan-Wan exchanged glances with Uncle Lu and quickly decided on the list of people to go. Once the personnel were selected, the two pointed to the ladder and said, "Go up." Song Shiyin took the lead and climbed up first, followed by Lu-Wan-Wan, Moon-Yin-Yin, and others. As they climbed halfway up, they suddenly noticed the people from the peace base across from them. Their team was obviously longer, and upon seeing them, they climbed up even faster. Both sides seemed to be competing, climbing with great effort. By the time everyone from Eternal Life Base reached the battleship, half of the team from the other side was still on a ladder. Lu-Wan-Wan, along with Huai Chuan and the little ghost, was the first to make their way over there. She smiled and said, "Oh, old friends, want some help? Oh, what a pity. So many strong young men can't climb as fast as my dog." She stood by the edge, holding the little ghost, looking down and laughing exuberantly, her voice loud enough to reach the ears of everyone below. Moon-Yin-Nin's eyes flickered and her body swayed as she pulled Lu-Wan-Wan to the side, only to see someone leap out. Falling from several dozen meters high was undoubtedly fatal. Lu-Wan-Wan quickly adjusted her state and said with a tone laced with anger, "The subordinates of base chief, how are really something." Each base chief wore a name tag on their chest, making them very easy to recognize. The man watching the scene from the side was Hao Ji-Tian, whom she had seen during their collaboration in breaking into City M. "It was our fault for startling Base Chief Lu. So let's offer a small token of apology to the Base Chief." At his gesture, a stunning beauty beside him conjured a gift box and handed it over. Moon-Yin-Yin reached out to take the box, and, after confirming there was no problem, opened it in front of Lu-Wan-Wan. It was a full box of compressed biscuits. Commander Hao is indeed generous, so I'll accept it." Song Shiyin stepped forward to put the items into the backpack behind him. Seeing that they didn't seem to have any spatial abilities, Hao Ji-Tian showed a look of disdain, not caring at all about the members who had fallen behind. "I remember the last time we met outside City M. Your leader wasn't a young girl, right?" Lu-Wan-Wan brushed off the non-existent dust on her sleeves and said, "That's my dad. Is there a problem with him passing the position to me because he's older?" "I see. I thought you were going to be eaten by zombies." "No need for you to worry. Our Eternal Life Base is all about immortality. Unlike your peace base, which can never be peaceful. If it weren't for your betrayal last time, we wouldn't have lost so many people." The flamboyant woman, not knowing what to recall, pointed at them with red eyes and accused. Chapter 54. Heading to 6th Middle School, Part 2. Lu-Wan-Wan curled her lips in a mocking smile and disdainfully said, "What are you talking about? What betrayal? We agreed to clean up the zombies in City M. Didn't we do that? After cleaning up, isn't it normal for each to go their own way? What are you rambling on about?" The woman wanted to say something more, but was pulled back by Hao Ji-Tian. He saw that 2 more people from the base had come up through the hatch. "In that case, Commander Lu, we look forward to our next cooperation." His gaze lingered on Lu-Wan-Wan's chest, revealing a look of amazement. Moon-Yin-Yin blocked him, clenched her fist, and an overwhelming chill surged toward him. This was a new technique Moon-Yin-Yin had just comprehended, freezing the blood. Outsiders couldn't detect any abnormalities. Only the person being attacked could feel this kind of pain. However, Hao Ji-Tian was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately activated his abilities to resist it, feeling discomfort for only a moment before recovering, and he dared not look around recklessly. As the farce came to an end, everyone finally had the opportunity to admire the enormous battleship. The floor resembled a giant touchpad. Stepping on it would produce light waves. And the entire design was very high-tech and sophisticated, something that everyone had never heard of or seen before. Moonlight knew that this was just the most ordinary vehicle of the Spire base. They over there had already begun a high-tech life straight out of science fiction. While these small bases were mostly still stuck in a farming era that had regressed culturally by hundreds of years, everyone was left in immense shock after watching, unable to believe that their country had developed to this point. How exactly was technology advancing them? They didn't even know how many small bases they had invited. It took a whole afternoon for the event to conclude. Looking out, there seemed to be no end in sight. Ahem. We are very grateful to everyone for giving our Spire base this honor. A cheerful male voice suddenly appeared, echoing in everyone's ears. And they didn't even know where the voice was coming from. Moonlight looked at the trumpet flower on the pillar, knowing it was a speaker. The sound ended, but the person did not appear. Suddenly, the lights went out, leaving everyone confused. Then, a beam of light shone down in the middle of the stage, where a few heads slowly rose up. Moonlight squinted her right eye, calculating the possibility of landing a hit. She thought to herself, if there were no consequences, that old man would definitely die. Who else could it be but her proud adoptive father? Behind her were Wei, Jean Xiao, and Elizabeth, two of her capable aides. Without her interference in this life, would Elizabeth be able to achieve her wishes? Just like in her previous life, she was tired of the grandiose opening speeches. Our Spire base is here just to make friends, and all the resources we obtain will be shared with you. Applause erupted below. Someone asked loudly, how will it be distributed? The leader of the Jiang base smiled kindly and said, how about we distribute according to labor? If everyone trusts me, I'll distribute it to you all after it's over. All right. Everyone agreed unanimously. Then Elizabeth stepped forward to explain the terrain map of the 6th middle school and the current situation, all based on the results calculated by their basis system. These results were very accurate. In her previous life, Moonlight had never encountered any errors in 9 years of missions. She hid in the crowd, dressed inconspicuously and covering half her face, but Wei Jin Chao's gaze was fixed on her. However, his eyes seemed to have a life of their own, staring directly at her. His overt actions naturally caught the attention of the leader of the Jiang base, who curiously leaned over to ask him something. The man said something that made him laugh heartily. Now, both of their gazes were turned towards her. Moonlight was speechless. After Eliza reported the data, she noticed that the two men beside her were both looking in the same direction. Out of curiosity, she looked over and quickly locked on a Luan. There was no way around it. Luan was too dazzling. With her tall stature, superior body proportions, and a temperament that was both cool and flamboyant, she exuded a strong presence just standing there. Moonlight felt a pang of discomfort in her heart and immediately designated Luan as her #1 rival. In fact, the battleship was very fast. There was no need for such a large vessel to go to the 6th middle school. It was unclear whether the Spire base wanted to showcase its strength or suppress everyone. But the first move was such a big trump card. They didn't seem to be there to rescue people. It felt more like they were simply hosting a banquet. Around the hall, there were many snacks laid out. In this chaotic world where resources were scarce, the Spire base, in an effort to demonstrate its strength, offered everyone fresh fruits and small cakes, as well as coffee, milk, juice, and red wine. Even though they were already starving and drooling, everyone tried to maintain their composure. The Eternal Life base didn't have such worries. Moonlight's supermarket was set up according to the standards of large supermarkets before the apocalypse, with extremely reasonable prices. They had nearly restored 80 of their pre-apocalypse lifestyle, so these offerings weren't particularly appealing to them. However, with the mindset of taking advantage of what they could, no one held back. Dear guests, we are about to serve dinner, announced a beautiful lady dressed as a waitress, followed by many dining carts. Moonlight raised her eyebrows, not expecting that her adoptive father would also provide meals. Plates of food were placed on the dining table, and they still used a fully self-service method. Moonlight was not polite at all, filling a plate to the brim and sitting down face to face with Luan to eat. Lu Wanwan whispered. What a lavish spender. Isn't that right? But the next second, she spat out the meat from her mouth and said, what is this? Having been raised as a young lady, she was very particular about imported goods. Not to mention the quality, at least it should be fresh, right? But this imported steak had a powdery and mushy texture, which she found very puzzling. Moon-Yin-Yin waved her hand to take away the steak on her table, adding something to it. It would be bad if someone found out they hadn't eaten. Lu Wanwan understood her meaning and sighed while rubbing her belly. It's been a long time since I've eaten so much delicious food. The base next door was even more exaggerated, with their heads unable to lift up from eating, yet they actually responded to her words a couple of times. Moon-Yin-Yin took advantage of everyone's inattention to take out some supplies she had hoarded before the apocalypse to create a facade. Now the two of them could eat comfortably, especially Lu Wanwan, whose eyes were even squinting in pleasure. Although it couldn't compare to Chef Li's cooking, at least it was edible. Moon-Yin-Yin shook her head with a smile. The prepared food and snacks she had hoarded before the apocalypse had hardly been touched. She was almost spoiled by Chef Li. Even in the apocalypse, life was tough, so enjoying an extra day was worth it. When everyone was halfway through their meal, someone indeed came over under the pretext of clearing the plates to observe how they were eating. Chapter 55. Heading to Lu Middle School. 3. Lu Wanwan's playful side kicked in, and she started to praise the person. You have no idea how I've been living these past few months. Not enough to eat and not warm enough to wear. I'm really grateful you all let us have a full meal. The person looked at her brand new clothes and smiled awkwardly. Lu Wanwan continued. This outfit was custom-made before the apocalypse. I can't bear to wear it. If it weren't for the fear of losing face, I wouldn't even want to take it out. Her portrayal of a poor and shabby look was quite convincing. She naturally did not miss the disdain in the waiter's eyes. Very well, that was the effect she wanted. After a satisfying meal, everyone felt a bit drowsy, and someone asked, when are we starting the rescue operation? Elizabeth smiled politely and said, everyone can take a break for a while. We can reach our destination in 2 hours. No one questioned why they had to wait 2 hours to reach Lu Middle School, which was so close, but instead they were relieved and said, then let's sleep for a bit. Sure, we have prepared small resting pillows for everyone. The tablecloths were cleared away, and they quickly distributed small pillows and a bottle of purified water to everyone. Moon-Yin-Yin saw someone carefully collecting water into their backpack. Although there have been several meters of water accumulated at the foot of every mountain these days, that water is not drinkable. It is either contaminated or seawater. The scarcity of water is also the reason why most people's lips are chapped. Of course, except for their eternal life base. Moon-Yin-Yin lay down and pretended to sleep. A habit formed in her previous life. She absolutely could not relax her guard in unsafe places. Lu Wanwan was even more picky, saying that lying down to sleep right after eating would upset her stomach. The two were as tense as if sitting on pins and needles. I'm really fed up. What on earth are they doing? Can they hurry up? I can't hold it any longer, Lu Wanwan muttered softly. Moon-Yin-Yin exchanged a pill from the space and stuffed it into her mouth. Without thinking, she swallowed it and immediately felt much more comfortable, with her temper calming down as well. This thing is called the Xiaoyao pill, which clears the mind, calms the spirit, and aids digestion. Produced by the system, it has many functions, and it is just perfect for Lu Wanwan. The moment Moon-Yin-Yin saw it on the shelf, she thought this way, but she didn't expect it to be useful so soon. The sound of light footsteps echoed beside her, as if confirming that everyone was asleep. Moon-Yin-Yin asked in her heart what Xuanwu and the others wanted to do. Xuanwu replied, after a round of operation, to investigate your strength and calculate how much of your abilities you have awakened. Moon-Yin-Yin understood and asked if they could hide their abilities. She was referring to herself and Lu Wanwan, both of whom possessed multiple abilities, and she didn't want to expose them too early. This time, Muyu was not in the team. He was taken by Dr. Zhou to study medicine. For some reason, Dr. Zhou had taken a liking to him, believing he was very talented, and insisted on keeping him. Muyu also liked it, so she went with them. 300 contribution points. Moon-Yin-Yin. Ever since she last blocked Xuanwu once, this guy has become increasingly stingy. The sound of the instruments getting closer, Moon-Yin-Yin compromised. Fine. Xuanwu happily deducted contribution points, and an invisible barrier fell over the two of them. After Lu Wanwan took the pill, She felt lazy and unusually comfortable and really fell asleep. Only Moonlight remained awake in the entire venue. However, she was good at disguising, calming her breathing and lowering her heart rate. The machine beeped as it scanned each person. 2 hours later, music started playing in the hall, and a burst of floral fragrance filled the air. Moonlight knew it was time to wake up. However, she didn't get up too early. Instead, she slowly rose after most people around her were already up, then gently nudged you.Why to wake her. In the distance, Elizabeth looked on with even more disdain. Just a useless vase, taking so long to wake up from such a small dose of sleeping drug. Moonlight had spent 9 years with her past life, so she knew exactly what she was thinking. Everyone, it's almost time. We're preparing to land. In fact, the battleship could hover 2 or 3 meters above the ground. The earlier descent was merely a test for them. After all, that soft ladder was not something everyone could climb. Several other bases had people who gave up on this activity because of that ladder. On you.Why's side, there was no such worry, as the people she selected were all born as international bodyguards. If they couldn't handle such a small issue, how could they protect anyone? The Jian Tower lowered the battleship to about 3 meters above the 6th teaching building and dropped the rope. Some people looked at the ladder and their legs began to weaken. Step aside. If you can't do it, don't block the way. Their fellow base members pushed him aside and quickly grabbed the rope to slide down. Moonlight looked to Huaichuan and the dog in his arms. When they came up, it was Huaichuan who tied the little ghost to his back, but when going down, they needed to roll to relieve the impact, which made it difficult to carry the dog. Sister, can you wrap the little ghost in this and hang it down after I go down? Moonlight nodded, thinking this was also a good idea. In fact, while her space couldn't hold people, it could hold animals. But she didn't want to reveal this trump card for the time being. This meant they would have to wait until the last base was down. After most of them had descended, Moonligh's side only started to send people down, with Song Shiyan leading the way. At this moment, Elizabeth walked over with a swaying posture. She was a mixed-race child of the beautiful country in Huagua, tall with prominent bones, and had been said by Wei Jinxiao to lack softness. You.Why didn't think she was any better. Looking at her face now made her quite unhappy. Seeing her holding a small ghost, she sarcastically remarked, "This base leader is really young. She can't bear to part with her pet, even when going out." You.Why couldn't be bothered to respond. The effects of the medicine hadn't worn off, and she felt so comfortable that she didn't want to say a word. Moonlight smiled gently and said, "It's okay. After all, some people are worse than dogs. Do people in your base love to, but in like this?" Her sharp gaze fixed on You.Why, clearly unwilling to argue with Moonlight, as she felt it would lower her own status. However, You.Why truly didn't want to pay her any attention, not giving her even a glance. Elizabeth felt slighted, extremely angry, and her tone inevitably turned unfriendly. Impolite. Politeness doesn't fill the stomach. Moonlight quickly responded, her voice sweet yet devoid of any emotion, as if she genuinely thought that way. Once everyone had landed, only the 2 sisters and the little ghost remained. The 2 of them bundled up the little ghost, tied it with a rope, and lowered it down. Someone attempted to cause trouble by throwing a dart, but Moonlight was quick and pulled the rope to successfully dodge it. Her gaze locked onto the woman behind Hao Jitian, her eyes narrowing as she unleashed her ice-type abilities. This time, she didn't hold back, aiming directly for the woman's life. The woman immediately froze in place, exuding cold air. Chapter 56, Base Competition, Part 1. During this interval, You.Why and Moonlight also landed. Elizabeth finally heard You.Why's voice as she had wished, but it only made her more unhappy. Wei Jinxiao once said her voice wasn't pleasant enough, but You.Why didn't seem that sweet either. She was a typical young lady's voice, indeed lacking in sweetness, especially now mixed with a hint of anger. She couldn't understand why she lost to You.Why, her hands clenched into fists in frustration. You.Why had no idea she was being seen as a rival for no reason. She just felt uncomfortable, as if someone was always watching her. The little secretary, Jiao, finally recovered, dramatically crying and hiding in Hao Jitian's arms. After all, he was a fire-type ability user, his body warm. What does the base leader mean by this? Just a dog, and he wants to deal so harshly with my people? Moonligh's ability attack was silent and invisible, and unless someone had a power higher than hers, they truly wouldn't notice it. Coincidentally, she had just broken through to the second level of ice-type abilities a few days ago, and no one present had a power higher than hers. He was left speechless. They were indeed in the wrong. However, feeling the person in his arms continuously rubbing against him, he stiffened his neck and said, "Why did Jiao suddenly become like this? It's none of my business." Elizabeth couldn't hold back any longer. Wasn't it supposed to be about a girl who was gentle, polite, had a sweet voice, and a soft appearance that made one feel protective? Where did Lu Wanwan fit into this? She was so angry that she felt like spitting blood, thinking she had lost completely, and would rather self-doubt than cast even a glance at Moon-Yin-Yin. In fact, Wei Jinshao's description was of the Moon-Yin-Yin in his heart. Their entire family had poor health, and Moon-Yin-Yin often said she couldn't run a few steps without getting out of breath. Plus, in the games they played together, Moon-Yin-Yin was quite bad at it and often cried for him to take revenge. Moreover, Moon-Yin-Yin appeared particularly obedient and cute when facing someone she liked and admired. This led Wei Jinshao to perceive a gentle and polite illusion of her. However, he realized this on the first day they met, but he didn't care. He thought this little treasure was even cuter that way. The two sides were at a standstill, and the late-arriving Chief Jiang was puzzled. What was going on? It was getting late, and no one wanted to waste too much time, so they casually reassured each other and moved past the incident. As Huaichuan walked past Jiao, he licked his lips. In his eyes, this woman was already dead. Chief Lu was indeed young and promising, the youngest leader among all the bases. Good. The younger generation is formidable. Chief Jiang patted her shoulder, showing an appreciative demeanor. Elizabeth felt even more heartbroken upon seeing this. So, the chief was aware of it too? Moon-Yin-Yin felt both amused and helpless. In her past life, she had never seen such a sense of frustration in Elizabeth's eyes. More often, Elizabeth looked at her with a feeling of, "You were just someone who was born lucky." The 6th high school, built with the city's resources, was indeed a prestigious institution. It occupied a vast area with magnificent buildings, standing firm even against the erosion of the tsunami. Most importantly, it was located on a small hill, with the seawater only wetting its exterior and not flooding it in the slightest. From below, one could not see any zombies, clearly indicating that the area had been cleaned up. As the battleship flew away, moonlight poured in, and they saw many students in the opposite teaching building. They were leaning out of the windows, waving their arms for help. Some classrooms even arranged books to form an SOS. Suddenly, Commander Jiang spoke up. "Everyone, we will take you to this point for now. What happens next depends on you." With that, he turned and boarded a helicopter, leaving with his team. The crowd immediately fell into a panic. The surrounding cities had already been submerged, and the vast ocean appeared particularly frightening. They felt as if they were trapped in an isolated island. During her speech, 2 warriors in mechs hovered in midair for display. This scene brought tears to many eyes, filled with longing. This time, only 6 bases had come, and the chances of obtaining help were only 50%. Moon-Yin-Yin wasn't very interested. She already had mechs in her system exchange panel, and they were even better looking and stronger. The only issue was that she didn't have any contribution points to exchange. Main task: gain the trust of at least 2 leaders from the Spire base. Completion rate 80. The sudden notification from Xuanwu startled her, and when she checked, she found that the trust value from base Chief Jiang was actually 30. They were just strangers who hadn't even exchanged a word. This task only required reaching a trust value of 50 to be considered complete. In fact, it wasn't that difficult. The only challenge was not having a way to get to know them. She suddenly thought, if she could enter the competition this time, would that allow him to get to know her? The girl, who had just been lacking in motivation, immediately perked up. Time task: achieve first place in this competition. Reward of 5 sets of mechs, 3 helicopters, and 3 spins on the punishment wheel. Good. It's like a pillow for her sleepiness. She really loved Xuanwu. While maintaining a calm facade, she was actually celebrating wildly in her heart. If all else fails, she could always hunt some sheep for a bit of sheepskin. Fortunately, the people from Aspire Base had already detained a few individuals when they arrived, and she had a total of only 30 people. She could pick and choose a few students and teachers. It wouldn't be a big problem. She was in a great mood, but the expressions of the other bases were not so good. The people from Aspire Base had already evacuated completely, leaving only a few drones to monitor their situation. Moonlight observed around and found that Wei Jinxiao was also missing. She had only seen him once all day, and there was no trace of him afterward. She suddenly remembered why it was like this today. He hadn't mentioned anything to her before. Not a word. Chapter 57 Base Competition, Part 2. However, this thought only lingered in her mind for a moment before disappearing. She was not the kind of person who relied on others. At this point, no one remembered the reasons for their initial arrival, but some were still thinking about the food underground, which was stored by the country and certainly not in small quantities. Sir, which base do you think will win? Elizabeth asked Director Jiang on the battleship. In front of them, a large screen displayed the live situation. Director Jiang pointed at Moonlight and said, "The Eternal Life Base will definitely take first place." Elizabeth's expression darkened, and she replied, "But their strength is weak, and their numbers are small. In my opinion, the Peace Base has a better chance. They have 2 space-type ability users. In fact, among the 6 bases present, apart from the Eternal Life Base, the others all had space-type ability users." Director Jiang shook his head with a smile and said little by. "You still see things too superficially. Just watch. The Eternal Life Base will definitely shine brighter." She was almost digging her nails into her flesh, and her gaze towards you.Why became even more unfriendly. All the bases present had around 50 to 60 people, while the Eternal Life Base only had 30. Moonlight just realized that they were targeted, but she didn't know whether it was good or bad. "What should we do? Otherwise, why don't you share some of your people with me? I don't mind." You.Why tried to recruit people on the spot, but no one wanted to join them. 2 girls leading the group, with handsome muscular men behind them, looked strange and unreliable no matter how you saw it. The other 4 teams hurriedly left without arguing with her. At this moment, only the Peace Base and the Eternal Life Base were left on the rooftop. How Tian's gaze fell on you.Why again, and he pondered, "If you're in a dead end and come and find me, I can give you a way out, and you can bring that girl with you." You.Why directly ignored him and took Moonlight to leave first. It was getting more interesting. Greed glimmered in how Tian's eyes as he squeezed the chest of the woman in his arms, making her pout repeatedly. "Baby, what should we do? I'm really anxious." You.Why's expression changed in an instant as she pressed against Moonlight. Moonlight patted her and said, "Don't panic, I'm here." Xuanwu scanned the entire school and sent her the basic situation of the campus teachers and students. At first, there weren't many infected zombies in this school, and the teachers were very vigilant and quickly isolated them. After discovering they were zombies, they decisively eliminated them. So there are quite a few survivors here. Moonlight was looking at the survivor information that Xuanwu had organized for her while leading everyone towards the school gate. She needed to check the water level. As they approached the gate, Xuanwu suddenly reported, found the grain storage entrance. Then a green arrow appeared in front of her. Even at night, with poor visibility, suddenly going over would still get them noticed. In fact, each of them was very clear that the grain storage here was essential for the survival of these students and teachers. If they touched the grain, they should take the people away. Otherwise, it would be no different from murder. Moonlight was caught in hesitation, as other teams had already given up on the rescue, focusing solely on the generous conditions offered by the tower. Seeing that Moonlight wasn't leaving, You.Why asked, "What's wrong?" Moonlight looked at her and said, "The faculty and student resources here are among the best in the country. With the strength of the Eternal Life Base and the entire school filled with teachers and students, there is no situation where it cannot sustain itself." Moonlight thought for a long time and finally made up her mind. The 2 of them understood each other's meaning with just a glance. Running so fast. They thought there would be a good solution, but they were just dawdling here. Jiao Jiao, and how Tian's arms muttered softly. But most of the people here were ability users, so how could they not hear? The woman coldly snorted and said, "Of course I have a way." After saying that, a small boat that could carry more than 10 or 20 people appeared in front of everyone. Did not expect this? The tsunami brought many boats over. I just casually picked one up. There was nothing surprising about it. Their base also picked up a few, but Moonlight didn't store them in her space, instead leaving them for the base's daily use. After that, she disdainfully raised her head and looked down her nose at others, saying, "Oh, I forgot. Your base is so poor that you don't even have a space-type ability." Of course, you wouldn't be able to pull out supplies like I can at any time. How GTon didn't he stop her foolish comments, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Moon was sizing up the ship, thinking about the big ships of the Lilong brothers. Unfortunately, there was no space at that time, so they had to give it up. Sigh, it was heart-wrenching. Jiao provoked a few more words, but it seemed like hitting a fist into cotton with no response. They felt it was boring and brought their people onto the ship. Of course, the ship couldn't accommodate everyone. They only took 20 people and then tied many ropes at the stern. Just as everyone was wondering what they were up to, they picked up a lot of buoyant materials like foam boards and wooden planks from the corner by the shore. People lay on the boards and were towed by the ship, which actually looked pretty good. Seeing this, the others from the base scrambled to grab supplies. It was at that moment Moon figure gradually faded away, disappearing into the crowd. Lu pretended to shout, "Don't snatch, don't snatch. Leave a piece for me." She shouted enthusiastically, but the people didn't move an inch. As dawn broke, the people in the school could no longer sit still. A few teachers came out and said, "Aren't you here to save us?" The crowd suddenly fell silent for a moment. All right, wasn't this mission supposed to be about rescuing people? What on earth was this Spire base doing? The Peace base quickly organized their team. More than 30 people in life jackets lay on the boards at the back, gripping the edges tightly. As soon as the boat started, several of them tipped over. They had no choice but to stop and regroup. The people on the shore laughed heartily, but soon began to pack up their things. The people from the Eternal Life base remained motionless. It truly felt like a young lady's outing, and she even complained about these life-saving items. Luan's mouth twitched, feeling speechless. Time passed quickly, and besides their group standing on the shore, more and more people gathered in the campus. These naive youths could see that this group of people really didn't want to save them anymore. A young boy shouted angrily, "You can't use materials from outside our school. What'll we do if you take everything? Aren't you here to save us?" His naive words made the adults laugh, filled with mockery. Chapter 58, Base Competition 3. "You little brat, kneel down and beg me, lick my feet, and I'll give you an extra piece of board to crawl out." Ha ha! The young boy was enraged, his fists clenched with veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot. She unleashed her powers, and everyone felt her intimidating presence. Falling silent and lowering their heads like quails, packing their survival tools. The boy Wenlei looked at her, opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Moon looked into his eyes, and for some reason, his heart settled down. "May I ask who the person in charge of your school is? They have been here for so long, yet there hasn't been a representative from the academy who can speak." The young man's eyes were filled with tears. The principal, the vice principal, and the heads of each grade sacrificed themselves to save us. Moon raised her eyebrows, surprised by the situation. No wonder no one from the school came out to organize a reception. "Hello, I'm a homeroom teacher of Class 3 in senior year. My surname is One. May I ask if what you just said is true? Can you really save Wenlei?" The young female teacher's eyes were filled with earnestness, and the other teachers behind her were nervously clenching their hands. At times like this, every life saved counts. Moon nodded and smiled lightly, saying not just him, "I will take all of you out as well." As soon as she said this, the other members of the base erupted in excitement again. Some disagreed with her approach. Some mocked her for being overly compassionate, and some said she was like a clay statue crossing a river. But no matter what others said, Moon remained completely unfazed. Teacher Wen felt a bit unreal and trembled as he asked, You mean everyone could be taken out?" Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Moon raised her hand to wipe away her tears. "You should be very clear that the terrain of your school is not high. If another tsunami comes, you will be submerged, and no amount of food will save you then." The teachers nodded vigorously, agreeing that it was indeed the case. This statement also reminded others from the base that there were food warehouses prepared by the state underground. They had just searched around and couldn't find the entrance. And even after capturing a few people to interrogate, they couldn't find out where the entrance was. Hearing this mentioned now, they didn't hurry to leave. Even the Pinyin base stood still in place. Moon noticed their small actions and smiled meaningfully, saying, "Teacher Wen, please organize all the surviving children to prepare for evacuation." Moon raised her hand to signal the brothers behind her to go protect, leaving only Moon and Lu Wan. "Hey, from the Eternal Life base." Someone called out to them. He hurriedly jumped off the makeshift raft made of mineral water bottles. We can also take a few people. Lu-Wan responded with a faint "oh." The person's face showed a hint of embarrassment. We were actually here to rescue them. It wouldn't be appropriate to only think about ourselves. Lu-Wan still replied with her "oh." The person suddenly felt flustered. Why wasn't she mentioning the food distribution? At the same time, he felt resentment towards the people from the Spire base. Didn't they say they would distribute food? Now that they had arrived, they just abandoned them and didn't mention the food at all. Their base was the poorest, yet they had the most people, and they were already at the point of gnawing on tree bark. These two ladies were dressed so cleanly, their complexions rosy, obviously not lacking food. Yet they still wanted to monopolize so much grain. Many people shared these thoughts, and in an instant, everyone looked at them with a bit more resentment. Teacher Wen brought all the students over in less than 5 minutes. No wonder they could survive in the apocalypse with such efficiency. When they saw them come out, someone eagerly stepped forward and pulled them, saying, "We are here to rescue you. Where is your food? Let's take it all together." Teacher Wen and the others looked displeased. And after a long while, she said, "What food? What food does this mean?" Everyone became unhappy and frowned, saying, "How can you, a female teacher, be so ungrateful? The people who brought us here said that when you called for help, you mentioned there was a national granary underground, and if we rescued you, we could take things from the granary." "Exactly. Now we are here to rescue you, and you actually dare to hide your food?" The person's temper exploded, clenching his fists to threaten Teacher Wen. Moon-Yannian kicked a person away. How to save them? Just with your few broken bottle rafts? The person dared not to express their anger, as the internal situation in their base was very chaotic, and no one would help him. The people from the Eternal Life base separated the two sides, and Moon-Yannian found a smooth spot to take out the yacht from the space. Arranged in a dazzling straight line. This can only hold 50 or 60 people at most. What's there to be proud of? There are over 1,000 surviving students and teachers, all waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. A group of people squatted there, inflating their rafts, looking particularly ridiculous. "Boss, are we not leaving?" I really didn't expect Moon-Yannian to be a space-type ability user, hiding it pretty well. Not only that, it seems her level is not low. The Peace Base has begun to have bad intentions. It is well known that when a space-type ability user dies, all their supplies will explode out. They started to speculate on how many supplies this person had, and the people from the two bases secretly gathered together. These students were very quick with their hands, and soon tied these things together to make several decent-sized boats. Let the first-year students board first. The teachers organized the order and quickly arranged everyone onto the boats. By this time, two bases that realized they were not capable of competing had already left, and the remaining three were all bases with space-type abilities. Moon-Yannian clapped his hands and said, "It's fate that we meet here. I really can't take the food underground with me, and leaving it here would be a waste. How about this? If you each provide 2 lifeboats, I'll split the food with you." Each of their bases had a few lifeboats, which weren't very big and could only hold 2 or 3 people. The most important thing was that they had even fitted small motors on them, which would save a lot of effort. Moon-Yannian shrugged and said, "Well, it's up to you then. It's not something I should consider." A large number of students had already left the Eternal Life base, with one yacht leading the way and dragging their self-made boats behind, moving fairly steadily. As their evacuation speed increased, the few bases finally got anxious. "All right, we'll give you 2 lifeboats. Just take us quickly." Chapter 59, Base Competition, Part 4. Each of the 3 bases indeed sent out 2, and Moon-Yannian was very satisfied as she received them, signaling for a quick evacuation. "Let's go. I'll take you to the underground warehouse." She and Teacher Wen led the way to a sewer entrance. Everyone watched in surprise as she pried open the manhole cover. Wow, who would have thought this was the entrance? In fact, the true entrance was at the foot of the mountain, which had long been submerged. Fortunately, the waterproofing was done well, and the ventilation system was overhead. Otherwise, the food in this warehouse would have spoiled long ago. As everyone followed her down, they were greeted by the rich aroma of grains. It smelled amazing. How many tons of food could this be hiding? Moon-Yin sneered and said, "Guess more." Once everyone entered the warehouse, they rushed towards those grain piles. Moon-Yin quickly pulled back and used her speed ability to retreat, while the sound of explosions echoed underground. "Hurry up. The people waiting outside also heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. Moon-Yannian took Teacher Wen over the wall and walked a different path. The students and teachers on this side had already evacuated onto the water, leaving only a lifeboat for them, and it was without a motor. Moon-Yannian picked up Teacher Wen and jumped directly onto the lifeboat, using the impact to propel them far away. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Her excitement was barely concealed in her tone. It was a joke. How could there still be food left in the places she passed? She had taken it all, leaving not a single grain behind. On their side, there were Moon-Yannian, Lu Wanwan, Teacher Wen, Huai Chuan, and a dog. And the entire lifeboat felt like it was about to sink. Teacher Wen, feeling embarrassed, said, "How about giving me a life jacket and you all pull me?" She blushed at her own words, and then she suddenly realized that their lifeboat had no motor and no one was rowing. Yet the boat kept moving, and at quite a speed, almost catching up to the last lifeboat that had departed. Moon-Yannian drank a vial of potion, and at that moment, her abilities surged. She reached her hand into the water, and their lifeboat suddenly floated up. Teacher Wen exclaimed in surprise, "You are actually an ice-type ability user?" Moon-Yannian smiled without speaking. As she passed by her own base with others, she similarly laid a layer of ice under their boats. Her ice was unbearable for people to sit or lie directly on, but it completely isolated the cold when placed under these swimming rings. With the support of the speed powers in the team and Moon-Yannian's continuous supply of fuel, everyone was moving along very smoothly. The head of Zhang Base watched this scene with great satisfaction, exclaiming, "Women are no less than men." Eliza expressed her disdain, saying, "I wonder who the real base leader is." The head of Zhang Base nodded. However, Eliza misunderstood, thinking he was also dissatisfied with Lu Wanwan's abilities, and she added fuel to the fire without hearing the head of Zhang Base reprimand her. Suddenly, she felt hopeful again, right? She should ask A027 if the task was completed. Eliza cheerfully went to inquire, but the other party refused to connect. The head of Zhang Base seemed to have anticipated this, nodding and saying, "I'll ask myself." Thus, his communication was answered immediately. "Eliza, that dead girl, how dare she take underhanded actions? How Jitian chased after them on a jet ski." Moon-Yannian was surprised, not expecting that they actually had such things. Before this, how Jitian himself didn't even know. They entered the warehouse, and as soon as they lifted the tarpaulin, they saw a flash of fire. In his panic, he pulled Jiao Jiao to shield him. Jiao Jiao died, and her storage space exploded with a pile of items. It was then that he realized this woman had secretly hoarded so many good things, including this jet ski, so it wasn't a complete loss. Moon-Yannian sighed. She didn't have much dynamite in her hands, and its power was not great. It was really a pity that it didn't blow him up. Then the two sisters simultaneously drew their guns and shot at him. How Jitian sneered, and an earth escape appeared in front of him. All right, so he's still an earth-type ability user. No wonder he can take a beating. Moon-Yannian forgave herself in an instant. It wasn't that her explosives were ineffective, but rather that her enemies had tough skin. Both sides were fighting fiercely on the water. A classmate asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to help them?" Upon hearing this, the students and teachers all picked up paddles to lend a hand. "Oh no, there's a tsunami. Moon-Yannian is fighting fiercely here," when Xuanwu suddenly warns of danger. "My goodness, run away quickly. Oh no, grab the rope, don't get scattered." There were too many people around Moon-Yannian, at least over 1,000. The waves were particularly fast, and before they could react, some of the personnel in front had already been swallowed. Wanwan, hurry! At the last moment, Moon-Yannian tied the rope around her body. Water surged into her nostrils, and the sensation in her ears was quite uncomfortable. Lu Wanwan was a fire-type ability user, and being submerged in water felt 100 times worse than for others. She felt the power within her being drained rapidly, and she was on the verge of passing out. What was that thing? Just as Lu Wanwan felt her consciousness fading, something suddenly dragged her above the water surface. Cough, cough. She expelled the water from her abdomen and saw that she was lying on the back of a little ghost. She couldn't swim and didn't dare to move, fearing that the little ghost couldn't support her weight. "Big sister, are you okay?" With Huai Chuan's support, she felt less afraid. "Where's Nian? Where did Nian go?" "Big sister, come on, climb up." Huai Chuan had somehow found a piece of wood to help her climb up. Sitting higher, she anxiously searched for Moon-Yannian. "Nian? I can't see her." At this moment, the rope around her waist had also snapped, and the person it was supposed to connect to was gone. Teacher Wen. Quickly, save Teacher Wen. She pointed to a shadow not far away. The little ghost understood and dove into the water, quickly bringing Teacher Wen over, who looked pale and was trembling all over. I think I'm about to awaken my ability. I'm so cold, she said. Lu-Wan quickly pulled her up and used her ability to dry her clothes. Shall see, you guys come up too? Huai shook his head, big sister. It will sink. Let's find another piece. Lu-Wan held on to Teacher Wen, tears streaming down her face, desperately searching the water's surface for that familiar figure. Chapter 60, Base Competition 5, Big Sister, don't worry, sister is fine. The boy spoke these words with extraordinary calmness. Lu-Wan thought he was just comforting her. Nodded, yeah, Yannian is an ice-type ability user. Water can't drown her. Yet the tears kept flowing. In fact, it was more than that. But Huai didn't know how to say it. The sea surface was eerily calm, and everyone tacitly refrained from speaking. Both felt a chill run down their spines. Not good, let's go. How do we go? A strange creature suddenly emerged from the water, causing a wave that overturned all nearby floating boards. Huai immediately rushed over to hug Lu-Wan, always remembering what Moon-Yannian had told him about protecting Big Sister. Inject the ability. Xianwu's tone had become somewhat distorted. The wounds on her body continued to bleed profusely, perhaps due to her strong will to survive. Moon-Yannian's speed ability had reached level 3 as she struggled to dodge the flailing tentacles. Huai dragged the unconscious Lu-Wan to hide behind a tall building, which had a pointed part sticking out just enough for them to take cover. The little ghost finally found Teacher Wen and dragged her over. What to do? It can't be injected. Moon-Yannian had tried countless times, but the ice-type ability was completely ineffective. Xianwu also noticed her struggle, and after running precise calculations, it showed that her ice-type ability needed to be upgraded to at least level 3 to have a fighting chance. But Moon-Yannian had just reached level 2. How could she upgrade to level 3 so quickly? While Xianwu frantically searched for data, Moon-Yannian was thrown out. Fortunately, she landed in an area without any buildings and fell heavily into the water, quickly resurfacing. The speed was too fast. Moon-Yannian was already exhausted at this moment. Her whole body ached so much that she could no longer use her speed abilities to evade. Suddenly, her brother's face appeared in front of her, along with Lu-Wan's flamboyant embrace of her, and many more. Could she really not escape? She was unwilling to accept it. She shoved a crystal core into her mouth and chewed it into pieces, with Xuanwu unable to stop her in time. The clash of powers sent huge waves flying up, which then froze into ice. Did she actually still have a gun? Elizabeth leaned in incredulously to take a look. Director Jiang nodded in satisfaction and said, "She is amazing." Indeed, she was amazing, Elizabeth had to admit. But she had just swallowed several zombie crystal cores. Wouldn't she go insane? What a pity, Director Jiang said lightly. The heavy machine gun hit her abdomen, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained black chunks of flesh. Warning, player's life signs are declining. The power of the crystal core had boosted all her abilities by 2 levels, including her strength, and with one strike, she severed one of the opponent's tentacles. Xuanwu's red light lit up, and her vision was obscured by red warnings, which she found bothersome and once again blocked the opponent. This was ridiculous. In her past life, Moon-Yannian had completed numerous missions over 9 years, killing countless zombies, mutated beasts, and insectoids. Now, having fallen from grace, she was forced to use crystal cores against this seafood-like creature. It had to die. The surrounding frozen waves formed a natural barrier, preventing outsiders from seeing the battle inside, but allowing them to escape and catch their breath. Come on, I see the shore, we must be first. 1-2-1-2 go. This was exactly the group from the Eternal Life base at the forefront, with Song Shiyin leading the way, drumming to encourage everyone. The waves not only failed to overturn them, but also pushed them forward several kilometers. Once they adjusted, they charged ahead. Someone asked him, "What about Moon-Yannian and the others?" Everyone was trying hard. The calm sea surface only had people from their base. They didn't know where the others had gone, nor whether other bases had already landed. They only knew they needed to rescue their leader as soon as possible. Moon-Yannian had gone mad. her mind somewhat unclear as the toxins from the crystal core violently attacked her brain nerves. She had forgotten what she was doing, only numbly chopping away. She severed all of the opponent's tentacles and split open the massive skull, stomping on the pitch-black ink as she frantically hacked at its corpse. Her strength was dissipating, and the glaciers around her finally began to melt. Huaichuan struggled to get inside, and was stunned to see Moonlight covered in blood, her eyes red, numbly chopping with a knife. "Sister?" He tried to approach, but Moonlight swung her knife at him. It seemed she could no longer distinguish friend from foe, her mind filled only with bloodlust. Huaichuan was forced to retreat repeatedly. "Sister, wake up!" Moonligh's eyes began to roll upwards, and the veins on her body started to bulge, giving her an appearance as if she were about to become a corpse. Huaichuan couldn't understand. There were no zombies nearby, so why was his sister like this? In his dazed state, Moonlight swung her large knife directly at him. He struggled to dodge, but still lost a chunk of flesh. Pain surged through his brain as he covered the wound and staggered backward. Moonlight seemed to have thought of something, becoming even more frantic, looking like she had encountered an enemy. Huaichuan was knocked to the ground, and when he looked up, he saw the drone flying behind Moonlight, his eyes flickering slightly. Why did the screen go black? Just when Elizabeth was engrossed. The screen in front of her suddenly went dark, and no matter how she fiddled with it, there was no response. Chapter 61 Competition at the Base 6. Yes. The ships from the Eternal Life base rushed out to sea, and along the way, they saw many survivors from other bases struggling to cling to floating debris. Uncle Lu anxiously searched for familiar figures. They had rescued all the survivors along the way, but still had not seen the person they wanted to find. "Commander, what is that?" A large ice sheet floated on the water, and there seemed to be several small black dots on it. Uncle Lu took a look with his binoculars and shouted excitedly, "Hurry up, it's my Wanwan." Lu Wanwan woke up and saw Moonlight and Huaichuan not far away. She overcame her fear of water and climbed onto the ice sheet under the guidance of the little ghost and Teacher Wen. Moonlight lay covered in blood in Huaichuan's arms, and Huaichuan was clearly not in a much better state, with large patches of blood beneath them. "We need to stop the bleeding." Teacher Wen tore off his shirt, wrung it dry, and tied it around Huaichuan's wound. Lu Wanwan couldn't help, so she activated her abilities to dry both of them, maintaining their condition. The sound of a helicopter roared above their heads. They both instinctively looked up and saw several members of the Spire base jumping down. Lu Wanwan wore a face of vigilance and hatred, throwing fireballs to prevent them from getting close. "We're here to save you. Get lost. Who asked you to save us? We're in this mess because we fell for your tricks." They arrived with new drones, and the images from a warship were restored. Elizabeth immediately spotted the untransformed Moonlight and exclaimed in disbelief, She actually hasn't turned into a corpse?" The base commander Jiang also looked astonished, staring at that extremely familiar face in shock. Moonligh's mask had fallen off at some point, revealing a pale little face in front of everyone. "Don't hurt her." The voice of Director Jiang came through the earpiece, and they hesitated to approach, both sides at a standstill. Wanwan. The Spire ultimately failed to take Moonlight and the others away. "Director Lu, you are the first place this time. The banquet will be held in 3 days, and prizes will be awarded." Lu Wanwan wanted to refuse, but thinking of that mighty battle armor, she held back her anger and replied, Understood." Dr. Shao and Jia and Shefley were in the room, treating the wounds of the seriously injured too. Lu Wanwan recounted the events to the others, and everyone was furious, feeling that the Spire was being too overbearing. "We are still too weak," Uncle Lu summarized. The group fell silent. This was indeed the case. Their strength was completely crushed, played with at the mercy of others without any power to resist. This was no longer the law-abiding society of the past. In this resource-scarce, apocalyptic world, a decrease in population meant that more people would survive. Therefore, they had no doubt that the other side would directly bomb them. Moonlight slept directly until the eve of the banquet. As soon as the protection of the Xuanwu, she felt the system's overwhelming pressure. "If you continue to ignore my advice like this, I will directly use the annihilation program on you next time." Moonlight forced a smile and said, "Your voice is really nice." It was indeed very pleasant, a cool and clear youthful voice, now infused with a human touch. Xuanwu really didn't want to pay her any attention, but he had no choice. Thank you. Her gratitude was genuine. If it weren't for Xuanwu's intervention, Huaichuan would have truly died at her hands. Her eyes dimmed. Xuanwu remained silent as she opened the mission panel, expecting the 3-star mission to fail. But to her surprise, it showed that she had already achieved 50 progress. She incredulously asked, I clearly saw him absorb all the toxins in my body. Happy to be fine. Just as she lost control and swung her weapon at Huaichuan, that kid had embraced her, absorbing all the chaotic abilities and toxins within her. As Moon-Yannian gradually became more aware, she saw that his body was covered in patterns, just like when she saw him in her previous life. Those in that face were unforgettable for her. But she didn't feel scared. She only felt heartache. She thought she had saved Huaichuan, that he wouldn't turn into a zombie again, but in the end, it turned out to be because of her. His constitution is special. Those toxins are not enough to make him turn into a corpse, but his level of trust in you has increased. Moon-Yannian opened the team template, and, sure enough, it showed 120. Not only that, but it also indicated that the opponent's vital signs were very good, clearly indicating they were fine. She felt quite uncomfortable inside, as the psychological shadow from her past life lingered. She remained on guard against Huaichuan, unlike Lu Wanwan and others who were open-hearted. But unexpectedly, he risked his life to save her despite the danger of turning into a corpse. She felt ashamed. At least leave me 2 pieces of mecha. Moon-Yannian wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, she also began to feel scared, not knowing where she had found the courage to fight to the death, even though she had many concerns. However, it wasn't without gains. Perhaps the crystal core was too powerful and expanded her meridians. She was now a level 3 ice-type ability user, level 3 strength-type ability user, level 3 speed-type ability user, and level 2 mental healing ability user. The space had not changed, still at level 7. What surprised her was that the mental healing ability could also level up. She felt like she hadn't used this ability much. Xian Wu sneered. If it weren't for the mental healing ability, do you think you could withstand the backlash of the crystal core for a few minutes? Moon-Yannian was surprised, not expecting this ability to be used in such a way. Xuanwu was infuriated and really didn't want to pay attention to her. However, it wasn't completely incomprehensible. She felt that she and Xuanwu seemed to have a symbiotic relationship, and the other party must have some purpose for helping her. Otherwise, why would they? But this was just her speculation, as Xuanwu had not revealed a word. Oh, boss, you're awake? Su Qi, who came to keep watch, opened the door and saw Moon-Yannian half sitting up. She nodded and asked, how long was I unconscious? Wait a moment, boss. I'll go call Miss Wanwan, she said and quickly dashed out. Not only did Lu Wanwan come, but others also arrived. In just a few minutes, everyone in the base knew that their base leader had woken up. Dr. Zhou decisively refused everyone entry, only allowing Lu Wanwan and Uncle Lu inside. The patient needs to rest. She will let you see her when she's better. Chapter 62. Base construction Dr. Zhou held a very high position in the base, and everyone was afraid of him. Upon hearing this, they stopped insisting and quietly waited at the door. They wanted to wait for Lu Wanwan and the others to come out and tell them about the situation inside. The hospital room door was closed, and those outside couldn't hear a sound from within. Baby, are you okay? Moon-Yannian had been pierced in the abdomen before, and now her body was covered in scars. Even with Dr. Zhou's advanced techniques and Chef Li's medicinal cuisine, these scars couldn't be removed. I'm fine, she said, opening her arms for inspection. She really was fine. As soon as she woke up, she exchanged for 2 potions to absorb. Not only did she not feel pain anymore, but her abilities had also returned to their peak. The 2 chatted for a long time before it was Uncle Lu's turn to speak. The Spire base even specially sent an invitation to remind us, stating that you and Wanwan were invited to the banquet together. Moon-Yannian took the gilded invitation and felt the residual power as soon as she opened it. It seemed that the person who wrote it had considerable ability, being able to imprint such pressure onto the paper. I actually slept for so long. She touched the date on it, feeling incredulous. The next morning, Moon-Yannian appeared before everyone, her face still somewhat pale. Woo-woo. Commander, it's so good to finally see you. You're all right. Everyone put aside their breakfast, surrounding Moon-Yin-Yin with empty bowls, expressing their concern. She smiled gently, standing there as if radiating brilliance. They had been at this Eternal Life base for 3 days, and these 3 days have been very pleasant. They even restored classroom order on their own. The teachers were very grateful to her for being willing to lead them. Moon-Yin-Yin waved her hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. I have also accepted your gratitude." She was referring to the warehouse full of grain, which amounted to dozens of tons, truly deserving of being called a national reserve. All right, has the commander not eaten yet? After being unconscious for 3 days, you must be very hungry. Let's make way for the commander to eat. As soon as Teacher Wen, or rather, Dean Wen, spoke, all the children scattered. In fact, Moon-Yin-Yin had already enjoyed a lot of Chef Li's nourishing meals last night. Her coming to the cafeteria was merely to stabilize the morale of the troops. Having achieved her goal, she didn't leave, but instead made a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge, took 2 meat buns, and sat down with Dean Wen. Commander Liu said that the academy was specially planned out for us by you. I'm truly grateful to you. Moon-Yin-Yin tugged at the corner of her mouth, thinking that Lu Wanwan really could stretch things. Was that something she had planned out? It was clearly a template from a system. However, she also felt that they indeed needed to cultivate more new talents, so she shamelessly accepted it. Moon-Yin-Yin said, "Times have changed, and in this final era, the academy definitely can't just teach cultural courses. We need to teach things that are practical." Dean Wen nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes." Director Liu said the same thing. "We have readjusted the curriculum. Take a look." Moon-Yin-Yin didn't expect that she would casually carry documents with her and directly pulled out the schedule for her. In the morning, there were cultural classes teaching military strategy, planting, and breeding, while in the afternoon, there were practical classes where they went to the planting garden to grow vegetables, fertilize, etc., along with physical training. The setup was very reasonable. At a glance, she found nothing that needed changing. "Very good. Did you set this up?" Dean Wen nodded, wearing an exaggerated expression as if seeking praise. Moon-Yin-Yin is funny and generously gave her a bag of supplies, which was full of snacks, candies, fruits, and the like. Even if bought from a base supermarket, it would be quite expensive. Dean Wen was extremely happy and said, "I can use this as a reward to give to the students. The rewards come from elsewhere. I won't be so stingy as to not afford a little reward." Dean Wen shook her head repeatedly and said, "Don't waste it. This is enough." Moon-Yin-Yin still wanted to say something, but unexpectedly, the people from Spire Base had arrived. The banquet was not set to start until the afternoon, so what were they doing here so early in the morning? Soon, Moon-Yin-Yin found out. They brought 2 extremely beautiful dresses, one blue and one red, both very luxurious. Moon-Yin-Yin frowned deeply after just a glance. This style was what she wore at the recognition banquet in her previous life, only in light purple. What does it mean that the Spire base sent 2 sets of dresses? Commander Liu, these are gifts from our base leader to the 2 of you, to celebrate your victory. Lu Wanwan replied coldly, "We don't lack clothing. There's no need for your base to send us anything." No, that's not what our base leader meant. He truly appreciates both of you and genuinely considers you as juniors to care for. Moon-Yin-Yin was speechless. It was the end of the world. Everywhere was dangerous. And here we were wearing such extravagant dresses that we couldn't afford. Her words were laced with sarcasm, and anyone with keen eyes could see she was unhappy. The person who delivered the dresses was a bit slow, and, upon hearing her remarks, didn't know how to respond, standing there in a daze. Uncle Liu said, "Our 2 leaders will appear at the banquet on time tonight, so we won't entertain you further here." The hint to leave was too obvious, and the person, being rather thin-skinned, quickly blushed and took their leave. TCH, how could someone like that be allowed to socialize? Su Qi disdainfully curled his lips. "When did the mask on my face fall off?" Lu Wanwan had a confused expression, clearly having forgotten about it. Huai Chuan was still asleep, but she guessed her adoptive father had noticed that she resembled Jiang Sui Sui. She sighed, as if many things were beyond her control. Suddenly, over 1,000 people were added to the base, and she saw her contribution points continuously rising, almost breaking 100,000. She moved her little hands to replenish the supplies in the supermarket, and then took a look around the production area. She was very satisfied with everyone's teamwork. I have some ores, like iron ore, that I took from a Lin family's private vault. I wonder if anyone can refine them? Uncle Lu nodded and said, "Don't worry. I have talents in this area, but the space is limited, so we probably won't be able to produce much." Moon-Yannian led him into an empty room and took out a pile of ore-like materials from space. "You can study this. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll find a way," she said. After all, it's like crossing mountains when changing fields. And there are many things she can't think of how to use. Uncle Lu didn't stand on ceremony with her and readily agreed, saying, "We do need to enhance our armed forces. I've seen that the technology level at the Spire base far exceeds ours. This is unavoidable. They have just solved the issue of basic needs here, while they over there already considering conquering the world." Chapter 63. Hurry and assign me a task, however. It's not a big problem. She is Xuanwu, and the technological level over there may not necessarily surpass Xuanwu. After all, everything it possesses comes from technology 9 years in the future from the Spire. No matter how powerful the current Spire is, can it compare to itself 9 years later? The only issue is that she needs a lot of contribution points. It's unrealistic to rely solely on herself to earn them. She needs many people. Without hesitation, she used all her contribution points to upgrade the base, expanding the outer circle by more than double, and the buildings rose from the ground. The new residents were stunned, as if dreaming. Even the previous residents, who had seen it once, were still shocked upon seeing it again. "We have Dr. Zhou. Our medical technology is steadily developing. We have you, Chunze, and Captain Li Hu. Our security and military strength are passable. In terms of education, we have Dean 1, and for planting and breeding, we have you. For food, we have Chef Li, and for meteorology, we have Grandpa Zhao. We still lack talents in weapon defense research." Uncle Lu nodded. He indeed didn't have such talents on hand. "Never mind, the weapons I can provide will last for a while. It's not urgent." Moon-Yannian suddenly thought of a candidate in her mind and needed to find a way to bring him over. But this matter cannot be rushed. It requires careful planning. "Xuanwu, hurry and assign me a task." She originally could have earned 5 sets of mechs and 3 helicopters upon completing this task. But because she acted on her own and wasted the rewards, just thinking about it makes her heart ache. Looking at the expensive prices of mechs, helicopters, and ships in the exchange panel, she chose to do tasks to earn them. Xuanwu snorted disdainfully a couple of times. Moon-Yannian was speechless. Ever since this guy's voice changed, he had become even more arrogant. "Task has been activated. Go check it out." In the past, it was always "please check and complete it as soon as possible," but now it's just "go take a look." Don't be so perfunctory. But she still obediently clicked on the panel. Time-limited task. Refuse any request from the tower base leader. Earn 1,000 contribution points for each refusal. Time limit, 24 hours. Moon-Yannian was ecstatic. Could it really be this way? The residents in her base worked hard all day and could only earn about 10 to 20 contribution points. But with just a few words, she could get 1,000. Indeed, the burden of building the home still fell on her shoulders. At noon, when the base points from yesterday were settled, she suddenly received over 10,000 points, giving her once empty wallet a newfound confidence. Previously, the points were updated in real time, but Xuanwu found it troublesome and changed it to be settled at noon the next day. Fortunately, only the residents' points were settled this way. Her own contribution points were still in real time. How could the Lin family not think of stockpiling a few helicopters back then? Moon-Yannian felt a bit regretful looking at the runway she had just planned. Although this fighter jet wasn't the most advanced, it was still quite impressive, and a group of people was gathered around discussing how to start it. Now, at the beginning of the apocalypse, Moon-Yannian did not plan to expose her strength too early. Fortunately, under the absolute domain, even the aerial reconnaissance from the Spire base could not capture the true situation inside. Uncle Lu's original bodyguards were all top talents from international backgrounds. They had already conquered armored vehicles and tanks and were practicing daily, but no one had yet managed to start the fighter jet. Moon-Yannian found a strategy guide from the system and passed it to Chunze for him to arrange. During these days, Su Qi has not been hanging around her, having a great time with Chunze, and even Mu Yu is not being taken care of. However, it doesn't matter, since Mu Yu spends his days either in the backyard dealing with various crops or following Dr. Zhou to learn medicine. So there is no real danger. He is currently the only child in the entire base with awakened plant abilities, and naturally, he is in charge of the planning area, which makes Moonlight very at ease. This upgrade of the base can accommodate over 10,000 people, but they only have around 4,000 residents, so they're still short. Even if they're short on people, they can't just take anyone in, otherwise they would face internal and external troubles later on. It was getting late, and after having dinner with Lu Wanwan, they went to pick out clothes. When she owed 3 billion, Lu Wanwan had taken her to buy many beautiful and brand new outfits, all of which she had kept. When Lu Wanwan saw Moonlight take them out one by one, she seemed to be pleasantly surprised, as if she had never seen those outfits before. Moonlight was speechless. Does this young lady not remember to bring her clothes when shopping? The two of them wore protective suits produced by the system under their gowns. They were snug and thin, yet bullets couldn't penetrate them. Moonlight also used 8,000 points to exchange for a medium-sized helicopter that can accommodate 8 people. They dressed so beautifully, but the road to the spire was either a climb or wading through water. Wouldn't they be a mess by the time they got there? As the first, they should at least have the demeanor of being number one, right? The two wore traditional Chinese dresses, one in red and the other in blue, with colors that didn't clash. They adorned themselves with exquisite and delicate necklaces around their necks and high-quality jade bracelets on their wrists, looking noble and elegant. Let's go. My princess, Moonlight said, reaching out to pull Lu Wanwan onto the plane. This time the lineup included Song Shiyan, Su Qi, Muyu, Dr. Zhou, Dean Wen, and Njia. Unfortunately, Xiao Si was still in a coma. Otherwise, they could have taken him to see the world. Lu Wanwan said regretfully. Moonlight glanced at the system regarding Huai Chuan's physical condition. Everything was fine, but for some reason, he just wouldn't wake up. Dr. Zhou said, his cellular restructuring requires some time. Once he wakes up, all aspects of his abilities will improve, so there's no need to worry. With him saying that, everyone else felt reassured. This technology and hardware were very advanced, and she hoped that these people could learn something from it. When the plane flew into the air, they saw the team from the Peace Base on the ground. The base had somehow found an armored vehicle, which moved slowly, with people walking alongside it, making quite a spectacle. Xiao Song, lower the plane a bit, I want to go mock them. Lu Wanwan hurriedly shouted to Song Shiyan, who was piloting the plane. Moonlight is funny. The plane hovers above their heads. Hey, Peace Base, is your base so poor? Can't you walk over? They had already heard the sound of the plane, but when they saw the people on it, everyone tacitly lowered their heads and stopped talking. The armored vehicle stopped, and how Jitian climbed out, his eyes flashing with amazement at Lu Wanwan's exquisite makeup. He could guarantee that Lu Wanwan was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her figure and appearance had no shortcomings. Every inch was perfectly beautiful. Director Lu, it's nice to see you again. What a coincidence. Chapter 64. Sorry, little treasure. It really is quite a coincidence. I'm really sorry, but this time we took first place. Well, your base's capabilities truly leave us in the dust. His sudden friendliness made Lu Wanwan feel a bit uncomfortable, and sensing it was pointless, she didn't want to engage anymore. Moonlight poked her head out and smiled lightly. Otherwise, why don't you all join us and merge into our eternal life base to be our boss's little brothers? Anyone who heard this would know she was mocking. Yet how Jitian took it seriously and started to think. We could have a marriage alliance and form a coalition base. Moonlight couldn't help but roll her eyes, really. The helicopter flew high, and how Jitian was still shouting below. Really, you guys can consider it. Moonlight was also quite good-looking, but she wasn't his type. He preferred the aggressive and flamboyant beauties like Lu Wanwan. He didn't like the innocent. Bunny like you.Why. What bad luck. Encountering such a rogue was really speechless. Lu Wanwan, who had wanted to show off, felt as if she had punched a pile of cotton, feeling very frustrated. Moonlight joked. He is just that kind of person. The spire saw the large flags hanging on their fuselage and cleared a space for them to land. Moonlight immediately spotted Wei Jinsho, who was there to greet them. Welcome to the Eternal Life Base, everyone. What have we done to deserve such honor? Having the high-ranking commander of the Spire base come to greet us in person? Lu Wanwan's words were always sharp, ever since they were deceived by the Spire. She found Wei Jinsho particularly unpleasant. Under the mask, it was hard to tell Wei Jinshao's reaction. He simply raised his hand to invite them inside. Moon-Yin-Yin didn't speak, lifting her skirt and walking in with Lu Wan-Wan, not even giving the other person a glance. If it were her past life, she would have been heartbroken and desperately asked him why he had deceived her, wanting an explanation. Now she felt indifferent. He had no obligation to tell her the truth. Baby. Lu Wan-Wan patted the back of her hand, trying to comfort her. Moon-Yin-Yin smiled lightly and said, "I've gotten used to it." Used to what? Lu Wan-Wan frowned, immediately imagining a lot of bad things about Wei Jinzhao, finding him increasingly unpleasant. They were the first to arrive and were led to the ground base of the spire, which was filled with various exhibitions, exuding a strong sense of technology. As if entering a tech exhibition hall. "Dear guests, would you mind browsing around here for a bit? Let's wait for the other guests to arrive," said the guide. Lu Wan nodded coolly. The two walked at the front, with others from the base following behind them to protect them at any moment. While Wei Jinzhao stood beside Moon-Yin-Yin. Logically, he should have been standing next to Lu Wan, but he insisted on walking over to Moon-Yin-Yin's side. Moon-Yin-Yin originally didn't want to pay attention to him, but his gaze was too intense. She stopped and said to the person behind her, "You all can shop around. Come back when someone calls you." Song Shiyin received her hint and pulled Lu Wan away, leaving only Moon-Yin-Yin and Wei Jinzhao. "This commander, what do you want to ask?" Her voice was cold, entirely different from her usual gentle and lovely tone. Wei Jinzhao looked guilty and said, "I'm sorry, little treasure. I didn't know they suddenly changed the plan. Before the mission, the plan for the spire was indeed normal, and they did intend to rescue people and distribute supplies. But the moment Wei Jinzhao proposed an alliance with the Eternal Life Base, the commander of Jiang Base suddenly changed his mind. He assigned him what seemed to be a simple task to distract him, but in reality, he ordered him to be imprisoned. The commander of Jiang Base said, "Hey, 027, you are my most outstanding subordinate. I have always trained you as my heir, but I always feel like you're missing something. Do you know?" Wei Jinzhao didn't know. His feelings for the commander of Jiang Base surpassed those for his biological father. So when he encountered the woman he loved, his first reaction was to introduce her to him. He pinched Wei Jinzhao's face, and they looked at each other. In Wei Jinzhao's eyes, he saw confusion and disbelief. The commander of Jiang Base, however, was filled with pain, heartbreak, and madness. He chuckled and said, "Do you know why I can sit in this position today?" Wei Jinzhao shook his head. "Because I have no weaknesses." He thought Moon-Yin-Yin was excellent, but Moon-Yin-Yin would inevitably become his weakness. But today was different. He felt that his heir had found a better candidate. Wei Jinzhao was full of pain. He briefly explained why he was absent when she needed him, every word filled with guilt and self-blame. Moon-Yin-Yin opened her mouth. She understood better than anyone what kind of person her adoptive father was. He lost his wife in his early years and his daughter in his later years. He stubbornly believed that his position was unassailable. Therefore, after adopting Moon-Yin-Yin in her past life, he did not allow her to have any special hobbies and demanded that she treat everything equally. When she expressed her fondness for A027, if it weren't for Wei Jinzhao still being useful to him and his disinterest in her, who knows what might have happened? Some doubts suddenly turned into clarity. The electronic robot's rumbling sound suddenly echoed. The two exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions. Moon-Yin-Yin pushed away his outstretched hand and questioned hoarsely, "Were you when I almost died?" "Xiao Bao Ai." Moon-Yin-Yin pushed him away and said, "You only care about your power and are unwilling to speak the truth to me. If I had known this was a contest, I would have prepared earlier to avoid this situation." The two performed passionately, and in the end, Moon-Yin-Yin left gracefully, leaving the injured Wei Jinzhao behind. Elizabeth, who was secretly watching, was dumbfounded. So, A027 really likes this seemingly harmless little sweet flower. She didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. The base chief, Jiang, quietly said, "Let him come to see me." Back in the group, Moon-Yin-Yin pretended to wipe away tears and noticed the electronic robot leaving from the shadows, a smirk forming on her lips. In her previous life, she and Wei Jinzhao had acted in front of the camera many times, and she didn't expect that they would still have such a tacit understanding in this life. Once everyone gathered, a beautiful hostess led them to the elevator. The elevator was quite interesting decorated like an apocalyptic theme with a row of circular seats. They took turns sitting down and fastening their seatbelts. And then an oxygen mask dropped from above, with someone coming forward to help them put it on. You.Why looked displeased, worried that these things would ruin her makeup. Once everyone was ready, a 3-second countdown appeared in front of them, and then, like a rocket launch, they shot straight up at a super fast speed, giving no one a chance to react before they had already ascended into the air. Moonlight had long been accustomed to it. She calmly gazed at the vast ocean outside. Chapter 65. Musisi istil jang sui sui. In the boundless ocean, there were peaks, and Moonlight knew that there were people on each of those peaks. After the tsunami, typhoon, and mountain flood passed, the extreme cold era would soon follow, and then the era of marine biological mutations. They were still too weak and needed to find a way to improve quickly. Not just her, but everyone in the base. The elevator quickly came to a stop, and everyone struggled to keep their footing. Moonlight also pretended to be unaccustomed and supported You.Why as they landed. "Everyone this way, please. Our base leader and the young lady have been waiting for a long time." "Huh, young lady?" Hearing this familiar address, Moonlight swayed a bit, thinking it was referring to her. After they passed through the long corridor, they saw a father and daughter standing together and talking on the high platform in the distance. Moonlight's brain suddenly exploded with dazzling images, as if the scenes from her past life were playing out again, but the characters were swapped. Looking at the girl above, wearing a dress identical to the one from her past life banquet, she was left speechless with her mouth slightly open. "Baby, that girl looks like you," You.Why exclaimed in shock. "Xuanwu, what's going on?" Xuanwu lazily replied, "Can't even recognize your own cousin?" Moonlight was stunned. "Was that Musisi?" She stared intently at the woman on stage and stepped closer, one step at a time. Musisi does resemble her to some extent. After all, they are cousins, but their styles of speaking and acting are very different, making the similarities seem less noticeable. The closer I get to her, the more startled I feel. The girl on stage is gentle and lovely, whispering softly as if she is being coy. This is definitely not something her short-tempered cousin could pull off. What is going on? What exactly is happening? Everyone has already walked into the hall, and the people above are also slowly coming down. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my little daughter, Jiang Sui Sui, who has been missing for 4 years. His eyes are kind, looking at Musisi with an exceptionally doting gaze. Moonlight frowned, calculating the time. Jiang Sui Sui was indeed abducted and brutally killed 4 years ago. How could her adoptive father not know about it? What is going on here? Musisi greeted everyone with a sweet smile, and when she reached him, she said, "You must be the second in command of the Eternal Life Base, right? I always feel a sense of familiarity when I see you." Moonlight curled her lips and said meaningfully, "Well, it's certainly affectionate. After all, we're cousins by blood. How could it not be affectionate?" She looked at Director Jiang, and in their gaze, she surprisingly saw admiration. "Admiration? What kind of admiration is that? What's your name?" Director Jiang asked knowingly. You.Why took a step forward, pulling Moonlight behind her, and said, "Moonlight, she's my lifeline, Director Jiang. You can't have any ideas about her." Director Jiang laughed heartily and said, "Director Liu has quite the sense of humor. I've just heard that my adopted son is deeply in love with Miss Mu, and I'm curious about what kind of person could capture the heart of such a precious individual. Oh, may I ask who your adopted son is?" Seeing her play dumb, Director Jiang was not annoyed. He raised his hand to signal Wei Jinxiao to come to his side. "This is our base's commander, number 8027. He grew up in front of me, and I know him very well. He's a good kid. I wonder if Miss Mu is interested." Moonlight poked her head out and observed, "Wearing a mask, could it be that you are ugly?" Elizabeth wouldn't back down and immediately replied, "Our commander is naturally unparalleled in beauty." Elizabeth was anxious, but she didn't dare to let A027 take off the mask on the spot. "Ha ha! All our base leaders need to wear masks. Only their wives are allowed to see their true faces. If Miss Mu wants to take a look, she would have to marry into our base. Forget it, I'm not that curious." Wei Jinxiao lowered his head and remained silent, appearing quite hurt. Director Jiang shot him a glance, feeling a bit frustrated. However, it was obvious that there was a conflict between the two. It seemed to stem from the last issue he had caused. He needed to find a way to ease their relationship. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions turned sour. Are we still doing this now? Director Jiang seemed oblivious to everyone's emotions and smiled lightly. Please come in. It's rare for everyone to gather like this, and since it's still early, let me take you on a tour of our Spire base first. After that, we will have dinner together, and there will be other activities in the evening. We've also prepared accommodations for everyone, so you can enjoy yourselves here for a few days. Hee. Using the same old trick of courtesy before aggression, everyone couldn't help but be on guard. Moonlight was extremely relaxed. With Mu Cc's appearance, she was unlikely to be targeted. The reason the spire is called a spire is that its appearance truly resembles a tower, stacked layer upon layer, with as many as 29 layers. No one knows how it floats in midair, but it certainly looks impressive. The base leader of Jiang asked Mu Cc to take everyone around, while he himself didn't know what to do. Moonlight and you.Why walked slowly, unknowingly falling behind. How Tian approached them and said, almost as if to himself, so high up, if you don't get permission, you probably can't go down, right? After he finished speaking, he left without waiting for the two to react. The passage indeed required identity verification to pass through, but the red light meant that even with verification, they could not go through. It seemed the spire did not want any of them to leave. She and you.Why held hands, admiring the architecture. To be fair, it was quite impressive. Full of a sense of technology, with many plants floating in midair and a lot of cyberpunk design. One could tell that the designer truly loved their work. This was just the first floor hall, and many displays were currently showing useless scientific knowledge. But Moonlight knew that in her previous life, these screens were filled with mission information and details about zombies or newly emerged mutated beasts. Chapter 66. The Feast at Hongmen, Part 1. Their hearts were not sincere, and they were hiding something, making this floor seem very ordinary and unremarkable. Mu Cc probably realized this as well, leading everyone to the second floor. Throughout the process, Wei Jinchao followed closely behind her, walking alongside Elizabeth on the left and right. Moonlight followed behind, finding it quite glaring. The two high-ranking individuals with sharp towers followed closely as little attendants. It seems that the adoptive father really regards Mu Cc as Jiang Sui. What exactly went wrong? As soon as she stepped onto the second floor, she was overwhelmed by the stench that hit her face. Mu Cc smiled apologetically and said, "This is our breeding area, with various kinds of poultry. Shall we skip it?" But to her surprise, Hao Jitian and the others insisted on taking a look. Moonlight waved her hand and said to you.Why, "Shall we go to the third floor to wait for you? We can't stand this smell." Elizabeth looked at the two's exquisite dresses and said to Mu Cc, "Miss, how about I take the two of you to the third floor to wait for you?" Mu Cc at this moment truly resembled a gentle and graceful young lady, completely devoid of her past sharpness, and even reminded her a few times to take good care of them. The three continued to ascend. The third floor was a planting area, which felt much fresher compared to the second floor. Miss Mu and Director Liu appeared to have a very close relationship. Well, anyone with discerning eyes could see that. Moonlight words were quite pointed. After 9 years of confrontation in her previous life, it was difficult for her to show any kindness towards her. Moonlight shrugged and said, "This is your base's family matter, so there's no need to tell us about it, right?" Saying this, she walked over to a pot of cucumbers, casually picked one, and handed it to you.Why. "Try it. It looks pretty fresh." The Jianta base only had planting technology this year. Later, their leadership felt that eating was a waste of time and not interesting. So they developed the Big Adan, which contains elements needed by the human body, but it really tastes like chewing wax. After being looked down upon, they gradually stopped planting fresh fruits and vegetables and began cultivating mutated plants. She touched her chest, which had a lingering pain. After you.Why finished eating, she found it quite ordinary, not something grown in their base, but she understood the principle of hiding her talents and did not comment much. Elizabeth's vague probing was all skillfully avoided by Moonlight. Yet, she felt inexplicably confident that she no longer liked A027, secretly pleased but extremely unconvinced. Why not? Why should such an excellent person like A027 like you? And you don't like him? Walking past the long cucumber shed, they came to the long soilless vegetable cultivation area, which had cabbage, lettuce, bitter greens, and the like. especially the cabbage. The variety they cultivated had a short growth cycle, allowing for harvesting every 3 days. In her previous life, Moonlight practically ate until she was sick of cabbage and never wanted to see it again. At this moment, she merely glanced at it and disdainfully walked away. She wanted to check out the cultivation area for cherry tomatoes and see if she could sneak some seeds into her space. The cherry tomatoes here were extraordinary. She didn't know which big shot developed them, but they tasted particularly good, very sweet without any sourness. They were also very crisp, and the skin wouldn't get stuck in her throat, which she liked a lot. Because of her fondness, the third layer even reserved a room specifically for her to grow cherry tomatoes. The two of them walked down the corridor, holding up their skirts, and the dancing shadows of the lights cast a particularly beautiful glow on them. Even Elizabeth, who had impure thoughts, was momentarily dazzled. Two girls with completely different styles and personalities stood together like a painting, one vibrant and flamboyant, the other gentle and charming. Elizabeth couldn't help but take out her phone and snap a picture. Nowadays, there was no signal, but she could still find power. She had a habit of capturing beautiful moments before the apocalypse, and she hadn't changed that habit even after the apocalypse had begun. After taking the photo, she felt like a mouse that had stolen oil, nervously pinching her fingers and hesitating whether to show it to the two of them, but ultimately decided against it. The others didn't stay on the second floor for long before coming up. you.Why spotted how Tian hugging a girl from another base and shook her head disapprovingly. Moonlight was quite used to it. He had experienced the same in his previous life. All of his 7 or 8 wives were from other bases, married through his so-called political marriages. He had gotten accustomed to it. They didn't linger for long and continued toward the area of the holy fruits. The quality was indeed very good. There were exactly 8, all of uniform size, completely red and dazzling like rubies. Moonlight had Xuanwu scan and check for any abnormalities before pulling you.Why to eat together. The taste was sweet and crisp, with just the right amount of juice. It was indeed the familiar deliciousness from her memories, and she enjoyed it with her eyes narrowed in delight. Seeing this, Elizabeth realized that they liked it and immediately felt proud. Moonlight pretended to stroll around the planting area while holding the fruit. No way. Then can you speak in complete sentences? If this doesn't work, what will? Once again, the familiar green guidance appeared before her eyes, and she seemed to unconsciously lean in that direction. Elizabeth was chatting with you.Why, and after a few exchanges, they found that they had a lot in common, especially since they both had similar study abroad experiences and comparable family backgrounds, which provided common topics to discuss. As they chatted, they even developed a sense of mutual admiration. Moonlight walked to the edge and finally saw some seedlings that others had planted halfway. Her eyes lit up, and after looking around to make sure no one was watching, she secretly hid a few in her space. She didn't dare to make any obvious movements. Anyway, the growth ability of her space was very strong, and when she had her own seeds, she could eat as much as she wanted. You're overthinking it. Huh? A splash of cold water from Xuanwu left her feeling puzzled. These are all genetically modified, and the seeds have no breeding ability at all. Moonlight's heart shattered. Could it be that she could only come to steal the seedlings? Looking at the small half-cart of seedlings, she felt a bit tempted. She really wanted to steal them all. Miss Moo, we should go. Elizabeth called out as she walked over, seeing that she was taking too long. Chapter 67. The Hongmin Banquet, Part 2. Mu Yu was chatting nonstop with the person in charge of cultivating the spire, and the eager gaze made Moonlight want to take this expert away as well. When he left, he looked back at the person with lingering feelings, feeling quite reluctant. Moonlight pressed her lips together. She knew, so in her previous life, she rarely ate the meals provided in the spire, and often went outside to cook for herself. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were all residences for ordinary citizens, becoming more luxurious as one went higher. The 4th floor had large dormitories, with separate rooms for men and women, and communal bathrooms. Most residents were from the 2 lower floors. The 5th and 6th floors were slightly better, with 6-person dormitories featuring bunk beds, and each dormitory had its own bathroom. The 7th floor consisted of 1-bedroom apartments, while the 8th floor had 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layouts. These floors were not much different from those before the apocalypse and school dormitories, so there was nothing particularly special about them. However, Everyone noticed that each floor was equipped with a large number of cameras and speakers, indicating that order was likely quite strict here. Perhaps due to their visit, the residents inside remained silent, quietly staying in their designated areas. Let's continue our tour upwards. Up to the 9th floor, it resembled a factory, producing small parts on an assembly line, making it impossible to tell what they were for. They were hurried along with just a quick glance. This continued all the way to the 15th floor. The 15th floor was already filled with fresh flowers, fine wines, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Moon-Yannian knew that they did not plan to let them visit further up, feeling a bit disappointed. She still wanted her subordinates to see the laboratory at the Spire base. How was the visit, everyone? Is our Spire base doing well? The base leader, Jiang, appeared again, holding a glass of champagne and smiling at everyone. All the bases enthusiastically responded, making the atmosphere quite harmonious. As everyone took their seats, the waiter served hot towels to everyone. Moon-Yannian's eyes drooped slightly. In this apocalypse where many resources are scarce, items like towels won't be produced in the short term. Yet the Spire is still indulging in extravagance. She licked her lips, so she couldn't be blamed for making a few small moves in the past few days. The meal was served quickly, still featuring those visually appealing but unappetizing dishes, but at least there were no strange additives this time. you.Why found the food tasteless. But unfortunately, sitting across from her were Hao Jitian and his new little sweetheart. Moon-Yannian awkwardly swapped the food in front of the two people and had no choice but to eat it. It was really hard to eat. Many dishes depend on the quality and freshness of the ingredients, but what was in front of them was clearly substandard. Since the ingredients were poor, they could have considered some heavier sauces, but they just didn't. Moon-Yannian couldn't help but sigh. When did mealtime become a torment? Taking advantage of everyone's moment of admiration, Moon-Yannian quickly swapped out some food and gave a little to her brother beside her. Mu-Yu is not as picky as the other two. He had already eaten quite a bit earlier and was now watching his sister indulge with a lot of grace. To be fair, the food his sister brought was indeed much tastier than what was supplied at the Spire base. After eating and drinking enough, they finally lifted their heads to watch the so-called performance. The show was so provocative that it even involved stripping and throwing flirtatious glances. Moon-Yannian quickly covered her brother's eyes and said, "You're underage. You can't look." Mu-Yu humorously said, "Sister, I won't look." After saying that, he obediently lowered his head. Lu-Wan teased, "Let him look. It's good to see more and gain knowledge to avoid being deceived. Is that right?" She questioned with her eyes. Lu-Wan nodded firmly. "All right, I trust you." She then lifted her brother's head and said, "Look." Mu-Yu is puzzled. "Sister, I won't watch." "Look, your sister said to watch more to broaden your horizons and not be easily deceived." Mu-Yu's ears turned red, and he responded lightly, but still looked a bit unnatural. Hao Jitian took a sip of wine and said, "Your little brother is quite cute." Sigh, having family is really nice, unlike me. A lonely person. Moon-Yannian looked at him, didn't she? "I don't think your face suggests that you have no sisters." Hao Jitian became interested and asked, "Miss Mu, can you read faces?" "I know a little," she replied. "You must have a younger sister, right?" At this, Hao Jitian looked at her more attentively, with a hint of scrutiny. In their line of work, they prefer to believe in such things rather than dismiss them. "So, can you tell me about my sister's situation?" Moon-Yannian, with an inscrutable expression, said, "The hexagram does not go empty." Hao Jitian casually took out a small bag from his waist and tossed it over. Moon-Yannian opened it, and, to her surprise, it was an animal crystal core. She suppressed her overwhelming joy and tucked it into her bosom. "Your sister is to the south. You can follow that direction to find her. You will surely find her within 3 months." Hao Jitian cupped his hands toward her and said, "If you find her, there will surely be a generous reward." This was all Moon-Yannian's bluff. She didn't understand any of this. It was laughable. The only reason she found the girl was that she happened to save that little girl during a mission. Thinking of that innocent and lovely little girl, she felt a pang of compassion and reminded him, "You must find her as soon as possible. If you haven't found her within 3 months, you might never find her in your lifetime." Hao Jitian's heart tightened, and he nodded solemnly, looking at her with a bit more respect. The person in the main seat also noticed their conversation and curiously asked, "What are Director Hao and Miss Mu discussing? It seems quite lively." Moonlight didn't want him to know too much, so she casually said, "Why are the dancers from your base so beautiful?" Jiang base chief laughed heartily and explained, "These are not just dancers. They're the backbone of my Spire base. Some researchers who specially took time out to practice with me for the banquet. Oh, even those who rehearsed at the last minute can be this excellent?" She showed little interest until a group of handsome men in white suits came on stage and started dancing energetically right in front of them. Moonlight stared intently, her little face slightly flushed, as if she had drunk too much. When they jumped vigorously, they even tore their clothes, revealing 8 standard, non-greasy abdominal muscles and well-defined chest muscles. This physique was too excellent. Suddenly, she understood the feeling of those disgusting men being unable to extricate themselves just now. Suddenly, her view was blocked, and a large hand obstructed her line of sight. Chapter 68. The Feast at Hongmen, Part 3. She pushed it away in dissatisfaction, wondering what was blocking her. When she looked up, she was surprised to see a displeased Wei Jinchao. No, was this person sick? How could he block her from admiring handsome men? She frowned, looking quite unhappy. Under the orders of Jiang base, Wei Jinchao's behavior was bold and flamboyant, directly picking someone up in a princess carry. Know why? Lu Wanwan reached out to stop him, but the others from the Spire gathered around to keep her there. Mu Yu wasn't that disgusted. He knew Wei Jinchao and had played games together for quite a while, so they were somewhat familiar. Besides, he wasn't stupid. He knew his sister was super fond of the other person. Wait, what? That old man must have allowed us to be together. This abrupt and nonsensical statement made Moonlight laugh, but I didn't agree to it. Huh? The man looked confused. Moonlight jumped down from his arms, the wind blowing away most of her drunkenness. She looked at the man she had loved for so many years, feeling inexplicably unfamiliar. The Xuanwu activated the barrier, ensuring that their conversation wouldn't be overheard, and their mouth movements were also blurred. What is the situation with Jiang Sui? I know you hate her, but if she really succeeds in pretending, the old man will definitely not stop us from being together. His eyes were full of sincerity. He had always been like this, looking genuinely sincere. The two stared at each other, Moonlight scrutinizing him while he looked calm. Why does the head of Jiang base want to stop us? Wei Jinchao's eyes flashed with pain. He felt that something on Moonlight was blocking the outside signals, but he didn't know how to explain it. How could he tell the woman he loved that the godfather who raised him since childhood only saw him as a dog? He has a daughter. As you can see, she looks a lot like you. If he recognizes you as her, he might think I am not worthy of you. Moonlight pursed her lips and asked, "When did you find out about this?" She was referring to the matter between her and Jiang Sui. "Little treasure, I don't really remember what Sui looks like. I had very little contact with her, only recalling that she was a very clean and kind girl. When I saw you, I didn't think of this at all. It was on that day on the battleship when I introduced you to him, telling him that I had admired you for many years and wanted to show you to him. He suddenly sent me away and even locked me up after I completed my task. I thought he was afraid I would give you a backdoor and help you cheat. But later I realized that everything he designed on the spot was to test your strength. After all, even if I am just his dog, who I like is not something I can decide." He gave a self-deprecating smile. "But, little treasure, you are really amazing. Your strength conquered him," and he nodded to allow us to be together. Moonlight pressed her lips together. She had already guessed this, but hearing it come out of his mouth felt different. "What happened later? My mask shattered, and he should have seen my true face. Just when he was anxious and restless, 066 brought Mu CC to the door. After confirming that Mu CC had indeed lost her memory, he ordered his subordinates to edit Jiang Sui's memories into her brain, making her truly believe she was Jiang Sui. With this Jiang Sui, how could the base leader still look at Moonlight, the counterfeit? However, her performance in this rescue mission was indeed outstanding. If she couldn't be won over as one of his own, he would rather mistakenly kill than let her go. Moonlight gasped in surprise and patted her head in annoyance. Of course, with her adoptive father's temperament, he would definitely think about eliminating anyone useful who he couldn't bring under his control. She had forgotten that this was just the early days of the apocalypse. And when she revealed herself, she had far surpassed everyone else. No wonder he looked at her with that expression. She had thought that he looked down on her and was afraid she would covet his prized subordinates. So that was it. The people outside couldn't see what they were discussing, but they could see their actions. The man held her tightly, feeling her cold body temperature, which was quite different from what he had imagined. How was it different? I had fantasized countless times about holding you in my arms, but I never thought your body would be this cold. He activated his fire ability to warm her up. His fire ability had already reached level 4, completely different from you.Wan's level 2, and it easily made her break out in a light sweat. Brother, I am an ice ability user. Do you want to melt me? Moon-Yannian was amused. She had never seen him so clever in her previous life of 9 years. It was this version of him that more closely matched her fantasy of Wei Jinchao in the game. So, had he been enduring and restraining himself all those 9 years in her past life? No wonder, even though she had described Wei Jinchao's identity information in great detail. With such a tall spire and holding the national system, there was not a single piece of information about him. No wonder she had always seen struggle in his eyes. Unfortunately, she had no way to verify anything now and could only rely on her conjectures about the past life. Forget it, it didn't matter anymore. However, she was still very curious about why her adoptive father wanted to kill her in her past life and what secrets were still hidden within her body. She looked at Wei Jinchao, opened her mouth to voice her speculations, but found herself muted. You cannot disclose any information about the system. What? Are you serious? I just wanted to check what is inside me. Xuanwu ignored her, but no matter what, she couldn't speak. She was always silenced. Moon-Yannian was annoyed but helpless. Well, she still had to rely on herself. Anyone with eyes could see that the two had already reconciled. Lu-Wan leaned over and asked, "Have you just forgiven him like that?" Moon-Yannian looked like she was in love, lowering her head and saying, "It's all a misunderstanding. Brother is a really good person, so please don't blame him." Lu-Wan was completely taken aback. Wait, is this something her good friend would actually say? It was simply shocking. Fortunately, Moon-Yannian's glance when she lowered her head was understood, and she didn't shout it out. Chapter 69, The Hongmen Banquet, Part 4. Dinner finally came to an end, and the head of the Zhang base began to make arrangements again. Everyone, strength is always improved through practice. I see that everyone has brought their elites. So why don't we have a few competitions? I'll also put up some prizes to cheer everyone on. It seemed that everyone had anticipated this statement from him. The previous competition, disguised as a rescue, had already shown them that this old man enjoyed watching sparring. So everyone had indeed brought their elites this time. The dean of the literature department, feeling a bit flustered, moved closer to Moon-Yannian. She was the weakest one on this trip, having only awakened her water-based abilities a few days ago, and hadn't even figured out her techniques yet. Moon-Yannian gently patted the back of her hand and said, "It's okay." Sure enough, she heard Director Jiang from Base Jiang say, "How about each family sends 3 people to compete? Let's draw lots to decide the order." This process was exactly as she had anticipated from her previous life. She decisively sent out Song Shiyan, Su Qi, and herself. After all, Lu-Wan was the publicly recognized director of the Eternal Life Base, so there was no reason to let her compete easily. The 6 bases drew lots to determine their opponents, and the lots would not draw their own people. There would be a total of 9 matches. Winning in the first round would earn a prize. Then it would go from 9 to 5, 5 to 3, and finally one champion would be selected to receive a set of custom mecha. The rewards were quite generous, and everyone was eager to compete. Understanding the rules, they all followed to the competition arena. The spire was indeed large, with very well-equipped facilities. In a huge arena, there were 10 platforms in the center, and the spectator seats nearby had excellent views, allowing everyone to see everything at a glance. The contestants went up to collect their number plates while the others found their seats. Each base sent only a small number of people, about 10 to 20 from each family, but the Eternal Life base only sent 8 people, making their team look particularly bleak. After changing into their outfits, the competition quickly began. Moon-Yannian's opponent is a level 2 power-type ability user, tall and robust, looking to be twice Moon-Yannian's size. Most people's abilities that have awakened recently are in the fire, water, and strength categories, with other abilities being quite rare. The big man hesitates to make the first move against the petite girl, and for a moment, the two of them stand there motionless. Next to them, Su Qi has no such reservations. As soon as he activates his lightning ability, he scares his opponent off the stage. The first person to finish a battle can skip the next round, and Su Chi raises his hands high, joyfully jumping down from the stage. Seeing that his boss hasn't made a move yet, he can't help but shout, "Boss, hurry up!" Moon-Yin-Yin's ice-type attack struck the opponent, sending them flying with a single blow due to level suppression. The audience was in an uproar. Ice-type abilities. What kind of talents does this Eternal Life base have? First, there was a lightning type, and now an ice type. Elizabeth's expression also turned a bit grim. During the test that day, Moon-Yin-Yin had indeed shown ice-type abilities, but only at level 2. Yet today, that strike displayed level 3 power. Did she improve so quickly? Oh right, she also has space-type abilities, making her a dual type. The base leader Zhang's eyes flashed with admiration. Such talent must be recruited. Song Shiyin, seeing that his two companions had finished their battles, quickly attacked his opponent as well. Coming from a background of small competitions, few could match him, and he soon won the third match. Good. The top 3 again belonged to the Eternal Life base. Others' fights didn't have such overwhelming victories. The levels were fairly even, and they fought for quite a while. Mu Sisi didn't know when she had reached Moon Yin-Yin's side and whispered to her, "Sister Yin-Yin, you are amazing." Moon Yin-Yin felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Although Jiang Sui was indeed a few days younger than her, she wasn't really Jiang Sui. No, she didn't dare to move. It was too polite. "Just call me Miss Mu." Jiang Sui's eyes flashed with hurt as she looked at her with a wronged expression. No, who did she learn this from? She frowned tightly, feeling very uncomfortable no matter how she looked at it. "All right, Miss Mu, I'm also an ice-type ability user. Could you teach me a thing or two?" Moon Yin-Yin became interested upon hearing this. She didn't expect the spire to be so powerful. Not only could it alter a person's memories, but it could even modify abilities. Xuanwu looked at her disdainfully for being so naive and said lightly, "It means they killed an ice-type ability user." She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. That's right. A person's crystal core is the most useful type of crystal core, and consuming it directly has no side effects. How do you want to instruct me? Mu Sisi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Really? Is it possible?" Moon-Yin-Yin. Please, this way. She pointed to the arena she had just come down from. Moon Yin-Yin was not shy either. She also wanted to experience just how powerful the abilities catalyzed by the latter day could be. As soon as the two stepped onto the stage, they became the focus of the entire audience. Is the Eternal Life base really that strong? They're going head-to-head with the little princess of the Spire base. I have to say, I'm really curious about what kind of strength this young lady has. How Jitian's face darkened upon hearing this. He had no way to refute it. Indeed, his current strength was not a match for that little girl. She was obviously stronger. How could someone improve their strength so quickly? Moon Yin-Yin made a gesture to indicate that Mu Sisi should make the first move. She was afraid that with one strike, the battle would end, and that wouldn't be fun. Elizabeth pretended to be concerned and said, "Chief, will the young lady be all right?" Commander Jiang was quite reassured about his daughter. He shook his head and replied, "It's just a sparring match. Nothing serious. What could happen?" But Moon Yin-Yin's gaze didn't look like it was just for show. Forget it. Anyway, she didn't really like either of them. So it wouldn't hurt her if one got injured. She thought this in her mind, yet her heart was still racing. Mu Sisi conjured a translucent ice sword that stabbed forward. It really had the flavor of ancient fairy tales, stunning many young people with its breathtaking beauty. Moon Yin-Yin casually waved her hand, creating an ice shield, but clearly her ice was thicker, shattering the opponent's ice sword. With just one move, everyone could see that Mu Sisi was at a disadvantage under Mu Yin-Yin's strength. After all, she was a level 2 obtained through the accumulation of drugs, while Moon Yin-Yin had genuinely improved to level 3 through real combat. There was no comparison. Moon Yin-Yin stood in place, raising her hand to deflect her every attack, not making any single point offensive move. But Mu Sisi was already exhausted, half kneeling on the ground. This doesn't count, so weak. Moon Yin-Yin felt extremely disappointed. She had thought she could learn something, but in the end, it was just pure practice, which was really boring. She wanted to slip away. Seeing that the other arenas had already finished, she waved her hand and said, "Young lady, with your talent, you will surely become the best in the world in time." After saying that, she was about to jump off the stage, but an ice spike blocked her way. Chapter 70. The Banquet at Hongmen, Part 5. Show me a few moves, Mu CC said, panting heavily. It's fine, I can do it. You show me, she replied. The annual event has sparked her interest, as you mentioned. She swiftly drew an ice sword, a skill she had just learned from her. It was the perfect opportunity to give it a try. The blade of the sword gleamed sharply, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of her. Mu Sisi hurriedly dodged, but was still a step too late. A strand of her hair was cut off. Wow, such a fast blade. Is it coming again? Bring it on. Moonlight no longer held back, her strikes sharp and direct, each sword thrust aimed at vital points. Mu Sisi became increasingly alarmed as she fought. These were the moves she had just used, yet the other person had learned them so quickly and even surpassed her. In her memory, she was among the first group of awakened superpowers, diligently and earnestly studying ice-based abilities. A sense of frustration welled up in her heart. She had originally come with the intention of learning Moonligh's moves, but instead of forcing her opponent to reveal their techniques, her own moves had been learned by someone else. The blade was getting closer, aimed directly at her heart, yet she stood frozen in place. Everyone was astonished and stood up, including Lu Wanwan. She was even brainstorming how to protect Moonlight after she had harmed someone else's young lady. At the moment the blade touched Mu Sisi, it shattered completely, even causing Moonlight to stumble back a few steps. She had something on her that could save her. Great. The head of Zhang Base took the lead in applauding. The crowd also stood up in a dazed clap. Amazing. Dad, Miss Mu is really impressive. The head of Zhang Base nodded and asked with concern, Are you all right? I'm fine, Dad. Fortunately, you prepared armor for me. Moonlight smiled with her eyes shaped like little crescent moons. Seeing her still able to smile, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had all been worried when she had taken a few steps back just moments ago. Sister, is she really Mu Sisi? Moonlight nodded and said, It's absolutely true, but she has a problem. She doesn't remember who she is. In this round, Suchi had a bye, and Song Shuri and Muyoyu, and Moonlight took the stage. Having witnessed Moonlight's ruthlessness, those who faced her directly surrendered. There was still a team competition ahead. With their numbers, they might sustain fewer injuries and consumption, potentially achieving victory in the team event. In the third round, 5-3, Moonlight had a bye. In the fourth round, 3-1, Suchi and Song Shurian directly conceded, allowing her to take first place. Other bases were dissatisfied, but had no choice. After all, the top three were from their base, and how they ranked their names was none of their concern. Good. Eternal Life base really is full of surprises. I wonder if they can continue to win the championship in tomorrow's team competition. Lu Wanwan got up and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. It was getting late, so everyone should go rest. A stunning female model with a fantastic figure and a tall, handsome guy over 1.8 meters came to lead everyone to their accommodations. I have to say, the aesthetics of the spire are excellent. Every attendant is uniquely attractive, making it hard to take it all in. I like that one, Lu Wanwan said, pointing at a fair and cute boy. Moonlight clicked her tongue twice and said, It looks a bit fake. Lu Wanwan rolled her eyes and replied, What do you know, little brother? The two of them discussed it as if no one was around, behaving as if they were the only ones there. Even how Jitian wasn't as reckless as they were. But who could blame them for being the best? Everyone dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak out. They were assigned to the 16th floor, which was a very large suite, and there were sharks swimming outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu Wanwan exclaimed in wonder. At such a high floor, how do they keep them? Moonlight is used to saying, Do you like sharks? After a while, the mutated ones will be impossible to kill. How come I awakened such a cumbersome fire-type ability? Moonlight is inexplicable, not verbose, and very useful. Lu Wanwan immediately understood what she meant by useful and said with a mix of laughter and tears, I was talking about fighting. Moonlight stopped teasing her and said seriously, The extreme cold era is coming soon. By then, the sea will freeze, and the temperature will drop to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Fire abilities will be extremely useful. Lu Wanwan felt reassured and hugged her, saying, Don't worry. I will work hard to improve my strength so you won't freeze. The service arranged by the tower was very attentive. There was even a hot spring indoors. and the two cuddled together watching TV. What kind of trouble do you think they will come up with tomorrow? Team competition, right? They're just trying to figure out our strength. Should we hide our capabilities, then? We've already won 2 matches in a row. Other bases must be envious, right? Lu Wanwan rarely worried about this. She wasn't usually like this. She was fiery and impulsive. But after seeing the strength of the tower today, she felt that her base was really lacking compared to them. In the face of absolute strength, appropriately lowering one's head is also a kind of decision. Moon-Yin-Yin understood her meaning and patted her hand, saying, "Don't worry, our continuous victories are simply because our enemies are too weak." But in the eyes of Aspire base, that's not enough. The Spire is different. They have been prepared for a long time, including mature programs for ability training upgrades, just waiting for personnel to be in place to start training. After all, they have undergone systematic training, and looking at how these girls are self-exploring is like watching senior students with kindergarten kids. No matter how talented they are, they're still just that. Lu Wanwan felt relieved. That night, all was quiet. Dr. Zhou quietly left the suite, and Moon Yin opened her eyes for a moment before closing them again. Let him go. The Spire didn't wake anyone up, but quietly prepared breakfast. However, these people had the habit of training and got up early to exercise, with only Moon Yin and Lu Wanwan sleeping until the sun was high in the sky. After the two of them got ready, they directly started having lunch. "Sister Yin, don't you train every morning? How can you still be so strong?" Musisi, dress di nakute pink princess dress, innocently leaned in front of them and asked. Chapter 71. The Banquet of Hegemony. 6. Moon Yin really can't stand this. Just thinking that her inside is her cousin. No matter how much she pretends to be Jiang Sui, she still feels very uncomfortable. Not practicing, born strong. Mu Cece, with a nose full of disappointment, didn't lose heart and followed them like a poor little puppy. Moon Yin is really impressive. How did Wei Jin Zhao brainwash her and alter her memories to make her like this? In the team battle, without any surprises, it was once again the Eternal Life base that won. They barely made a move, yet they were already a presence admired by everyone present. All right. The base commander Lu has indeed cultivated a group of excellent talents, each one exceptionally strong. Base Commander Jiang was so excited that he was fervently applauding. Could it be that the reward promised by Commander Jiang earlier is coming true? The 2 sets of mechs for the base competition, 1 small helicopter, Moon Yin's custom mech in the individual competition, and a medium fighter jet in the team competition. Naturally, please follow me. He stood up and led everyone to the 18th floor. Moon Yin excitedly clenched her hands. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped by a warm, large hand. Moon Yin looked up in confusion and met those enchanting fox-like eyes. "The things are ready for you." Moon Yan nodded. As soon as she stepped into the area of the 18th floor, the alarm suddenly went off, the lights went out, and the entire floor was plunged into darkness. "Oh no, who stepped on me? Stay away from me. Get away." Moon Yin took the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. The layout of the 18 floors was quite peculiar, resembling countless containers piled together, with very few large open spaces. Therefore, when the lights went out and visibility was obstructed, everyone turned around and couldn't find their companions. Jiang Jitacheng stood among the crowd, feeling quite perplexed. He whispered, "What is going on? Where's the backup power? It's being connected." Meanwhile, the situation was chaotic and bustling. Moon Yin pressed against the wall and reached the edge, where there was a dark room. The password was the birthday of the base chief, Jiang. He was still too confident, thinking that no one could touch their things right under his nose. How ridiculous! Xuanwu only needed to make a slight move to throw them into chaos. Moon Yin entered the door and was greeted by a huge test tube filled with all kinds of zombies and mutated sea beasts. She walked inside as if she were familiar with it and opened a dark room again. She carefully walked along the wall. After passing through a long corridor and turning a corner, she finally reached her destination. Moon Yin didn't even look as she cleared out everything in the room, leaving no trace behind. "Why are you here?" Dr. Zhou asked. "I predicted you would take action. I have what you need. I know what you want. I've already got it for you. Let's go." Dr. Zhou, without suspicion, followed her out. Moon Yin didn't have much left, just waved it away. "Doctor." Zhou wanted something else. Just as the two of them were halfway there, the lights suddenly turned on, and they were immediately surrounded by the Spire Guard. No way. How unlucky. Moon-Yin took the initiative and said, "What are you doing? Is this how your spire base treats its guests?" Moon-Yin shook off the hands trying to restrain her and said, "We can walk by ourselves." "Whoa, Wanwan baby, you scare me to death." She threw herself into Lu Wanwan's arms, pretending to cry. Lu Wanwan quickly patted her back to comfort her. "Really? How can such a large base have such unstable electricity? It's one thing to be unstable, but why is there no window? Our Nian has been afraid of the dark since she was little. Why she gets scared?" Base leader Jiang glanced at Mu Sisi when he heard about the fear of darkness. Seeing her standing there composed and unbothered, he frowned. My little daughter was also very afraid of the dark when she was young. Since base leader Jiang knew this, he should understand Nian's fear. How could such an incident happen? "I'm very sorry. There was a small accident in the base, but it has been resolved. We can send a few more boxes of vegetables as compensation. Is that all right? We won't keep you all here for another night." Lu Wanwan still wore an unhappy expression. "Sir, it's bad. We have lost 2 new type machine guns." Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the few people who had just returned. Among them were Moon-Yin, who had awakened spatial abilities, and Wen Yu from the Misai base. Both had used spatial abilities in public before. They did not lose any new type machine guns. Xuanwu had already breached their surveillance system and easily understood their little thoughts. Moon-Yin also guessed a thing or two. She buried her head in Lu Wanwan's arms, thinking about countermeasures. "Everyone, this new type of machine gun has just been developed, and its various indicators are quite unstable. It could be dangerous at any moment. For everyone's safety, please inform us if you see anything." The crowd fell silent. Such a large machine gun. It must be that only a space-type ability user can take it away, right? Hao Jitian's new sweetheart said sarcastically. "But if they want to hide it, we have no way to stop them." Base leader Jiang coughed lightly and said, "Our base does have a device that can probe items within a space." As soon as he said this, naturally, those who were not space-type ability users started to stir. The various bases are not very united, and the importance of space-type abilities is seen as quite extreme in everyone's eyes. Especially regarding the private hoarding of supplies, there is simply no way to deal with it. Taking this opportunity, everyone wanted to see what treasures their own space-type ability users had. They also wanted to see the strength of others. By the time the atmosphere reached this point, even a small number of ability users who were reluctant had no choice but to be forced onto the machine. Moon-Yin turned around, pouting, and said, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I stole it?" No one dared to respond to her. It was as if she was sulking as she stepped forward and squeezed past the space-based ability user who was about to go up. "I'll go first." Chapter 72. The Banquet at Hongmen, Part 7. This machine resembled a space capsule. Once the hatch closed, a cap that looked like it was designed for perming hair was placed on her head. Xuanwu reassured her as she tried to calm her emotions, her heart rate gradually stabilizing at 85. To the eyes of the head of Jiang Base, this scene depicted a good girl being wronged and feeling indignant. He felt inexplicably soft-hearted. Could it be that now that he had become a father, the sight of a girl like her would always soften his heart a little? Soon, the screen displayed the scene within Moon-Yin's space, showing a pitch-black small room filled with clutter, messy items that weren't worth much. It was at the level where even a thief would want to drop a couple of steel plates. To his surprise, everyone at the Eternal Life base was dressed so glamorously, yet the interior was so impoverished. Many who had designs on them felt embarrassed. The head of Jiang Base felt even more awkward and immediately arranged for his subordinates to prepare a gift for her. Moon-Yin pouted and said, "I told you I didn't steal it, right? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes anymore." Her words sounded a bit spoiled, and considering her strength, no one dared to say much. Lu Wanwan nodded in full cooperation and said, "My baby is upright and proper. She would never engage in any sneaky business. Just spoil her." Next, several space-type ability users stepped forward to test, and none of them found any trace of the so-called new type of machine gun in their space. But unsurprisingly, the expression on their base leader's face was very poor. The people from the Eternal Life base stood in the corner, looking indifferent, observing silently. The atmosphere was awkwardly tense. Base leader Jiang, having learned what he wanted to know, stopped rambling and finally distributed the rewards. Moon-Yin's custom mech will take some time to complete. Director Jiang said, "I will have a 027 personally arrange it for you and deliver it to you when it's ready." Moonlight glanced at A027. Her little face immediately flushed, and she shyly turned her head away, saying, "Who wants him to send me?" Director Jiang of the base laughed heartily, saying she was quite a proud and spoiled little girl. The other rewards were quickly delivered. 2 sets of mechs, one for Mu Yoyu and one for Lu Wanwan, and a small helicopter for Song Shiyan. As for the medium-sized fighter aircraft from the team competition, no one was able to fly it away. The Jian Tower, after-sale service was excellent, immediately offering to provide training, guaranteeing that they would teach until everyone could master it. Moonlight decisively sent Jia and Su Qi to study. All the bases that came received rewards. In addition to the generous rewards for the top 3, the bottom 3 still received food and other gifts from the tower. The promised allocation of food from the 6th underground level has arrived. Everyone can check their shares. Moonlight could tell at a glance that there was a significant shortage of supplies, and the real food had already been taken by her. She couldn't understand why the spire was still using this pretext to distribute food to everyone. The moment she stepped into the elevator, Moonlight felt a bit surreal. Could it be true that he really just let them go? Before the elevator even reached the ground, alarms began to sound throughout the spire. The other bases clearly didn't want to cause trouble. They had their own internal issues to deal with and left in a hurry. Moonlight and others were just a step behind. When they arrived at the underground hall, she immediately saw the bloody scene on the big screen, where a group of ordinary young men without abilities were fighting against zombies, purely relying on their physical strength, suffering heavy casualties. Their bodies were barely intact, with one arm bitten by zombies while the other struggled to fight, awkwardly wielding a kitchen knife. When the people in the hall saw them come down, they immediately cut off the footage. Moonligh's smile faded, her eyes filled with frost. The group of stubborn old-timers at the top of the spire had been the bane of her previous life. They were fanatical, self-righteous, and did not see the grassroots survivors as human beings at all. Those survivors who had been deceived by the radio broadcasts, lacking awakened abilities or with poor talents, had no qualifications to enter the spire and could only seek other ways to survive. Those lucky enough joined nearby, small bases to make a living, while those less fortunate perished outside the spire in countless numbers. The worst situation was when a family member fell seriously ill and urgently needed treatment. Yet they could only take on tasks in the spire's lobby to earn contribution points for a bit of medicine. Most of these people were ordinary individuals without abilities. Few could endure the awakening of powers. When facing zombies, they had no choice but to rely on their love for their family and their determination to survive. Moonlight closed her eyes in despair. In her past life, she had no way to save these people, and now she didn't have the strength to save over 100 million lives. Suddenly, a sharp scream from the loudspeaker jolted everyone, making their heads buzz. The screen in the hall also began to flicker uncontrollably. The moment the image appeared, her expression changed dramatically. How could this be? A massive monster over 10 meters tall stood up from the water, roaring at the screen. The personnel in the spire hurriedly tried to cut off the signal, but there was no response. Even pulling the power source was futile. "It's Ben Yipu. It's Ben Yipu." Moonlight took 2 steps back in shock, shaking her head. How could this be? It had only been a short time since the apocalypse began. How did it come here? Its body was over 10 meters tall, with long fangs like curved blades, a shimmering dorsal fin covered in scales, and a long mane on its belly. Its tail whipped around, stirring up monstrous waves. It roared madly, grabbing fleeing humans from the ground and tossing them into its mouth, as if it still needed more to fill the gaps between its teeth. Moonlight's face turned pale. How could her current strength be on par with that of 3 years later? She didn't want to go through this again. The entire spire base was filled with alarm sounds, and the staff at the spire base urged them to leave. Moonlight felt a tightness in her chest, the aftereffects of her near-death experience still looming over her. Looking at this familiar face, she couldn't help but tremble in fear. Amid the repeated urgings of the tower staff, they were pushed outside the tower base, where many survivors were huddled together. The weather was getting colder, and many people were shivering. Wei Jinchao hurriedly came over to hand her a communication device, a new machine developed by the tower that could transmit signals without relying on signal towers. A new type of mobile phone, but it could only contact bound individuals. This was a scene that could only be found in movies. Even at this moment, Someone was still marveling at it. Moon-Yin-Yin tightened her grip on the communication device, her heart racing. Main quest completed. System upgrade in progress. Expected to take 7 days. You'd better stay at home for 7 days and wait until I finish upgrading before we talk. Chapter 73 Ben Yi Pu 1. Before Moon-Yin-Yin could protest, Xin would already turn off the screen. Damn, doing this again. Hurry, take those things out. I want to do research. Dr. Zhou's eyes were burning with anticipation, as if he could hardly wait. Moon-Yin-Yin was like a walking corpse, being manipulated by others. What's wrong with you, sister? There were a lot of scattered items displayed around, and Jia casually closed the lab door, blocking the curious onlookers outside. Do you know about Ben Yi Pu? Moon-Yin-Yin suddenly asked. Dr. Zhou was focused on piecing together the fragments and casually replied, Isn't it like the legendary Qi Yu or Tao Tai from Huagua? Whether such foreign beasts actually exist is still debatable. Moon-Yin-Yin's complexion had been, and she said, The one on the screen just now is Ben Yi Pu. Huh? And Jia and Dr. Zhou looked at her in disbelief. They had just thought it was just a movie scene. Are you saying that ugly thing actually exists? Moon-Yin-Yin nodded. 100 people together might not be a match for it. So strong? Dr. Zhou immediately lost his composure. He frowned and extended his wrist, saying, Treat me, and I'll see if I can actively use my abilities. Since Moon-Yin-Yin began treating them, their conditions had stabilized a lot, especially in Jia, who had hardly fallen ill again. The scattered abilities flowed into Dr. Zhou's sea of consciousness along his meridians. At some unknown time, small blue flowers had appeared here. Vibrant and beautiful, the abilities gradually repaired his damaged sea of consciousness until Moon-Yin-Yin was completely exhausted. Unfortunately, the system was shut down for an upgrade. Otherwise, she could have exchanged for 2 potions to push a bit further. Dr. Zhou collected the items on the ground and then lay down on the operating table, saying, You two go out, I'll try it myself. There was no one outside, and the entire base was extremely quiet. The two of them walked to the conference room in tacit agreement. Uncle Liu had called a meeting of the management team, and even Huai Chuan, who had just woken up, participated. Xiaoyan, you came just in time. Come sit down. The two took their seats, and Grandpa Zhao coughed for several minutes. Grandpa Zhao, are you okay? Grandpa Zhao waved his hand, but there was a patch of bright red on the handkerchief. And Jia went over to take care of him, and it took a long time for the old man to recover. I've been monitoring the weather these days and predict that there will be a cliff-like drop in temperature in 3 months, possibly reaching the legendary Ice Age. Moon-Yin-Yin didn't expect Grandpa Zhao to be so impressive, being able to predict such extreme weather in the apocalypse. Additionally, my student has developed a new thermal insulation material that can withstand temperatures as low as -70 or 80 degrees. It's also very easy to produce, but the raw materials are a bit scarce. He pointed to a spot on the map and said, This is the National Reserve Warehouse, which has the necessary machinery inside. And there's also a large stockpile of this material we need nearby. The terrain here is very high, so it should not have been submerged. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded and said, I understand, Grandpa Zhao, but we currently can't undertake any missions. Can we wait for about a week? We aren't quite clear about the situation outside, but I suspect that since Ben Yi Pu has come out, other sea beasts must have mutated as well. Without Xuanwu's escort, I don't dare to travel that far. Grandpa Zhao nodded and said, You can decide how to implement it. I only know this much. And Jia took Grandpa Zhao downstairs to rest, and Moon-Yin-Yin felt uncomfortable watching his aging figure. She decided to put the matter of finding materials aside for now, and the others reported the basic situation of the base. They shared how shocked they were by what they saw and heard at the spire, and what insights they gained that could be applied to their own base. Among them, Mu Yuyu felt the most profound realization, exclaiming that his planting methods were too low-level. Song Shiyin also mentioned how advanced the training methods at the spire were, and how much he had learned from them. Moon-Yin remained silent throughout, a stark contrast to her usual self. Once everyone had finished discussing the trivial matters, their attention shifted back to her. She nodded and symbolically praised the past one by one. Then she pointed to the page on the tablet and said, I looked at the data. During this time, we have rescued and accommodated many survivors, and the number of personnel has reached 6,000, with combat-capable personnel totaling 4,500. This number is neither too much nor too little. Yes, we have all been watching. Moon-Yin-Yin drew a portrait of Ben Yep by hand and shared it with everyone. Isn't this the monster we just saw at the Spire base? What's the point of drawing this? Not to mention that it actually looks quite similar. I don't know what movie they are showing, but with a creature like this, the editor must have a wild imagination. She said this really exists. That was a live broadcast. The 5 people who were fortunate enough to witness the footage were shocked beyond belief. That was a live broadcast? Yes. She pointed to the map and said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be in this area. It's about 400 kilometers from you.Why, and given its size, moving here isn't far at all. A few of them started to panic, while others looked completely bewildered. What kind of monster could make these usually bold kids so frightened? Captain Chun, have you discovered any strange creatures while patrolling these days? Chunze is now the captain of the patrol team, responsible for the safety of the base's perimeter and entry. Chunze nodded repeatedly, saying there are a lot of fish. I don't know if they were born like this or if they mutated, but their biting power is extremely strong. They can bite off a zombie's leg in one bite. As he spoke, he took out his phone to show everyone pictures he had taken. His photography skills were quite poor, but fortunately he had taken many pictures, and everyone could see the ugly fish with 2 rows of sharp teeth, a small light bulb on its head, and a colorful body. It was really ugly, too ugly. Have you tried to kill them? Yes, but these things are super quick. They just dive into the water and are hard to catch. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had no important matters at the moment, the group rarely gathered together and went out of the base. What are the officers doing? Why care about so much? Hurry up and chop down trees for coal. Haven't you heard Dr. Zhao say that a severe cold era is coming? We'll freeze to death. Chapter 74, Ben Yep, Part 2. The residents were diligently doing what they could. In recent days, because there were mutated fish in the river at the foot of the mountain, there were significantly fewer zombies. Otherwise, zombies had been continuously washed down by the water flow, and there was no end to killing them. But everyone needed training. Zombies are the best training tools. They built simple bridges in several nearby mountains, and capable squad leaders would take teams out to kill zombies, dig crystal cores, gather herbs, chop wood, etc. The residents of the Eternal Life base were very diligent and hardworking. Moon-Yin-Yin and others arrived at the water's edge, looking at the little heads with glowing bulbs popping out of the water, and Moon-Yin-Yin smiled. These creatures were supposed to appear only after the extreme cold era ended. Why were they showing up so early? What exactly had caused this change? She sighed helplessly and said, "Go catch me 2 zombies." Moon-Yin-Yin showed some disdain, took out a fishing rod from her space, tied the zombie to it, and then tossed it into the water. The zombie struggled desperately, and those mutated fish, smelling the scent, jumped up one by one and frantically bit the bait. Moon-Yin lightly lifted and caught a large pile of fish. Her little friends behind her quickly stepped forward with buckets to catch them, and soon they had half a bucket full. The quantity was too dense, a bit terrifying. Who could say otherwise? The crowd came in a rush and left in a rush. Over there, Wei Jinxiao had just arrived at the location of Ben Yapu. "Commander, it's gone." Wei Jinxiao piloted his mech and flew around in the air, but indeed found no trace of Ben Yapu. "Be careful, this guy has strong stealth abilities. Don't let it ambush you." As soon as he finished speaking, a little friend was pulled into the water. It was like a lurking crocodile, feigning sleep, and when prey approached, it launched a frenzied attack, so fast that it was barely visible. Blood appeared, followed by fragments of the mech and pieces of clothing. B-017. "Commander, it ate B-017. Wei Jinxiao fired a shell, creating ripples on the water surface. Suddenly, Ben Yepu emerged, making a mocking gesture, emitting strange sounds full of provocation. "Retreat." After he said that, 2 more friends' mechs were crushed, and like cracking sunflower seeds, it picked them out to eat. In just a few minutes, he lost 3 of his top subordinates. They were all about to break through to level 3 psychics, yet they had no ability to fight back against this monster. A 027. "Hold it down, don't let it run away." This sounded simple, but how could he control it? This guy was running east like crazy. What was in the east? He opened the map and found that Ben Yepu was moving in a straight line, and the location was clearly Y City. He tightened the control stick to maintain the distance and fired a few more shells. However, a mushroom cloud rose, and the scaly back of the creature showed no damage at all. continuing at full speed. Watching it run faster and faster, Wei Jinchao realized that in less than 3 hours, it would definitely reach the eternal life base where Moonlight was. Thinking of that lovely and charming girl, his heart raced. Little bow, little bow. Wei Jinchao didn't have time to explain much. There is a huge mutated beast, its strength around level 6, heading towards your base location. It will arrive in less than 3 hours, and I can't stop its movement here. What do you think about relocating? Moonlight paused and hesitated, saying, "Is it really you?" "Yes." Moonlight was confused. What was going on? Hadn't it always stayed in that area, without moving? Why was it running over here like crazy? Couldn't anger it, make it change direction, or stop? No, it would rather take my shells and keep running in that direction, running in a straight line, and it had already knocked down several buildings. Moonlight's mind was racing as she tentatively asked, "Could it be that something here is attracting it? It's hard to say. You guys should pack up and run. This guy's destructive power is too strong for us to handle right now." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the communication, she looked at everyone with admiration. "Oh no, just when the system is upgrading, I can't take the entire base with me, nor can I check what is attracting it. Never mind, everyone pack your things first. For anything you can't take, pack it up, write your name on it, and leave it in the training ground. I'll take care of it. Move quickly. Assemble in 1 hour." Once the notice was sent out, everyone began to pack without hesitation. After just a few days of settling down, they were going to move again, which made everyone anxious. "Has Dr. Zhou not come out yet?" she asked in Jia, and Jia shook his head. He was also waiting for Dr. Zhou. Grandpa Zhao's condition was already very serious, and Chef Li could only barely keep him alive with his efforts. "Grandpa Zhao, how are you feeling?" Grandpa Zhao shook his head and said, "I'm old. My body has never been good. I'm out of strength. Don't waste resources on me anymore." The little assistant behind was sobbing. Moonlight frowned and said, "What are you talking about?" "Dr. Zhou is already researching the crystal nucleus purification liquid. When it's ready, you could take a dose to awaken some abilities and improve your physique, right?" She spoke lightly and optimistically, and although Grandpa Zhao didn't believe her, he didn't want to dampen the mood. The few of them chatted casually for over 10 minutes before Dr. Zhou finally came out. He looked unsteady on his feet, as if he had exhausted too much energy. Moonlight hurriedly stepped forward to support him, grabbing his wrist and transmitting the healing energy that he had just regained. "You let Huaichuan go pick up Ben Yipu. We can avoid this disaster." After saying this, he fell straight down. Moonlight, is the consumption of prophetic abilities really that high? She princess carried Dr. Zhou into the room, her gaze falling on his face as she fell into deep thought. "Commander, what should we do? Is what the teacher said true? Dr. Zhou wouldn't just be fooling her, right? Besides, she knew very well what kind of identity Huaichuan had. It wouldn't be strange for him. But could Huaichuan? No. She made up her mind and turned to find Huaichuan. At that moment, Huaichuan was curled up in his room, feeling very uncomfortable, as a force within him was about to get out of control. "Xiaoxi, are you inside?" "Xiaoxi?" Moonlight lightly knocked on the door. The totem on Huaichuan's face flickered in and out, and his eyes were changing color. He couldn't see his own transformation, but instinctively didn't want his sister to see. He wrapped himself in a huge black coat and cautiously walked to the door, saying, "Sister, what's wrong?" Chapter 75, Ben Yipu 3, The System Shut Down. And Moonlight had no idea what was happening inside, nor did she know Huaichuan's physical condition. She tried to sound gentle. "Xiaoxi, sister needs your help. Can you open the door, please?" She felt inexplicably anxious, sensing that something bad was going to happen. Suddenly, Huaichuan let out a low growl from inside, and Moonlight's pupils constricted as she punched the door open, only to see Huaichuan flying out. "Xiaoxi, don't be afraid." However, Huaichuan's massive wings carried him in circles in the air before flying south. "Xiaoxi." She punched the windowsill. After spending time together, her feelings for Huaichuan had already deepened. Ben Yipu paused in place for 2 minutes before quickly changing direction, the entire monster unusually excited, even bouncing a bit. Wei Jinchao was taken aback, feeling confused. What's going on? Until Huaichuan's figure was no longer visible. Moonlight dejectedly leaned against the wall and took out her communicator. Has Ben Yipu changed direction? Wei Jinchao was surprised by how she knew and replied. It has indeed changed direction. Okay, it's fine now. Don't think about killing it anymore. With your current strength, it's no different from seeking death. Wei Jinxiao noticed something was off in her tone and asked, "What's wrong with Xiao Bao?" "It's nothing." She cut off the communication and buried her head in her legs. She muttered, "Tell everyone not to clean up. We're fine." "Commander, are you okay?" And Jie wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to say it. Moon shook her head. Huai Chuan was the zombie king. A fate she seemed unable to change. She had thought that absorbing it wouldn't matter, and that keeping it in the base would prevent it from going out again. But she still couldn't resist some external factors. She could tell that Ben Yep was specifically coming for Huai Chuan. But why had it been silent in that area for so long? She hugged herself a little tighter. Its appearance was a devastating blow to humanity. And after receiving a distress signal, the tower immediately set out to eliminate it. However, the death of wave after wave of warriors made them restless. As the heir to the tower base at that time, she naturally couldn't stand by and watch, leading a team to eliminate it herself. That was the first time she was injured after arriving at the tower base, and it was also the first time she was so close to death. She gently touched her collarbone, remembering how many elites had self-destructed under her command to severely injure Ben Yep. And it was only after Wei Jinxiao's arrival that it was completely killed. It seemed that at the moment of its death, she vaguely saw Huai Chuan, standing on the horizon, looking at everyone with compassion. She tapped her head. She couldn't tell if it was a fantasy or reality. What was the relationship between Huai Chuan and Ben Yep? As time passed day by day, she felt as if her soul was wandering. The fish monsters in the river at the foot of the mountain suddenly disappeared without any warning, as if they had never existed. The zombies began to flood in again. Fortunately, they had caught quite a few fish monsters for experiments a few days ago. They discovered that the fish monsters also had crystal cores inside them. And like animal crystal cores, they had no significant side effects. This discovery made the people in the base extremely happy. Dr. Zhou finally woke up, appearing before everyone in a flashy pink suit. He seemed to have forgotten something and was smiling, which was unlike his usual self. Wei Jinxiao had visited several times during this period. He was very busy. After all, the tower base was established by the country, and he had the obligation to rescue all the small bases nationwide. As the commander of the tower base, he had to lead people out for patrols and investigations every day, sweeping away major dangers, among other tasks. Moonlight is also busy, fully devoted to training. Not only does she train herself, but she also trains everyone else. Everyone can see that she is in a bad mood, and they all practice silently without a word. Fortunately, their chef Li's soup. No matter how tired they are, drinking 2 bowls will revive them the next day. With Huai Chuan gone, his group of dogs has been taken over by Mu Yoyu. Mu Yoyu is the busiest person in the entire base. He not only has to follow Dr. Zhou to learn medicine, but also take care of the fruits, vegetables, and poultry in the backyard, manage this little barking team, and even keep up with his own training. The sound of reading can be heard from the academy, and Moonlight rarely takes a break, sitting on the roof looking at the sea. "Xuanwu, it's about time for you to upgrade." She sighed and poked the system repeatedly. "Your timing is quite accurate." A familiar youthful voice echoed in her mind, making her stand up happily. "Do you know? Huai Chuan has left, and he even took Ben Yapu with him. Did I fail my 3-star mission? Main task: earn the trust of at least 2 leaders in the tower base. Completion 100. Moonlight opened the main quest to check and found that the characters inside had changed. It was no longer Wei Jinxiao and her adoptive father, but Wei Jinxiao and Elizabeth. Is there a mistake? Her pupils widened in shock. Why does Elizabeth have a trust value for her? Xuanwu didn't want to explain. The main quest closed, and a new main quest opened. Main quest: reach 1,000 level 3 ability users in the base. Completion rate 0. Moonlight. Among this batch of the earliest awakened, even with daily training, they are still far from reaching level 3, and it actually requires 1,000 people to achieve it. The long-term mission for 3 stars: save the zombie king Huai Chuan. Completion rate 90. Seeing the green bar nearly full above, Moonlight couldn't help but shed tears. Xiaoxi, well done. Even after becoming completely zombified, he has not forgotten her. She knows they will meet again. Moonlight saw the time-limited task and suddenly remembered that she hadn't had the chance to complete the last one. She thought her adoptive father would try to talk to her when he saw her face, which resembled Jiang Suisui's, but unexpectedly, Moose Sisi appeared, and the old man rarely paid attention to her. They hardly exchanged a few words, so there was no chance to do the task. Fortunately, the task didn't have any penalties, otherwise she would have had a headache. Looking at the task that mentioned lightning strikes, she recalled the several lightning bolts that Su Qi had taken for her. She tentatively asked, so, could being struck by lightning awaken lightning-related powers? I don't know about being struck by other lightning, but being struck by the system's lightning is possible. Moon-Yannian felt like she understood something truly impressive. Chapter 76 K-City, Part 1 K-City was too far away. She had to take a plane to get there, and she planned to bring all the Level 2 ability users with her. She took a glance at the system to check the domain residence, then quietly closed it. She pretended she hadn't just spoken. When did these kids upgrade to Level 2 while she wasn't paying attention? Several of them even had multiple abilities, especially Lu Wanwan, Chen Zhe, Su Qi, and Uncle Lu, who all seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to Level 3. She found Uncle Lu and said, "Uncle, I'm planning to take people to K-City. You should come along too." Uncle Lu flicked her forehead and said, "If everyone goes out, who will watch the house?" Moon-Yannian shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I'm controlling it remotely, so it's not a big deal. Besides, there are Dr. Zhou, Grandpa Wen, and others. With the intermediate potion produced by the system, Grandpa Wen should feel much better. I'll go treat him later. When are we leaving?" Uncle Lu, who was usually a decisive and energetic person, wouldn't have been delayed by the base's constraints if it weren't for that. "We'll leave tomorrow morning, around 4 or 5. K-City is a bit far, so we'll take a helicopter." Uncle Lu stopped hesitating and immediately started arranging the tasks at hand. Moon-Yannian took the potion to find Grandpa Zhao. Grandpa Zhao coughed up blood again. "Grandpa, drink." She didn't explain, but Grandpa Zhao took it and gulped it down. Moon-Yannian helped the old man sit up cross-legged, and she sat behind him, using her spiritual healing abilities to help him absorb the potion. Normally, the strongest abilities would yield the best results, but her strongest ability was space-related, which was intangible. Her second strongest ability was ice-related, which was also something Grandpa Zhao couldn't tolerate. Both strength and speed abilities were also intangible and couldn't be externally transmitted. As the potion was absorbed, Grandpa Zhao's brows relaxed, and he felt the blockage in his chest dissolve. "Amazing. I feel like I'm getting better." He looked at Moon-Yannian with surprise. Moon-Yannian said cheerfully, "I told you, you won't have any problems. Do you believe me now? The intermediate potion is really expensive, costing her 50,000 contribution points. But the effect is indeed amazing. It's estimated that Grandpa Zhao's physique can now withstand the awakening of his abilities, just waiting for Dr. Zhou to extract it once more." "Good child." Grandpa Zhao was very pleased. Moon-Yannian printed out the list of people for this trip, and there were only a bit over 80. There was no way around it. She wasn't very keen on using her fighter jets, so she exchanged for 3 large transport helicopters. Coupled with the reward from the Spire and the previous exchange, she could barely manage to take this many people. She was still too poor. Once she became wealthier, she would exchange for many powerful weapons and take her people out to broaden their horizons. She stood on the high platform and told everyone, "The personnel I'm bringing this time all have the hope of breaking through to Level 3. Don't be disheartened if you weren't selected. Train well. There will be next time, and the time after that." Initially puzzled as to why it wasn't her own people, everyone became excited, realizing that the Commander-S selection criteria were like this. Everyone looked enviously at those chosen, some of whom had just broken through to Level 2 at the same time, and now they were unexpectedly going to upgrade so soon. Many of these people were from the 100-member squad that Moon-Yannian had initially led. Later, after she became the base leader, this group became soldiers under Song Shurian. It must be said that they felt in their hearts that they were directly under the command of the base leader, and each of them worked very hard, showing a faint trend of becoming elites. Moon-Yannian briefly mentioned the possible situations they might encounter in K-City and asked everyone to prepare individually for an early departure the next morning. This time, she had learned her lesson in exchange for a few boats, some potions, and various emergency supplies to store in her space, just in case Xuanwu dropped the ball again, so she wouldn't be at a loss. The base prepared protective suits and weapons for the kids going out, and after confirming that everyone's health was in excellent condition, They canceled the evening training and let everyone get a good night's sleep. You.Why was very happy to see that Moonlight, who had been gloomy for several days, finally became active again. Baby, I want to sleep with you tonight. Okay. That night, outside a small mountain village on the outskirts of K-City, Moonligh's heart was racing as she looked at the person she had been thinking about, who was now panting and sitting on the ground. With a helpless expression, she said, "Big brother, I'm neither a doctor nor a healer with special abilities. You entrust him to me, but what can I do? Please, this is the apocalypse. You want me, a helpless little girl, to carry this big burden who's over 8 meters tall? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" The man, who was aloof and spoke little, directly pressed a machete against her neck, clearly showing an attitude of, "If you don't agree, I'll kill you." You was really tired. Why was this person so hard to communicate with? What do you want? Her mental ability was already at level 3, yet she still couldn't match the masked man in front of her, as he was clearly stronger. If he was stronger than her, why leave this burden with her? Protect him until he wakes up. Upon hearing this, Ayu felt the man's pulse. It was strong and vigorous, not looking like he had any issues. "I drugged him," the big brother said, sounding quite justified. Ayu was so angry she laughed. She pointed to a small hill behind her and said, "Do you know that the village back there eats people?" The man nodded. "And do you know there are over 300 of them?" The man nodded again, with a so-what expression. Ayu felt like she was about to explode. After a stalemate, she finally compromised. "I can only protect him until he wakes up. Okay? Once he is awake, I'm not responsible anymore. All right, as for the reward." After saying this, he tossed a small box into her arms and turned to leave. Ayu opened it to find it was packed full of zombie crystal cores. She quickly put the box into her backpack. She had discovered that using crystal cores to forge weapons was quite effective, and she needed to find a safe place to research how to do it properly. With this box of crystal cores, she patted the unconscious man and said, "Since that's the case, I'll keep watch over you for one night." She glanced at the flickering lights in the village. With her current strength, she wasn't afraid of what those 300 people could do to her. But carrying a burden was indeed inconvenient. After thinking it over, she decided not to provoke those people and carefully found a towering tree to hang the man up. After all, it was late at night, a perfect time for zombies to roam. And what would she do if she fell asleep and the man got eaten by zombies? Just as she was about to climb the tree to rest, that group of flickering lights suddenly gathered and headed her way. Ayu was speechless, feeling unlucky. Chapter 77 K-City Part 2. But she didn't have a power-type ability. Hanging the man up had already exhausted her strength, and there was no chance to escape now. As the lights got closer, Ayu saw that the leader was an old man. She politely smiled and said, "Grandpa, why are you bringing so many people over so late?" The old man surveyed her with his murky eyes, then looked up at the man she had hung high. "Who is he to you? Was he bitten by a zombie?" "Oh, he is my brother. It's not safe here. When he goes crazy, he is incredibly strong and rough, so I had to tie him up to avoid hurting outsiders." Ayu blinked innocently, pointed to the man above, and then to her own head, her tone very cheerful, making it hard to tell if she was serious. The old man seemed unsure whether to believe her, and said, "Then why are you still keeping him? He is a burden." Ayu agreed internally, but put on a distressed face and said, "I can't just abandon him. He is my only family. Little sister, listen to me. This is the apocalypse. You can still survive alone, but taking on such a burden is a death sentence. Do you think your parents would want to see you die because of your brother?" Ayu pretended to consider it carefully, scratching her head and saying, "But I can't just throw my brother to the zombies, can I?" The old man was satisfied that she was being reasonable and stroked his beard with difficulty, suppressing a smile. "How about this, little sister? Meeting is fate. Your brother looks strong. I'll keep him as a laborer and give you a few kilograms of rice. This way it's good for both of you. How about that?" After a long time, it seemed she finally made up her mind. In the old man's hopeful gaze, she said, "Grandpa, I thought it over carefully, and I still can't abandon my brother." The old man's expression suddenly changed, and he angrily shouted, "You little brat, are you playing with me? You're really asking for punishment. Since that's the case, both of you stay." Ayu was still trying to persuade him, "Grandpa, my brother and I eat a lot. Can you afford to keep both of us?" The old man sneered twice and stopped wasting words with her, waving his hand. and 7 or 8 starving, emaciated men stepped forward behind him, their eyes greedy and disgusting. The girl took a couple of steps back. A fight was about to break out. The other side clearly intended to capture her alive, but they were hesitant and cautious. Who knew that as they got close? The weapons in their hands seemed to fall to the ground as if they were no longer under their control. You smiled and said, "Why bother?" With a wave of her hand, all the weapons flew behind her, as if ready to shoot at any moment. The villagers' scalps went numb, and they turned to flee. The old man panicked, stomping his cane and shouting, "Why are you running? Go all out. We're all going to the pot anyway. So what is there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid, go. This girl is just bluffing." "Oh, is that so?" Ayu tilted her head, and as they got closer, she waved her arm forward, sending all the weapons flying at her command. It was terrifying, like arrows raining down from the sky. Someone was hit and died on the spot. The old man didn't expect such a little girl to be so ruthless. When everyone had fallen, he finally felt a shred of fear. "What did you just say? Going to the pot? You want to eat us?" Ayu still smiled, but what came out of her mouth was frightening. The old man exerted his right hand, and a flame the size of a lighter burst forth, looking fierce as he glared at her, as if to say, "I'm an ability user. Do you dare to come closer?" Ayu was speechless. With her right hand, she grasped the air, forming a giant sword that floated in midair. Was this old man a fool? You should have guessed her ability was even stronger after seeing her fight. The old man was scared out of his wits, dropped his cane, and turned to flee. Ayu would not let him escape. She picked up an axe and threw it, directly chopping off his old waist, giving him a quick end. Unexpectedly, this old fellow was also a space ability user. As he died, he exploded with a large pile of supplies, which delighted Ayu. Without hesitation, she picked up a dagger and went to finish off the villagers one by one. Unfortunately, she didn't encounter another space ability user. She stuffed all the food and drink into her large backpack. This would last her for many days. She then looked around and lowered the man from the tree, dragging him away. It was a bloody scene, and she was very worried about attracting zombies. Although she wasn't afraid, it was better to find another place. She sensed that the remaining ordinary people were likely hiding in the west house through the metallic aura in the air, so she took him towards the east house. Her strength wasn't very strong, and her body was small. Dragging the man was extremely slow and laborious. But thinking of that full box of crystal cores in her backpack, she endured. She usually isn't that bloodthirsty. The reason she just killed that group of people was twofold. First, they had thoughts they shouldn't have entertained, and second, they were already half dead from her beating, incapable of action, and would turn into zombies when the time came. It was better to eliminate all potential threats. She found a sturdy-looking stone house at the edge of the village, seemingly newly built, with very new furniture inside. After circling around and not seeing any signs of the owner, she tossed the man inside, moved all the furniture to block the doors and windows, and finally felt at ease as she collapsed onto the sofa. "I am exhausted." After catching her breath, she suddenly noticed that the man's legs and back had significant wounds from her dragging him. Blood was still gushing out, so she quickly rummaged through her backpack for iodine and bandages. "Lucky you, kid. That old man had these medications in space, where you wouldn't even know how you died." The labels on the medicine bottles indicated how to use them in various situations, clearly written by a child for an elder. Quite meticulous. Ayu followed the instructions without hesitation, seriously finding a clean piece of cotton cloth to clean his wounds. Unfortunately, being a blacksmith, she wasn't gentle at all, and she directly caused the man to wake up in pain. Their eyes met, and a scream erupted. In the next second, they both covered each other's mouths. "You pulled away, why cover my mouth? I'm afraid of attracting zombies." "Me too." Another silence ensued. You poured a bit of iodine, saying, "You're injured. Let me clean your wounds first." "Why am I injured?" You directly ignored the question and said, "I originally promised your brother that I wouldn't care about you once you woke up, but since you're injured, I can't just watch you die. After I bandage you up, when dawn comes, we'll go our separate ways." Chapter 78 K City Part 3. The man continued, "How did I get injured?" Ayu was annoyed, tossing the blood-stained cotton cloth into his arms. "Are you annoying or what? How would I know? We're not related at all. It's already good that I'm saving you." "I'm sorry." The man lowered his head, looking genuinely remorseful. Ayu was so startled that she waved her hands repeatedly. "Oh, no, no, no. The man took the cotton ball from her hand and gently wiped her arm. She didn't even realize when she had gotten a large gash on her arm. By the way, I'm you. What is your name? You. Your name sounds really nice. You didn't respond, just focused on cleaning her wounds seriously. You felt a bit shy, but didn't know what to say, and they fell into silence for a while. Finally, after he finished cleaning her wounds, you excitedly took the iodine and said, "Let me handle you." "No need." You was taken aback, thinking he was just being modest, and boldly pulled him over, saying, "Don't be polite with me." Rip. A large patch of snow-white skin was exposed before her, and her face turned instantly red. The man, unfazed, slowly picked up the torn clothing and draped it over himself, saying, "I have self-healing abilities. The wound is already healed on its own." You took a long time to swallow her saliva, lowering her head and not daring to meet his gaze. You chuckled softly. "It's fine. It's quite hot. And you helped me out." You buried her head even lower. "What a joke. It's the middle of winter. Although it doesn't snow in the south, it's still very cold at night." Ultimately feeling guilty, she took out her fluffy coat and offered it to him. "It's too white. I usually don't dare to wear it. Here, put it on for now." "Okay." He accepted it without any hesitation and put it on. She was afraid she would pounce on him the next second. She had never seen such a handsome man in her life. "You. I'm going to the Science Museum in K-City tomorrow. Do you know the way?" "I do." "Then you." "Sure. All intelligent navigation services are available. Even Gouda might not be as good as me." She smiled and said, "Good, thank you." You completely forgot what she was supposed to do, foolishly taking out everything edible from her backpack. "Take whatever you want." At 5 in the morning, the Eternal Life base team had assembled. Moonlight stood on a helicopter and said, "Everyone, guard our home and wait for our return." Yes. The plane took off, and Moonlight hugged a tablet to design the route. Who would have thought that such a small and obscure place like the K-City Science Museum would hide so many things underground? Isn't that true? I've noticed that our country's leaders always like to hide things underground, haven't you? Just like the grain depot at No. 6 Middle School. Several planes flew steadily in the night. They were flying high and should not disturb other bases. you.Why was still half asleep, lazily leaning against Moonlight. Uncle Lu sat in the co-pilot's seat, fidgeting with excitement. "Xiaoyan, what do you think we can do to quickly improve our ability levels?" Moonlight set the route and yawned, saying, "Fight more, preferably fight above your level. The worse you get beaten, the faster you level up." Uncle Lu nodded thoughtfully and said, "Put them in a desperate situation, and then they will thrive." "Good. What's good about that, Dad? You're getting old. Don't do that." you.Why was so scared that she woke up from her drowsiness. Mu stretched out his hand, and a small red flower appeared. He whispered, "Sister means to use more abilities. The closer one is to the limit, the more potential can be stimulated." He was busy every day, and now both his speed and plan abilities had faintly touched the threshold of level 3, just a step away from a breakthrough. Uncle Lu enviously said, "You all have several abilities." Su Chi, who was driving, remarked, "Don't be sad, Uncle Lu. I only have one ability too." Su Chi's lightning ability was indeed very powerful, the strongest among abilities of the same level, except for the earth ability that could counter it. "Oomph. Don't think I don't know you have a strength ability." Su Chi chuckled. "You found me out? Having too many abilities wasn't necessarily a good thing. It could slow down progress, and only by enhancing a single ability could one suppress levels." Indeed, everyone exchanged experiences, all holding the mindset that they must elevate all abilities to level 3. Perhaps time passed particularly quickly while chatting, and they soon arrived at City K. City K was filled with trees, many of which were centuries old, and the plane couldn't land inside, so it had to stop outside the city. Moonlight waved her small hand, and all the trees were collected. The team of over 80 people lined up in 3 columns and moved towards the city. The weather was excellent today, with bright sunshine, a rare clear day. As they stepped through the city gates, the stiff zombies all turned their heads at odd angles to look at them. Then, they revealed expressions of wild joy and lunged at them with claws outstretched. Moonlight stood in the middle with her arms crossed, while the person behind her drew a weapon in response. The birds flew away in fright and dark. Filthy blood stained the porcelain floor, casting a shadow of darkness over this classical and elegant small city. She stepped forward, and those around her cleared a path for her. "Found the person you're looking for." A familiar green arrow appeared before her. Moon-Yin-Yin raised an eyebrow and used her speed ability to run over. I'm going to find someone. Not far away, two people were walking and chatting happily, with not a single zombie in sight. The two of them were leisurely strolling as if they were in their own backyard. Moon-Yin-Yin suddenly appeared, and you instinctively stood in front of Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's eyes flickered slightly. I have a base in Y City called the Eternal Life Base. It's not small, the food is abundant, and there are quite a few minerals like this. As she spoke, she tossed two pieces over. You caught them, her mouth agape with excitement. The most important thing is that the site is solid. It can't be blown up. Even if it gets ruined, I can build a new one for you. Ayu's heart raced, and a small movement of stepping forward betrayed her. So, do you have assistants? Like those kinds of assistants who help out. She was self-taught and did everything herself, envying other masters who had disciples. Unfortunately, as a girl who looked young, many apprentices were unwilling to follow her. Of course, you can have as many as you want, and you can choose them. Okay, I'll go with you, she said, about to jog over when suddenly her collar was grabbed. No, do you want to go with me? Chapter 79, K City Part 4. Moon-Yin-Yin's eyes had a hint of cunning. Buy one get one free, right? She likes it, Chi-Yu said pitifully. How do you know she's not lying to you? Oh no, this one has a bit of wit. No way, she's so pretty. Her complexion is good and rosy. She clearly doesn't lack for food and drink. So this is how you judge people. Moon-Yin-Yin understood. No wonder she was deceived by the ping and base in her previous life. However, Hao Jitian could be considered a good person after taking her away. He indeed provided her with good food and drink and did not let her suffer any bullying or contamination. Hao Jitian did well in this regard. But you said you would help me. Moon-Yin-Yin squinted her eyes, feeling somewhat displeased with this kid. He is Chi-Yu, a genius in chemical weapons. And he has a crazy brother, Chi-Zhou. I think you wouldn't want to offend him. Space system level 7, which means she can take everything away without wasting anything. If he follows her, he won't have to worry about lacking research materials in the future. He was very satisfied. Okay, sister, let's go then, together to the Science and Technology Museum. Moon-Yin-Yin's mouth twitched at being called sister by this stranger. Although her current age, plus the 9 years from her previous life, added up to her actual age, she didn't like being called sister by strange men. Forget it. This guy is a genius, and he has an even more impressive brother behind him, so she let it slide. You, looking like someone who had never seen the world, couldn't take her eyes off the handsome boy. Yin, are all these your subordinates? Yeah. Ayu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked this way and that. You eat so well. The people in our lab are all misfits. I'm almost questioning my life. I didn't expect you to have all kinds of handsome guys here. The others were still fighting, and upon hearing her praise, they fought even harder. All right, that's enough. Let's move forward. Ayu was really cute. She immediately won everyone's hearts, especially Uncle Lu. He said Ayu was just like the daughter he had imagined. Lu Wanwan didn't mind and hugged Ayu, asking, "Do you have parents?" Ayu shook her head, looking at her with hopeful eyes. She had seen novels and dramas, and usually, in such situations, they would take her as a sister. Sure enough, Lu Wanwan said, "Then would you mind having another dad? My dad can be your dad." She looked at the handsome Uncle Lu and nodded repeatedly. I'm willing. Chiyu had been silent since he came over, quietly following behind. Suchi approached him and asked, "Do you have abilities?" Chiyu looked at him, and he directly demonstrated a thunder strike. Cool, right? Handsome, right? Chiyu thought for a moment and then performed a clone technique. With two identical Chi-Yes appearing in front of him, he screamed. Everyone gathered around, and when they saw the two Chi-Yes, Ayu curiously touched one and then the other. Her huge backpack had already been taken by Moon-Yin-Yin, leaving her hands free and more agile. Chi-Yu also noticed this and suddenly regretted not thinking to carry her backpack earlier. This one is fake. Ayu confidently pointed at the one on the left. Chi-Yu smiled, and the one on the left disappeared. You guessed right. Ayu jumped up happily, spinning around everyone and exclaiming, "I'm so smart." Moon-Yin-Yin shook her head and said, "It's really noisy." To some extent, she preferred quiet. Bro, you're so cool. I didn't expect such a special ability. Chi-Yu smiled gently. There are all kinds of abilities. I've even seen someone with mind-reading skills, but unfortunately, he was killed because his intentions were not pure. Everyone thought of Huai Chuan. Sigh, I wonder how Huai Chuan is doing. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit heavy. But Ayu was naturally a beat slow. She was happily eating some snacks from before the apocalypse that Moon had given her, like egg waffles and candy chestnuts, while dancing. Moon suddenly realized that ever since Ayu and Chi-Yu arrived, the zombies had not approached at all. Do either of you have anything to repel zombies? Everyone turned to look at the two. Ayu looked confused. Chi-Yu chuckled softly and said, my family was worried. So they put some things on me that can repel zombies. I can't get rid of them, but they only last for a day and a night. So it should wear off soon. Ayu suddenly understood. No wonder we didn't see a single zombie on the way here. I thought they were hibernating. She couldn't figure out why someone would spend a lot of money to have her protect them when there were no zombies around. With Chi-Yu's special advantage, they moved much faster. However, occasionally, people in small buildings along the street would see them and call for help. Every time Ayu was asked for help, she would look at Moon pitifully, seeking her consent, and every time Moon refused, it triggered that long-standing Mother Teresa task. Oh heavens, oh earth! This task had existed since the beginning and had only been triggered now. Refusing once added 1,000. Refusing once added 1,000. Moon found her more and more pleasing to the eye. If she had known earlier, she would have done anything in her past life to help her steal over. How could someone like Hao Ji Tian understand the charm of such a cute girl? It was truly a disgrace. Every time she pleaded, it seemed so serious and sincere, but after being rejected, she acted as if she had never said anything and moved on to the next. She was so carefree, as if she had just been joking. However, the system's contribution points were indeed fluctuating wildly, so her kindness was genuine, but her indifference was also real. Up ahead was the Science and Technology Museum. Wait a moment. Moon called out to everyone. After scanning with Xuan Wu, she said heavily, there's some guys inside, no less than level 4, and there is more than one. Moon licked her lips and said, battle readiness. Lu Wanwan walked beside her and asked, is there something? Yes, the level is around 4. The team should go together. Don't scatter. Life is important. If you can't hold on, retreat. We want to level up, but we also need to stay alive. Understood. Everyone responded in low voices. Ayu blinked and asked, Yin, are you going to use the things inside for training and leveling up? Yes, my team is almost at level 2 peak. Just need a chance to break through. Ayu nodded in agreement. I also suffered a lot when I leveled up 3 times on the spot. Chapter 80K City Part 5. Then can you support everyone together with me? Sure. Ayu readily agreed. I can too. Chi-Yu added. His clone ability and self-healing ability were both at level 3, and he had no intention of leveling up for now. All right, the 3 of us will watch and rescue anyone in trouble. After agreeing, Uncle Lu and Lu Wanwan led the others in, all armed with weapons. Being extra careful and cautious. Be careful. As soon as they entered, a dark object struck out at them. Uncle Lu and his daughter raised their fireballs and entered again. With a light source, that thing stopped attacking. What is that? Ayu asked curiously. Bats, mutated level 3 bats, Chi-Yu answered confidently. He had been circling this area for several days, and there was no saying about not finding anything. He simply thought Ayu was strong and could help him. So he was very clear about the situation inside. Damn, so ugly. Get lost. Lu Wanwan let out the sharpest scream of her life. Nian. It's definitely a bat. Once everyone entered, the 3 of them stepped inside. The crowd watched as Lu Wanwan fought alone. The bat beast, taller than a person, looked indeed subpar. Lu Wanwan was almost disgusted to death, but she never stopped throwing fireballs. At her level, her powers should have been exhausted by now. Yet she became more and more courageous, with the intensity of her fireballs increasing. Moon smiled with satisfaction. Her good friend was indeed remarkable. About to make a great start by becoming the first ability user to upgrade to level 3. Bats are very afraid of fire, and under Lu Wanwan's intense attacks, it didn't know how to fight back. The area of the Science Museum on the ground was quite small, about 100 square meters, with only this one monster. The rest were underground, in the country's reserve warehouse. After over 100 moves between one person and one bat, the bat's wings were burned with several holes and could no longer fly, ultimately being taken down by Lu Wanwan with a single strike. Damn, I'm going to vomit. This is just disgusting. How can there be such a revolting creature? She covered her chest and ran outside to vomit. Song Shiyin thought she definitely didn't want to see this thing again, so he kindly helped her remove the crystal core. Once Lu-Wan-Wan recovered, everyone continued to move forward. Moon-Yannian opened the underground passage door through Xuanwu's instructions, and a long staircase appeared before her. Uncle Lu held a small flame in his palm and walked ahead, while the others followed closely behind. The dark and gloomy corridor had no trace of light, relying solely on the small cluster of flames in Uncle Lu's hand. Moon-Yannian suddenly took out several super strong flashlights from space. As soon as they were turned on, the entire tunnel was as bright as day. Although it was daytime outside, for some reason, it became pitch dark as soon as they entered the Science Museum. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. National buildings should have good lighting. Uncle Lu's flame should be lit to prevent the lack of oxygen ahead. The deeper they went, the more eerie it felt, sending chills down their spines. And even you moved closer to Moon-Yannian. Moon-Yannian sensed the boy's thoughts and reached out to hold his arm, saying, "I'm scared." Mu visibly relaxed and patted her hand, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Moon-Yannian found it quite amusing. She didn't know how many hundred meters they had walked further, but the unique roar of the zombies was already very clear. Without needing any reminders, everyone instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Suddenly, someone in front stepped on something unknown, and the floor was abruptly pulled away, causing more than 20 people to fall down, only for the floor to immediately restore itself. The others were stunned, and even Moon-Yannian felt a bit dazed. "It's fine, they won't die." With Xuanwu's words, she relaxed and took a deep breath, saying, "They are fine. Let's keep moving forward." Others hesitated a bit, but still cautiously proceeded. There were many secret passages here, each with different levels of danger. Just focus on breaking through, and I will save you out after it's over. As soon as she finished this sentence, more than 10 members were pulled away again. Mu looked at her and said, "Sister, do I need to walk separately from you?" Moon-Yannian unhesitatingly took out a rope and tied the two people together. This rope was very sturdy. If she hadn't personally cut it last time, Lu-Wan-Wan would not have been able to lose contact with her. This time would be different. Such an accident shouldn't happen again. While she was tying the rope, the person behind her also disappeared, leaving only Mu and Chiyu among the four of them in this space. Xuanwu provided her with a perspective view, showing that her people were almost paired off and pulled to different places. It turned out that this design was called Dream Theft Space, which consisted of small compartments. The four of them should not be separated again. She took out a dagger and cautiously looked around, unsure of what creature had occupied this space. After waiting for a long time without any anomalies, they couldn't help but relax a bit. "Do you smell something? It's so sweet." Ayu raised her hands and began to wander around like she was sleepwalking. Chiyu, beside her, also started to feel a bit dizzy, his expression becoming dazed. It's so sweet," Ayu exclaimed as she leaned against the wall and began to lick it. Moon-Yannian was startled, feeling as if someone was pulling her over. Ayu seemed to be possessed, frantically trying to break free and unwilling to leave that wall. Just as she was trying to stop Ayu with all her might, she suddenly got bumped by Chiyu, making her head spin. This kid looked delicate and weak, but how could he be so sturdy, nearly knocking her apart? The two of them floated around lazily, as if they were drunk. Moon-Yannian pressed her forehead, and Mu came forward to help. She really didn't smell anything sweet, and Mu's eyes were very clear. "So what is going on with this old guy?" Xuanwu expressed helplessness. It was only responsible for warning her when her life was in danger. The most dangerous situation was with Lu-Wan-Wan. She was the unlucky one, being locked in a room all by herself. This room was still on fire, with lava flowing on the ground, and the area where she could stand was gradually shrinking. Although she was a fire-type ability user, her body was still mortal. If she got burned by this fire, she would definitely lose a few layers of skin. Moon-Yannian was observing everyone's movements while stopping Yu and Chiyu from doing strange things. Seeing Lu-Wan-Wan in a state of confusion, she quickly used telepathy to say, "Try to absorb the fire elements in the air to break through your level 3 abilities." Chapter 81 K-City Arc 6. After the system upgrade, Moon-Yannian discovered that team members who trusted her completely could communicate with her through telepathy. This was much better than that communicator way Jin Chao had. When Luan suddenly heard her best friend's voice, she thought she was hearing things. You.Why. Is this an illusion before I die? She sobbed while following the advice, and sure enough, it wasn't as hot around her anymore. Woo baby, you really are my guardian angel. Moonlight had a head full of black lines. She hadn't taught Luan how to use this feature, yet she had already learned it. The two sentences just now were perfectly transmitted to her consciousness. The scenes encountered by others were fine, consisting of zombies or mutated beasts that were slightly stronger than themselves. At a glance, there seemed to be no major issues. Mu suddenly had a lot of branches sprouting from his body, binding him. Don't mind him. He is communicating with the plants and leveling up. This leveling up method is quite advanced. Moonlight swallowed hard and simply knocked out the two crazy people. She really couldn't take it anymore. Aren't you afraid of what might happen if you knock them out? If I don't knock them out, my mind will start to have problems. She tossed a Yu and Chi next to Mu and stood up alone to observe the secret room. It was more like a square box than a secret room. There wasn't a single ventilation outlet in the entire room, but she could clearly feel the airflow around her. She leaned against the wall and felt around, but couldn't find a single point of breakthrough. You've encountered an opponent, Moonlight. She didn't mind and crossed her arms, saying, "What kind of opponent?" "This is a cage left by a psychic zombie. All four of you need to break the dream together to get out, but you can't even enter the dream." Moonlight was speechless, not knowing whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. "Do you need sleeping pills? Is there any other way? What if I enter a dream and something happens to others? Then just hurry up and break out of the dream." Xuanwu said it lightly, but Moonlight was at a loss for words. "All right, I'll watch over you, so hurry up and break out." That's more like it. When she was stockpiling supplies, she once asked her sales department to buy her some medications, including calming drugs. She took 2 pills directly and then crawled into a sleeping bag to sleep. Her breathing gradually relaxed as she hypnotized herself into a dream. Perhaps it was because of her spiritual healing abilities, and since this spiritual zombie wasn't very strong, there really was no way to escape this dream apart from willingly entering it. The dream corridor was truly too long. She wandered in the white fog for a very long time, so long that she almost forgot this was a dream. Little Bao. The scene gradually became clear, and she saw a young boy looking at her with a smile, teasing, "Did you get drunk just from drinking a couple more cups?" Moonlight was stunned. As if she had accepted this setting in an instant, a blush appearing on her face. Little Pa Kai, the young man, gently scratched her nose, smiling indulgently as if wrapping her in countless tenderness, making her unable to extricate herself. "Brother, they all have Christmas trees painted by their boyfriends. I want one too." She opened her mouth, and somehow this sentence came out. It felt like this scene had happened before, but the man in front of her was so gentle it seemed unreal. "Okay, I'll draw it for you. How about 110 different Christmas trees?" "Okay, then shall we go eat first?" Saying this, he took her down from the bed and gently slipped her feet into fluffy white bunny slippers. This was the layout of her home. The soft touch and warmth from her soles told her that this place was very safe, and she couldn't help but relax her guard. Wei Jinchao pulled her to the dining room, where breakfast he had made was laid out, just like the countless photos he had taken for her on his phone back then. Wei Jinchao served a bowl of seafood porridge in front of her. She pouted and shook her head, saying, "No, I want you to feed me." The young man chuckled, as if he could shine, truly picking up the bowl and feeding her bite by bite, her gaze fixed on his face without blinking. "Brother." She slightly parted her red lips, her voice soft and sticky. Wei Jinchao seemed to pause for a moment before immediately tenderly rubbing her head, asking, "What's wrong, baby?" Moonligh's tears fell as she greedily held the man's large hand, rubbing it on her face again and again. "Do you know? I've fantasized about this scene for many years." "I know." He seemed to truly understand, his eyes filled with pity. During her most difficult years, she bore the heavy burden of the family business alone, isolated and unsupported. She had no one to confide in. At that time, Luan was abroad, and her younger brother was still small. She couldn't be sure if her subordinates were truly loyal. It was he who accompanied her through countless nights, day after day. Even when she hesitated, he made plans for her, connecting her with more terminal clients and suppliers. She had never seen his photo, but she felt that no matter what he looked like, she could accept it. Those memories from over 9 years ago felt as vivid as if they had just happened. There was no apocalypse, no broken promises, no loss of contact. It seemed as if they had truly met, just as she had imagined 1,000 times. Moon-Yin-Yin buried her head in his arms, cherishing the last bit of his warmth. "Brother, thank you." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Wei Jinxiao fell into her arms, shot in the abdomen. It must be said that her healing spirit was too strong. As soon as she entered the illusion, it kept tugging at her consciousness. If it weren't for Wei Jinxiao and her infatuation with his beauty, she probably would have ended it long ago. The two had been in a long-distance online relationship for many years without ever meeting, always loving and accompanying each other through the phone. It was impossible not to crave his warmth. Although the real Wei Jinxiao was standing right beside her, ready to embrace her, she still felt some distance. She obsessively buried her head in the man's neck, longing for that last bit of warmth. As the dream faded, the man also disappeared from her embrace. She exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes. The scene gradually became clear, and she looked blankly at the Yangtze River Bridge and the vehicles in front of her. Where's this? Her usually stunning mother, now looking lost and disheveled, was running barefoot down the street with her 3-year-old brother, chased by a group of terrorists wearing black stockings and wielding big knives. Mom? For some reason, her whole body hurt as if she had just been hit by a car, bleeding profusely, but she still picked up the knife on the ground and chased after them. Mom! Mom! The group of terrorists seemed to be deaf to her cries, recklessly pursuing her mother, whose feet were already bleeding. She wanted to use her powers to catch up, but her body felt empty, as if she had reverted to being an ordinary person. Mom! Mu Fun's physical strength was depleted as she rolled down the stairs while holding Mu Yoyu. Chapter 82, K-City Part 7. Even so, that group of beasts continued to chase closely. She ran with a speed comparable to that of superpower, raising her knife to slash at those people. However, she missed. The force in her hand was not released in time, and she crashed straight into the lawn, cutting a large gash on her face. The pain was incredibly real, and she couldn't help but gasp. No, she was terrified and desperately lunged forward to block. However, blood splattered everywhere, covering her body. And feeling the sticky and warm liquid on her skin, tears streamed down her face. Mom, no, is she entering this state so quickly? What Xuanwu saw was Moon-Yin-Yin standing there, stunned, crying and screaming, curled up in pain. It was quite exaggerated. Feeling the rich emotions of hatred, confusion, and helplessness, the spirit-type zombie hiding in the shadows was rolling with joy. So strong, so strong. The mental nutrients from advanced humans are so delicious. Haha. Just the energy provided by Moon-Yin-Yin alone was higher than that of the other three. She carefully held her 3-year-old brother Mu Yoyu, comforting him. But tears flowed uncontrollably. Amidst her intense sadness was a sense of relief. She seemed to be completely immersed in it, forgetting reality entirely. Those terrorists disappeared after beheading her mother. Sister, I'm so hungry. Little Mu Yoyu was covered in blood, and his breath was very weak. She held her brother tightly and began to cry uncontrollably. Mom is gone. We have no mom. Little Mu Yoyu seemed a bit dazed, not knowing whether he understood her words or not. And surprisingly, not a single tear fell. Unfortunately, Moon-Yin-Yin, immersed in her grief, didn't notice at all. Sister, I'm hungry. The voice was too soft, and Moon-Yin-Yin couldn't hear it clearly. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her neck as Mu Yoyu bit down on a piece of her flesh. The tearing pain made her lose her grip and throw her brother away. Mu Yoyu grew fangs like a little monster, sometimes looking pitiful and sometimes showing his teeth and claws, saying, Sister, I'm hungry. Don't you feel sorry for me, sister? Moon-Yin-Yin suddenly shook her head and said, You are not my brother. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the air, and the sound of shattering glass came through as she collapsed heavily. Too strong, too strong. You actually broke another one of my dreams so quickly. The psychic zombie waved his hand playfully, as if he was addicted to the game, and set up another dream. Xuanwu was anxious now. Could it be that this psychic zombie was sick? Was it only targeting Moon-Yin-Yin? The other three slowly woke up from the dream due to its favoritism. What happened to sister? Mu Yoyu saw the sleeping bag on the ground and was momentarily stunned. A Yu and Chi Yu, who woke up one after another, rubbed their necks, and looked at Moonlight in confusion, saying, "Why does it feel like she's in so much pain?" Everyone watched her cry and tremble as if she were having a fit. It was terrifying. The next second, Moonlight stopped crying, feeling a cold chill all over her body. In the familiar treatment room of the Spire base, healing powers shone on her. She took a comfortable breath, and when the light completely disappeared, all her wounds had healed. She took out a wet towel and leisurely wiped her face. Her exquisitely beautiful face had become much healthier and rosier due to the nourishment of the powers. Oh dear, what door did heaven close on the young lady? So beautiful and strong. Just a vase. Can she even lead humanity to survive? It's the apocalypse now. Living another day is already a blessing. Why put pressure on the little girl? If you can do it, then go ahead. A man with an arrogant expression disdainfully said, "She's just lucky, being adopted as the heir because she happens to look like the base leader's young daughter. She's as useless as a waste." Familiar words fell into her ears, and she touched her collarbone. Although it had healed, the pain of the bone was unforgettable. She had worked hard at the Spire base for 3 years, but still couldn't gain the recognition of most people. This was overheard by C001, who was on patrol, and he glanced at his badge with a cold smile, saying, "With your level 2 fire ability, you dare to compare yourself with a young lady?" C001 directly grabbed the man's collar and said, "With your kind, you don't even qualify to join our team. Yet you have the nerve to compare yourself with the young lady?" The man trembled, unable to utter a single word under the immense pressure of fear. An unpleasant smell of urine wafted through the air. C001 disgustedly tossed the man aside and ordered, "Send him to the second tower for hard labor." Immediately, someone came up behind him to take the man away. After tidying herself up, Moonlight shook her head at the noise outside the treatment room. In the past, she would have pleaded for that person, but today she didn't want to. She pushed open the door of the treatment room, and everyone bowed to her in greeting. "Young lady, are you using living people for experiments?" She didn't even know why she asked that. "I don't. You're using living people for experiments, right?" She pressed on aggressively. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and she was being held down with her head pushed against the edge of a blood pool. With a foul-smelling blood flowed chaotically. It might even have frozen due to its thickness. "You're using living people for experiments," she roared. She looked at her foster father and no longer felt the past kindness, only a chilling terror. "Yes, young lady, you discovered it, haha. I said she can't be the heir of the Spire. How can such a pretentious woman lead all of humanity towards the light?" Familiar faces leaned close to her, tugging at her skin and mocking her. Those who once treated her with utmost respect were now terrifyingly unmasked. Someone picked up a small knife and traced it along her thigh, softly saying, "Young lady, your flesh and blood are perfect for cultivating new energy sources, you know? Young lady, if it weren't for this battle, we wouldn't have discovered how deep your feelings for A027 are. Unfortunately, our future heir of the Spire base cannot have emotions and weaknesses. What do you think? Should we kill you or A027? Haha. You're all very outstanding children. But unfortunately, we only need one." These insane words stimulated her nerves, and she frantically reached out to strike, only to find her hand could pass through their bodies. Unable to hit them at all, she couldn't do anything to them. Chapter 83 K City Part 8. Muyu and the others watched as Moonlight alternated between madness and cold laughter. They tried every method they could think of, but still couldn't wake her up. It hurried to stimulate her spiritual healing crystal core, with a steady stream of star-like energy flowing through her veins. In the shadows, the spiritual zombie sensed that its prey was faintly trying to escape and stubbornly reinforced its cage. The two sides were in conflict. Xuanwu, anxious, mimicked Moonlight's voice to guide Muyu to slay the spiritual zombie's main body. This spiritual zombie had secretly developed to level 5. Although it was at a high level, it was currently focused on invading Moonlight's sea of consciousness, wanting to devour her at the moment when her main body was most unguarded. Under the guidance of Xuanwu, Muyu found the hiding place of the psychic zombies. It was just behind the wall. He gave a glance to Ayu and Chiyu. Although they were simple-minded, they at least understood this time. The three of them stood together and struck that area with force. It wasn't the hard feeling they had imagined, but rather the real sensation of hitting flesh. Just at that moment of distraction from the psychic zombies, Moon-Yin had already turned the tables in her dream and kicked away the hand that was holding her down. Ridiculous. Since I'm already the heir of the spire, you have to acknowledge it whether you want to or not. She grabbed the two old men and tossed them into the blood pool. She had wanted to do this for a long time. Moon-Yin grabbed the old man she hated the most and slapped him. Do you think I'm giving you face? Always going against me. Whatever I say, you have something to say back. So good arguing. She punched him repeatedly as if she were really hitting a psychic zombie. The three people nearby, seeing they had caught the zombie secretly causing trouble, immediately started punching and kicking it. I've really tolerated you for long enough. You think I care about this broken tower? It's so frustrating. So many broken rules. She didn't say a word as she kicked one person after another until everyone was down except for the base leader Jiang. She looked at her foster father, took a deep breath and said, I respect you, appreciate you, and thank you for saving my life, but I've done enough. From now on, we owe each other nothing. After saying that, she plunged a dagger into his heart. The illusion shattered. Her first feeling was exhilaration, a refreshing kind of exhilaration. All the grievances from her 9 years before rebirth were vented out. Don't be too happy now, okay? She shivered and said, it's disgusting. As soon as she said that, the other three felt it was indeed disgusting. Then they twisted their necks and started digging for crystal cores. You, holding a crystal core, wanted to keep it for herself, but felt embarrassed, looking at this one and that one. Moon-Yin laughed and said, if you like it, I'll give it to you. She had just gone through that experience. Her heart was unburdened, and her mental healing ability actually increased by 1 level. Now she was at level 3. Mu happily nurtured a rose and handed it to her, saying, Sister, my plant-based abilities are at level 3 now. Very good. Very good. Moon-Yin was very satisfied with this result. The door in front opened, revealing an endless array of machines in the eyes of the four. It turned out that this was the National Reserve Warehouse. Materials piled up into mountains, each pile consisting of several heaps. you.Why, who had seen the National Granary, was still shocked by the sight of these materials. Yin, can we take all of this away? You asked curiously. Moon-Yin nodded and said, sure, don't worry. With these, we won't be afraid of the future cooling. She was very happy. He already had many ideas in his mind and couldn't wait to go to that legendary Eternal Life base to start his experiment. Moon-Yin stopped talking and collected everything into her space in front of several people, not even leaving behind a single pen. The apocalypse made her cherish these items produced before the end of the world even more. Yin, I know there's a Dawn base in City K, and the base leader is a very beautiful, kind, gentle, and exceptionally good woman. Can we bring her along, too? Moon-Yin looked at her, not knowing what to say. The adjectives she used were definitely positive terms before the apocalypse, but they simply didn't work in the post-apocalyptic world. However, she didn't want to dampen her spirits and said, I need to take a look before deciding whether to bring them along. She referred to them instead of her. You didn't expect to succeed anyway, as Moon-Yin had not agreed to any of the people she had previously suggested saving. Suddenly, she heard Moon-Yin let out a sigh of relief, as if she had already agreed. She happily jumped up, hugged Moon-Yin, and gave her a kiss, saying, I really love you so much. How can you be so wonderful? Moon-Yin didn't know what to say or how to cope with her sudden outburst of emotions. It was really too intense. After finishing up everything underground, Moon-Yin set up a stove in place, but Mu quickly pulled her away, insisting that he would handle it. Everyone was already very exhausted. After finally ending the battle, they shouldn't have to suffer from his sister's dark culinary skills. It just wasn't right. Mu-Yu's long fingers washed the rice, boiled water, and added the rice in one go. They all used induction cookers, and Mu demonstrated what traditional rice cooking was like. The aroma of rice filled the air, and many team members who were still in battle had their morale shaken. Luan was among the second group to come out. She jogged over and said, Is there rice soup? Give me a bowl of rice soup. The rice was placed in the steamer, and Mu began to boil mutton soup and beef soup on the side. The beef and mutton were fresh product from the space, and the quality was so good that just cooking them made everyone unable to resist. Uncle Lou said, half amused and half annoyed, What is this? Are we not allowed to break through properly? Shinzei laughed and said, Lu, hurry up. Once you break through, you can enjoy the food. I want tea wait for you. Such scenes were unfolding in various rooms. Those who came out first enjoyed the food. Drinking a bowl of mutton or beef soup in the chilly underground was simply delightful. By the time everyone had gathered, it was already dark. Moonlight took a rough glance and saw that over 80% had successfully broken through. The remaining 2 layers had just recently broken through to level 2, so they naturally wouldn't break through to level 3 so quickly, but it seemed there was a vague sign of breakthroughs, which was good. She praised them and said, let's rest here tonight. After all, we are in the city center, and it's not very safe to go out. Besides, since we are here, it would be a pity not to explore the situation nearby. So let us organize ourselves for one night. We have things to do tomorrow. Chapter 84K City Part 9, Xuanwu. I want the information on the Dawn base. The more she heard this name, the more familiar it seemed. But she wasn't sure if it was the Dawn base she imagined. After all, there are too many small bases in the apocalypse. And most bases would take on such auspicious names, so it was normal for names to overlap. It is the Dawn base you are imagining. Moonlight raised her eyebrows and checked the message sent by the system. It was indeed the base she received a distress signal from in her previous life. However, that was during the extreme cold period about 6 months later. Many bases had frozen to death in the cold nights due to a lack of warm supplies. But the Spire base understood the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, and knew that the existence of these small bases could serve as stepping stones for them. To preserve a certain number of small bases, the Spire base carried out rescue operations. Why did she have an impression of the Dawn base? It was because the leader of this base was indeed a woman, and a woman with a child at that. It should be noted that in the apocalyptic era, where human civilization had collapsed, women found it hard to shine due to their inherent physical disadvantages, resulting in their status being even lower than before the apocalypse. Yet in such a dire environment, a remarkable female base leader emerged. Therefore, Moonlight paid her a lot of attention. Unfortunately, she was busy with her own affairs, and by the time she arrived in K-City to provide rescue, this base had already been destroyed in a zombie tide. Although she felt regretful, such situations were too common, and she didn't pay much attention to it. She never expected that she would have the chance to save her in this life. She was quite interested in that female base leader. If she were a lone wolf without any vulnerabilities, it would still be understandable for her to become a base leader. But the problem was that this female base leader was a single mother. She had a small daughter, a very young one. How was she able to protect herself and her daughter while also having the energy to lead an entire base in the apocalypse? Xuanwu couldn't provide an answer and said with disdain, I thought you were omnipotent. I only saved the important data from the Spire base. I haven't had time for the others, and that's all because you were imprisoned in the dungeon and I couldn't get out. This was the first time she heard Xuanwu mention this. Can the cage you imprison me in block signals? Xuanwu lightly hummed in a somewhat wronged manner. It's okay. We can just go and see for ourselves. As long as there are places with surveillance, even if the cameras are damaged, Xuanwu can extract the recorded footage and compile it into useful information. Before dawn, you excitedly got up. She bounced on the spot, thrilled that she was about to see the beautiful base leader. Good morning, you. Chiyu also got up and greeted her gently. Good morning. I really can't wait to set off. Yu responded without hesitation. Chiyu smiled warmly, glancing around, and said, Everyone is up. We should be able to set off soon. I haven't seen the beautiful base leader for a long time. I really miss her. Yu bounced with joy at the thought of Tang Ro's eyes that seemed to speak. Chiyu shook his head helplessly and said, You must be very beautiful to have you so enchanted. Oh, yes, she feels very much like you. A beautiful sister that makes one feel very comfortable being around. So do you feel comfortable being around me? Yu answered without hesitation. Chiyu was at a loss for words, merely smiling wider. Come on, 2 big buns each, and a bottle of milk and water. Eat well before we head out. Someone began distributing breakfast, and everyone obediently went to receive it, surprised that they had even warmed the milk. Although Xuanwu didn't know the situation at the Dawn base, guiding her was still not a problem. The group continued on foot. Chiyu's zombie-repelling items had already lost effectiveness, and as soon as they exited the Science Museum, they were besieged by a swarm of zombies. The team members who had already leveled up to level 3 tried not to take action, giving opportunities to their teammates who had yet to break through. Yannian, your base members are really harmonious. I see other bases wishing they could hide behind their leaders to avoid work, you said while bouncing beside Moonlight. You nodded seriously. I think so, too. My abilities improve with repeated use. The Dawn base wasn't far away. They picked up a few barely usable buses along the way and traveled part of the distance. Before 10 o'clock, they arrived at the vicinity of the Dawn base. Wait a moment. I'll go negotiate first so we don't accidentally harm anyone. After Yu instructed, she jogged over, and Chi-Yu didn't manage to stop her. Su-Chi placed his hand on Chi-Yu's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Your girlfriend is quite capable. Nothing will happen." Chi-Yu's face instantly turned red, but he didn't refute it. The Sentinel sighed, thinking about this little ancestor. Their base was a transformed underground supermarket, and the boss was at the very bottom. How could she hear her calling? It was clear that they always saw her coming and specifically notified her. Soon, Tang Ro came out with her little daughter. Tang Xiao Xiao. You, beautiful sister. You sister. The Sentinel quickly opened the big door to let the three meet. I really missed you guys. After so many days apart, beautiful sister still smells as good as ever. Little Xiao Xiao is still as cute as always. Tang Ro smiled broadly, pulling her inside. I recently established a new base and secured quite a few supplies, including a lot of snacks, just for you. Hearing about the snacks, you almost forgot the main business and stepped forward to go inside, but thankfully remembered at the last moment. Oh right, beautiful sister. I came here for something important. No, I've joined an Eternal Life base, and their people are right outside. She pointed to a small hill not far away. Tang Ro's smile faded as she looked at the hill and asked, "How many people?" "Less than 100. We just took down the Science Museum." Hearing about the Science Museum, Tang Ro was startled. It seemed this base was extraordinary. The underground storage of the Science Museum had been spreading rumors in the area for some time, and many bases had attempted to probe it, but all had ended up dead. That place required a team of level 3 abilities to handle. 1 or 2 high-level leaders wouldn't suffice. The whole team had to be strong. Chapter 85K City Part 10. She raised her hand to her subordinates. Immediately, someone was assigned to handle it. "So, what brings you here?" Tang Ro couldn't help but feel nervous. Yu looked around mysteriously, and after confirming that people nearby were far away, she quietly leaned in to whisper something to Tang Ro. Tang Ro's expression softened, and she asked, "Can it really work?" "You'll see when you meet them." When she saw a group of young boys and girls, Tang Ro felt ashamed. She had such poor thoughts about these kids, which was truly inappropriate. "Hello, I am the leader of the Eternal Life base. My name is Moonlight. This is our second in command, Lu Jiyin, and his daughter, Lu Wanwan. All right, I'm Tang Ro, the current leader of the Dawn base. This is my daughter, Tang Xiao Xiao. Mu base leader, Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, everyone, please come inside." Moonlight and Tang Ro walked side by side in front. The leader of the Tang base looked delicate and weak, but unexpectedly could manage such a large base. The Dawn base was indeed not small, with a population of 4,000 to 5,000, making it the largest in K-City. The leader of the Mu base was joking. "You look like you're still in high school, yet you can lead so many talented individuals, which truly impresses me." The two were not very familiar, and their conversation was extremely formal. Tang Ro laughed and said, "How about we at least have lunch?" Perhaps it was true that they were in a hurry. So Moonlight decided to be quick about it. "Sister Tang, can I call you that?" Tang Ro repeatedly waved her hand and said, "How can that be?" "Of course it can. You can just call her Yannian like I do." Yu pushed the two towards her office. "You guys chat quickly. I'll take the brothers to the training ground to spar." Before coming here, Moonlight had already asked Xianwu. She felt that the headquarters of the Eternal Life base in Y City couldn't expand any further. If they moved the entire Dawn base there, would it be too crowded? Xianwu said that as long as the Dawn base acknowledged her status as a ruler, she could set this place as her absolute domain, enjoy the same treatment as the headquarters, and also open a teleportation gate to directly appear here. Moonlight didn't say much either. She took out her tablet and projected the current internal situation of the Eternal Life base for her. The clear sound of reading, orderly planting of fruits and vegetables, A professional production line, a top-notch supermarket, a luxurious cafeteria, and a fully equipped medical team. It was even more luxurious than before the apocalypse. The scene shifted to a classroom where a lesson was being taught. This gentleman is a top weather forecasting expert in the country. Did you know that? Moon-Yin-Yin chuckled and said, he predicts that in 3 months, the world will experience a cliff-like drop in temperature, ushering in a new apocalyptic era, the extreme cold age. Tang Rou pursed her lips. They had also received this rumor. Miss Mu, how would you like to collaborate? Speaking with a straightforward person is always efficient. She pulled up the contribution point model of the Eternal Life base and explained it to her. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes became. She wasn't foolish. Such a model requires powerful backing to support the value of the contribution points. But it was clear that Moon-Yin-Yin had that strength. She felt a longing for this Eternal Life base. However, she maintained a bit of rationality and asked, what kind of price do we need to pay? She didn't believe in free lunches in the world. The Eternal Life base was so appealing, and those who wanted to join would likely swarm in. Why were they only choosing her and her team? Moon-Yin-Yin shrugged and said, recognize me as your master. Of course. Unexpectedly, Tang Rou agreed so readily that it stunned Moon-Yin-Yin for a moment. Don't you need to discuss this with your people? Tang Du Diplit Can Li. No need. If they are unwilling, then they can leave. Indeed, a new area lit up on the system's absolute domain panel. Wow, is this a dictatorship? Moon-Yin-Yin collected her emotions and drew a map, saying, I will incorporate all of your area into my domain. All specifications and headquarters are the same. Tang Rou didn't care much about these arrangements. She was more concerned about other things. Can Xiao Xiao go to school there? She loves studying. But the base doesn't have suitable teachers. I think the academy on the main side is quite good. Sure, there will be a portal. On this side is K District, and on the other side is the main headquarters. Xiao Xiao won't need to be picked up or dropped off for school. Tang Rou understood and felt that she had gained a great advantage. For a moment, she didn't know what to say to express her loyalty. Moon-Yin-Yin waved her hand, signaling that no further explanation was needed. She had already added her to her team panel, and both stats had reached 85, which was quite a high score. Unexpectedly, with the increase in her domain, the system directly gifted her a big package, which opened to reveal a complete set of external wall devices, saving her a lot of contribution points. The people in the base watched as the tall electric fence rose from the ground, enclosing the entire Dawn area. Even the gate was no longer a simple railing, but a luxurious and majestic marble door. 4 big characters were inscribed on it. Eternal Life Base, with smaller text below reading, Dawn Area. Even Uncle Lu and the others felt a bit embarrassed as they touched their noses. You, however, excitedly exclaimed, is Yin Yin this amazing? What kind of ability is this? She's really making me proud, isn't she? They had just competed, and the people from the Dawn base had been thoroughly beaten by the Eternal Life base, not winning a single match. Now, they had even lost their base name, being branded with the name of their opponent. There was a subtle sense of discontent among them, but they didn't dare to express it. Chapter 86K City Part 11. How did the good Dawn base become the Dawn area of the Eternal Life base? Tang Rou and Moon-Yin-Yin walked out with smiles, preparing to take her to a more secluded place to set up a passageway. Everyone immediately stood at attention and saluted Moon-Yin-Yin, saying, Good day, Commander. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded. Duan Jia looked incredulously at the girl who was still shorter than his chin. This delicate little sister was going to be their commander? Was Tang Rou crazy? Let's go. This way. Tang Rou started to lead Moon-Yin-Yin away. She looked at him with a smile, her demeanor as gentle as ever. Do I need to report to you about how I want to manage my base? No, but if not, then step aside. Tang Rou continued to smile cheerfully. Duan Jia looked at her, endured for a moment, and then helplessly stepped aside. Tang Rou led Moon-Yin-Yin toward the building behind them. Moon-Yin-Yin raised her eyebrows. She wasn't really concerned about those trivial matters. She was just a nominal figure, letting them earn contribution points for her. However, since Tang Rou was willing to talk, she was more than happy to gossip. The two of them unlocked at least 8 locks by the time they reached the 2nd floor. I awakened my telekinesis ability before the acid rain, and fortunately, that Saturday, there weren't many people in the company, so I took my daughter and occupied the entire building. Impressive. Moon-Yin-Yin gave a thumbs up. As the door to the 2nd floor opened, Moonlight suddenly understood why those people respected her. With this abundance of food, how could they not? Nice, very strong. In the apocalypse, backstabbing happens too often, especially in small bases where resources are scarce. Tang Ro having a group of loyal followers is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Very good. Having a partner like you is my honor. Moonligh's affirmation made Tang Ro lower her head shyly. She pointed to the supplies on the entire floor and said, "Can these be exchanged for contribution points? It's tiring to guard them all day." Moonlight certainly understood her meaning and immediately agreed. Of course, but the price won't be as high as the selling price. That's fair enough. Both parties were very agreeable. Moonlight transformed the first, second, and third floors of the building into a task hall, the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors into a supermarket, the seventh, eighth, and ninth floors into a cafeteria, and the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors into an indoor training area, with the upper floors designated for accommodation. It's not a problem to house everyone from the Dawn District in this building. The underground city they originally lived in was also quite good, but after the extreme cold era ended, marine life mutated, making the underground the most dangerous place. Moonlight looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and said, "The rest is up to you to handle. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything." She handed her a phone produced by the system. This device lacked almost all the functions of other phones, except for the ability to connect with the headquarters, make video calls, and transfer files. "All right, give me a week, and I can get things on track here." Moonlight nodded, believing in her own strength. The building had a total of 68 floors, with a dedicated power system for the elevators, and there were currently no plans to relocate the extraordinary talents in this area. The top 8 floors were entirely hollowed out for future use as laboratories, and the headquarters location was still sufficient for now. The 60th floor was a conference room, and the 59th floor was where the mother and daughter lived. Moonlight had installed a transit door here, granting access only to Tang Ro and Tang Xiao. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the headquarters." Tang Ro followed Moonlight with excitement. Entering the door felt like stepping into a time-traveling tunnel. After walking for 2 minutes, they arrived at another door. Pushing it open, they unexpectedly found themselves on the top floor of the library. Grandpa Zhao, who was reviewing materials, was startled. He adjusted his glasses and said in disbelief, Yannian? Grandpa Zhao, it's me. Professor Zhao." Tang Ro was also surprised to see her respected senior after stepping out, her eyes shining as if they were glowing. After Moonlight finished explaining the transit door and her new base, Grandpa Zhao was so astonished that he didn't know what to say. The new materials were also developed by Grandpa Zhao's students, and once they were mass-produced, they would be synchronized with Tang Ro's side as well. Tang Ro happily embraced Grandpa Zhao and asked for his autograph, even more excited to hear that she could come to play often, leaving her almost speechless. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Zhao, Moonlight took Tang Ro for a tour around the base, and everyone who saw her was very surprised. The more Tang Ro toured, the more she felt that her decision was absolutely right. Holding some snacks she had bought from the supermarket, she looked at Moonlight with tears in her eyes. Yes, she needed to thank her properly. Moonlight shook her head and said, "No, you are too weak. Currently, this door can only grant permission to 5 people besides me, and there is a limit of 5 passes per day. We will develop quickly. Lunch is already prepared. The weather is not too cold yet, and they are having their meal directly in the square. It's a communal meal, and in this apocalyptic world, the taste is naturally not great, but everyone is still very happy. While Moonlight is away, her more than 80 subordinates have conquered most of the Dawn Zone with their strength. People tend to admire the strong. They may feel jealousy and resentment towards those who are generally strong, but when faced with someone much stronger, they can only look up in awe. When they learned that the average level of each person in the Eternal Life base is like this, they were less resistant to joining the base. A long array of various makeshift tables was set up, and the members sat down in a row with their bowls, giving off a strong sense of a kindergarten lunchtime. Moonlight sat in the main seat, with Uncle Lu on her left and Tang Ro on her right. Chapter 87, K-City Part 12. The dishes were actually very simple. A bowl of preserved meat rice without any vegetables, and a bowl of egg drop soup with no visible eggs. Only Moonlight's bowl of egg drop soup had a bit more. Moonlight glanced at the cooked food she had bought earlier, which was making a clattering noise as it was taken out. She had always wanted to finish it and exchange it for dishes made by Chef Lee, but unfortunately, she had never had the chance. Today was the best opportunity to finish it off. Everyone, let's celebrate our becoming a family. Please enjoy a good meal. The members from the Dawn District cheered, while the members from the Eternal Life base cheerfully said, "This is nothing. There will be countless delicious food and drinks in the future." Yes, yes. Our boss also said that the first day of every month is a base gathering, where he will prepare tasty dishes for everyone. As long as you follow our boss, good days will come one after another, under the influence of over 80 people chattering and brainwashing. Those who originally didn't care much about who the boss was suddenly turned their allegiance. The atmosphere became lively as everyone started to move around, picking the dishes they wanted to eat. Lu Wanwan had a special affinity with children, and in just half a day, she had become good friends with Tang Xiao, laughing so much that they were shaking with joy. The two sat together, chatting happily. He got so excited that he even mentioned some concepts from the art of war, and the other person was able to respond. This surprised him greatly. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had met someone he could connect with so well. Mu Yoyu's thoughts began to race faster and faster, jumping from biology to chemistry to medicine. He was filled with admiration and immediately wanted to make a pact and become sworn brothers. But fortunately, he managed to hold back his impulse. Moon-Yin-Yin, though appearing lazy, was indeed paying attention to the situation here, and she found it quite incredible. Duan-Jia looked at her without changing his expression, wondering how so many talented individuals under the commander's leadership were willing to follow her. Once this was said, the air immediately filled with tension. Even before the meal began, Tang Rou had already explained the current situation of the base to everyone and instructed everyone to call Moon-Yin-Yin commander. In the Dawn base, her word was law, so even if someone was dissatisfied, they kept it to themselves. The scene fell silent, and then everyone began to whisper among themselves. Is your captain out of his mind? Isn't the commander's words meant to promote him? Why is he speaking so harshly? Exactly. I don't know what his problem is. Seriously. Haven't you heard that the commander possesses extraordinary strength and has the ability to build resources and structure from scratch? Why even ask why? Moon-Yin-Yin felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. She sincerely said, "I am far stronger than them." She was not wrong. In this apocalypse, apart from strength and resources, everything else is worthless. Coincidentally, not only is her strength the best in the Eternal Life base, but she also has plenty of resources. Why shouldn't they submit to her? Duan Zhan nodded in acknowledgement and said, "The commander's abilities are indeed very strong, but our base leader is not weak either. Her charisma makes us submit." This statement had a provocative tone, as it clearly implied that there are many positions above the captain. Yet he specifically compared himself to the base leader. It seemed to suggest that Moon-Yin-Yin was implying that Tang Rou was too inadequate to be the base leader, and that someone as strong as him should be in that position instead. Meanwhile, he was also trying to express his loyalty to his own base leader. For a moment, it became difficult to distinguish who the good person really was. Moon-Yin-Yin smiled and looked at the person behind her. He might have said those words sincerely, but it was clear that some people in this area did not think so. She scoffed, "Of course, the people I personally selected can't be inferior. From now on, I will still be in charge of everything in the Dawn Zone. Opposing her is equivalent to opposing me." Duan Jia's expression darkened. Behind him, someone who couldn't hold back directly retorted, "Don't think that just because you bring out some food, you can act arrogantly. We're not talking to you out of respect. Do you really think you're something?" This statement made the staff members of the Eternal Life Base headquarters tense up. Sure enough, Moon-Yin-Yin was not one to indulge him, and an ice spike was sent flying directly at him. The person was only a level 2 power user. How could he evade her attack? He was instantly struck, leaving a large gash on his body. Moon-Yin-Yin coldly shouted, "Tang Rou has a good temper and can tolerate you all with her level 3 abilities, but I can't." Hearing this, Tang Rou, who was bringing the dishes, felt warm inside. She placed the best food in the base, a serving of roasted lamb chops, in front of Moon-Yin-Yin. "Sir, please try my cooking." Moon-Yin-Yin sat down as if nothing had happened. She used a fork to pick up a piece of food, tasted it carefully, and found it quite delicious, tender and juicy. However, Moon-Yin-Yin didn't seem to care at all and merely glanced at Tang Rou. Tang Ro stood up to confront him. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me? The way she emphasized Captain Duan's name seemed to remind him to be aware of his identity. Duan Jia clenched his fist, and the group of people following him also stood up. It's not about you ordering me around. The Dawn base is not just yours alone. Such a significant decision should involve a discussion with us, right? Tang Ro scoffed, and suddenly, over 100 people stood behind her, all extremely loyal to her. Because of these people, others in the base dared not harbor any dissent against her. Chapter 88K City Part 13. Dawn is indeed not just mine anymore, but it has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to stay, you can leave. Duan Jia looked at her as if he were looking at a heartless person. Moonlight wore a smile like an ant, quietly munching on some melon seeds. These two definitely have something going on. Duan Jia instinctively retorted, Of course I don't think a row is unworthy. Oh, so you don't agree with me then? Duan Jia fell silent. Shall we have a little spar? Duan Jia couldn't tell her true strength, but from what she had just shown, her ice abilities were probably around level 3. It was hard to say who would win or lose in a fight. Please enlighten me. He cupped his hands in salute towards Moonlight and then swung his fist at her. Mu Yu, who had been silent all along, quickly stood up. He had just learned from the other party that this guy was a level 4 power user. Could his sister be a match for him? Mu, seeing the situation, used her speed ability to dodge and move to a wider area. What a joke, fighting by the dining table. What era is this? Can we not engage in such extravagant activities? Although she currently had enough food, it was still the apocalypse. A little respect for the context would be appreciated. The two began to spar in the open space, engaging in a physical contest. Moonlight didn't use any other abilities, relying solely on her strength. Her strength was only at level 3, one level lower than his, but the difference in physical intensity was significant. She couldn't compare to him, and it really hurt when she got hit, feeling that her small frame couldn't take it anymore. She simply used her speed ability to dodge and sent an ice blade flying towards him. Duan Jia didn't expect that she was a 4-type ability user, and he was secretly surprised. Who? The commander is impressive. The original residents of the Eternal Life base reacted, cheering as if they could already see victory. Boss, beat him. Make him search for his teeth. Baby, make him submit. Lu Wan stood on a stool, holding Tang Xiao, flaunting her power. Moonlight gradually regained her strength and still wanted to enhance her power abilities, retracting her ice powers and charging forward again. Duan Jia didn't expect her to be so brave. His eyes glinted with fierceness as he no longer held back. Tang Ro sensed this immediately and coldly shouted, Stop! However, Duan Jia was solely focused on proving himself and didn't listen to her words at all, instead putting in even more effort to strike down. Moonlight channeled her entire body's abilities into her arm, catching the attack, but was knocked back several meters by the force of the impact. Her bones felt dislocated, causing her immense pain. She carefully sensed the fluctuations of her powers, but noticed no increase in strength. She was momentarily taken aback, feeling confused. All her other abilities had been enhanced during battles, so why was there no reaction from her strength abilities? Tang Ro, feeling anxious, was about to step forward to help, but Moonlight lowered her head and spat out a mouthful of blood to dodge the attack, casually using her ice abilities to prevent Tang Ro from getting closer. No need for help. Tang Ro shook her head disapprovingly. This level of ability was trivial to her and could be easily broken through, but she respected Moonlight's choice. As Moonlight struggled to block one ice blade after another with her body, she finally said, I concede. Moonlight swallowed the blood in her mouth due to his words. She steadied herself and looked at the group of men behind him, saying, Do you want to give it a try too? They all shook their heads, and some even lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Moonlight clapped her hands and said, From now on, the Dawn base belongs to me. It is officially renamed as the Eternal Life Base Dawn Zone. You all have to call me Commander, understand? Hello, Commander. The deafening voices echoed throughout the entire base. Anyway, it's the apocalypse now. As long as they can survive, the more powerful the leader, the better for them. Moonlight waved her hand and said, We are all of the same root. Why should we harm each other so hastily? Humanity has it tough enough already. What does it look like for us to turn against each other? The commander is right. Moonlight looked at the group of kids with satisfaction and patted Tang Ro, signaling her to handle it. Gather. She had only mentioned before that she wanted to merge with the Eternal Life Base, but she had never explained what benefits the Eternal Life Base brought them. She also hadn't introduced the remodeled building to everyone. Moon-Yannian understood what she meant. She believed Tang Ro could handle it herself. The team was ready, and Tang Ro led them to join the more than 80 people from headquarters heading to the building. This building had been locked up until now, and Tang Ro had not allowed anyone to enter. But today she was actually taking everyone in for a visit, which was quite incredible. It hurt so much. She needed to deal with her external injuries. Lu Wanwan, rarely not following along, accompanied Tang Xiao to witness the uplifting moment with Tang Ro. She did not disappoint, leading everyone into the lobby and sharing some things she had never said before, skillfully winning over many hearts with a mix of kindness and authority. Can you please finish reading the manual I gave you? Xuanwu was speechless. Huh? Moon-Yannian's voice sounded a bit weak. She felt pain all over her body. If Xuanwu had a human form, he would have face-bombed. Upgrading power-type abilities relies on physical training. Getting beaten up is useless. How do you know? Moon-Yannian's mouth slightly opened in surprise. Xuanwu couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he didn't know better, he would think this girl had a masochistic tendency, as she crazily abused herself every time to upgrade. Didn't I mention it in the ability manual I gave you? Then why didn't you remind me earlier? Moon-Yannian sat up angrily. Xuanwu really didn't want to deal with her anymore. Many people in the base had awakened power abilities precisely because they were stimulated by Uncle Lu and Chun Ze's day-to-day training. Almost everyone knew this upgrade rule. After all, in the apocalypse, power-type abilities were the most commonly awakened, and many people awakened by enhancing their physical abilities. This was no longer a secret. Moon-Yannian helplessly looked up at the sky, feeling like a fool. How do other abilities level up? She only glanced at 2 pages of the manual when she got it. She really didn't like reading, just like Lu Wanwan. No wonder they could become good friends. It's impossible without similarities. Moreover, Moon-Yannian had always focused on upgrading her water-based abilities in her previous life, only knowing how to level up through constant fighting, and she really wasn't clear about the rest. Chapter 89 Case City Part 14. Can you take some responsibility? You now have 2 bases as the leader of the territory. Can you study hard and read more? Care about human affairs? Moon-Yannian was overwhelmed by the comments and decided to take out the booklet from the corner of her space to study it again. A quick glance made her feel as if she had been struck by lightning. She was practically Harley Quinn. The first page of the booklet summarized that elemental long-range attack abilities like lightning, water, fire, and ice could only be upgraded through repeated practical combat. Speed and strength, on the other hand, required physical training to improve. Meanwhile, abilities like mental manipulation, puppet control, healing, and various techniques like cloning and telekinesis required meditation and enlightenment. She weakly asked, others probably didn't notice, right? They just think you're too weak. You can't even dodge that little bit of attack. Moon-Yannian is powerless and furious, unable to roar. To be honest, can you make an exception and let me take this booklet out to share with everyone? You cannot take the booklet outside, but you can memorize the content and recite it to everyone. Moon-Yannian collapsed to the ground again upon seeing the densely packed tiny characters above, which looked like ants. Just one glance made her feel like she was losing her hair. Moreover, each ability's evolution was different. With thousands of abilities to memorize one by one, isn't this asking for her life? She really wanted to die. Can I just read it out loud and record it for them to listen to? Stop thinking about those messy ideas, okay? Just focus and memorize seriously. Moon-Yannian couldn't help but suspect that Xian Wu was targeting her. Tang Xiao had been staring at the entrance, and as soon as she saw her come in, she happily rushed over. Having only toured the interior decor of the building, she had already completely fallen in love with this beautiful and powerful sister. Sister, we have so many crystal cores. Moon-Yannian hugged her and twirled around, saying, how much is a lot? Tang Xiao giggled, spreading her arms to demonstrate. So much. Ha ha ha. Why are there so many? It's all saved up by Mommy. Mommy said all of this should be handed over to you. Shall I take you to find Mommy to get it? Okay. Moon-Yannian took her small hand and led her to the conference room. Tang Ro stood up to greet her, and several unfamiliar faces also stood up. Sir, these are the strong little team leaders in the base, Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu. Moon-Yannian glanced back, and Xuanwu immediately displayed the basic information of the three individuals. Zhang Sen had a speed ability at level 3. Li Si had an earth ability at level 3, and Wang Wu had a water ability at level 3. She knew Xuanwu had this capability, but wouldn't let her use it. Despicable and stingy machine system. Currently, the strength of humanity is mostly at level 3, with very few reaching level 4. Levels 1 and 2 are still the majority, and there are almost no survivors without abilities. Of course, most abilities are single-type. Multi-type abilities are still very rare. Moonlight nodded, and several people bowed to her together, saying, "Good day, Chief." They all genuinely submitted to Tang Rou, and since Tang Rou had already explained the stakes involved to them, they naturally supported her wholeheartedly. Moonlight sat down holding Tang Xiao and said, "Let's all sit down." Everyone took their seats, and a medium-sized box rose from the table. Tang Rou stood up and opened the lid, revealing a whole box of crystal nuclei in front of Moonlight. Even she, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but be surprised. "Sir, these are all our sincerity. Although we haven't figured out the correct usage of the crystal nuclei yet, I believe that in the future, this will definitely be a hard currency." Moonlight laughed and nodded, saying, "You do have a good eye." Currently, the crystal core extraction liquid at the Eternal Life Base is just one purification step away from mass production. What's lacking is the raw material. Tang Rou, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I don't even know when I'll discover the correct usage for it. Eating it directly has too many impurities, and it might drive you crazy instead of upgrading, just like what happened to Moonlight last time. It can indeed temporarily enhance abilities, but the consequences are hard to predict. There's very little left, all of it is with her, and she hasn't formally used it yet, but the effects are definitely not bad." The four of them were so surprised that they couldn't say anything, staring at her in shock. Tang smiled innocently and asked, "Is it something delicious?" Moonlight amusingly rubbed her head and said, "It should be something delicious, something that can enhance your strength after eating it." "Can I drink it, sister?" Moonlight used her healing spirit to penetrate Tang Xiao's sea of consciousness, where the scattered stars looked very beautiful. After a moment of contemplation, she took out a bottle of transparent liquid from her space, which was attributeless. Xiao could drink this. She glanced at Tang Rou out of the corner of her eye and saw that she remained calm and did not stop her. Moonlight felt satisfied and gently rubbed the little girl's head. Tang Xiao didn't hesitate to drink it all at once. Her little face instantly turned red, and she dizzily asked, "Sister, why are you swaying? Can you please stop moving? Is this what it feels like to be drunk? Does Xiao feel uncomfortable anywhere? Does it hurt?" Tang Xiao, feeling dizzy, tried to stand up but ended up falling back into her embrace. "Sister, the ground is uneven." Moonlight is funny and embraced her, inputting a bit of spiritual healing. At this moment, Tang Rou asked, "My lord, what is this smile?" Moonlight held the little girl, who was gradually falling asleep, and said, "I'm drunk, and I'm awakening my abilities. I'm really curious about what kind of abilities they will be." "Thank you, sir." Moonlight shook her head and stopped talking, gently patting Tang Xiao's back to comfort her. The little girl had fallen into a dream. The words medical god temple were written with majesty and power. Even though the plaque was slightly tilted, it did not seem dilapidated. The abode of the medical god? Tang Xiao was extremely delighted, stretching her neck to peek inside. The grand door was pushed open, but contrary to expectations, no dust flew up. Thousands of statues of gods appeared before her, and sitting in the middle was the towering figure of the legendary physician Bien Quebec. "This is so cool." Bang! The door suddenly slammed shut, leaving behind only the person who had just opened it, a little girl who looked exactly like her. The two stared at each other, one with eyes full of doubt and curiosity, while the other furrowed her brow with seriousness. Chapter 90K City Part 15. Tang Xiao chuckled and stepped forward, reaching out to smooth the little girl's forehead, softly saying, "Don't be afraid. Xiao will protect you." The little girl led her to sneak in through a small door at the back. As soon as they entered the temple, they were stunned by the brilliance inside. Every altar they passed had tables piled high with food. The fruits looked as fresh as if they had just been picked, and the tribute dishes were even more outrageous, still steaming. In this chaotic world where resources were severely scarce, who would have the leisure to offer tributes to the statues. Tang Xiaoxiao watched with great joy, nodding her little head in satisfaction. The fake Tang Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to understand what she was saying. These are the offerings given by the believers to the medical ancestor. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Yeah, I know. The gods love all beings, but the beings are currently starving, so the gods surely wouldn't mind giving these offerings to their people to eat, right?" The fake Tang Xiaoxiao was convinced by her words and transformed into a beam of white light that entered her forehead. After she finished speaking, she happily began to collect all the offerings. Don't touch. The statue suddenly spoke. It was still too slow. Tang Xiaoxiao had already raised that silver needle, radiating light, and countless silver needles surged from all directions, piercing into her body. She straightened her limbs in pain and screamed. Moon-Yin-Yin was inexplicably kicked and punched by her. Fortunately, she was strong and quickly stabilized herself while holding onto the little girl. She trusted Moon-Yin-Yin, but her feelings for her daughter were very strong. She couldn't ignore it. At this moment, not voicing her questions was already quite remarkable. Moon-Yin-Yin knew her thoughts and signaled her to sit down with a reassuring gaze. Tang Rou still held her breath and sat beside her. "Don't be afraid. It's okay. This is a normal state of awakening abilities." Tang Rou nodded. She had suffered greatly when she awakened her abilities as well. Tang Xiaoxiao felt pain for a long time, and a huge body acupuncture chart appeared before her, crazily drilling into her head. Green light radiated from her, flickering and becoming increasingly eye-catching. "What is this?" The Eternal Life base still doesn't have a healing type. Tang Rou was overjoyed and covered her mouth with tears. She never expected that such a small vial of liquid could be so powerful, allowing her daughter to awaken this ability. She looked at Moon-Yin-Yin gratefully. She wasn't stupid or blind. She could tell that Moon-Yin-Yin had taken out something different for what she had given her before. There had really been a misunderstanding. They were all the same. It was just that everyone had different attributes. For those without attributes, drinking it might not be useful, as its main purpose was activation. If there was no talent or potential in the body to begin with, drinking it would be pointless. But the side effects of those without attributes were probably the least severe, which is why she gave it to Xiaoxiao, considering her young age. Their team had performed exceptionally well on this mission. They had obtained everything they needed, and most of the team members had broken through to level 3, even unexpectedly expanding their ranks. Overall, it was quite impressive. Just then, the base alarm suddenly went off, triggered by the electric grid's built-in device. The residents of the Dawn Zone were not familiar with this sound, but the Eternal Life base members recognized it, quickly grabbing their weapons and rushing downstairs. Fortunately, the building had more than 10 elevators, so it wasn't too crowded. It was a zombie tide, and quite a large scale. They had long heard that K-City was a populous city prone to zombie outbreaks, but they never expected to encounter it themselves. This was also Tang Rou's first time facing such a situation, but perhaps because Moon-Yin-Yin was there, she didn't feel overly anxious. The two arrived late. The sky that had just been sunny was now overcast, as if it was about to rain at any moment. Everyone had no experience dealing with a zombie siege and stood in confusion behind the electric grid walls. The scene was truly shocking, with thousands of zombies howling and surrounding them from all directions, endlessly swarming in. Among the team were those who had previously followed Moon-Yin-Yin to Wanchai Wharf for a rescue mission. Although they had experience in large-scale combat, seeing it for the second time still made them feel their scalp tingle. Moon-Yin-Yin opened the system mall to look for weapons. Goodness, cannonballs cost 5,000 contribution points each, while gas canisters are only 100 contribution points each. Without hesitation, she exchanged for dozens of turrets and then exchanged for thousands of gas canisters. The others didn't understand why she was taking out so many gas canisters when she casually picked one up and launched it from the turret. Boom! The zombies were blown apart. The power was a bit low, but it wasn't bad compared to the cannonballs. It wasn't that she couldn't afford the cannonballs. It was that the gas canisters were more cost-effective. The crowd was initially silent, then excitedly lined up to receive weapons. They thought they would be sent out to fight hand-to-hand, but unexpectedly, their leader arranged such useful weapons for them. She was simply a genius. And who understands the happiness of long-range attacks without close combat? After all, those were zombies, and just one scratch or bite could infect and mutate you. This is also why elemental abilities have a higher status than strength-based abilities. Here in the Dawn area, just like in the headquarters, points are tallied daily. So she couldn't see that her contribution points in the back end had skyrocketed. The bombardment continued for a full 4 hours. The air was thick with smoke and foul odors. Look, the zombies are actually retreating. The brothers, thrilled from the kills, began pushing the turrets outside. Stop! What level are you running at? If zombies could talk, they would definitely be cursing. Wait, Moon suddenly felt something was off and hurriedly tried to stop everyone from rushing outside. However, her voice was too soft and drowned out by the explosions. Tang Ro, who had been following her closely, asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Moon frowned. "Unsure. I sensed a dangerous aura. Warning, warning. Level 6 zombies are roaming. In fact, it takes level 8 to be called a zombie king, but at this stage, level 6 is already very formidable." After she shouted, Tang Ro immediately grabbed a loudspeaker and yelled. One transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, and the message finally reached the front. Chapter 91K City Part 16. They hurriedly retreated without forgetting to take the artillery. The heavy artillery slowed down their speed. Moon couldn't stand it any longer and ran outside to collect all the artillery. That dangerous aura was getting closer. Suddenly, a pressure in the air weighed down on everyone, slowing their steps. Not good. A massive shadow descended, gradually covering the already dim sky. It must be over 30 stories high, right? In the absolute domain, Moon had complete control. Even the peak Huai Chuan couldn't break through her shield. But outside, a level 6 zombie was an overwhelming force against her. However, her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, gradually freezing her movements. "Sister, hurry and come inside." The shield of the absolute domain had already opened, and those inside couldn't come out without her permission. She struggled to activate her speed-based abilities to move inside. Each step incredibly difficult, sweat dripping down. Xianwu was in a panic. What should they do? Try using your mental healing abilities to see if you can resist that feeling. What the hell? I can't move at all. Not a single reaction from the crystal core. What kind of monster is this? Fortunately, she couldn't speak, but she could still complain in her heart. Xianwu felt relieved instead. "Don't worry, I'm checking the information now." "What the hell? Do you even have a work permit? Why are you so unreliable? I'm really fed up. Wei Jinxiao is unreliable. And even the system he gave is unreliable." It seemed like she had never talked so much before. Perhaps people tend to ramble when in urgent situations. Moon fell silent. Xuanwu also realized something was off. "Why? What do you mean by why? Why are you helping me? I'm clearly nothing special. My dad always says I would be better off if I had a bit more talent." Indeed, in her previous life, she was quite mediocre at the Spire base. If it weren't for the base leader Jiang not sparing any resources to support her, she would never have become the nominal number 1 at the Spire. Yes, nominally. In reality, she couldn't even defeat Elizabeth. This was also the reason why Elizabeth always looked down on her. Others who were reborn would find ways to take revenge. She didn't want to because she was clear about her own abilities. In the previous life, under such a massive influx of resources, the strength she could demonstrate was far below her level. Her flamboyance and arrogance were due to the support behind her. She had a foster father, a 027, and the entire Spire base. In this life, she was reborn with 9 more years of experience, but her strength had not surpassed others. Instead, she had been relying on past achievements. If she were a system, she definitely wouldn't choose to cooperate with herself. "No, you're already great." Moon smiled bitterly. "So what is your ultimate mission? Or what is the ending of the main storyline?" "I don't know." Xuanwu wasn't lying. Its memories were gradually being unlocked, and it didn't know the subsequent events until the player unlocked the next level of tasks. What it saw was merely a void and a bunch of locks. As the player's strength increased, more of its memories awakened. "I don't know why my previous self chose to bind with you. From the moment you were reborn, all my data has been locked, and only you can unlock those memories. If you want to know why I chose you, just stay alive. Now listen to me, close your eyes, and feel the mental healing crystal core in your mind." Moon is not a stubborn person. Upon hearing there is a method, she immediately follows it. The people inside the protective shield are already crying their hearts out, beating against the shield and screaming in agony. Moon-Yannian couldn't hear their voices, but could feel their despair, especially from you.Why and Mu-Yo-Yu. you.Why's feelings for her surpassed those of biological sisters. They spent more time together than Mu-Yo-Yu did with her. She was cried to the point of nearly fainting, half kneeling in front of the protective shield, pounding her fists against it. Moon-Yannian curled her lips into a bitter smile. Fortunately, her protective shield was resilient. Being hit by it didn't hurt and wouldn't cause any injury, otherwise she would be quite distressed. Mu-Yo-Yu's condition wasn't any better. He was biting his lower lip so hard that blood was spilling out. This gloomy boy didn't scream like you.Why, but Moon-Yannian felt even more pain watching him. But that was enough. She continued to provoke him. Mental abilities are a broad category, which can be further divided into hundreds of subcategories, including healing, control, paralysis, seduction, and so on. This type of ability is very difficult to upgrade and hard to control. One misstep could drive a person insane. Therefore, healing is quite different from other aggressive abilities. It is gentler and can timely awaken those who have used mental attack abilities. In the later stages of the apocalypse, the strongest combination is a mental healing type paired with a mental attack type, powerful enough to be astonishing. The crystal core seemed to extend a little hand, intermittently touching her nerves. Now's the time. The restraints on Moon-Yannian shattered suddenly, and she dared not imagine what would happen if the fist of this level 6 zombie hit her. She would be reduced to pieces. Seeing its prey escape from its hands, the clumsy zombie turned its head around, belatedly realizing what had happened. Its movements were extremely slow. Moon-Yannian finally saw its appearance clearly. It was about 80 to 90 meters tall, looking like a chubby doll made of stone. It wasn't ugly or terrifying. If one ignored the zombie heads that occasionally popped out of its skin, Moon-Yannian felt that it looked like a Japanese doll, clearly not a good thing. And it was wearing a big belly apron, realizing that the opponent had earth attributes. She was glad that in this life, she had mutated ice abilities instead of water abilities. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to fight. She was being forced further and further away from the base by this damn zombie. Chapter 92K City Part 17. Is it possible to defeat it? What are you thinking? Its skin can't even be penetrated by bombs. Not to mention you're just a level 3 ability user. You're just a bunch of data. Why do you have so many emotional statements? Xuanwu was silent when asked. Why? Its code seemed to be pre-written, and its creator had endowed it with such abilities. But why was it also required to hide these emotions as much as possible? Why not just delete them? During the few minutes it was lagging, Moon-Yannian had already shot that chubby-headed zombie twice. Good. The upgraded intermediate weapon from the system, hitting it felt like just scratching an itch. She complained. This is just a level 6 zombie, and your upgraded weapon has no damage. What about the high-level zombies over 10 levels later? You're too weak. The upgraded weapon will grow stronger according to the user's strength. So, it's amazing. She had read Xianxia novels, where those weapons could evolve into spiritual tools after being cultivated to a high level. But they all had to be reforged through fire from mortal to immortal quality. She had never heard of a sword that could enhance itself because of its owner's cultivation improvement. Quick dodge. A bunch of sharp little stones came flying towards her face, and she hurriedly created an ice wall to protect herself. She was originally only a few steps away from her domain, but now it was several hundred meters. The big-headed zombie initially threw large rocks at her, which were powerful and fierce, but too slow, allowing Moon-Yannian to easily dodge. Now it suddenly got smart and learned to use a rain of small stones. Moon-Yannian's ability was only level 3, and even when using speed and ice abilities together, it had reached its limit. It is important to know that a higher level not only means a greater reserve of abilities, but also stronger purity and intensity. When the second wave of stone rain fell, Moon-Yannian didn't have time to create a new ice wall, and the stones of all sizes crashed down on her. Fortunately, she was still a strength-type ability user, her skin was tough enough, and she was wearing protective gear, so she only suffered some superficial injuries. As soon as she was injured, the people in the base became anxious. Quick, is there a doctor? Get ready. Is there a healing ability user? Lu Wanwan saw that Moonlight found the opportunity to run towards the base and cried out desperately. Doctor? Doctor? Yes, yes. Healing ability user? No, no. Tang Ro was unusually flustered. No, wait. There is. Xiao Xiao. She quickly turned and ran to check on her daughter. If Tang Xiao Xiao had awakened, then she would be the only healing ability user. She ran so fast that one of her shoes fell off, and the small stones on the ground cut her delicate foot, but she didn't stop at all. Duan Jia had already noticed her the moment she left, and quickly stepped forward to carry her in a princess hold towards the elevator. Tang Ro didn't stop him. Her heart was pounding, almost jumping out her throat. This feeling was more of fear, the fear of facing a level 6 zombie. The two exchanged no words, and in the small space, only their breathing and gasping could be heard. When the elevator arrived, she kicked off her other shoe and ran barefoot towards a room. She saw Tang Xiao had already woken up and was staring blankly at her surroundings. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked her up, saying, Xiao, let's go save your sister Yannian. Okay. Although Tang Xiao didn't understand why her mother was in such a panic. Hearing about sister Yannian made her brighten up. Duan Jia thoughtfully handed her a pair of athletic shoes. Once inside the elevator, she was extremely anxious, constantly watching the changing numbers, hoping, faster, even faster. Duan Jia knelt in front of her and lifted her foot. She was taken aback at first, but when she saw the shoes behind her, she didn't resist and let him move her foot, her eyes still fixed on the constantly changing numbers. The big-headed zombie really was smart. It saw through her intentions and punched her away several kilometers. It let out a furious roar, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction with Moonlight. Her body slammed hard onto the concrete floor, causing her to feel as if all her organs had ruptured. Don't move. Don't move. I'll treat you first. The page in the system showing the player's vital signs was flashing red with warnings. Xianwu quickly closed it, knowing that Moonlight couldn't stand seeing that. If she saw it, she would go crazy and fight back desperately. The big-headed zombie ran over with large strides. Xianwu acted quickly, but the contribution points were also rapidly decreasing. In a critical moment, she rolled to avoid the zombie's big foot. I really can't hold on any longer. Can I do anything about it? She clenched another crystal core in her hand. Xianwu quickly confiscated it, as spatial abilities were produced by the system, and it had the authority to control her space. Moonlight didn't know that even if she found out, she wouldn't have the strength to be angry. Can you cherish your life a bit more? There's no second Huai Chuan for you to absorb the virus from now. She hid in the underground sewer, while the big-headed zombie was still searching for her traces outside. What to do now? She was bleeding profusely, with so many wounds that she didn't know which one to treat first. The familiar green arrow appeared again, and Moonlight followed it without hesitation. This sewer had been abandoned for many years. When K-City developed, a new water system was built, and due to K-City's geographical reasons, this sewer was quite dry. It was just that there were many little eyes watching her, which was quite terrifying. Even Moonlight, who had experienced the insect tide, felt her scalp tingle. Don't be afraid. I've activated the protective shield for you. Hurry up. Moonlight bent over and moved quickly, while the little spiders, little mice, little cockroaches, and little bats all clung to her protective shield, making it hard for her to see the road. Fortunately, the green arrow was in her eyes, not projected, so she wouldn't lose her direction. The sounds these little creatures made were indeed unpleasant, sending chills all over her body and making her feel disgusted. You are not allowed to reach out. This protective shield is something I picked up. If you reach out, it will be useless. Damn, has it really come to the point of picking up trash? Moonlight looked at the contribution points that had been reset in the system and felt a pang of heartache. That damn fat-headed zombie, once her strength improved, she would definitely settle the score with it. She didn't know how long she had been climbing, but finally the arrow was no longer pointing straight, but upwards. She pushed open a manhole cover with all her might, popped her head out, and saw a large group of people facing away from her. She struggled to climb out and shouted, I'm here. Mu thought she was hearing things and incredulously pushed through the crowd. In an instant, everyone cheered. Woo baby. Lu Wanwan was so excited she didn't know what to say. Doctor, quickly doctor. Chapter 93 K-City Arc 18. In a flurry, Moonlight was lifted onto a stretcher. The moment she pushed open the manhole cover, her protective shield shattered, leaving those little cuties trapped in the sewer. Some attentive friends, while covering the manhole, discovered the horror inside. Oh my God, there are rats as big as puppies, and cockroaches the size of duck eggs. Quickly cover it, quickly cover it. After a flurry of wound cleaning, the surgeon found that Moon-Yin-Yin was actually not in serious trouble. She just had many wounds that were quite messy, and she had lost a bit too much blood. Plus, some dirt had gotten into the wounds, making them harder to clean. There were no fatal injuries at all. Tang Xiao was pulled over to the bedside. Hiss! The little one's round face was scrunched up in concern as she lifted her small hand, and a green glow slowly entered Moon-Yin-Yin's body, visibly healing her wounds at a rapid pace. Xiao, it doesn't hurt, sister. Unfortunately, Tang Xiao had just awakened, and the duration she could maintain her power was really short. Before long, it ended, but many wounds were still bleeding profusely. Several doctors carried Moon-Yin-Yin into the medical room and asked everyone to wait outside. Buckets of blood were carried out. The spectators from both the Eternal Life and Dawn bases were extremely tense. Buddha bless, Bodhisattva bless, all deities bless. Our commander must be safe. All gods and goddesses, this is our best commander. Please ensure she is safe. For a full 6 hours, the door to the medical room was tightly shut for 6 hours. Besides passing food and resources inside, no one came out. Mu Yu stood dazed at the door, filled with self-reproach and sorrow. He had stood there as long as it took to tend to his wound. Lu Wanwan accompanied him in silence. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Mu Yu took a step forward, nervously looking at the doctor who came out. The doctor smiled wearily and said, "The commander is fine." "Yay! I said the commander is a good person, and good things come to good people. He will definitely be safe." The base erupted in cheers. Mu Yu just walked in and saw Moon-Yin-Yin, who was wrapped up tightly all over. She originally wanted to make a joke, but ended up pulling a muscle and gasping in pain. Her mental healing ability was completely exhausted, and she didn't even have the energy left to numb her own pain. "Sister, it's fine. It just looks a bit scary. It's all superficial injuries, not as severe as last time when I fought with the psychic zombie." "Sir, the zombie tide has retreated," Tang Ro reported. Moon-Yin-Yin was astonished and incredulously said, "Retreat? Zombies also have a survival instinct. They won't approach when they sense danger ahead. But the problem is the most combat-capable person who controls the firepower is still lying inside. The rest can only throw a couple of water balloons, fireballs, or earth balls at most. How could that possibly scare off the zombies?" Tang Ro's expression was grave as she said, "Yes, after you woke up, the zombie tide retreated in an orderly manner." Moon-Yin-Yin bit her lip. She wouldn't narcissistically think that the zombies retreating had anything to do with her waking up. 6 hours ago, after escaping through the abandoned sewer, the big-headed zombie had been searching for her, turning over the entire area. It had been searching for several hours, quite persistent. The people in the base didn't dare to go out, but they also couldn't ignore it, so many stood in the square, keeping an eye on it at all times. At that time, Moon-Yin-Yin was too tired and fell asleep. Under her absolute territory, the defense system was in a state of complete victory, fully prepared. The big-headed zombie must have really been hungry after failing to find her. It roared a couple of times and ran toward the base, smashing against the protective shield with its huge fists. The shield was very soft. Every punch felt like hitting cotton, and the more it hit, the more enraged it became. For several kilometers around, there were no other bases or survivors. It and its little minions attacked the base madly, the sounds of countless hits and crashes echoing continuously until just now. At first, they would resist a bit, throwing grenades and homemade explosives, managing to kill one here and there. But after realizing they couldn't kill them all, they began to focus on their own activities. Training or conducting research is needed. Moon-Yin-Yin is not convenient, so Lu Wanwan offered to go take a look at her. Moon-Yin-Yin thought for a moment and agreed. In fact, in the absolute domain, she could see everything, but she didn't want others to know about this for the time being. The ward fell silent again, leaving only the two siblings. A group of people had left the base together, and the protective shield at the gate had been removed, allowing normal entry and exit. The soldiers in the Dawn Zone were knocking on zombie skulls to collect crystal cores, and they all greeted the siblings as they arrived. The mission hall had tasks for exchanging contribution points by killing zombies, with one crystal core representing the kill of one zombie, earning 1 to 5 contribution points depending on the strength of the zombie. Even when a large-scale attack resulted in a zombie's death, whoever knocked the skull would be credited with the kill. Sister, the young boy's eyes were filled with guilt. He felt too weak and unable to protect his sister. What had he done since the apocalypse? First, he suffered from a congenital disease and lay down for several weeks. Then he was thrown and broke his ribs, lying down all the way. After that, he awakened his abilities, which were either a speed-type ability meant for escape or a plant-type ability with no offensive power. His chin was resting on his chest, and the overwhelming sense of defeat made it hard for him to stand up straight. He felt that he was really useless. Moon-Yannian was also silent. To be honest, she didn't know how to comfort her brother. She heard from Uncle Lu that you took great care of the backyard, and the vegetables you grew were not only large and fresh, but also tasted quite good. They provided enough for the daily needs of the entire base, and there were even leftovers. She heard from Chunze that you trained very hard and had not been late or left early for training in the past few months in order to awaken your power system abilities. She heard from Dr. Zhou that you were very serious about your experiments and completed all the assignments given to you on time and with quality, while also studying Western medicine and researching traditional Chinese medicine on your own. You are amazing. The three of them combined might not do as well as you. I often worry that you might overdo it, so I frequently think of asking you to come out and relax during missions. Muyu looked at her, pouting her little mouth, looking quite aggrieved. Moon-Yannian sighed and gestured for him to come a little closer. Holding his large palm, she said with relief, "In today's apocalyptic world, human civilization has been destroyed so severely that merely having strength is not enough to carve out a place for oneself." Muyu looked confused. "You are my only remaining blood relative in this world, and you have truly done wonderfully. You have always been my pride from the beginning to the end. Every time I attend a parent-teacher meeting for you, the teachers praise you, and the walls are filled with certificates, trophies, and medals." As she reminisced about the past, her eyes were crescent-shaped, full of happiness. Chapter 94K City Part 19. Sister, I will also be your pride in the future. Moon-Yannian wanted to reach out and pat his head, but she was so wrapped up that she really couldn't lift her hand. Right now, she had nothing to offer, not even money to exchange for a potion. Dr. Zhou sent a communication, which was directly connected to Moon-Yannian through the base's central control panel. Moon-Yannian's upper body, wrapped tightly, appeared on the big screen. Startling Dr. Zhao. He raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Grandpa Zhao was also shocked and adjusted his glasses, saying, "Oh my goodness, wasn't everything fine in the morning? How did it end up like this in the evening?" Moon-Yannian chuckled and said, "It's nothing. We encountered a zombie siege here, led by a level 6 zombie." Grandpa Zhao was shocked and opened his mouth in disbelief, saying, "There are level 6 zombies? But our strongest ability user is only level 3. The two were about to continue their conversation when Dr. Zhou quickly spoke up to stop them. Moon-Yannian put away her smile and glanced around at the people. They all consciously left, leaving only Uncle Lu and her. "All right, you speak," she said. Dr. Zhou took out a test tube and shook it, saying, "Perfect zombie ability extraction liquid." Moon-Yannian, in her excitement, tried to get up, but ended up pulling at her wound, causing her face to contort in pain. "Dr. Zhao, why not use a mental healing ability to numb the pain? The ability has been used up and is still cooling down." Dr. Zhou was speechless, thinking that he still needed to research anesthetic agents that only block pain sensation. Now, is the time to set off. Great, with the extraction fluid. The enhancement of abilities 1T be so difficult. Moon-Yannian was genuinely happy. The emergence of this extraction fluid was more than half a year earlier than in her previous life. Just thinking about it felt wonderful, and the future looked promising. "I wonder if the cold-resistant materials have been obtained?" Grandpa Zhao asked. "Rest assured, we got them." The mission went very smoothly, aside from our base leader getting injured. Everyone else is in great condition, and almost everyone has reached level 3. Feeling a bit undermined, Moon-Yannian pouted, unable to refute. After the communication ended, Uncle Lu told her to rest, as he needed to arrange the preparations for their early departure the next day. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep after having slept all day, but unexpectedly, as soon as he went out and closed the door, she fell into a deep sleep. The recovery of her mental healing ability was very slow, the slowest among all her abilities, but her sleep would speed up. Uncle Lu was making final arrangements with Tang Ro and others, handling some trivial matters, things Moon-Yin-Yin didn't care about, like planting, rules, and curfews. A group of people was busy, and the more information Tang Ro received, the more she felt her decisions were very right. Duan Jia silently followed behind, his heart tumultuous. The strength of the eternal life base exceeded his imagination. They were very united internally, not bound by many rules. But their obedience and loyalty to the higher-ups were extremely high. They even had their own set of training methods that ordinary people could easily grasp. Even though everyone called Moon-Yin-Yin Commander, those 4 words were a form of affection from elders to juniors. The atmosphere of their entire base was truly wonderful. Like a real family. Time passed quickly. It felt like there were still many things left unsaid, but it was really time to go. As the plane took off, Uncle Lu lamented, "There are still many things I haven't taught her. I don't know if she can hold up such a big base." Moon-Yin-Yin yawned and said, "It's fine. Just let her come over every day to learn from you." Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of everyone, she suddenly remembered to mention the matter of the portal. Lu Wanwan immediately became unhappy, insisting that she also wanted a qualification to enter. How could she refuse? She quickly added Lu Wanwan, Uncle Lu, and Mu Yu into the portal. She smiled and explained, "Aside from me, I can only add 5 more names. That's just how it is. I can add more people when it upgrades." She was speaking to Su Qi, Song Shiyin, and the others. They nodded in understanding, indicating that even if they weren't included, it was acceptable. Is that little girl, Xiao, going to come over to study? This made Lu Wanwan happiest. She truly got along well with that little girl. Just when she thought it would be difficult to see her again after this separation, such a big surprise came. Yes, there are 5 entries and exits allowed each day, but you can enter and exit together, so it won't waste those opportunities. When they returned to the Eternal Life base, the weather had turned quite cool. In fact, they had been out for several days, but it felt like a long-awaited reunion, and everyone was very excited. While Chi was a bit anxious, you had already run around and mingled with everyone. "Let's have the meeting in the afternoon. I can't move right now." In fact, she had to wait until noon to contribute points before it could be settled, so she would have money to buy potions and move freely. Uncle Lu also thought it was better to wait until the afternoon to talk. He was eager to check around to see if anything was wrong during the days he was away. Lu Wanwan sat beside her, peeling an apple for her, while everyone else was busy resting. Only she stayed right in front of her. "What is it? Just say it." She swallowed a bite of apple and spoke directly. Lu Wanwan was not embarrassed to be called out. She said, "I initially thought that Tang Ro looked familiar, and her name sounded familiar too, but I couldn't figure out why. I just asked my dad and found out that she is actually the young lady who was driven out of the Tang family 5 years ago." Moon-Yin-Yin raised an eyebrow, and she vaguely had some impression. The Tang family is a prominent family, an ancient family with a rich heritage. The main branch has long since hidden away, leaving only a few smaller branches wandering outside. 5 years ago, their family's eldest young lady was indeed kicked out due to certain incidents, but she had not heard the specifics. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Tang Ro, which was quite surprising. However, the current eldest young lady of the Tang family's younger generation has already been raised, and probably no one remembers her aunt anymore. Chapter 95, Jiang Tian. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded. With just the 2 of them, who else could Uncle Lu rely on? By the way, has her dad ever thought about finding a more hardworking son-in-law? Moon-Yin-Yin suddenly recalled that this was how it was portrayed in TV dramas. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanwan excitedly stood up and said, "Let me tell you, it's not just that. There are always endless things to talk about between best friends." After the contribution points for the 2 regions were settled, Moon-Yin-Yin quickly switched to another potion. "Hurry, feed me, I really can't take it anymore." Fortunately, the temperature was very low now, dropping every day, so being wrapped up like this wasn't too uncomfortable for her. The potion worked quickly, and since her injury wasn't severe to begin with, it was just that those doctors were too anxious that made her like this. After the effects of the potion took hold, she asked Xuanwu why there were no potions for her to absorb. Xuanwu told her there were, but she was too weak to unlock them yet. All right, I get it. She realized that no matter what she asked, there was something available, and anything that wasn't available now was simply because she was too weak. Everyone was particularly surprised when she appeared lively at lunch. After all, everyone had seen their base leader being carried in, completely wrapped in bandages. How could she come out so energetic? There were still some serious wounds on her arms, covered in medicine, but with thick clothing, no one could tell. Brothers, let us just make do with lunch like this. We'll have a celebration dinner tonight, and I'll treat everyone. Normally, everyone had to spend contribution points to eat, but not during gatherings or birthdays. Everyone was very happy, and the cafeteria was as lively as during the New Year. Tang Xiaoxiao started attending school from today. Besides her, there were over 10 other kids her age at the base, all gathered in one class learning simple things. She ran up to Moon with a bowl and said, "Sister Yannian, Mom said that today she would help you heal your injuries." Moon rubbed her round face and said, "Okay, then it's hard work for you." "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Tang Xiaoxiao's small hand placed on her pulse, a continuous stream of green abilities flowing into her body, as some deeper wounds were striving to heal. Not long after, the abilities were exhausted. The people who accompanied her this time were surrounded by familiar faces, all asking about what they had seen and gained from their outing. Goodness, Jiang Tian. Has Jiang Tian forgotten that she is a hostage? Anyway, the people from the Eternal Life base do not restrict her freedom, so she treats herself as a resident of the base, stubbornly following along to do tasks and training. At first, her strength was too weak, and the contribution points she earned in a day were not enough for her meals. The base provided her with prison food, which she stubbornly refused to eat, even looking down on other hostages like Shui for not being ambitious. Later, she discovered that many girls in the base, some even worse off than her, were helping in the backyard, planting, weeding, and watering. She liked this, she could do this. When she was at home, she had her own little garden, growing all sorts of flowers and trees. However, after 2 days of working, she realized that she was still too naive. This was not something a pampered young lady like her could handle. But she didn't get discouraged and turn around to feed the chickens, ducks, and cows. This was something she could truly do. Thanks to Moon, the backyard had already become semi-automated, and she only needed to drive the forklift to deliver the feed into the pens. She found happiness here, and she even awakened her animal healing abilities. Moon didn't know what to say. This young lady was quite adaptable. Haha, darling, don't worry. Her personality is genuinely like this, not an act. Lu Wanwan and Jiang Tian have a decent relationship, possibly due to their living environment. Jiang Tian is truly optimistic, not complaining or feeling down, and is very good at finding joy in hardships. The Jiang family is well off and has been in government for generations, so it's natural that there are always a few odd ones among them. Her father is one of those. Not only did he marry numerous wives, but he also has a large group of mistresses. He has dozens of legitimate children and even more illegitimate ones. Her father might not even remember he has a child like her until he dies. Her mother is even more outrageous. She was her father's first wife, and there was no affection between them. They divorced right after she was born. Fortunately, her grandparents felt sorry for her and often took her to stay with them, which is how Jiang Base got to know her. Perhaps due to a lack of proper arrangements, the elementary and middle schools she attended were quite ordinary, with many classmates coming from impoverished families. She is well-liked, good-looking, and has good relationships with everyone. They would take her to their homes as guests, even though those environments were worse than where her family's maid lived. But she didn't mind at all and often stayed over at her classmates' homes. Her dad is unreliable, and the maids he hired are also untrustworthy, hardly caring for her. Until she entered high school, she was essentially raised in a free-range manner. However, she was fortunate to meet kind and simple teachers and classmates who taught her many life lessons. After she graduated from middle school, her grandparents finally had a change of heart and brought her to live with them. She didn't mind. She learned whatever they taught her and did whatever they asked. Even when they didn't allow her to interact with her former classmates, she agreed. Soon, she was raised into a qualified young lady. Moreover, she is very skilled at understanding people's hearts and plays different roles depending on the person. For example, when she met someone like Mayu Shan, she fully embraced her young lady persona. She is very generous and sensible with her grandparents, while appearing innocent and naive when she meets Lu-Wan-Wan. But none of this is important. It's just her way of surviving, and she enjoys it without any malicious intent. Uncle Lu noticed this, so he didn't restrict her freedom, allowing her to live a simple life as an ordinary resident in the Eternal Life base. Chapter 96 Refugees. Moon-Yannian thought she was indeed a remarkable woman. After lunch, everyone gathered in the conference room. Everyone was casual, but they all held notebooks and pens. Moon-Yannian quickly took out her small tablet as soon as she saw it. She could use the tablet to display certain things and data from the system, making her seem less idle. Tang Ro also arrived, as she was considered a senior management personnel of the Eternal Life base. Uncle Lu led the report on the recent matters of the base, including the completion rate of the current mission, the addition of a new area, and a brief overview of the recent hard situation. Then, Grandpa Zhao reported on the progress of manufacturing winter cold-proof clothing. Mu Yu, Chun Zhe, Lu-Wan-Wan, Song Shiyan, Tang Ro, and others briefly shared their respective matters, giving everyone a general idea. Moon-Yannian was listening with her left ear while bargaining with Xuanwu with her right ear. The reward for upgrading the anti-cold device in the absolute domain. Why is it only for our department's upgrade? What about any issues in the Dawn Zone? Isn't that my domain? But when the mission was announced, you didn't have a Dawn Zone yet. It doesn't matter, I already had it when I submitted the mission, so you have to arrange it for me. The two argued for more than 10 minutes, but in the end, Moon-Yannian emerged victorious. As soon as the anti-cold device was activated, everyone in the meeting room felt the temperature rise, and their clothes became a bit uncomfortable. Moon-Yannian waved her hand casually and said, "Don't make a fuss. I just leveled up." Lu-Wan-Wan's eyes instantly sparkled like little stars. If they weren't still in a meeting, she would probably have jumped over directly. Moon-Yannian raised an eyebrow and said, "Bring them over." After waiting for 2 minutes, Li Long, who had just completed a mission, entered the conference room with a few of his brothers. "Captain Li, thank you for your hard work." "It's no trouble, sir. Our mission went very smoothly. But there is one thing I would like to report to you. Half a month ago, Shunzhe led a team to find a ship that was floating motionless on the water, and it turned out to be filled with zombies, with not a single living person on board, and all of them were underage zombies. Shunzhe found it strange and took his subordinates to investigate. To their shock, they discovered that there were actually several such ships, all of which were students rescued by the national military. This particular ship clearly had the misfortune of allowing infected individuals to board, resulting in a total loss. Fortunately, the ship was equipped with a complete communication system, and he was able to contact several other ships, discovering that most still had survivors, but they were lost in the vast ocean, and the situation was not good. After Uncle Lu learned about this, he immediately arranged for Li Hu and his brothers to go out to rescue them. In today's apocalyptic world, human civilization has collapsed severely, with the elderly, weak, pregnant, and disabled being looked down upon. Many bases only recruit young and strong individuals aged 18 to 45, and some bases even refuse to accept young women, let alone these half-grown children. Therefore, they had sent out many distress signals, but no bases were willing to provide assistance, and some even harbored malicious intentions. However, the Eternal Life base is willing to help. Moon-Yannian has repeatedly expressed that she needs a lot of people, as long as they can earn contribution points. Students completing their coursework and meeting standards earn contribution points, which are enough to support themselves, and Moon-Yannian can also benefit from it. Therefore, she doesn't mind having many young children or women in the base. She thinks there is nothing else that needs to be reported to her. After all, she has made her intentions very clear. "Please go out and take a look." Moon-Yannian got up, and the others followed suit. A large group of people marched out, following Captain Li to the entrance of the base. Moon-Yannian suddenly understood why she needed to consult her. Goodness, why are there so many people? Have you ever seen real refugees? When Lu-Wan-Wan accompanied Moon-Yannian to sneak books at the Spire base, she had seen a huge number of displaced people at the entrance of their base. They huddled together, but their faces and clothes were relatively clean, and there were no obvious injuries. They looked no different from the poorer people before the apocalypse. But the scene before her was entirely different. They were all children aged 6 to 15, still in elementary and middle school. Their clothes were torn and hung in tatters on their bodies, and the exposed skin had clear scars, whether from falls or scratches from branches was unclear. Each of them stood apart, looking at the people next to them with wary expressions, as if afraid they would turn into zombies at any moment. Moon-Yin-Yin remained silent. "Sir, these children all have wounds on them. I'm not sure if they are infected with a virus, so I dare not let them in easily." The soldier guarding the gate stepped forward to report. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded slightly. "You did nothing wrong. It's better to be cautious." As soon as she said this, the youths who still held some hope lowered their heads, as if they had lost their will to survive. "Sister, we weren't bitten by zombies. My injury is from falling down from the 3rd floor. Sister, we didn't either. This one was scratched by a branch. And this one was from being hit against a reef during the tsunami. And there's also this." Moon-Yin-Yin watched as they explained their scars in a flurry of voices. They were not the first group to arrive at the base, but the previous ones had decisively been turned away. "They're such small children. I'm not their father. How can I support them? I can't even take care of myself. Go away." Only this particular base had allowed them in, with a few officers even sharing their own rations with them. They also let in the uninjured companions. The sister in front of them only said to be careful and did not directly refuse them. Moon-Yin-Yin raised her hand, and the children immediately closed their mouths. Which child who managed to survive and reach this point wasn't clever and able to read the room? Go ask Dr. Zhou. The soldier immediately went. Then Moon-Yin-Yin looked at Lu Wanwan and said, "Bring some clothes over. It's so cold. It would be troublesome if they catch a cold." "No need. We've already brought them." Li Hu quickly pushed a cart full of down jackets forward. The children who had passed security were already taken down to wash and eat. And at this moment, they came over wearing ill-fitting down jackets. Some younger children cried when they saw the people outside. "Brother, why aren't you coming in yet?" The young boy was shivering from the cold, his lips blackened. Seeing his younger brother being well taken care of, he smiled reassuringly and said, "You'll be able to come in soon. Find a warm place to wait for your brother. Okay?" "Okay." The little one, with teary eyes, looked around and ran to the fire, saying, "I'll wait for my brother here. You have to come in quickly, okay? There are pretty sisters taking us to soak in hot springs and giving us delicious food. It's really nice in here." Chapter 97. "Don't bribe me." The other children inside nodded in agreement. It was indeed really nice in there, and they sincerely hoped their little companions could come in too. Li Hu and the others, wearing bite-proof suits, distributed the down jackets one by one. "Thank you." Each child carefully took one and whispered their thanks. This scene broke Lu Wanwan's heart. Fortunately, Ayu was in the laboratory and didn't come over, otherwise it would have been too noisy. The children seemed to be afraid that their transformations would harm those who treated them well, and they immediately moved away a bit after getting the clothes. There had already been several instances of sudden transformations on the way back. They were scared. In fact, those who were supposed to transform had already done so. After 3 or 4 days of travel, without any significant abnormalities, it was highly likely there was no problem, but to be safe, they still had to follow the necessary procedures. After distributing the protective suits, they brought over several braziers and placed them among them. "Where's Dr. Zhou? I'll go take a look." Fortunately, there wasn't too much wind today. It was around 11 or 12 degrees, not too cold. "Yes, here, the doctor has arrived." "Doctor?" Zhou didn't waste any words. He knew what Moon-Yin-Yin wanted him to do when he arrived. He directed people to bring over a table and open a small first aid kit, laying out a large number of instruments and test tubes. "Line up one by one." The little boy with the younger brother was the first to step up in front of him. "Extend your hand." A bloody little hand with 2 missing nails and wounds mixed with dirt reached out. Dr. Zhou paused for a moment with the cotton swab in his hand, then pricked his index finger to draw blood. Next, he worked quickly. Moon-Yin-Yin couldn't understand what he was doing. But Mu-Yu had already stepped forward to help. The differences between people can sometimes be so vast. After waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, Dr. Zhou said the young boy could go in. He bowed to everyone and then walked straight in. "Brother, that's great." The little carrot head dashed into his brother's arms, smiling brightly, lifting everyone's spirits. Medical staff took the young boy down to clean his wounds and have a meal. A gust of cool wind blew in, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Moon-Yin-Yin complained to Xuanwu, "What? The entrance of the base doesn't count as the base. Can't you move this cold-proof device a little further forward?" Xuanwu chose to shut down directly. "You.Nian. Fortunately, The down jackets are all long styles for adults, so when the kids squat down, they can wrap themselves up completely. Sir, I feel that the factory you arranged for me the other day is a bit too small. Could you give me a bit more expansion? Grandpa Zhao asked while pointing at the floor plan. Moonlight nodded and immediately made changes on the system's absolute domain panel. All right, after finishing, she handed the tablet to him to show the modified layout. Grandpa Zhao was very satisfied and praised her repeatedly. Everyone had become accustomed to Moonlight's way of doing things. Absolute trust and meeting all needs within her capabilities. They didn't understand, so they didn't participate. They didn't understand, so they didn't interfere. To be honest, they really liked this kind of leadership. Recently, the output and innovation had reached new highs, unmatched by any similar industries before the apocalypse. Moonlight was previously worried that her space production would not keep up with everyone's consumption after the arrival of the extreme cold era. Now that the heating devices are turned on and the entire base is kept at a constant temperature of 22 degrees, she needs to consider where to allocate the surplus supplies. Everyone gradually brings up the unfinished discussions to deliberate and decide. All right, let's do it this way. The weather is getting colder, so let's wrap up our tasks and try to stay in the base later on, training at home to enhance our strength. After the extreme cold era ends, we will face an even more terrifying era. Everyone had no doubts about Moonlight's words, but Li Long, who rarely interacted with her, was curious about why everyone trusted such a young girl. How did the commander know that the extreme cold era could end, and that an even more terrifying era would follow? Moonlight casually replied, just a dream. Li Long was taken aback, but seeing everyone's expressions, he felt it was inappropriate to say anything. All right, let's call it a day. She quickly slipped away with her small tablet. Sir, Li Long called out a bit too loudly, making it awkward for her to pretend she didn't hear. We brought you a gift from our trip. He pulled out a brocade box from somewhere, which was quite exquisite even by pre-apocalyptic standards. Moonlight felt a throbbing in her temples and thought for a long time before saying, "Don't bribe me." Li Long laughed at her and explained, "It's not some valuable trinket, just a souvenir. Then I definitely don't want it." Moonlight fell silent. Then she looked into Li Long's eyes and said, "The whole base is like one big family. If you only bring it to me, isn't that favoritism?" Li Long seemed to have anticipated her response, smiling as he replied, "Everyone has some." With that, Moonlight graciously accepted the thanks. Then she turned to leave again. "Aren't you going to open it?" Moonlight felt that Li Long was really annoying. In just a few moments, he opened the gift right in front of her. Moonlight gusped. In the whole box of chocolates, there was a crystal core the size of a quail egg in the middle. She was shocked as she picked up the crystal core, which still faintly glowed with blue light. Water system. With such a large crystal core, she couldn't imagine how big the mutated animal must have been. "This is too precious. I can't accept it." "Not precious." Li Long interrupted her actions. The two looked at each other, and Li Long said seriously, "We killed several mutated sharks during this rescue, and this is just one of them. Uncle Lu and Wan will also have one." What he didn't say was that the other crystal cores were less than half the size of this one. Moonlight's heart raced as she looked at the submachine gun at Li Long's waist. Li Long followed her gaze to his waist, smiled, and said, "This gun was left to me by my dad. It's quite old and almost worn out. If you like it, I can get you a better one." Moonlight pursed her lips, thinking that it really wouldn't work. However, Li Long was afraid she would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained, "It's not that I can't give it to you, it's just that. Sino, just take it." As he said this, he stuffed it into her arms and fled in a panic. Moonlight was stunned, holding the gift box and the gun, feeling a bit at a loss. Li Hu glanced at her and then at his fleeing brother, thought for a moment, and said, "This gun really isn't much good. You can just keep it as a decoration, but don't take it to the battlefield." Chapter 98, Zombie Temptation Bullet. Li Hu suddenly realized, no wonder the base leader had that pistol at his waist. It didn't look like a common item. How could he be interested in this little broken gun? "All right, I will talk to my brother. You take your time." Moonlight delivered the submachine gun to the system for modification. "Why would you advise me to keep this crystal core?" Moonlight asked while playing with the crystal core. Xuanwu was silent for a few seconds before responding. "Mu needs it." Moonlight is laughing uncontrollably, looking really happy. "You really seem to have more human emotions now. I don't know if this is good or bad. Everyone can see Mu Yoyu's efforts, but the limitations of his plant abilities have always made him feel very inferior. If he could awaken water abilities, his plant abilities would also benefit, and his overall strength would rise several levels. He found Dr. Zhou to help extract the crystal core, and upon hearing that she was going to give it to Muyoyu, he immediately put aside other tasks to assist her. Everyone really likes Muyoyu. After all, who wouldn't like a hard-working, ambitious, and sensible young boy? Just go take a look and you'll understand. Anyway, waiting idly is a waste of time, so let's go see. Before he even found the tech park, he heard a noisy commotion inside, as if there was chaos. What's going on? A student was pulled by her, and after getting a good look at her, he hurriedly said, "Sir, officer, you really too? Sai, you should go take a look. What on earth happened?" Moon-Yannian strode into the science park, and a cute cat head fell from the sky right in front of her. She instinctively bent down to pick it up. "Run fast." Bang! Moon-Yannian. Ayu was so scared that she rushed over to look her up and down, then helped her dust off. "Are you okay, Yannian?" Moon-Yannian exhaled a breath of foul air, gazing at the sky in silence, feeling detached from life. Why not go to the testing ground? The base lacked talent and ammunition, but there were a bunch of high school students who were quite good at physics, chemistry, and mathematics. They even volunteered to turn her pile of or into bombs. Since she had no use for that pile of or anyway, she agreed and even opened a large testing ground for them on the nearby mountain. This was an unexpected turn of events. However, Moon-Yannian sensed from the eyes of others that this was not just a simple accident. She didn't want to talk anymore. "I was wrong. I'll write you a reflection. Is 3,000 words enough?" Moon-Yannian, seeing her face not improving, he scratched his head and said, "At most 500. I really can't write more. It would be life-threatening. Who taught you that when you make a mistake, you should write a reflection?" "Master, every time I get into trouble, he makes me write a reflection." "So how many have you written?" "Hee. Not too many, just a few hundred." Moon-Yannian no longer wanted to talk. Suddenly, she felt sympathy for Hao Ji-Tian, wondering how he supported this ancestor in his past life. "I don't need you to write a self-reflection. Can you go to the testing ground for experiments in the future?" As soon as Yu heard that she didn't have to write a self-reflection, her eyes lit up. She hugged Moon-Yannian in admiration and said, "Yannian, you are the best person I've ever met. I promise I won't mess around in the testing ground anymore." What was that thing you just threw out?" Yu was in a good mood now, linking arms with her and enthusiastically introducing, "It's a zombie lure bomb. After it explodes, it emits a foul smell that zombies really like." "Hee. You don't understand this, do you? That was just a test. Its timed explosion device. I haven't added the real materials yet. Since you're here, let me show you my new invention." Mine followed her in her laboratory and noticed that the lawns along the way were in a complete mess, with potholes everywhere, truly resembling the end of the world. After all, since the establishment of her base, the landscaping and everything inside had been designed by the system. Not that it was particularly luxurious, but it was certainly tidy. Now, looking at the current scene, she could only feel a headache coming on. Suddenly, she stopped and said seriously, "If you destroy the environment again, I'm going to deduct your contribution points." For technology personnel like them, daily contribution points reached 20, which was considered a level for the upper echelons of the Eternal Life Base, along with free meals and accommodation. Ayu didn't have much of a concept about these contribution points and scratched her head, saying, Sure, take however many you need." Moon-Yannian was curious, but she explained, "You damaged these, and I need to spend contribution points to fix them, which is very exhausting for me." Ayu repeatedly assured her that there wouldn't be a next time. The other assistants, seeing that their superior Ayu was so easy to talk to, couldn't help but feel that their boss truly lived up to the title, considering that even Officer Chi Yu couldn't persuade this person who loved to get stuck on details. Finally, they arrived at her laboratory. She put on gloves and handed a pair to Moon-Yannian, then pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars. "Look at this. I extracted it from the crystal cores. This bottle contains shiny, fine powder that looks quite nice. When I was on the run, I discovered that zombies are particularly sensitive to the crystal core aura of their kind, so try to purify it once, and it really had an enticing effect. Then I added some other things, and the effect was even better. At the end of the 9th year of the apocalypse, Moon-Yannian still hasn't discovered this point. It's true that professional matters should be handled by professionals. However, there haven't been any reports of similar items from the Pingham base. So it seems that you.Tian is reluctant to let her research the crystal cores freely. Although up until now, the surviving people have not found the correct way to use the crystal cores, everyone has a vague sense that this thing is not simple. After killing zombies, they all tacitly collect them. This has become an unspoken agreement among all survivors. Calculating the time, it's almost here. Before the official arrival of the extreme cold era, the Spire base will release news about exchanging supplies for crystal cores. And at that time, crystal cores will officially become the currency of the apocalypse. You made a capturing temptation bomb and a blasting temptation bomb. You see, this little duck can attract zombies for live capture for experiments. And this little chick will explode in 1 minute. Boom! It has a great power. Easily killing 10 or 8 zombies is not a problem. Moon-Yin-Yin took over and commented, "Very cute." Who would have thought that this sentence would make you jump up excitedly, saying, right? You really have an eye for this. They just don't know how to appreciate it. Chapter 99, really surprising. Moon-Yin-Yin was at a loss for words. Not knowing what to say. Forget it. It's better not to dampen the little girl's interest in her hobbies. Since you like it too, let us create based on this image from now on. Come on, let us go to the testing ground and see the results. She was really energetic, pulling Moon-Yin-Yin out. Chi-Yu, who had just arrived, almost got knocked over and wondered where she was taking Yin-Yin. The assistant replied, "To test the effect of the zombie lure and the zombie explosion lure." The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, one troublemaker was gone, and now they only had to deal with one. Chi-Yu and Yu had only been at the base for a short time, but had already become a nightmare for the entire tech park. Before they even reached the testing ground, they spotted 2 wandering zombies on the neighboring hill. They looked so confused, aimlessly wandering around, occasionally letting out strange howls that seemed to come from their bellies. Yu pointed and said, "Why don't we try the lure's effect right now?" Moon-Yin-Yin glanced at the base building, which was still quite far away, and nodded, thinking it should be safe. Yu, receiving the assurance, happily took the little duck and said, "Let's go." She threw it far away, and the zombies caught its scent, following the bomb as it went off. Yu was immensely pleased, looking proudly at Moon-Yin-Yin, seeking compliments. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded and said, "The effect is pretty good, but how are you going to catch them?" The effect of this little duckling was even better than they had imagined, attracting more than 20 zombies, especially since there are not many zombies during the day. Yu was confused by the question, her little face scrunched up as she hadn't had time to think about it. Moon-Yin-Yin is funny. He exchanged a powerful net bullet from the system and threw it out, instantly bouncing off and capturing all the zombies in one go. Yu clapped her hands in surprise and said, "So strong, so strong. Do you have more? Can you let me study it?" Moon-Yin-Yin exchanged another ball with her and said, "See if you can make it. I don't have many of these. The truth is, it's too expensive to exchange, costing 100 contribution points each. Who can afford such consumption?" I have to say, her grenade-throwing skills are really impressive. Moon-Yin-Yin couldn't help but ask, "Are you interested in considering a career as a grenadier?" Moon-Yin-Yin didn't expect such a surprise from a casual remark. "So how many fellow disciples do you have? Is your master still around?" "Bring them all over." Yu thought for a moment, shrugged, and said, "Our connections rely on fate. I'll let you know as soon as I have news." Moon-Yin-Yin felt a slight disappointment, but ultimately didn't insist. Bang! Flesh and corpses flew everywhere, and the innermost zombie was even blown to pieces. Perfect. Yu clapped her hands, very satisfied with her work. "Let's go, Yin-Yin. You need to arrange for a few more people to mass-produce these things for me." Moon-Yin-Yin not only arranged for her staff, but also built a dedicated factory for production. This made Chi-Yu extremely envious. "Once I finish developing my product, you have to set up a factory for me too." All right, fine." Dr. Zhou was taken aback. This was not what he had imagined. Wasn't it said that things were chaotic over there? "Where's the product? Is it ready?" "Oh, here you go." Moon-Yin-Yin took it over. The beautiful sky blue color made her feel very good. "Wait a minute. Give this to Mu-Yu first. Let him eat this before drinking that." "What is this?" Looking at the dark, large pill, Moon-Yin-Yin wrinkled her brows in disdain. Dr. Zhou was speechless and irritably said, "Don't give it back to me." He was born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but because the pills he rolled were too ugly and he was criticized every day, he went to study Western medicine. If it weren't for Mu Yoyu's health condition being better treated with traditional Chinese medicine, he definitely wouldn't be rolling pills anymore. Moonlight hurriedly ran away with something in her hands. Just kidding, Dr. Zhou is such a picky person. Whatever he gives out is definitely not an ordinary item. So why not take it? She found Mu Yoyu through the system team panel. He was feeding the fish. He had even dug a small pond in the backyard to raise some freshwater fish. Yoyu. Sister, what's wrong? He put down the fish food and came over to greet his sister. The time for the ability catalyzed by the animal crystal core is relatively long. It's impossible to just let him lie outside like that. Sister, I still have things to finish. He was busy after feeding the fish. He still had to check on his vegetables and then go to Dr. Zhou to learn medicine. Dr. Zhou himself was not good at traditional Chinese medicine, and his only disciple, Jia, only wanted to study mental health due to his own illness and did not want to learn traditional Chinese medicine. However, the family tradition could not be broken, so he simply threw all the books passed down from his family to Mu Yoyu. Fortunately, he had a talent in this area and was passionate about learning. Well, I've already asked for leave from Dr. Zhou for you. Missing a day in the backyard, one tea collapsed everything. Back in his room, Moonlight took out the extraction liquid and said, "Look, Mu Yoyu helps Dr. Zhou every day, so he knows this place well. Seeing the colors inside so pure and the energy contained so ridiculously strong, he was amazed. Is this for me?" Moonlight stuffed into his arms and then handed him the ugly pill that Dr. Zhou gave her. Dr. Zhou said to take this first, then drink this. Mu Yoyu was really moved, holding the pills and the extract, not knowing what to say. Moonlight waved her hand and said, "It might be a bit uncomfortable. Just try to hold on. If it's really too much, you can use this to find me." She handed him a small button, produced by the system, which could summon her at any time. Mu Yoyu didn't answer. He knew that awakening abilities required him to endure. Any intervention would be in vain. He didn't want to disappoint his sister's intentions. Chapter 100, Brave into the Tang Family, Part 1. However, Moonlight was still somewhat worried. After all, the purity of this crystal core was too high, and she feared that her brother wouldn't be able to handle the energy contained within it. She quietly placed a button on the bedside. "You should complete the task now." Moonlight sighed. Her main quest progress in the system was at 20. Huaichuan's task was stagnant, and she had no idea where Huaichuan had gone. The Holy Mother Heart task disappeared after you triggered it, and the remaining minor tasks were all daily activities of the base members. She was too lazy to check those trivial matters. However, she still opened the system, and to her surprise, she found several new tasks she hadn't seen before, 2 of which were even time-limited tasks that had already started their countdown. Oh, so this is how Xian will want to play? Time-limited task 1. Find the Tang family base. Countdown 8 hours. Reward: 1 surgical robot. Punishment: lightning strike for 15 minutes. Time-limited task 2. Expand the area by 500 acres. Countdown 8 hours. Reward: 5,000 contribution points. Punishment: lightning strike for 15 minutes. Daily task: kill zombies above level 3. Reward: 1 random small gift box. Main quest: Ice type ability enhancement progress 3-5, Strength type ability enhancement progress 3-5, Speed type ability enhancement progress 3-5, Mental healing type ability enhancement progress 3-5, Space type ability enhancement progress 7-5 completed. Why are there 2 main quests appearing at the same time? Moonlight cannot be seen, but Xuanwu can see her. This is a synchronous task. The growth of power is very important, and personal growth is also essential. She hurriedly walked towards the library. Didn't Lu Wan say that Tang Rou is the young lady who was driven out of the Tang family? If you want to ask about the Tang family, just look for her. Unfortunately, Tang Rou doesn't know. I was born to a maid and was never favored. And the Tang family moved last year, so I don't know the new address either. Moonlight was petrified on the spot, watching the countdown continue to tick away second by second, and she felt an intense desire to fight alongside Xuanwu. However, the next moment, Tang Rou said, "All right, please wait a moment. I remember my niece sent me a letter, and it seems she wrote a signature." Moonlight waited in boredom and pulled up the maps of the 2 absolute domains in the system. She had no intention of expanding further from the headquarters. After all, it was right beneath the watchful eyes of the Spire base. Being too reckless could draw unwanted attention. She currently lacked the absolute strength to confront the Spire base. And it was fortunate that Moose Cece could divert attention from her. She believed the secret within her body would not be discovered anytime soon. However, she also needed to figure out what exactly was inside her that could make her adoptive father give up 9 years of nurturing and kill her with his own hands. She focused her gaze on the map of the Dawn Zone. 500 acres was neither too big nor too small, roughly the size of more than 40 football fields, and it was not suitable to expand in any direction if it were an already established base. She would only need the approval of the base leader to become the domain master, but for this fragmented area, she would have to personally lead a team to clear out the zombies. What was going on? Was there something troublesome? Moon-Yannian took out her tablet and displayed the map, saying, "I need to expand my territory by 500 acres. Which direction do you think is more suitable?" With only a little over 7 hours left for both time-limited tasks, she had to hurry. She didn't want to be struck by lightning at all. Tang Ro took the tablet, looked carefully, and after clarifying the rules, smiled lightly and said, "That's easy. I'll take some people out to clear the area for you. Woo, I really love you to death." She hugged Tang Ro tightly, moved to tears. Tang Ro chuckled, ruffled her hair, and opened the letter, which indeed had the address written on it. Moon-Yannian checked and found that it was just on the other side of Y City, not far from the headquarters. She immediately prepared to set off. "Take someone to help me clear the area and let me know when you're done. I'm in a hurry." She rushed out and bumped into you.Why. "Just in time. I need to find the Tang family old residence. North suburbs of Y City. Miss, we'll block it. You hurry and go." If Moon-Yannian were here, she would definitely recognize this big-headed zombie. It was as clumsy and clever as ever. Its body seemed to have grown quite a bit, leaving deep pits with every step, which was quite terrifying. However, the group of men in front of them was not to be underestimated. The weapons in their hands, unknown in origin, could actually inflict substantial damage on this level 6 zombie. The girl in the red down jacket, anxious and no longer hesitating, climbed onto the back of the cow and urged it to run. Her gaze was resolute, staring straight ahead, her brows filled with urgency. The mutated wild cow was extremely frantic, moving at incredible speed. The scene of it running was even more shocking. Moon-Yannian, sitting in the helicopter, saw it at a glance, her jaw nearly dropping. Remembering the group of big black cows in her space, her thoughts began to race. you.Why, looking down with her, incredulously said, "The eldest miss of the Tang family." What eldest miss of the Tang family? Moon-Yannian didn't react in time. The eldest miss of the Tang family I told you about. She just came of age, and she was announced as the head of the family last year or the year before. Moon-Yannian was extremely surprised and clapped her hands, saying, "Quick, keep up with her. We've already found the young lady, the head of the family, so why would we be afraid of not finding her lair?" Tang Tang had no idea that her home had already been targeted. She was extremely anxious at that moment. Until yesterday, she received a distress call from her mother, saying that her third uncle had killed her father and was trying to take over the house to establish some new base. "Boss, officer, quick look." Su Chi suddenly swerved, frightened out of his wits. It seemed to recognize Moon-Yannian as it abandoned the pursuit of Tang Tang's few subordinates the moment it saw them. "Run, run, run." Their helicopter looked like a toy in front of the big-headed zombie, which seemed to be playing with them, always moving just a bit slower. Moon-Yannian felt her scalp tingle. The sensation of being infinitely close to death was truly unbearable. Moreover, the pressure of their levels was so overwhelming that it made it hard to breathe. They were running, but they didn't even know where they were going. "Hurry, hurry. There's a forest ahead. Find a place to land. Let's hide in the mountains." Chapter 101. Braving the Tang Family. Part 2. She didn't believe that this big-headed zombie could flatten such a vast stretch of primitive forest. On the other side, as Tang Tang approached her home, the bodyguards defending the house rushed up and surrounded her, weapons like electric batons and shovels in hand, on high alert. "Who are you?" Tang Tang. Her voice was cold as ice, yet it resonated in everyone's hearts. "Miss." The bodyguards trembled, exchanging several glances, but finally, the leading bodyguard said, "Miss, there are matters at home. Please wait here for a moment while we ask Second Master." "Get out of the way." Tang Tang pulled out a submachine gun and aimed it at his head, coldly commanding. The large black bull beneath her was also restlessly pawing the floor. "Miss, please don't make it difficult for us." The bodyguards looked ready to risk their lives. As expected, Tang Tang didn't hesitate and fired a burst, taking him out. Then charged forward on the large black bull. "What are you looking at? Hurry and stop her." The scene suddenly turned chaotic, with a large group of people too afraid to step forward. After all, that was a huge bull. Tang Tang looked up disdainfully at everyone and mocked. "You think you can stop me with just your lot?" The bodyguards instinctively shook their heads. They couldn't provoke her. They really couldn't. Who understood? An arrow suddenly blocked the path of the large black bull. A well-trained private soldier emerged from the house, surrounding her completely. Tang Tang patted the large black bull, and it immediately stood quietly. She looked up at her second uncle, and the two locked eyes. The hatred for the murderer of their father was a blood feud. "Tang Tang, is there some misunderstanding?" He wore a smile that concealed his true thoughts, making one feel a chill down their spine. Tang Tang didn't want to argue with him, raising her submachine gun and aiming it at him. "You can turn against your own brother. I must have overestimated your limits." Although she didn't have much emotional attachment to her father, he was still family. Tang Mingxian shook his head, laughing. "Tang Tang, you are still too young." Almost at the moment he said this, Tang Tang pulled the trigger but missed, only to see her second uncle blur and disappear like a mosaic before her eyes. She was shocked, her expression turning panicked. "Tang Mingxian, what the hell?" The surroundings were so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. She patted the bull's head, signaling it to take her inside. She cautiously gripped her weapon, ready to respond to any sudden attack. However, until she reached the courtyard where she used to live, she still hadn't encountered a single person. Now she couldn't hold back anymore, jumping off the bull's back and searching everywhere while shouting, "Mom?" After going in and out several times, she still didn't see a living soul. That strange feeling rose again in her heart, and the pressure was overwhelming, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Tang Tang is in trouble. Just after shaking off the pursuit of the big-headed zombie, Moonlight was startled by Xian Wu's words, nearly stumbling. "How do you know?" "I remembered her aura when I encountered her earlier." What a casual remark. So what now? Her aura suddenly vanished, as if she disappeared from this world. The tree in front of Moonlight suddenly collapsed, and she looked up to make eye contact with the big-headed zombie. Oh no! Scared, she pulled out the mountain bike she had stolen from the Lin family's secret stash and revved the throttle to escape. She realized that the big-headed zombie was only targeting her and completely ignored the others who were standing by watching. It was only after her. "Forget about that Tang Tang for now. What about me? Why is it chasing me?" Xuan Wu was silent. "You'll know later. All I want to know now is how to run." The sound of flipping through books came, and Moonlight was speechless. What kind of system is this that has to reference books in a crisis? "Got it, put on some makeup." "Huh?" Before Moonlight could react, a set of combat gear appeared in her hands. Very cool, like you.Why style. She didn't think much of it, found a huge tree, and quickly changed behind it. Xuan Wu took out a bottle of potion for her. "Take it. It costs 10,000 contribution points and is effective for 3 days. Why don't you go steal it?" Seeing the zombie approaching again, she had no time to think and could only agree. After drinking the potion, the big-headed zombie seemed to lose its direction instantly, standing dumbfounded in place. "Moonlight, why didn't you take this out earlier?" Xuan Wu chose to shut down. "It can't say it just found the method from the tree, right?" She sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Running for these 3 or 4 hours almost took her life. The speed-type crystal core was agitated, faintly showing signs of breaking through level 4. She leaned against the tree, feeling its power. She was just a little short, and now wasn't the time to break through, so she would suppress it for now. She dragged her battered body to meet up with you.Why and the others. They looked at the big-headed zombie that had lost its power, swaying as it walked away, and found it unbelievable. What happened to it? Xuan Wu's red light flashed. "Ancestor, this is not something you should say." The countdown for the time mission was 3 hours, and Tang Ro had already completed everything on her end. After receiving the news, Moonlight expanded the area of the vacant land into her domain, and the walls seemed to grow legs as they expanded outward. Time Mission 2 was completed, the domain area increased by 500 acres, and the reward was 5,000 contribution points. Moonlight felt like crying without tears. After working hard to earn 5,000, the broken potion just cost him 10,000. Life was really unbearable. A few people rode their mountain bikes towards the Tang family's old house according to Xuan Wu's instructions. They were not far from there, but after being chased by the big-headed zombie, they ended up running quite a distance. The time-limited mission was completed, and they found the Tang family headquarters, with a reward of one surgical robot. Please confirm the deployment location. Moonlight breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the threat of being struck by lightning. The four of them crouched behind a small hill, looking at the imposing family gate, which had a plaque that read, Tang Residence. Song Shiyin said, "There are more than 10 people just guarding the gate." He and Su Qi had received a stern order from Uncle Lu. Moonlight and Lu Wanwan must be followed whenever they went out. Otherwise, if anything happened to them, it would be a meeting at the training ground. Moonlight quickly finished reading the information about the Tang family that Xuan Wu had given her. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy means you can win 100 battles. Chapter 102, Bravely Entering the Tang Family, Part 3. Although she currently has no thoughts about the Tang family, who knows what might happen in the future. Task refreshed. Please check as soon as possible. Just as Moonlight was about to leave, she paused and opened the task panel to take a look. Time-limited Task 1. Expand territory, Tang residence area. Limited time is 72 hours. Reward. 1 mental attack ability. Penalty. 30 minutes of lightning strike. Moonlight. Why are you so ambitious? The Tang family is a century-old family. What makes her think she can convince their leader to listen to her? Countdown 71, 59. You are ruthless. Moonlight didn't want to be struck by lightning, so she reluctantly got up. Let's go. She directly released her peak-level, third-tier psychic pressure and led the 3 of them out. A few bodyguards approached, slightly sweating. Excuse me, is there something you need? Moonlight blinked her innocent big eyes and said, "We are good friends of Miss Tang, and were invited to visit her." The man looked at Moonlight's unfriendly demeanor and stammered, Miss Tang is not here." But really, Miss Tang is not here. These bodyguards are ordinary people picked up by the Tang family after the apocalypse, many of whom have not awakened any abilities. At the beginning, those who just awakened their powers would show symptoms like fever or other signs, but no one understood. They thought they were infected by the zombie virus. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go, so they killed them all. This led to the Tang family suffering significant losses, leaving behind mostly ordinary people without much talent. It wasn't until someone from the Tang family awakened their abilities that they realized it wasn't an infection. However, they also missed a significant opportunity for human development that nature provided. This bodyguard, surprisingly, still had some backbone and straightened his neck, saying, Miss Tang really isn't here." Moonlight remained silent, gently drawing a line on his neck, fresh red droplets of blood sliding down the cut, looking extremely enchanting in the cold weather. Really not coming? The warm breath sprayed on his face, the tone carrying a hint of temptation. "I didn't know Tang had a friend like you." Uncle Tang Mingxian of the Tang family spoke at the right moment, having appeared on that high platform without anyone noticing. Moonlight raised her eyes. Oh, it's still an old acquaintance. She smiled faintly, a master of puppet-type abilities. What to do? She really wanted to grab him and enslave him to avenge her past life. Tang Mingxian would never have imagined that in the future, his superior would look at him unfavorably because of a careless remark from his past life. He had an adopted son, but unfortunately, he was an ingrate. After being carefully raised since childhood, he actually wanted to usurp power. During a conference at the Spire base, he got drunk and publicly complained that if they weren't biological, they couldn't be raised well. At that time, Moonlight's position at the Spire base was awkward, facing obstacles everywhere, and his comment seemed to be a direct jab at her. Later, Elizabeth often brought up his relationship with his adopted son to annoy her, hinting whether she would also become such a heartless person in the future. Moonlight grew more and more furious as she thought about it. Without saying a word, she kicked the bodyguard in front of her and climbed up to the high platform with her bare hands. Just as everyone was still in shock, she grabbed the bodyguard behind the man. "Don't act rashly, or your neck will snap." While everyone was puzzled as to why she was grabbing a bodyguard instead of the main target, the true face of the bodyguard revealed itself to everyone. Goodness, this was the real Tang Mingxian. although his vital points were still in someone else's hands. He showed no signs of panic on his face and even had the leisure to smile. I don't know who you are, but how could you see through my superb puppet technique at a glance? His tone was calm, as if he were genuinely discussing chess with a close friend. Yongsheng base. Moonlight. He thought for a long time and sincerely said, I haven't heard of it. Moonlight raised her eyebrows and arrogantly said, Now you know. Don't you realize what Miss Mu's true intention is? To find Miss Tang. Tang Mingxian shook his head with a smile and said, If I'm not mistaken, what you're looking for is the true power holder of the Tang family. Tang is not that. You might find me more reliable. It was said that the second master of the Tang family was quite eccentric, and now that I've interacted with him, it seems to be true. I want to be your boss. Do you agree? Xuanwu was so shocked by her that he didn't know what to say. The information indicated that Tang Mingxian loved power the most and would even kill his own brother for it. Moonlight is bold, but to her surprise, Tang Mingxian did not get angry. Instead, he revealed an amused smile. It depends on what Miss Mu can do to conquer me. The warm breath he exhaled brushed against Moonlight ear. Moonlight felt a chill and wanted to punch him, and she really did it. Tang Mingxian reached out to neutralize her strength, holding her delicate hand in his, then lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on it. She couldn't take it anymore. Moonlight held the steel rod in her hand and struck down fiercely. Tang Mingxian shattered into pieces and disappeared. Moonlight reacted faster, immediately swinging backward. The sensation of colliding with the fabric was felt, but it did not hit the flesh. In the back-and-forth exchange between the two, dozens of moves passed in the blink of an eye. Moonlight speed ability has reached the peak of level 3, and she just needs a chance to break through to level 4. Tang Mingxian is not to be underestimated either. His puppet technique is unpredictable, and anything can become his plaything. However, Moonlight possesses a mental healing ability and has strong mental defense, making her hard for him to control. She is the first opponent he has encountered since awakening his powers that he cannot manipulate, which piques his interest. Luan and the other two watched as the two fought fiercely on the high platform. But with so many people on the other side, no one came to help, leaving them to watch helplessly. What kind of ability does this guy have? It's too strange. The other two also look confused. I feel like Wan might not be able to win. Tang Mingxuan's ability is also about to break through to level 4, but its advantage lies in its unpredictability and lack of a physical form. Unless in a clean and spacious area where he has no objects to use, it's really difficult to catch him. Right now, it seems like he is just toying with Moonlight. Try using ice-type abilities to trap him. No, I feel like I'm about to break through my bottleneck. How could she not know that Tang Mingxian is just playing with her? Once her speed ability breaks through to level 4, he will be in for a show. Miss Mu, are you tired? Would you like to calm down and go downstairs for some tea and snacks? Moonlight ignored him, focusing on feeling his position and operating her speed-type ability within her body. It was getting faster, really fast. She had already touched that threshold. Chapter 103, Brave into the Tang Family, Part 4, Bang. She hit it. This time it didn't turn into a mosaic, and Tang Mingxian spat out a mouthful of blood. Moonlight was really ruthless. The speed-type ability Crystal Core within her successfully broke through to level 4, and her ability was surging violently, making her extremely uncomfortable, though she didn't show it on her face. She thought Tang Mingxian would be angry or something, and Luan and the others were all prepared to rush in to save her at any moment. Who knew he had a look of being thoroughly pleased, his gaze at Moonlight carrying a deeper, meaningful sentiment. Moonlight's head was in a mess, and she could only think that this person must be sick. Boss. Moonlight was very surprised to hear this and quickly opened the system to check, only to find that she still couldn't set the Tang family as her domain. Goodness, so you can talk the talk but not walk the walk, huh? How frustrating. But Moonlight knew that some things couldn't be rushed. She pretended to be aloof and said, Can Master Tang too talk to me now? Please. He got up, brushed off the dust from his suit, and elegantly gestured for her to proceed. Moonlight pointed below and said, On such a cold day, call my people up. Tang Mingxian followed her finger and looked at the 3 people standing below. The girl looked vibrant and eye-catching, standing out remarkably. As for the 2 boys, well, they looked somewhat presentable. Were they Miss Mu's servants? How enviable to be able to be by Miss Mu's side. How do they deserve that? Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time and didn't know what he was thinking, Moonlight urged again, is that not okay? The people below couldn't hear what was being said above, but they had an innate trust in Moonlight and didn't act rashly. Tang Mingxian's servant quickly went down to bring the three of them up. Lu Wanwan immediately ran to her side and hugged her arm, looking at the man in front of her with vigilance and wariness. Wei Jinchao was also a relatively effeminate-looking man, but when he put on military uniform and armor, he became both handsome and beautiful, irresistibly appealing. However, this man before her only made her feel that he was very strange, extremely strange. In any case, Lu Wanwan did not like him. The five of them arrived at the warm pavilion of the Tang family for a meeting where exquisite snacks were laid out, and a pot of rose tea, which the girl liked, was warmed as if it had already known they would come. Noticing Moonlight doubts, he gently explained, I'm not only a puppet ability user, but also a predictor. Oh, Moonlight emotions surged in her heart, but on the surface, she disdainfully pinched a small cake. Tang Mingxian could see through her little thoughts and poured tea for the two. I calculated that lovely girls would come today, so I specially prepared these pastries by hand. How does it taste? Moonlight put down the cake upon hearing this. If you say that, I dare not eat it anymore. I'm afraid you poisoned it to harm me. Lu Wanwan, who was halfway through eating, froze in place, unsure whether to spit it out or swallow it. Tang Mingxian, facing her sudden, unreasonable outburst, was not angry. He picked up the small cake she had put down and stuffed it into his mouth. My fortune tells me that you and I are not enemies. Moonlight remained unmoved and even said, we will become good allies. Moonlight leaned back with her arms crossed, her legs resting on the stool on the other side. I said, I just want to be your boss. If you don't believe me, we can draw a divination. He took out 3 golden 50-cent coins and handed them to her. Damn, this damn sissy seems to not understand human language at all. Moonlight clenched his fist. And I endured. You silently think of the question you want to ask, then combine these 3 coins in your palm, shake them a few times, and toss them onto the table. Shake a total of 6 times, and I will answer your question based on what you get. Moonlight exhaled, and after enduring for a while, finally picked up a coin to toss. Lu Wanwan glanced at Moonlight and then at Uncle Tang, before pinching a piece of cake and taking small bites. She felt that her precious Yannian didn't seem to have a good impression of this man. After the divination, the man drew some incomprehensible symbols on the paper. What was he just thinking? Thinking about when he could become her boss. She had a blank expression, feeling that there was nothing wrong with asking this. Lu Wanwan immediately burst into laughter, holding her stomach and enjoying herself. Her precious Yannian was truly amazing. Moonlight reached out to gently pat her back, afraid she might choke, and handed her a cup of rose tea. To be honest, he really made good tea. As Lu Wanwan took the cup, she caught the slightly resentful and jealous gaze of Tang Mingxian. What is wrong with him? Why doesn't he just say it? When does the fortune say it will happen? Tang Mingxian didn't want to say it. The fortune indicated that her wishes would come true. But he couldn't lie, so he sighed and said, You are my boss now. Oomph. Moonlight coldly snorted and didn't want to pay him any attention. She knew he was lying, completely insincere, and the domain panel in the system was completely still. How about calculating something else? Will the apocalypse end? Tang Mingxian. Ha 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 ha. Lu Wanwan laughed so hard she almost crawled under the table. Song Shiyan and Su Qi also curled their lips and raised their cups to cover their smiles. Tang Mingxian felt complicated, ultimately finding it amusing, and looked at Moonlight helplessly. Forget it. Let's talk about something serious. Moonlight's expression became serious. She straightened her clothes, sat up straight, and took out her tablet. Tang Yi, is the Tang family currently under your control? No, it's under your control. Moonlight looked at him in silence, and he was defeated under her gaze. Yes, the Tang family now only has me as the head. Lu Wanwan asked, Where is Tang Tang? They clearly saw Miss Tang coming this way. She couldn't have gotten lost on the way, right? Is this young lady very familiar with Tang Tang? Lu Wanwan was a bit confused, and before she could speak, Moonlight stopped her. She took out the crystal core extraction liquid. She took out Grandpa Zhao's famous weather prediction report. She took out the temptation capture bomb and the zombie explosion temptation bomb. Then she played the surveillance footage from the Dawn District on the tablet. Each item astonished Tang Mingxian, especially the last surveillance footage that nearly made his jaw drop. He knew it was real. It was precisely because he knew that he was so shocked. Currently, the situation in various major bases was not good, and the leading Spire base did not recognize their kind of family. So he was eager to transform it into a base. But transforming the base meant accommodating more survivors. Most people in his family were used to a secluded life and would never agree to let those refugees enter their territory. Since they were unwilling, Tang Mingxian was not unreasonable. So let them continue their secluded life. Chapter 104. Bravely Entering the Tang Family. Part 5. His heart sank little by little, and he suddenly understood why the divination said Moonlight journey was 10 out of 10 assured. With these things in front of him, with his scale, why wouldn't Tishi succeed? But he still felt unwilling. What should he do? Moonlight noticed his entanglement, but didn't know what he was troubled about. It was getting late, so Miss Mu suggested that you and your friends stay for the night. Tomorrow, they could take you on a nice tour of their village and have some fun. Moonlight shrugged and said, "All right, arrange a place to stay." Lu Wanwan was a bit surprised that she agreed. The Tang family's butler led them to the guest quarters, and Tang Mingxian turned around and went into the basement. "Baby, why would you think about subduing the Tang family? Their family is quite chaotic internally, and besides the master, the rest are all servants, not just nannies or anything, but real servants." Lu Wanwan emphasized. Moonlight knows that some people rescued from the international scene have no identity and are living incognito among them, showing absolute loyalty to the Tang family. However, they lack their own thoughts and humanity. Lu Wanwan really can't understand what Moonlight gains by subduing the Tang family. If the family members of the Tang family's main household are disloyal, it's no different from raising a tiger to harm oneself. Moonlight knew her concerns, but they were nothing to her. She didn't expect the Tang family to obey her, nor did she need them to do anything for her. As long as she could live normally and use contribution points, her contribution points would continue to rise. Then she could exchange for many, many things in the system. After all, she had always been in a state of being broke, and as soon as the contribution points came in, they were immediately consumed. There were too many things she wanted to buy that she couldn't get, and aside from increasing her income, she couldn't think of any other way. Most importantly, she didn't want to be struck by lightning. "Dear esteemed guests, we have arranged a dinner for everyone, and after the meal, you can enjoy the natural hot springs." She had long heard that the Tang family's hot springs were exceptional, and she couldn't wait to try them out. Lu Wanwan's eyes sparkled, completely forgetting what she had just said to Moonlight. The classical and elegant room had a distinct Jiangnan vibe, and after a simple dinner, they eagerly jumped into the hot spring. Xianwu didn't notice, and Moonlight was already lying in the hot spring pool. "It's over." "What do you mean it's over?" At that moment, Moonlight didn't realize there was a problem and leisurely poured water over her neck. This hot spring was truly natural, and there were several small openings nearby with eggs hanging inside. It felt so comfortable. The water quality was indeed exceptional. Lu Wanwan squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Moonlight let out a comfortable sigh. She had been tense for days, and it was rare to have a good rest. Her brain didn't want to think at all. What they didn't know was that the big-headed zombie, which had already been far away, suddenly had a glimmer in its eyes, turned around, and ran over with strides, its speed rivaling that of Olympic champions. Wherever it went, it felt like an earthquake, even knocking down some of the high-rise buildings that had been eroded by acid rain and were not very sturdy. "Do you feel the ground shaking?" Moonlight asked in confusion. Lu Wanwan was almost asleep, with 2 slices of cucumber on her eyes, and sleepily replied, "No, really? Why City isn't on an earthquake belt?" "Oh, right." Moonlight felt relieved and, imitating her, picked up 2 slices of cucumber to put on her own eyes. Bang, bang, bang. "Wait, it really seems like there's an earthquake." The 2 scrambled to get to the shore, each grabbing a piece of clothing to wear. But their outfits were all mixed up. She wore Moonlight clothes, and Moonlight put on her pants. The shaking stopped for a few seconds and then started again. "No, I was deceived by the geography teacher. He said why City wouldn't have an earthquake for 100 years. The 2 held hands and ran to the Tang family's training ground. which had a large open space where they should be safe from falling debris. Song Shiyin and Su Qi also arrived shortly after. Their outfits were the same, so even if they wore each other's clothes, it was hard to tell. However, Moonlight and you.Why stood out, but fortunately, both of them were extremely good-looking, making even their mismatched outfits look nice. Just as everyone was puzzled, Xianwu slowly spoke up. "That level 6 zombie is coming after us." Moonlight was shocked and incredulously asked, "Didn't you say it would last for 3 days? But you can't touch sulfur water." "I didn't touch." Her questioning abruptly stopped as she thought about the sulfur content in the hot spring. "Then why didn't you remind me earlier?" Xuanwu fell silent. Could it say it only remembered after she went in? After all, it was also using this potion for the first time. That level 6 zombie even brought helpers. "If we can't handle one, and it brought helpers, why don't we just escape?" she said, and immediately pulled you.Why to run outside. "Emergency mission triggered. Please check, player." Moonlight paused, opened the panel to check. "Urgent mission. Yellow warning sign, kill 4 level ice zombies within 3 hours. Reward: a natural hot spring. Punishment: spin the punishment wheel 3 times." She released you.Why's hand and sighed towards the sky. Killing a level 4 ice zombie wasn't a big problem. But the issue was that there was also a level 6 zombie nearby, eyeing her. She stood high up, silently watching the big-headed zombie approach step by step. Its gaze seemingly locked onto her, walking with great determination. From a distance, she saw something sitting on its shoulder, looking through her binoculars. It was a female zombie dressed in a blue and white long dress. It was not hard to guess that this was the level 4 ice female zombie that Xianwu wanted her to kill. The big-headed zombie drew closer and stopped about 50 to 60 meters away. It placed the ice female zombie from its shoulder into its palm and held it out in front of Moonlight. They didn't speak, but Moonlight understood their meaning. She bowed to the female zombie, and when she stood up, she had a crystal-clear ice sword in her hand. The human and the zombie began to fight on the platform in front of the mountain gate. The zombie seemed to be testing her, mimicking her sword moves. But perhaps due to its lack of skill, Moonlight easily cut through it. It was angry and conjured a new ice sword to meet her again. It was as if the human and the zombie were looking in a mirror. Whatever she did, it would follow, learning faster and faster. Moonlight was panting heavily. She had seen this type of zombie in her previous life, and its intelligence was extremely high. It could mimic all the attacks of ability users. In her past life, many people specifically sought out this type of zombie for competitions and duels to refine their techniques and enhance their weaknesses and shortcomings. When the sword in its hand broke for the 3rd time, its aura suddenly changed. It had been suppressing its strength to compete with her, but now it realized it couldn't win and directly unleashed its true power. The situation shifted instantly. Chapter 105. Brave into the Tang family. 6 this time. It no longer held back and launched an ability attack. Large, hard hailstones quickly formed and smashed down on her, leaving her no time to react. The suppression of a higher-level ability was indeed extraordinary. Her lower body seemed frozen and unable to move, and her abilities also turned sluggish. The Ice-type ability was faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. The people of the Tang family were thrilled to watch. My goodness, is this beautiful guest some kind of genius? She learned it in just a few minutes? Even her hailstones were denser and harder. The female zombie was hit and howled in pain, with its once pristine skin now marred by numerous wounds. It looked at the pitiful wounds on its body and screamed in disbelief, the sound waves piercing Moonligh's head. Not good, it was about to upgrade. The difference between level 4 and level 5 was like a chasm. Moonlight had barely reached the threshold of level 4. But this zombie immediately upgraded to level 5, seemingly toying with her. Moonlight spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her whole body trembling slightly. Just as the ice-based female zombie was about to launch her next wave of attack, Li Long, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, instantaneously moved in front of her and built a water wall that surprisingly managed to block the female zombie's hail. Moonlight supported her chest and stood up. As soon as her ice ability touched the water wall, it solidified into substance. This thick ice wall could barely hold for a moment. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and Li Long supported her arm. "Are you okay? How did you end up here?" They both spoke at the same time. Li Long had no choice but to say, "This big guy is too huge. I could see it even from the cave. I was worried it would be detrimental to our base, so I brought the brothers out as scout and happened to see you." Moon-Yannian nodded, pouring 2 intermediate potions into her mouth. She sat cross-legged, trying to support me for 10 minutes. The effects of the medicine slowly circulated in her body, as if a healing ability was flowing. However, the speed was too slow. She silently complained in her heart. Lu Wanwan and the others in Tangjia's wing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was fine. Let's go help. Lu Wanwan quickly stood beside Li Long with 2 others. Together, for level 3 ability, users against a recently broken level 5 ice ability, users seemed to have no chance of winning. But this ice female zombie was different from other level 5 zombies. She seemed much weaker, perhaps due to the energy Moon-Yannian had just expended. She quickly took damage, howling in dissatisfaction at the 4, as if looking at some despicable little people. The 4 paid no attention to her reaction, attacking in perfect unison. Suddenly the ground shook. "Look, what is that?" A dark mass of unknown things rushed towards them. The 4 clearly sensed something was wrong, backing up against each other to observe their surroundings. The level 5 ice zombie had already gained the ability to summon. Its previous roar had summoned zombies from a 20-kilometer radius. They saw the female zombie's eyes turn red and bulge out, looking terrifyingly at them, no longer relaxed as when fighting Moon-Yannian. She seemed really angry. She seemed to really dislike being attacked by a group. But by the time the others realized this problem, it was too late. The zombie tide was approaching. Moon-Yannian, who had just barely broken through to level 4 ice abilities, struggled to get up, looking at the surging tide of zombies around her, her scalp feeling numb. What to do? Looking around, there was no way to retreat. I have already requested rescue from the base. Song Shiyin urgently tapped on the communicator on his arm. The emergency alarm at the base rang, and the battle-ready personnel immediately donned their gear, waiting for Uncle Lu's command to climb into their vehicles. Mu Yu also put on his battle armor and prepared to go out. "Commander Mu, can you take me with you?" Jiang Tiantian suddenly appeared, looking very nervous, and she was also fully armed. Mu Yu glanced at her, neither agreeing nor refusing. They, as logistics personnel, did not have a place in the convoy. So even if they wanted to go, they were powerless to do so. Mu Yu ignored her, and she wasn't angry, following closely behind him. When she saw him put on his helmet and ride the dirt bike, Jiang Tiantian hurried to catch up. She didn't even have time to sit steady before the throttle suddenly twisted, and the vehicle shot out like a rocket. Thankfully, Jiang Tiantian grabbed hold of Mu Yoyu's clothes. Otherwise, she would have been thrown off. The speed was too fast, and she clung tightly to Mu Yoyu, refusing to let go. Mu Yoyu furrowed his brows tightly. He hated women getting so close to him. Jiang Sui, without a helmet, was stung by the biting wind. Noticing this, Mu Yoyu's heart softened a bit, and he draped his outer robe over her head, then increased his speed even more. It was his first time riding a bike, and, perhaps out of urgency, he surprisingly rode both fast and steadily, becoming the first person to arrive at the scene in the entire base. Moon-Yannian and others have already broken through, with large groups of zombies lying around. The filthy, disgusting, blackened, and foul-smelling blood has polluted this valley. The Tang family, under the leadership of Uncle Tang Heir, has also mobilized entirely. They wield their large knives like generals from ancient times, killing without any sense of reason. There are just too many zombies. Tang Mingxian is using his puppet technique ability to control the zombies to turn on each other while protecting Moon-Yannian. Don't think he doesn't know. Moon-Yannian has many hidden injuries from fighting the level 4 female zombie, and she's just holding on right now. She immediately grabbed him and frantically injected her mental healing ability into his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, it was effective. In the past, when Tang Mingxian's abilities became too aggressive, he would lose all sense of kinship, killing anyone in sight, even Buddha if he saw one. He had been restraining himself just now, afraid of hurting the young girl beside him. He didn't expect her to have the ability to keep him awake. His possessiveness grew stronger. After killing for so long, the combination of brute force and ability was nearing its limit, leaving him feeling numb with exhaustion. The sense of superiority he had for the past 6 months made him almost forget the feeling of death, but it surged back to his heart now. The potion doctor. Zome made for her had already run out, and the potions provided by the system had to be self-cultivated. She could almost say she had no medicine left, with blood flowing incessantly from her body. She chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, I really didn't expect that when zombies level up, they also drag you down to die together. How tragic. Chapter 106, Emergency Mission Completed. At this moment, Tang Mingxian joked, So, would you be willing to marry me? I'm almost 30 and still haven't found a wife. It's quite a pity. Moonlight, with her hair full of black streaks, shook off his arm and said, I have a boyfriend. Although Wei Jinxiao had been too busy to see her these days, the two of them chatted every night through the communication device. And it seemed like she had completely forgiven him, with love growing anew. With his distraction, she felt her strength returning a bit, and she couldn't stop shooting with the machine gun. When Mu Youyu and the others arrived, they saw this scene and felt a lot more at ease. It seemed that sister was getting stronger again. Ground.Yannian, with her messy hair, kept nodding her head. The two of them charged in with rifles, killing their way through. Unfortunately, there were just too many zombies. For every one they killed, another one would come, endlessly. Moonlight seemed to have been there all along, but they could never get close. Fortunately, Uncle Lu's large team finally arrived. Gunfire and explosions resounded from all directions, and Moonlight let out a sigh of relief. She really could not hold on any longer. Although these zombies were not high level, no one could withstand this war of attrition, which seemed never-ending. With the arrival of the base team, she finally had a moment to check the situation around her. The big-headed zombie that had been watching the battle had left at some point, leaving only the level 5 ice-type female zombie still summoning her companions. Moonlight put away the gun and replaced it with a large machete. She leaped up and stomped on a zombie's head, landing in front of the level 5 ice-type female zombie to interrupt the summoning. The female zombie was furious, clearly displeased with her sudden appearance. Moonlight, who had just reached level 4, was originally at a disadvantage against the newly upgraded level 5 ice-type female zombie, but the opponent's level was inflated. If she were at her peak, she might have had a fighting chance, but now she was in a state of decay, akin to a meat bun being tossed to a dog. Mu Youyu, who had been watching her closely, clearly noticed this issue as well. He kicked away the zombie in front of him. His plant abilities, nourished by water abilities, allowed him to achieve level 4 effects at level 3, making it impossible for ordinary zombies to get close to him. Even so, Ground.Yannian, who was following him, was still struggling. Mu Youyu was irritated. He could use a vine to send himself to his sister to help, but the little girl would definitely die. He grabbed Ground.Yannian by the back of her collar, saying, I need to go help my sister. You go, you go. She seemed completely unaware that she was a burden and did not realize that if he left, she would absolutely be doomed. She was seriously holding a kitchen knife provided by the base, preparing to deliver the final blow to the zombie already trapped by the vines. Mu Youyu was speechless. The distance was too far. If he left, the vines would quickly wither without the nourishment of his abilities. How would she deal with those zombies then? Before Mu Youyu could sort out his thoughts, a colossal object suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the warship from the Spire base. A well-equipped army in uniform slid down from above, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Moonlight was anxious, fearing that her task would be snatched away by someone else. She took out a little chick and threw it to the female zombie. To her surprise, it instinctively caught it, and the next second, it exploded in its hand. Take advantage of its weakness to end its life. Moonlight gathered all the powers she could muster into the blade in her hand. With one slash, a head fell to the ground. She knelt on the steps, panting. Great. The urgent mission, yellow warning sign, was completed, successfully slaying a level 4 ice zombie within 3 hours. The reward of a natural hot spring has been issued. Please confirm the placement location. She collapsed flat on the ground, weakly gazing at the belly of the battleship, thinking to herself how nice it would be to own one like that someday. Her abilities gradually recovered. The battle ended, all the zombies were cleared, and the team orderly began to crack open skulls and collect crystal cores. Moonlight also turned over and got up, taking out the crystal core of the level 5 ice zombie. This was the most valuable item in this battle. Miss Mu, long time no see. Elizabeth, dressed in pink and white armor, walked gracefully in front of her, looking down at her. Moon brushed off the dust on her clothes and chuckled. Thank you for your assistance. I'll treat you to a meal another day. She looked quite cheeky, completely different from her usual self. She was well aware of her adoptive father's preferences. He absolutely despised this kind of down-to-earth demeanor. She knew he was definitely watching this battle from somewhere, and the more she acted petty, the more he would dislike her face, leading to his disinterest in her. With disinterest, he wouldn't investigate her, allowing her secrets to remain hidden for another day. No need, Miss Mu. We found our base leader's niece among your people, our Miss Bai. Moon frowned slightly at the words. A bad premonition surged in her heart. I don't know who you're talking about. Turning her head, she saw their soldiers dragging Mu Youyu and ground.Yannian away. What's wrong with you? Why are you taking my brother? Sorry, Miss Mu. Our cousin is unwilling to leave your brother, so we can only take them both. Huh? Do you think the Spire base is easy to mess with? Her eyes flashed with fierce light, her entire aura imposing. It hadn't been long since they last met, and she had already become a level 4 ability user. Elizabeth was surprised by her progress, feeling a twinge of jealousy in her heart. However, with this set of mecha on her, she wasn't afraid, even if Moonline's level was higher than hers. Mu Youyu and ground.Yannian, with their mouths blocked, struggled wildly. They were innocent too. They had been killing zombies peacefully when this group suddenly appeared, tied them up, and didn't say a word. The notion that the cousin couldn't leave your brother was all nonsense. They didn't even have a chance to speak. Solu, Dang Ming Sun, and others arrived at Moonline's side, standing left and right. This officer of the Spire base. You say that little girl is your cousin, and you can take her away, but that boy is from our Eternal Life base. Isn't it excessive to take him away too? Uncle Lu asked. Elizabeth reluctantly gave him a glance, not wanting to bother with him. But seeing his somewhat similar features to you.Why, she probably guessed his identity. The old father of the Eternal Life base. Well then, let us engage a little. We can exchange with supplies. She said it as if it were a matter of course, making everyone so angry they were almost spitting blood. Moonline's hands itched, and she gripped the handle of the knife, saying, You say your young lady can't live without my brother. Then let your young lady stay to accompany him. ground.Yannian nodded repeatedly. She was willing. Alyssa was infuriated by her worthless demeanor and doubted how the Jiang family could raise such a girl. Chapter 107. Do you know you're playing with fire? The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, with people from the Eternal Life base and the Tang family surrounding them. It was as if they were saying, if you don't let them go, we won't let this go. She heard the voice of the leader of the Jiang base in her earpiece. She sighed and looked at you.Why, saying, Leader Lu, thank you for taking care of our young lady these days. We will send a token of appreciation later. After she finished speaking, Mu Youyu was let down. He quickly walked to Moonline's side with a guilty expression. He had originally come to rescue his sister, but unexpectedly, he ended up causing her trouble. The Spire base and the Eternal Life base were allies, and they had a duty to assist one another, so it was only fair to give a token of appreciation. Did this mean they also had to prepare a gift? What a hassle. Moonline's wasn't feeling well and didn't want to waste any more time here. She grabbed you.Why's arm. Let's do it this way. Please thank the commander of Jiang Base for us. We will definitely visit when we have a chance. And let's part ways here. She was so anxious that she was almost in tears, desperately seeking help from Mu Youyu, but Mu Youyu kept his head down, filled with guilt, and didn't even look at her. Finally, after sending off those big shots, Moonline's rolled her eyes and collapsed. She was too exhausted. Miss Lu, this way. Tang Mingxian quickly pointed the way for you.Why, who was carrying Moonline's. you.Why couldn't think too much and ran in that direction while shouting, Doctor! Doctor! Uncle Lu also urgently sent someone to bring Dr. Zhou and Tang Xiao the moment she collapsed. He didn't trust Tang Mingxian and was even less confident in the doctors under him. Some people risk everything to turn their situation around, but you keep pushing yourself to the edge like it's a game. Do you understand? Moonline's head was pounding, almost ready to crack open. She could sense the noise outside and everyone's tension, but she couldn't open her eyes. Every crystal core in her body was in turmoil, with all the abilities clashing and repelling each other. Fortunately, her various abilities didn't have opposing attributes, so the situation wasn't completely out of control. This was the downside of having multiple abilities. Once the body weakened, These powers would scramble for dominance. Her head ached, and soon her chest began to hurt. A cracking pain from her heart. The pain made her curl up. The doctor, examining her, couldn't hold her still and was getting anxious. you.Why pushed him aside and said, "Can't you see Yannian is in pain? What are you doing?" The doctor was momentarily at a loss. But Yannian was curled up and couldn't see her abdomen, so he didn't know what was happening. Just as the two were at a standstill, Dr. Zhou hurriedly arrived with Tang Xiao, and Njia. "All right, you can go out." you.Why glanced at the doctor, snorted, and left. The doctor was sweating profusely, unsure of how he had offended this young lady. Dr. Zhou looked at him and said, "You need to clean up her external injuries." Unfortunately, she was in so much pain that her conscious awareness was almost gone, let alone guiding her abilities. As soon as Dr. Zhou's powers entered her body, he saw the abilities grappling with each other. Luckily, the space ability didn't have a crystal core. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. Xiao, you come and supply her with abilities," Dr. Zhou instructed. Tang Xiao, understanding, stepped forward, extended her little hand, and the green energy flowed from her palm into Yannian's body, repairing her broken meridians and crystal cores. After exhausting her abilities, Dr. Zhou handed her a crystal core extraction liquid to replenish her powers. After repeating this several times, Yannian finally felt a sense of control over her body. Although she was still unconscious, her condition had improved significantly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Mingxian was discussing cooperation with Uncle Lu. "Our Tang family is a family, not an ordinary base. Any cooperation shouldn't be subordinate," he said. Uncle Lu took a sip of tea and asked, "What did Xiaoyan say?" Tang Mingxian's face instantly darkened. The crowd fell silent, unsure of what Yannian meant. "I saw the crystal core extraction liquid from your base. We can collaborate, exchanging items. I think this kind of cooperation is acceptable," he said. He couldn't communicate with Yannian. She only wanted to be the boss and have him submit. His earlier intention to transform the Tang family into a base was to align himself with the pinnacle base. However, having just firmly stood behind Yannian, he was likely already resented by the pinnacle, making it improbable to seek their support again. Even if he were accepted, there would definitely be a gap in resources and information. But his desire to ally with the pinnacle was merely to leverage his own strength for recognition, achieving a cooperative situation where he still had a say. However, Yannian's meaning was very clear. She would be the boss from now on, and he had to listen to her. The absolute decision-making power was in her hands. He couldn't tolerate this. While he harbored deep resentment towards the Tang family, he was still a member of the Tang family. So how could he let an outsider become their head? In his eyes, the boss must be a family member, someone with the Tang surname. If she was willing to marry him, then letting her be the boss wouldn't be impossible. Tang Mingxian felt somewhat wronged and conflicted. He had already made significant concessions, willing to take a loss in the cooperative relationship, but he absolutely couldn't give up his voice. Yannian should not be bullied like this. Uncle Lu probably understands his thoughts and feelings very well. If he were to encounter a girl he just met wanting to be his boss, managing his company and daughter, he would probably be tempted to cut her down immediately. Yet, Tang Mingxian has even invited 2 girls to soak in the hot springs and have meals, and is willing to sit down and talk seriously, which shows he is quite sincere. How about this? When Yannian wakes up, I will ask her what she thinks. And there is no need for Tang Yi to be so anxious and agitated, especially you.Why. She doesn't want to leave and wants to stay here to wait for Yannian to wake up. As a result, she was scolded by Uncle Lu, who grabbed her ear and reprimanded her. How could Xiaoyan lie there? Isn't it because you're too weak? You should reflect on why. Despite both being level 3, she can fight level 4 zombies while you get thrown away with a single slap. Chapter 108. Snatching Supplies 1. Her strength is actually normal. Being 1 level lower is just that, being 1 level lower, as if it were an insurmountable chasm. Yannian has accumulated 9 years of skills from her past life, allowing her to fight beyond her level. But they don't know that. They only feel that it's because they are not hardworking enough. Uncle Lu gets along quite well with Tang Mingxian. Both are young entrepreneurs with a lot of common topics and unique insights on governance. Most importantly, both of them love drinking tea and playing chess, often sitting for several hours at a time. As Yannian woke up, She opened her eyes only to meet Dr. Zhou's pair of disdainful and contemptuous eyes. It was so obvious, Doctor, not the slightest bit concealed. He was blatantly disgusted with her, and she really couldn't stand it. How could there be such a reckless girl, as if she had no brain at all, completely unaware of how to take care of her own body, always bold, but lacking in wisdom? She couldn't think about it anymore. Her annoyance with stupidity was triggered. Dr. Zhou turned his head away. Moonlight was first speechless, then slowly sat up and rubbed her head, saying, "Where is this?" Dr. Zhou rolled his eyes and left with the equipment. She was perplexed, thinking she hadn't offended him, right? And Jia was also extremely exhausted, having not closed his eyes all day. His voice was hoarse as he helplessly said, "Sir, could you please not be so explosive in battle in the future? Every situation catches us off guard. We are rare disease specialists, not trauma surgeons. Can you take better care of yourself?" The doctor from the Tang family nodded with tears in his eyes. He was indeed specialized in trauma and had excellent suturing skills. But he couldn't withstand the high tension all night. That look for Dr. Zhou was truly terrifying. Moonlight repeatedly expressed that she wouldn't be so brave next time, and Jia was too lazy to pay attention to her. She was tired of hearing those words. She went in lying down and came out full of energy. Everyone was very impressed by how capable the doctors from the Eternal Life Base were. At this moment, Tang Xiao, who was solely bearing everything, was still in a coma. She was truly exhausted. However, because of this, she had leveled up to level 2. It hadn't been long since her awakening of abilities, and she was already able to upgrade to level 2, which Moonlight truly deserved credit for. As soon as she stepped out, she was invited by the Tang family's servant to the flower hall. Tang Mingxian and Uncle Lu were playing chess. Fortunately, it was chess. If it had been Go, Moonlight wouldn't have understood it. She stood by the two and pointed out strategies. "Move your horse. Eat him. Eat him. No, why are you so stupid? Uncle Lu, move this. Sayu." After one game ended, all three of them felt quite exhilarated. Uncle Lu conveyed Tang Mingxian's thoughts to Moonlight. Moonlight asked if the system would work this way, but Xianwu said it wouldn't and that she must submit to her. Then there was no other way, with a day and a half left until the task ended. She shrugged and said, "I told you, the extreme cold era is coming soon. I will be your boss, and you will submit to me. This piece of land from the Tang family will have a high electric wall built around it, maintaining a constant temperature of 22 degrees inside. So we won't be afraid when the extreme cold arrives. If we only cooperate according to your method, I don't have the authority over your territory. So I can't help you establish a temperature control base. Do you understand?" Moonlight spoke very sincerely. She didn't mention these things last time, and it was hard to tell from the video if there was any difference in temperature. Tang Mingxian was moved by her words, but there were still emotional ties to the Xi family involved. Moonlight no longer persuaded and sat down to enjoy her tea. In fact, according to her nature, she only needed to collect contribution points. She had no interest in internal affairs or management. Looking at the main base, it was almost Uncle Lu who was in charge, and in the Dawn District, it was still Tang Rou who was taking care of things. She hardly managed anything, yet still needed to provide whatever was required. With her hands-off approach, even if she joined the Tang family, it would still be Tang Mingxian who would be in charge. However, everyone understood this in their hearts, but couldn't say it out loud, as it would make her seem like a leader without any status. He was caught in a dilemma. He was truly tempted by the conditions offered by the Eternal Life Base. He couldn't think of any reason to refuse. If the Tang family belonged solely to him, rather than being that century-old inherited family, it would be perfect. He thought of the large family of relatives he had locked in the illusion. "So, let me think about it. Can I get back to you tomorrow morning?" "Sure." Moonlight felt there was an 80% chance he would agree, but it was hard to say what if he refused. To avoid being struck by lightning, she thought she would have to find others from the Tang family. If he dared to refuse tomorrow morning, she would directly eliminate him and support someone else to take his place. After all, it was impossible for her to be struck by lightning. Moonlight opened the team panel and found that Tang Mingxian's loyalty was actually 60, which meant he could be added to the team. Great, this is fantastic. She decisively added him, and upon seeing that the trust value had reached 80, she could check his abilities. She didn't expect Tang Mingxian's metrics to be so high. She happily clicked on his profile. Puppet Technique Ability Level 4. Domain Space Ability Level 3. So it's domain space. No wonder Xuanwu said that Tang Tang had suddenly disappeared. He must have been trapped in his own domain space. This makes things easier. If he dares to refuse, she can directly take him down and forcibly break his space to rescue him. The domain space is completely different from Moonlight storage space. Moonlight space cannot accommodate living people, and the domain space cannot hold dead objects. It forms its own space, where the sky and buildings are exactly like reality. The only drawback is that his abilities are consumed very quickly. Once depleted, he will be thrown out of the ability space and can only re-enter once it is fully replenished. If the owner dies, everyone in the space will also die. Furthermore, the owner is like a god in the domain, and everything moves according to his will. If it weren't for these fatal characteristics, it's likely that all of humanity would find a domain space ability user to hide in their space and live the pre-apocalyptic life again. That night, Moonlight received a message from Wei Jinxiao. This time it was real, with no tricks involved. That discovered a new private granary, which not only had staple foods like rice, but also cold storage fruits and more. Most importantly, they had a freshwater lake with very good water quality, completely unpolluted and safe for consumption. It is worth noting that after the acid rain, most freshwater sources were contaminated. Following the tsunami, more lakes and rivers turned into seawater, leaving humanity with very little usable freshwater. Chapter 109. Seizing Supplies, Part 2. The Eternal Life Base didn't care about this. In Moonlight space, the waterfall is directly connected to the base's faucet, and the water that flows out is clean and pure drinking water. However, Moonlight doesn't want other bases to know that they have a continuous supply of fresh water for now. She decisively agreed. She initially thought it would be the same as last time, where they would team up to go together. Unexpectedly, Wei Jin Chaos said that this time it would be a battle for resources. Moonlight has developed an interest and coincidentally wants to see how other bases have progressed. Wei Jinxiao sent her the map and location. The Pinyin base is already preparing to depart. Okay, I understand. Are you going this time? She hasn't seen Wei Jinxiao for a long time. She only knows he is busy, but doesn't know what he is busy with. In her previous life, it was the same. She only knew he had endless things to do, but she didn't know the specifics. Even her adoptive father, who usually dotes on her, wouldn't tell her what he was busy with. It must be something very important. Wei Jinxiao gave a positive reply that he would go. Jiang Ji's long-term anxiety grew. He noticed Moonligh's strength and felt her rapid growth. He couldn't tolerate such a genius not belonging to their pinnacle base, even though the mission there was not yet completed. Instead, he arranged for Jiang Sui to go and complete it in Wei Jinxiao's place. Biological indeed lives up to its name. In her previous life, Moonlight managed to do that, and even at her death, she still didn't know what Wei Jinxiao was busy with. Yet Jiang Sui could go and replace Wei Jinxiao to complete the task. Moonlight chuckled coldly in her heart and sighed. Does that count as a public-funded romance? Wei Jinxiao was amused by her, and his pleasant laughter resonated softly in her heart, stirring ripples within. I heard that lake is sky blue. I can take pictures for you then. Great. Moonlight was extremely happy. She had once said that she loved freedom very much and hoped that one day, even if the company left her, she could still travel around the world, taking many photos to commemorate her passionate and fiery 20s. Unexpectedly, what was merely a casual remark was remembered by Wei Jinxiao. Then let's meet at Times Square tomorrow morning. Okay. The two agreed and went on to make their respective arrangements. Moonlight kicked open Tang Mingxian's bedroom door, only to find it empty. It couldn't be. Just a second ago, her system showed he was right there. Well, it seemed he had entered the domain space. She thought if she stayed here, this guy probably wouldn't come out. After all, he didn't know he had been exposed. Strange. Where could he be? She helplessly turned to leave. As soon as she left, Tang Mingxian appeared, patting his chest and looking outside. Then he simply moved to another place to continue entering the domain. He had just been having a fierce argument with his older brother, who was also Tang Tang's father. Yes, his brother was not dead. No one was dead, and he had not shed any blood of his blood relatives. After all, Tang Tang was a very capable junior of their family. How could he just watch her die outside? Tang's older brother was so angry that he sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. unable to recover for a long time. Seeing him come and go, he thought he had realized his mistake. Unexpectedly, the first thing Tang Mingxian said upon entering was, "I have decided to give the position of the head of the Tang family to Moonlight." Tang couldn't hold back any longer. "Second uncle, are you crazy? What kind of femme fatale has bewitched you like this?" Tang Mingxian was quite rebellious when facing his family. The more others didn't want him to do something, the more he wanted to do it. Seeing that everyone in front of him disagreed, he flipped the table in front of him to the ground in frustration. "I have made up my mind. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. After all, you will always live in my illusion and will never escape. Just consider Tang as your head of the family." After saying that, he directly left the domain. Perhaps too angry, he immediately found Moonlight and said, "I agree, from now on you are the head of the Tang family." The panel in the absolute domain finally showed some signs of loosening. Moonlight was extremely happy. She had just been thinking about how to handle the Tang family's affairs while going out to grab supplies. Unexpectedly, Tang Mingxian had relented. She cheerfully patted his shoulder and said, "You are a teachable child. Time-limited task. One has been completed, successfully expanding the territory of the Tang residents. Reward: 1 mental attack ability, please check." Moonligh's excited heart and trembling hands. A mental attack type ability. She couldn't even imagine how happy she would be to possess it. She incorporated Tangjikin into her absolute domain, and the same kind of electric net rose up from the ground, instantly changing the temperature inside. Only then did Tang Mingxian truly believe that Moonlight really had such capabilities. There was a hint of admiration in his gaze. With the matters of the Tang family settled, she quickly took Uncle Lu and Dr. Zhou, and then Jie rushed to the main base. On the plane, she briefly explained the situation. Uncle Lu thought her considerations were very reasonable. They all understood the principle of a good man is guilty of having a treasure. And even a usually picky Dr. Zhou nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the base, Moonlight suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. "Where's Xiao Xiao?" "Oh no, she left Xiao Xiao in the Tang family area. Tang Mingxian is Xiao Zhao's uncle, so they should be fine together, right?" But she quickly arranged for Su Qi to go pick up Xiao Xiao. The main quest requires 1,000 people to break through level 3, and they were still far from that, so she followed her usual practice of selecting over 80 people who were close to breaking through. Suddenly, she remembered Ground.Yannian saying last time that she must work hard to follow her out. She didn't know how well she was doing at the Spire base. To her surprise, she saw Ground.Yannian early the next morning. However, today's Ground.Yannian had a cold expression, and when she saw her, there was no longer the sparkling smile in her eyes. But she didn't mind. After all, they were on different paths. Wei Jinshao had been staring at her with a fixed gaze since she appeared, as if he could draw her in. Moonlight didn't bring Lu Wanwan today. She was stuck at home training to enhance her strength abilities. This time, her team consisted of Song Shiyan, a few brothers from the Li family, and some brothers whose names she could hardly remember. Once everyone arrived, both sides exchanged simple greetings and were ready to set off, but then another group showed up. Commander A027 was being a bit inconsiderate. We're all part of the Alliance. How could he only bring the Eternal Life base? Chapter 110. Competing for Supplies 3. That snarky voice belonged to none other than Hao Jitian. Ground.Yannian smiled as she walked up to Hao Jitian's side, almost as if she had the words, "I called him here" written all over her face. Wei Jinshao politely responded with a few casual remarks. If they wanted to join, then so be it. It didn't matter anyway. Moonlight was increasingly indifferent. She was merely bringing people over for a formality, to avoid raising suspicions. For some reason, the wealthy always liked to build things in the mountains. Last time it was the Lin family, and this time it was this private vault. After their helicopter flew in, there was no place to land, so they could only find a spot on the outskirts to touch down. Over 50 people were brought along, all wearing matching outfits that looked particularly neat and attractive. Even the Peace Base members wore standardized armor. Only their base had a variety of clothing styles. This couldn't be helped. The supplies Lu Wanwan provided had too many different styles, and none of the styles had enough quantity to supply the entire base. So it didn't matter anymore. They just let themselves go. They could wear whatever they wanted. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal. However, when the three teams walked together, It made them look very disorganized. She needed to arrange for them to have the same combat uniforms. Early in the morning, as dawn broke, everyone shivered while traversing the dew-laden path. Fortunately, the people from the Eternal Life base had anticipated this and wore waterproof jackets, wrapping themselves tightly so that no moisture could seep in. A crow flew by, and the cold wind picked up, causing everyone to instinctively huddle closer together. Bang! Someone suddenly fired a shot. The quiet forest erupted into chaos. What was that? Someone was so frightened that they dropped their flashlight. Moon-Yin-Yin instinctively moved closer to Wei Jinxiao, a habit formed in her previous life. Don't be afraid. Wei Jinxiao's deep voice came from above her head. Moon-Yin-Yin nodded. She wasn't afraid. She had been to this private vault in her past life at the Spire base, but she hadn't come herself. She had been left at the Spire to learn how to govern the country. It seemed that Jiang Ji really treated himself like a local emperor, genuinely training her as a successor. Unfortunately, she was quite dull. Even Elizabeth, who learned alongside her, had grasped the concepts, while she still understood nothing. Emergency mission triggered. Please check player. Moon-Yin-Yin opened the panel. Emergency task. Yellow warning, rescue the girl, Zhao trapped in the private vault. Reward. Level up the mental healing ability by 1 level. Penalty. Lightning strike for 45 minutes. Moon-Yin-Yin noticed that the system really likes to use lightning strikes as a punishment. Why is that? Does it hope so much for her to awaken lightning-type abilities? She poked Xuanwu Dao and asked, do you know how long it has been since your ability template was updated? Having too many abilities is not good. They can get chaotic and easily lead to going astray. But I can share them with my team members. The panel still displayed only the speed type and strength type abilities. Although the crystal core extraction liquid can also stimulate abilities, it can only awaken those that already have innate talent and potential. Otherwise, drinking more won't help. However, the abilities produced by the system are different. Even those without any talent can awaken them. She hasn't forgotten that Lu Wanwan mentioned wanting space-type abilities. Xuanwu glanced at her and said, you need to reach level 5 for the ability panel to update. She looked at the system level progress bar, and well, she still had a long way to go. While she was lost in thought, the battle next to her was already intense. Wei Jinxiao was astonished to see her dazed even in such a critical situation. Is her little treasure really this amazing and brave? The team was moving forward slowly. After all, with the Spire base around, the other 2 bases were basically winning by lying down. As for Moon-Yin-Yin, who was being protected in the middle, she was even more relaxed. She was sucking on a lollipop, occasionally giving pointers to the people at her base. Jiang Tian seemed off today. The girl who had been friendly to her earlier was now constantly picking on her. Moon-Yin-Yin was not angry. She just took it as a joke and occasionally said a few words to her. How much longer do we have to go? Why is it so far? Jiang Tian was irritated and threw a tantrum. Moon-Yin-Yin felt something was off. This didn't seem like Jiang Tian, or rather, it didn't seem like the Jiang Tian at the Eternal Life base. She asked Xuanwu, but Xuanwu insisted that this was indeed Jiang Tian, no fakes involved. Unlike Jiang Sui. We're almost there, just a bit further, Miss Tian. Please hold on, the people from the Spire base reassured her. You said we were almost there half an hour ago. Hurry up, it's disgusting here. The surroundings were indeed quite disturbing, as they were surrounded by a sea of corpses and other things. However, this time, they were really about to arrive. Moon-Yin-Yin felt the moisture in the air. The closer they got to the private vault, the fewer zombies and mutated beasts there were, and it became eerily quiet. The sun was scorching today, but the perceived temperature was below freezing. A cool breeze swept by, making everyone instinctively shrink their necks. This is it. Everyone, let's go in from here. The team leader from the Spire base pushed aside a pile of weeds, revealing an entrance that was only wide enough for 1 person. After exchanging glances, the people from the Spire base were the first to step inside. Suddenly, the people from the Peace base squeezed in. Who knew what kind of powers were inside this private vault? If someone with space abilities went in first, what benefits could the others still hope to gain? The leader of the Hao base insisted, you go first. Seeing the Spire base's demeanor, he didn't want to go in first either. What there was danger inside? The 2 sides were instantly at a stalemate. Only Moon-Yin-Yin was bored and joking around with Xuanwu. However, with the current technology, everyone still couldn't discern each other's abilities. nor were there any instruments to measure or detect them. Even the instruments from the Spire base were unstable. So after Moon-Yannian was found to be inaccurate in the last test, the personnel from the Spire base didn't see anything wrong with it. Then how about we go in? As soon as Moon-Yannian said this, the people on both sides immediately had no more conflicts, and they entered in an orderly manner, taking turns. She scoffed. It was nothing special. They the Eternal Life base were the last to enter, and she didn't care at all. The scene inside was completely different from what they had imagined. It was an endless expanse of darkness, and the brightness of the flashlight seemed exceptionally weak. Now, where should they go? As Moon-Yannian entered, she no longer wanted to waste time with him here. A green arrow appeared before her, indicating the direction to find the mission target Zhao Zhao. She licked her lips and said, "How about we go this way?" Chapter 111. Snatching Supplies 4. How Ji Tian and the others immediately became alert, looking at her defensively and asking, "Do you have any reason?" "No reason. Just want to go this way." The long corridors on both sides looked dangerous. Everyone looked at Wei Jinchao. He turned to the leading scout in the base. The scout was sweating profusely and said, "Sir, there's a problem with the instruments." Everyone was speechless. Someone from the peace base leaned down to say something to Hao Ji Tian, and his expression relaxed. He looked at Moon-Yannian and said, "In that case, you go that way, and we will go this way." Moon-Yannian shrugged to indicate that he could do as he pleased. However, the other party still did not move, clearly wanting to see them leave first. Since that was the case, they would leave first. She took the lead and stepped to the left, and Wei Jinchao quickly followed. Jiang Tian was unwilling, standing in place, stomping her feet to call him back, throwing a temper like a spoiled young lady. Moon-Yannian glanced at Wei Jinchao and continued walking inside. Her mind was filled with tasks, and she didn't want to waste any time here. One should know that a normal human's life value is limited. It decreases with fatal damage and only slowly increases with healing. Her super-fast ascent speed was truly alarming. Could it be just a little zombie? Xuanwu remained silent. She had a bad feeling. After walking for a short while, sounds of fighting came from ahead, with loud crashes that seemed quite intense, indicating there were quite a few people. It should be others from the base. You should take people over to mix it up and grab some loot. She turned to Lilong and said. Lilong looked at her and nodded. Everyone except Song Shiyin headed toward the commotion. Just after turning a corner, they saw a group of familiar faces. It was indeed people from other bases, and they were fighting over the warehouse full of supplies. The warehouse was stocked with staple foods, and it was much larger than the one in the underground of the 6th middle school. Moon-Yannian took a quick glance and wasn't very interested. Now their base had so much rice production that they couldn't finish eating it all. Harvesting every 3 months was a speed unimaginable before the apocalypse. Other bases saw the Eternal Life base arrive and seemed to be on high alert. But they also knew that the strength of the Eternal Life base should not be underestimated. Let us go. Moon-Yannian glanced at the estimatedly Long and the others, confident they wouldn't suffer losses, and continued to walk in with Song Shiyin. This secret passage was hidden, concealed in the shadows, and really couldn't be seen without careful observation. She had a green arrow guiding her, making it effortless to walk. Their pace was much faster than that of a group of people. They quickly made their way out. An endless blue lake came into view. How beautiful! She stood there, so mesmerized by the beauty that she couldn't move. This blue wasn't the blue of the ocean, but a dreamy, vibrant blue, beautiful enough to seem like it shouldn't exist in this world. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Sweet, too sweet. What she didn't know was that fighting had already broken out in the cave. How Ji Tian and the others had encountered some minor troubles. And when they arrived at the granary, several bases were discussing how to allocate the food. As soon as the Peace base and the Spire base arrived, the original allocation had to be redistributed. With the Eternal Life base present, the smaller bases had already received significantly less. Now, with the arrival of 2 major bases, the other small bases were understandably upset. Adding to the trouble was how Ji Tian's shameless demeanor, as he immediately declared that he and the Spire base and Eternal Life base would each take 30%, leaving the remaining 10% for the other small bases. How could this be acceptable? Who would agree to that? Moreover, the other bases had plenty of people, and a fight nearly broke out. Everyone looked to Wei Jinchao, who was preoccupied, thinking about where Moonlight had gone and was in no mood for anything else. ground.Yannian was also siding with the peace base. The other bases thought that the Spire base also recognized the 3331 distribution method. Suddenly, a water balloon came flying from somewhere, hitting ground.Yannian and leaving her looking like a drenched chicken, utterly embarrassed. The lighting in the cave was dim, and their vision unclear, so they couldn't see where the water balloon had come from. The bodyguard beside ground.Yannian saw his young lady being ambushed and feeling guilty. Threw 2 clumps of dirt in a random attack. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Many people even tacitly turned off their flashlights and shouted as they rushed into the grain area, stuffing food into their pockets and storage spaces. This scene happened too suddenly. Before the peace base could react, the Eternal Life base had already rushed into the grain area, and they had brought several space-type ability users this time. Most personnel awakened with space abilities did not possess a second ability, making them like walking meat buns in this apocalypse. So each of them was accompanied by 1 to 2 people for protection. Fortunately, everyone's space was only of level 1 or 2, with limited storage capacity. Even after everyone filled their spaces, there was still a large amount of food piled on the ground. Moonlight was dizzy from searching outside. Clearly, the arrow pointed right here, but why was there no one in sight? After turning for the 10th time, a white SUV finally drove over. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to lose her temper if she couldn't find anyone. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of her, and the driver rolled down the window. It was an elderly gentleman dressed in a white shirt, exuding an exceptional demeanor. He asked, "Miss, do you really not know how to get to number 3 middle school?" Moonlight shook her head obediently. She was not a local and was not familiar with the area. She didn't find any schools nearby on the map. The old man, puzzled, pointed at his phone while wearing his reading glasses and said, "That's strange. The map says it's right here." Moonlight kept glancing inside. It seemed like there was a little girl sitting in the back row, but she couldn't see clearly. "Old man, there are only desolate mountains and wilderness around here. There shouldn't be any schools, right? Can you show me your phone?" The old man generously handed his phone to Moonlight. It was the latest model of a fruit phone without a lock screen, and it turned on with a simple swipe. Moonlight looked at the full 5G signal above, her pupils widening in shock. How could this be? Not to mention that the signal had disappeared a long time ago. There were no signal towers in this wild mountainous area. How could there be such a strong signal? She even skeptically opened a video, and it played instantly with fast internet speed. She was stunned and asked, "Grandpa, how does your phone have a signal?" Don't you have a signal on your phones?" Moonlight silently shook his head, saying it was long gone. The old man was also a bit confused. He scratched his head and said, "Strange. There's always been a signal. This is the phone my youngest son bought for me. It's very useful. Don't you have a signal because your phone is broken?" Moonlight silently returned the phone to him. "Grandpa, I checked the map. You took the wrong way. The sand zone you want to go to isn't this way." "I know, but the road was flooded, so I turned around and came this way." Chapter 112. Seizing the day. Feeling that his logic was a bit off, Moonlight frowned slightly. She pointed to the little girl behind his seat and asked, "Is this your granddaughter?" The old man, seeing her mention his little granddaughter, gestured for her to move aside, then got out of the car and picked up the little girl from the back seat. The little princess-like girl was wearing an exquisite and luxurious pink and white princess dress, her hair flowing smoothly behind her, and she wore a crystal crown on her head, looking very elegant. She smiled sweetly at the two, showing no signs of being shy. Moonlight felt a tightness in her heart as she made eye contact with him. She said, "Grandpa, your little granddaughter is really cute. Is she 5 years old?" Zhao Zhao smiled sweetly at her and said, "Sister, I'm almost 6 years old." A powerful wave of energy surged towards her. A level 4 psychic ability user. Moonlight's pupil shrank sharply. 6 years old. A level 4 psychic ability user. No wonder this grandfather and grandson pair, one old and one young, were dressed so clean and presentable. They wandered in this desolate mountain without a trace of panic. If it were before the apocalypse, it might still make some sense, but now, in the apocalypse, these two were definitely not ordinary. She thought of the abnormal little girl with great strength she had seen in her previous life, who looked about 70 to 80% similar to the person in front of her. thinking of her sitting on a zombie's shoulder, wielding a rocket launcher, indiscriminately bombarding everything, leaving no grass growing where she passed, made her scalp tingle. Once she accepted this scenario, the delicate little girl before her, like a little angel, no longer seemed so cute. She appeared like a little demon in human skin, quite creepy. Sister, it seemed the little girl sensed her emotions, her face showing a hint of grievance as she choked out, "Don't you like Zhao Zhao?" "No," Moonlight immediately denied. "Your name is Zhao Zhao, right?" "Which Zhao?" She tried hard to calm her emotions. Upon hearing this, the little girl quickly stopped her sadness and smiled sweetly, the Zhao from striving for each moment. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but she felt a flash of red light in the little girl's eyes when she said this. "One nice name," she said, her tone becoming somewhat dry. Song Shiyin noticed the atmosphere was a bit awkward and immediately took over the conversation, teasing Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao was quite well behaved and soon started playing with him, even willing to let him hold her. However, the old man was very stubborn, shaking his head like a rattle drum. No, I have to find my son. He's the principal of this school." He pointed to the forest behind him, as if it were truly a school. "Moonlight, is he still the director? Teaching trees?" This old man's mind is definitely not right. She proposed several reasonable solutions, all of which were rejected by the old man one by one. "Then tell me who your son is, and I'll take him with me," she said, pointing to the group of trees. The old man looked and shook his head, saying, "No, none of these kids are my son. My son is not here." Moonlight took a deep breath and asked, "Where is it?" "Right here. My son is the principal here. He was just the director of teaching, and now he's the principal. I really can't stand it." Moonlight began to suspect how this old man managed to bring her to this place where peace and safety existed. It had been nearly half a year since the end of the world, yet he hadn't let her starve. Moonlight suddenly noticed that the light of Xuanwu was getting weaker as she checked the tasks in the system, and she had an ominous premonition in her heart. "What's wrong with you?" Xuanwu took a long time to respond, saying, "I'm not feeling well." "Aren't you just an immaterial system? How can you say you don't feel well?" Seeing Xuanwu's light growing dimmer, Moonlight was flustered, looking around, but no one was telling her what to do in this situation. "Sister, what happened to that lovely ball of light?" A soft and squishy voice came from behind her. She was so scared that her hair stood on end. The sweet voice sounded so eerie and terrifying in her ears for some reason. "What ball of light?" Zhao Zhao blinked and said, "I just saw a very cute ball of light, and I wanted to play with it, but it suddenly went out." As she spoke, she sounded a bit wronged, as if someone had bullied her. Moonlight was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. She walked in front of the little girl and gently stroked her head, quietly transmitting her ability into the girl's sea of consciousness. Mental type ability users are prone to episodes, and her healing ability is a deadly temptation for them. Sure enough, when the little girl felt that warm wave of ability, her eyes seemed to sparkle as she looked at her. "Sister." Her gaze was greedy, and her body involuntarily leaned closer to her. Moonlight didn't push her away, but obediently held her in his arms. Zhao Zhao felt that it was very warm in his embrace and nuzzled her neck like a little cat. "Sister, what's wrong?" Moonlight looked in her big, wet, deer-like eyes and suppressed her emotions, coaxing. Sister hasn't hugged such a cute child like Zhao Zhao before, a bit nervous. "Is Zhao Zhao cute?" "Cute." She didn't know why, but she always felt that this little brat's gaze was strange and terrifying, as if something dreadful would happen the moment she disobeyed. What does sister want? From the first question she asked, she had been staring into her eyes, which now seemed to carry an enchanting flavor. "I want to improve my strength." Zhao Zhao nodded thoughtfully, obediently leaning on her shoulder and pointing to the wooden house in the cave, saying, "Sister, go there." Moonlight seemed to be uncontrollably moving in that direction. Song Shiyin and the old man quietly followed behind. The already eerie and silent forest became even more unsettling as they walked silently, the sound of their feet crunching on the dry leaves adding to the strangeness. The communication with Wei Jinchao was cut off the moment he saw Zhao Zhao. Unable to contact Moonlight, Wei Jinchao couldn't help but feel anxious. However, the chaos here wasn't over yet, and he couldn't go looking for her alone. He walked over to Lilong and asked, "Can you contact Yannian?" Lilong had long been displeased with him and mocked. "What?" The commander of the Spire base is meddling in our team leader's business now? He rarely spoke in such a prickly manner, but he was particularly annoyed with Wei Jinxiao. Moon-Yin-Yin pushed open the door of the small cabin, which seemed to have not been visited for a long time, with dust rising high. Sister, are you ready? Moon-Yin-Yin instantly recognized the clarity of the sea of knowledge, and the little girl in her arms suddenly disappeared. Sister, be careful. Chapter 113. Really, sister? Moon-Yin didn't have time to think much and swiftly dodged a remote ice attack, taking advantage of the moment to evade. She observed her surroundings and realized she was no longer in the dilapidated wooden cabin, but in a luxurious sports arena on the first floor, featuring a massive boxing ring in the center and many seats nearby. Considering the fourth-level mental pressure that Zhao Zhao had hinted at, this must be her domain or some kind of special ability. Unable to figure out the little girl's intentions, she became cautious. There was nothing in this arena, just her alone, yet various remote attacks were coming from all directions, without a discernible source. She dodged while looking around. After a round of scanning, she still couldn't find where the attacks were coming from, but she was already injured. Sister is really weak, Zhao Zhao said, her tone filled with disappointment, and she let out a big sigh. Moon-Yin-Yin laughed in anger. After dodging several fire-type attacks, she asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Zhao Zhao questioned in confusion. Didn't T-Sister say she wanted to become stronger? How could she get stronger without training? Moon-Yin-Yin had nothing to say. Are you a human or a zombie? I'm a human. How could a zombie be as cute as Zhao Zhao? The little girl appeared in the highest row of the audience, swinging her legs, looking very adorable. Bring me some real ones. Really, sister? The surprise in the little girl's tone made her hesitate a bit. But Zhao Zhao just asked casually, and in a moment, 6 zombies appeared in front of her. 3 level 3 and 3 level 4. All 6 major elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder were complete. Moon-Yin-Yin only felt her hair stand on end and quickly activated her speed ability to escape. However, the level 4 wind-type zombie was at her level, and its speed was no slower than hers. Moreover, there were 5 other zombies nearby interfering with her. She was escaping in a more awkward manner than before. It would have been better if she had no physical form. Zhao Zhao's little face was wrinkled as she muttered to herself, "Sister is really weak. But sister is a mental healing type. If I miss this sister, I might not meet another one." Her expression suddenly twisted as she began to strangely ask and answer herself. No, but Zhao Zhao really likes sister. She tried hard to control her trembling left hand, with veins bulging all over her body. She was afraid Moon-Yin-Yin would see her ugly appearance, so she shrank behind the stool and struggled with herself. At this moment, Moon-Yin-Yin was already covered in blood, struggling to prop herself up with a large knife while gasping for breath. The disconnection from Xuanwu made her very passive. Apart from the items she had already exchanged for in the space, she couldn't exchange for anything from the system. She had to take out her firearms. Although they might be in the illusion set up by Zhao Zhao, she didn't think these zombies were fake. What if they could really infect her? All her usable abilities had been exhausted, reaching the limit of her body. She was a bit panicked for a moment and could only desperately resist the zombies pouncing on her. Hearing her shout, Zhao Zhao finally returned to normal. As she crawled out from behind the stool, she happened to see Moon-Yin-Yin leaping high with a huge knife in both hands, bringing it down heavily. The hard punching platform shattered with a loud sound, dust flying everywhere, and the room darkened by 2 degrees. Zhao Zhao was astonished. Had she broken through to level 4 in strength abilities? Upon closer inspection, she had even broken through to level 5 in speed. Sister is really talented. It was as if she had seen treasure. Moon-Yin-Yin straightened up, dragging her sword with one hand as she walked toward the few zombies. Her entire aura seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation. The tip of the sword scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sound. The few zombies appeared somewhat incomplete, with black blood oozing from their wounds, looking as pitiful as lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Zhao Zhao sensed that her supernatural powers were surging to the point of almost bursting out of her body, filled with confusion. Had she eaten something strange? Outside, the weather suddenly changed, and the sun shone directly on Song Shiyin and the old man, scorching their skin painfully, yet their minds felt clearer. Song Shiyan was the first to react, shaking his head and asking in confusion, "What is happening to me?" The old man, however, seemed to have been drained of all energy and fell down, turning into a dry corpse. He was startled and took a big step back, frantically searching for Moonlight figure. Suddenly, a heavy thud was heard from the small wooden house, and he hurriedly kicked open the broken wooden door and stepped inside. Moonlight lay on the ground, vomiting blood, while Chong Chong had fainted with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Seeing their tragic condition, he couldn't make sense of the situation and quickly administered 2 vials of the medicine given by Dr. Zhou. "Commander, are you okay?" As they reached the lake, Wei Jinxiao approached with a small team, but there was no sign of anyone from the Eternal Life base. Song Shiyan looked around anxiously and asked, "Do you have any healing-type ability users here?" It was too cold, and he was dressed warmly, unable to feel the body temperature of the girl in his arms. He was extremely anxious during the journey. As soon as Wei Jinxiao got closer, he saw that Moonlight, whom he was protecting, looked pale with blood at the corner of her lips. His heart skipped a beat, and he reached out to take her, but Song Shiyan dodged, watching him warily. Wei Jinxiao had to explain, "I have healing-type abilities." As he spoke, a small green ability sphere appeared in his palm. However, Song Shiyan was still unwilling to hand her over. "Then please treat her here. Our Eternal Life base will send you 3 times the market price to the Spire base later." Wei Jinxiao was amused by his anger, but the situation was urgent, so he didn't bother arguing with Song Shiyan. He grasped Moonligh's wrist and began to channel his abilities. After about half an hour, Li Long and the others finally appeared in a sorry state. Song Shiyan quickly pointed to a small path behind him and said, "There's a small wooden house up there. Inside, there's a girl who is very important to the commander, and she seems to be injured too. You guys hurry and help her." Hearing that it was someone very important to Moonlight and seeing that she didn't seem too badly off, he hesitated for a moment but then took a few of his brothers down the small path, leaving the others to continue guarding. "Brother Song, let me help you hold her for a while," a boy about 16 or 17 stepped forward to say. Despite Moonligh's slender frame, she was not light, and Song Shiyan was indeed tired from holding her for so long. He glanced at the boy, nodded, and placed Moonlight in his arms. Then looked back at his team. With over 80 people, they should be able to protect the commander, right? Chapter 114, Captain Li. 1. Moonlight looked at Wang Yu and said, "Yu, what do you plan to do?" Wang Yu anxiously fiddled with her fingers, unsure of what to do. Should they just let it go? She hesitated, carefully observing Moonligh's expression. "All right then." Moonlight responded readily and really intended to get up and take her away. However, Wang Yu panicked and anxiously asked, "Sister, are we really just going to let them go? Don't you think I didn't do well?" Moonlight is quite funny. Is she usually that bloody? Does she kill anyone she sees? Seeing this, the whole family quickly gathered around, pleading, "Heroine, can you take us with you?" Wang Yu stepped forward, blocking her and kicking away the dirty hand that was about to touch Moonlight, saying, "If I don't execute you, that's already being merciful. Don't push your luck. I'm not sure a few bullets if you're tired of living." The family was intimidated and reluctantly took a few steps back. The survivors and residents inside and outside the Spire base were all relieved. They thought Miss Yu was a saint, but it turns out she knows what's what. Who says otherwise? There really was no need to kill, but refusing to travel together was definitely the right decision. Moonlight no longer entangled with them and got into the car with Wang Yu. "Dear Master, I'm starting to navigate for you. The distance to the destination is 200 kilometers. She could vaguely guess that it was that dogman's idea, not knowing what kind of madness he was up to. After Moonlight captured the Spire, she was never able to contact her father again, who was her only family in this world. Although everyone was nice to her, it was impossible not to miss her loved ones. Recently, she had been plagued by nightmares, and she was truly exhausted. Yet she worried about Moonlight driving alone at night. She forced herself to keep her eyes wide open without blinking, but soon tears began to flow. This frightened Moonlight. She nervously cupped her little face and asked, "What's wrong, my dear? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Yu shook her head in confusion and rubbed her eyes, surprised when she touched the wetness. "I actually cried? Maybe I'm just a bit sleepy, sister." Moonlight saw that her tone was normal and her emotions were stable, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good. then you sleep for a while. With your sister here, you don't have to worry. Wang Yu was about to refuse when a warm flow gently entered her mind, and she fell into a deep sleep. Moonlight carefully helped her lay down the chair and cover her with a thick blanket. Commander, I have some things to report to you. you.Why connected to a strange line, and the voice on the other end was also very unfamiliar. Moonlight raised her eyebrows in curiosity and asked, "Who are you?" The person paused and replied, "My number is B001. Moonlight laughed and didn't bother to make up anything else. B001? That's funny. Does she not know who B001 is? But she still maintained her composure and said, And then? East of the main city of X City, about 5 kilometers ahead at the boundary of the ancient Shepherd Scenic Area, there is a piece of deserted flatland, covering more than 100 acres, but overgrown with weeds and unattended. This used to belong to a wealthy family in you.Yannian, but many years ago, the entire family moved abroad. I had already sent subordinates to scout the area, and it is good land, which is very important even for our population of several tens of thousands. Moonlight smiled after hearing her description. The situation was indeed true. In the later stages of her previous life, the Spire base had also discovered this place, but by then there were no extra resources or manpower to develop the wasteland. But now it's different. Although it is the Ice Age and the evolution of zombies is faster than in her previous life, it hasn't reached the point where they can't spare any effort for cultivation. All right, I understand. I'll arrange it later. The person on the other end of the communication heard the accurate response and hung up the phone without hesitation. Do you think she will take action? Yes. Moonlight hung up the communication, shaking her head and feeling amused. She already had a vague guess. After a brief black screen, the screen returned to normal, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought something had happened again. This is the second black screen tonight. Exactly. Other people's live broadcasts haven't had this kind of situation. Why does our leader always have these problems? Are you saying the leader turned it off herself? No, you see, the commander's schedule seems normal, and her expression doesn't show any abnormalities. It doesn't look like anything happened. People discussed among themselves, but none of those in charge came out to explain anything. Dr. Zhou, where's our team? It seems the commander hasn't checked the messages. The little secretary anxiously looked at the screen. She had been trying to connect with you.Why, but had been getting a busy signal. Beep beep. The call finally went through, and Moonlight cheerfully asked, "What's up, goddess? I'm really impressed. I finally got in touch with you. C001 is going to find you. Have you contacted them?" Moonlight blankly took out the communication device, and indeed, there were several pages of connection requests on it. Moonlight. Doctor. Zhou was so angry that he laughed and shouted, "What do you carry that communication device for every day? Whenever there's something to find you, you're always unreachable." Moonlight was frustrated and resigned to setting up the autopilot, connecting with C001. They were anxious to go out and didn't bring any device to watch the live broadcast, so they naturally didn't know that Wang Yu had already come out. When C001 was connected, his fingers were trembling slightly. No one wanted to hear that one sentence more than he did. It's okay. Moonlight didn't say anything. Her first sentence was, "Who allowed you to come out?" C001 hesitated and said, "You were in trouble, so I naturally had to take care of it." Moonlight nodded and said, "Let's turn on location sharing and meet up as soon as possible." The two parties finally met each other 4 hours later. Moonlight looked at the grand scene and teased, "Are you all emptying my family coffers?" Captain Lee saw how C001 was usually so aloof, yet now being so attentive in front of someone, and he really had no words. Male green tea. Oh no, man tea. Captain Lee silently evaluated C001 in his heart. "Dear Commander Miss, we meet again." He stepped forward and physically pulled apart the distance between C001 and Moonlight. Moonlight's smile faded a bit. She didn't really want to get involved with this man, as he gave her a very bad impression. "Hello, Captain Lee. What brings you to this small team?" Chapter 115. Captain Lee, Part 2. Naturally, I'm here to support the commander, and I'm so glad to see you're okay. Yeah, our big brother was really worried. Sandy chimed in at the right moment. Moonlight looked at the brightening horizon and pointed to a nearby open area, saying, "Everyone must be tired, right? Let's set up camp here and rest. Then we can discuss our next steps later." The order was quickly relayed. and the guard team immediately unstrapped their backpacks and set up camp on the spot. They had all made adequate preparations to be out for several days. Moon-Yin-Yin ignored the eagerly family's four brothers and walked towards the ice lake with the still-dazed Wang Yuyu. She took out some tools and began to chisel a hole, and the fish, lacking oxygen, immediately gathered there, gasping for fresh air. Moon-Yin-Yin was delighted, unexpectedly finding that what was on TV was real. She quickly caught several fish with her net. The soldiers who had set up their tents saw this and followed suit. Moon-Yin-Yin shouted, "Everyone scatter. Be careful not to fall in." "Okay, boss." "All right, Commander." Moon-Yin-Yin smiled and shook her head, took out 2 sets of fishing tools specifically for fishermen, and leisurely started fishing with Wang Yuyu. you.Why also thoughtfully went to take photos, trying to ensure everyone had their moment on camera. Wang Yuyu seized the opportunity to ask Sister, "What is going on between you and Brother Ma now?" Moon-Yin-Yin looked at her in confusion, wondering what the situation could be. Wang Yuyu was speechless and asked in, "I always thought you two were together." Moon-Yin-Yin shook his head and said, "His gaze always seems to want to look through me to see another person. You know, he said he has amnesia, and that person could be someone significant to him, maybe a lover. I don't want to be a substitute for anyone. Can someone with amnesia still remember? Is Brother Ma really that sentimental?" Moon-Yin-Yin remained silent, not knowing why her heart felt a bit sour. So what does the sister plan to do now? What can she do? Let's take it one step at a time. I don't have the energy to care about that now. I just want to gather supplies. She sighed and leaned back against the chair. Huh? Are we really short on supplies? I remember the sister hoarded quite a lot before. We're in big trouble. Those things are just a drop in the bucket. You have to understand that I have to support so many people in this large base. Just thinking that this damn zombie virus might have been created by the US and Japan makes me want to empty their treasury and wipe out their people. She sighed deeply, extremely frustrated. When Wang Yuyu heard this, she became interested and said excitedly, "The US is too far away, and it's hard to get their treasury. But we could plan something for Japan another day. Right now, I actually know of a wealthy person's private vault that could be quite nice." "Sister, are you interested?" Moon-Yin-Yin raised her eyebrows and looked at her. She said, 100 miles north from here, there is a mountain peak where a wealthy family lives. The lady of the house likes to stockpile supplies, and they have various brands of rice, flour, grains, and oils in considerable quantities. When I visited before, I was quite shocked. Now, 2 years have passed, and there might be even more things. Moon-Yin-Yin clicked her tongue in amazement and patted her shoulder, saying, "It's still you. You can know such a stunning secret." The fish had taken the bait, and she quickly reeled it in. It was a big, fat carp, even fatter than the one she had seen online before. You, gather everyone to make a fire and cook, but don't forget to take turns patrolling, so the zombies don't get a chance. Fortunately, this lake was very large, and the erosion from acid rain hadn't had much of an impact on it. The fish inside were still edible. She took out a whole bunch of barbecue tools and laid them out, waiting for Wang Yuyu to call everyone over to help. There was absolutely no way she could handle the meals for so many people on her own. She enjoyed cooking, but she wasn't keen on cooking for a large group. Once everyone arrived, Moon-Yin-Yin and a few team leaders brought up the matter of the rich man's estate, and you.Why quickly organized all the collected information with great efficiency. This rich man's private residence was quite large. 2 years ago, it occupied a hill, and after 2 years of development, its area had expanded to over 6,000 acres. Is this really legal? Moon-Yin-Yin wondered aloud as she looked at the documents in astonishment. The several team leaders remained silent. "So when are we going?" C001 asked coldly. Moon-Yin-Yin handed over the terrain map and said, "We will split into 3 pairs and enter through the 3 doors. After clearing out the zombies, we will regroup at the large warehouse. You could take anything from the villa except for the supplies in the large warehouse. But there must be no incidents of fighting over things." Several squad leaders repeatedly assured, "Don't worry, boss, we won't." Moon-Yin-Yin felt relieved and pointed at the map to carefully explain her plan. In the end, she sighed it wasn't a wasted trip after all. C001, with its cold and expressionless face, couldn't help but praise, "Indeed, Commander, your wisdom is unmatched, and your decision-making is truly excellent." Moon-Yin-Yin said with a face full of black lines, "It was Yu's idea." C001 continued to praise without changing his expression. That is also because the commander-in-chief made a good decision. Moon-Yannian was too lazy to pay attention to him and flipped the fish over. Captain Li saw C001 being put in a difficult position and was about to speak up, but Moon-Yannian immediately escaped. After finishing the meal and resting, they would set off in 5 hours. The soldiers cheered in response, leaving the two awkward men behind. Moon-Yannian quickly finished a fish and then crawled into the tent she had set up, falling asleep with Wang Yu. She was exhausted. After a busy day yesterday and driving all night, she was already drained and her steps were unsteady. Captain Li wanted to follow and say something more, but was stopped by C001, who said, "The commander is already very tired. Let him rest for now." Captain Li had no choice but to give up. Moon-Yannian was in a deep sleep, but a sudden thunderclap outside startled her awake. She crawled out of the tent and saw a woman in a red-down jacket riding a bull at full speed. The woman's gaze was determined as she stared ahead at the snowy ground, her eyes filled with anxiety. The mutated wild bull was extremely wild, moving at an incredible speed. The scene of it running was even more shocking. Moon-Yannian was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. She remembered the group of big black bulls in the space, and her mind couldn't help but become active. Wang Yu, who came out with her, exclaimed in disbelief. "The young lady of the Tang family." "What young lady of the Tang family?" "It's the young lady of the Tang family that we are planning to rob from that private residence," Moon-Yannian said with some disappointment. "Isn't it bad to rob when the host family is still alive?" She was quickly thinking about what weapons she could use. Tang had no idea that her home had already been targeted. She was extremely anxious at this moment. It was only until yesterday that she received a distress call from her mother, saying that her third uncle had killed her father and was trying to occupy their home to set up some new base. Chapter 116, Captain Li 3. Moon-Yannian's serious expression made everyone's hearts race. "What's wrong?" C001 stood beside her, alert and cautious of the surroundings. Moon-Yannian looked down at the crystal core in her hand and said, "I can't quite explain it, but I always feel that this isn't the kind of strength a level 5 zombie should have." Her psychic healing abilities were mostly focused on strong defensive capabilities, allowing her to get close to the zombie's body. But after the battle, the illusion shattered, and it was a complete victory for her. Everyone became alert and spontaneously began to explore the market. "Commander, no abnormalities have been detected." Moon-Yannian lowered her gaze and focused her mind, quickly gathering supplies to evacuate. "Head to support the Dawn base." "Yes." The boys swiftly entered various shops, packed up the items, and placed them in the hall. With a wave of Moon-Yannian's small hand, everything was stored in her space. In just over 10 minutes, the entire wholesale market was completely ransacked. Moon-Yannian left with everyone satisfied. In the car, she connected to the signal of Tang Ro, the female base leader of Dawn Base. "Leader Tang, what is your situation now? We are on our way." At that moment, Tang Ro had just dealt with a wave of small zombies and was feeling exhausted, her fingers trembling. "Hello, Commander." Dawn Base was originally located in a large shopping mall with 5 underground floors and 5 above ground. The 5 above ground floors had been completely abandoned, and they had retreated to defend the 5 underground floors. With the power cut off, all elevators were out of service, leaving only 4 vehicle entrances and 4 fire exits in the underground area. Defending their position was not difficult. The main issue was still supplies. The two agreed to meet at the east entrance before ending the communication. "Leader, you look so beautiful. Did you see that little expression from the leader just now? So cool. My wife is so beautiful." When there was no danger, the young people in the base liked to gather together and admire Moon-Yannian's looks. She had the appearance of a sweet, obedient little sister next door, but after years of hardship in the apocalypse, she had developed a sharpness and decisiveness that gave her a unique charm. Moon-Yannian naturally had no idea how the survivors and residents in the base evaluated her. The convoy quickly arrived at the Dawn base. The city, washed by acid rain, revealed a sense of desolation everywhere. Even the largest shopping mall in M-City before the apocalypse had a unique, war-damaged look, while outside, young people were clearing the battlefield. After digging out the crystal cores, they piled all the zombies together and burned them, filling the air with a foul odor. Due to limited space, only Moonlightin's lead vehicle entered the dawn base, while the other vehicles remained outside, and the people inside did not get out. Commander, it's finally nice to meet you. You're even more beautiful than I imagined. Tang Rose said this sincerely, her eyes fixed on Moonlightin's face, unable to look away. Moonlightin was flattered by her praise, her face turning red as she shyly said, No, I brought you some warm items. She was too shy to even look at Tang Ro's face. Tang Ro was very beautiful, with a mature and attractive appearance. Tang Ro led her to an open area, and Moonlightin eagerly began to take out supplies. Before she left home, she had been thinking about showing only half of her attitude, but now she was eager to give almost everything she had. Beauty can be misleading. Young master, does your sister like women? Su Chi quietly asked Mu Yu beside him. Mu Yu glanced at him and said, I have a brother-in-law. Su Chi was taken aback and said, How come I've never heard you mention it before? Mu Yu didn't want to explain much to him. Tang Ro looked at the large amount of supplies in front of her, including cold weather clothing, food, and those large barrels of unknown liquid. Moonlight pointed at the bucket with pride and said, This is a treasure developed by our base commander Wang Yu. Applying it like paint on the walls can achieve effective insulation. You should give it a try. Tang Ro immediately called over 2 kids to take out a bucket to test it. They opened the lid, and a pleasant floral scent wafted out, refreshing everyone. Sister, this stuff smells great. Tang Ro curiously took a sniff, and the scent was indeed quite nice, a sweet orange blossom fragrance. One of the kids curiously opened another bucket, but it was surprisingly foul. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and noses, yet they were still overwhelmed by the stench. Moonlight shyly touched her nose and said, There isn't enough material. You just uses whatever she has. The survivors at the Spire base deeply resonated with this. Each barrel was like opening a blind box. The smell was truly intoxicating, and someone immediately turned on the new ventilation system. This system had been shut down before to keep warm. What are you all doing? A rough male voice came from outside, and the residents of the Dawn base all stood up as if to welcome someone important. Moonlight frowned. Just now, when they came in, these people looked half dead, but now they seemed lively. Mom, a little girl about 6 or 7 years old, rushed over from outside, her 2 small braids swaying beautifully. Tang Ro's expression suddenly softened as she bent down to catch the little girl running towards her. Xiao, come here, call your sister. She pointed at Moonlight. Tang Xiao obediently called out, Sister. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Moonlight instantly fell in love with the clean, well-behaved, and polite little girl. Who wouldn't love her? All right, sweetheart, I'll give you some cheese sticks. She took out a large bag of cheese sticks from her storage and handed it to her. These were acquired when she purchased dairy products. Because the price was relatively high, they weren't selling well at the base, and she had plenty left. Tang Xiao's eyes lit up, but she still restrained her desires and looked at her mother with full of anticipation. Moonlight likes this girl even more. Sister gave it, can accept it. What does Xiao want to say? Thank you, sister. You are really nice. Xiao loves sister. After saying that, she blew her a kiss. Moonlight's heart melted, and she quickly stuffed the cheese stick into her arms. This warm scene didn't last long before a sound of boots stomping on the ground approached, and the owner of that rough voice appeared in front of everyone. What are you doing? He asked with a scowl, pointing at them imperiously. Moonlight coldly snorted. The last person who spoke to her so arrogantly had already disappeared without a trace. Tang Ro awkwardly smiled and stepped forward to ask how she could seek help. Moonlight went into detail about the characteristics of the tool she had brought with her, explaining everything meticulously to the man. Moonligh's brows were deeply furrowed. Isn't Tang Ro the base leader? What kind of identity does this man have? Chapter 117, Captain Lee, Part 4. After hearing this, the man's expression became even more unpleasant as he looked Moonlight up and down. Where did this stray cat and dog come from? Moonlight felt that the opponent's strength was above hers. He was a level 5 power type ability user. Although he was a single type user and Moonligh's level was not as high as his, she was a multi-type ability user, so in a real fight, it was uncertain who would win. Therefore, she provocatively looked at him. The man frowned, and during their standoff, it seemed like a fight could break out at any moment. The man glared at Moonlight warningly for several seconds before taking his people to do their tasks. How could a base leader like you tolerate the existence of someone who could threaten your position? Moonlight asked in confusion after he left. Tang Rou suppressed the sorrow in her eyes and said, "He is the strongest warrior in our base, and he has a capable team under him. Without him, I might not be able to defend this Dawn base." Moonlight doesn't understand. Since she doesn't have that ability, why does she have to bear such great pressure? With Tang Rou's level 3 metal ability and level 3 fire ability, couldn't she walk confidently anywhere with her daughter? Why does she confine herself in this so-called Dawn base? For her, it truly brings more harm than good. Moonlight really doesn't understand. Tang Rou sighed. She was among the first batch to awaken her abilities, and with her metal-based powers, she took control of the entire mall security system and hid in the underground parking lot. By the time she closed the main gate, there were already many people inside, and she simply didn't have the ability to drive everyone out. Moreover, most of them were women who had come to buy groceries in the morning. Gentle and kind, she really couldn't bring herself to do that. She often felt constrained while smiling with her daughter, and there were kind-hearted aunties helping her take care of the child. Over the past 6 months, her daughter's education has not fallen behind at all, which makes her feel grateful and content, naturally wanting to do more. And gradually, she became the so-called leader of this Dawn base. Moonlight shook his head. Since he does not submit to you, why doesn't he become the boss himself? Tang Rou's face looked somewhat unpleasant, and she didn't know how to explain. Moonlight has realized. No wonder a level 5 power-type ability user would willingly be a subordinate under a 3-system user. So, is it possible that after marrying you, he could become the ruler of the Dawn base himself? Don't blame her for being conspiratorial. Such things are not uncommon. Never assume people are too kind. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, can we still expect someone to have pure love? Then he doesn't need to marry me. He could just become the boss of the Dawn base directly. I have told him more than once that I'm not interested in that position. But I think he is very volatile. Who knows, he might end up being abusive. Moonlight pouted. Her habit of loving gossip before the apocalypse always made her eager to advise on breakups. That's not good. Not good. It needs to change. Seeing her sister not continue the conversation, Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Rou, however, had no significant emotional fluctuations, and the three continued to wander around, visiting their improved base. However, I still want to say, I hope the leader of the Dawn base is you. Moonlight suddenly looked at her seriously. You have been following up on the entire contract. To be honest, I value you more than the Dawn base itself. I agreed to help the Dawn base, mainly because of your talent. Moonlight's words carried a threatening tone, but there was nothing she could do. She was born to trust her sixth sense, and she disliked that person at first sight. To avoid future troubles, it was better to lay things out clearly from the start. Tang Rou didn't expect Moonlight to say such a thing and was momentarily unsure whether to feel touched or angry. Tang Xiao smiled and raised her head, saying, "Sister Nian also likes Mommy a lot. I like her too." Moonlight playfully pinched her little face and said, "Of course, your mom is so nice. Who wouldn't like her?" Tang Rou helplessly smiled and replied, "All right, commanding officer, I will do my best." With her words, Moonlight felt reassured. What she had just said was only half true. It didn't really have a big impact on her. She said that simply because she liked Tang Rou. If she were to just give up all her rights without a fight, what would happen if something unexpected occurred later, leaving her with nothing? At this moment, he no longer looked at Moonlight with the wary eyes of a con man. However, Moonlight remained very proud and didn't give him even half a glance. He didn't mind and directly sat beside her, asking, "Hello, you are the commanding officer of the Spire base, right?" Moonlight lazily peeled shrimp for Tang Xiao, casually responding, "I've looked at the materials you brought, and they are indeed very useful. I do like to ask, if we reach the extreme flame era later, will there be any cooling effect?" Moonlight casually remarked that her life was not long. Duan Jia noticed that Mu was willing to pay attention to him, so he directly got up and sat in front of her. This scene was completely captured by Moonlight, but she still calmly fed Tang Xiao. Human children are just too adorable. Perhaps in the future, there would be a chance to bring Zhao over to play with Tang Xiao. The two children are of similar ages and might become good friends. Moonlight knew she was being good, which is why she hesitated, Otherwise, she would have directly refused. The little girl sensed that she didn't want her, and she tightened her grip on Zhao Zhao's small hand, feeling a bit wronged. Zhao Zhao looked at her and then at Moon, feeling a mix of emotions inside. To be honest, she didn't want Tang Xiao to take away Moon's affection, but she didn't understand why she felt unhappy seeing her sad. After struggling for a long time, she finally said, "Sister, once Zhao heals, I will take good care of Sister Xiao and won't let you worry." Moon's heart was shattered, and she squatted down to hug the two of them. All right. Sister will take you both." Chapter 118 Captain Li 5 Everyone. Little secretary. No wonder the commander didn't ask. A few people continued walking inside, and the spiders had mostly been cleared out. Then they saw these old men crawling out from various corners. Moon. She could understand seeing something come out of the cupboard. She could also understand seeing something emerge from the experimental equipment. She could barely accept seeing something crawl out of the trash can. However, when she saw an old man crawling out of the cleaning robot, she was still stunned. "You all." Before she could finish her sentence, these old men had already surrounded her, crying out, Wah, boss, you don't know, these monsters suddenly appeared, dense and numerous, and when they touch people, they sting, it hurts so much." As he spoke, he revealed his arm. When she saw the large patches of rotten flesh, he was so scared he almost fainted. The others who had been stung also rolled up their sleeves and pant legs to look. Indeed, it was the same for all of them. What had previously been just needle-like punctures had now rotted away into large sores. No one knew where these spiders had come from. She glanced at the crowd, but couldn't find those familiar figures. "Where's Dr. Zhou?" Everyone shook their heads, and someone said, "It seems he's in the laboratory upstairs." The 28th floor was almost entirely residential, with the laboratory on the 8th floor. Dr. Zhou had converted part of his residence into his exclusive laboratory. It was very well hidden, and very few people knew what was actually inside. She nodded and led the group towards the fire escape. "Boss, it's already been cleared, but the doors still won't open." Moon understood clearly that, like the situation on the 27th floor, only she could open that door. When the fire escape door fell with a crash, Dr. Zhou's surgery was just coming to an end, but the soundproofing was so good that he couldn't hear it. It seemed that the spiders on this floor had not been cleared out. There were no signs of a struggle on the ground, which was densely packed and quite terrifying. She grabbed a few fire-type ability users who were clearing the way and said, "Let me handle this." She hadn't forgotten that A066 mentioned these were good materials. The ice-type ability user took action, instantly freezing a large group of spiders. A 066 little secretary's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly brought over a collection box to start picking them up from the ground. A few observant girls also came forward to help. This batch of spiders was larger, stronger, and cleaner than those on the lower floors, with no strange bloodstains on them. Moon sighed her heart. It's still this group of A-level old men whose survival ability is stronger than others. Someone had already seen the actions outside through the ventilation holes or peepholes. After Moon controlled all the spiders, these old men hiding in the dark finally emerged. Much better than the 27th floor. Their living quarters were specially designed and upgraded, considered a top-notch shelter. Almost everyone had come out, yet Dr. Zhou was still nowhere to be seen. The sound of her fingers tapping on the console made everyone hold their breath in fear. "Boss." Someone, in severe pain all over, wanted to leave first. "My ankle was bitten by that spider, and it hurts like hell right now." Moon stepped forward and rolled up his pant leg, but instead of the expected ulceration, she found only a small red bump, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. She frowned slightly, wondering how it was different from the ones on the 27th floor. The little secretary also noticed it and pointed at the frozen spider, saying, "Commander, these spiders seem to be a bit different too." Moon picked it up and examined it carefully. The spiders on the 27th floor were not very large, each one appearing as a cold mechanical figure. However, the ones on the 28th floor were much bigger, resembling giant crabs, with fuzzy things on their antennae, and they had a less mechanical feel, looking more realistic. Besides these obvious characteristics that anyone could see, Moon couldn't discern anything else. She looked at the old men and gently asked, "Is there anyone who can explain this to me?" These refined egoists exchanged glances and tacitly chose not to speak. Moonlight didn't expect him to say anything and clapped his hands, saying, "Where is Dr. Zhou?" Just as he mentioned him, he came out of his room. Elizabeth was still unconscious and did not come out with him. Moonlight's expression was not good as she waved her hand and said, "Clean it up. We'll have a meeting in half an hour." She followed Dr. Zhou into his secret little room. As soon as she entered, Moonlight was shocked. Aside from a bed, a bathroom, and a closet that were isolated, the rest of the room was filled with various precision instruments that looked strange and had unclear purposes. Upon seeing Elizabeth lying motionless inside, Moonlight inquired with her eyes. Dr. Zhou took out a thick stack of reports and said, "Yan, those people up there might really be something else." Moonlight replied with a sound. "Is there even a need to say that? It would be strange if it were simple." Dr. Zhou said, "I feel like we are a group of pets they keep, taken out for some fun when they're bored, and used for research when needed." Moonlight nodded. She also felt this way, looking at his eyes that seemed to say, "If you can say more, please do." Dr. Zhou sighed and pushed the materials closer to her. Moonlight picked it up and read it word by word. The component analysis report said that the shell contained a large amount of unknown substances that could devour superpowers. How malicious. All right, what about Zhao Zhao's grandfather? Dr. Zhou took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, saying, "He was taken away by those above, and Eliza was injured during the resistance. Why did they inexplicably capture an old man? He's not an ordinary old man. He is lifeless, but he can act like a normal person. He has a pulse, a heartbeat, and warmth. Don't you think that's terrifying?" Moonlight knows how extraordinary he is, so he cannot be taken away by those people above. She still cannot understand their purpose. God knows what inhumane research it is. Dr. Zhou pulled out another document from below and said, "The problem isn't too big. It's just no materials." Moonlight guessed and took the paper and indeed saw dense text on it. It actually only introduced a new type of strange material called N090, which is usually used by the military and is rarely known to the general public. Moonlight was completely baffled. K-City produces this in large quantities, conservatively estimated to be several hundred tons. Protective clothing made from that material can withstand attacks from artillery above. Moonlight glanced at the map and fell silent. If the weather were normal and the road conditions were fine, she could manage a trip even with zombies around. Chapter 119, Captain Lee, 6. But now, with the extreme cold weather, not only is the road difficult to navigate, but the temperature is also unbearable. Her ice-based ability can resist some cold, but they have now entered the most extreme conditions, with temperatures around -50 to 60 degrees Celsius. A moment of inattention could be fatal. She was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what her grandfather meant to Zhao Zhao. What if it's a symbiotic situation? Zhao Zhao, before she could finish her thought. Chaos erupted outside again. Boss, come out quickly, it's bad. The door was not closed tightly, and Moonlight easily heard the commotion outside. Immediately getting up, Dr. Zhou followed closely behind her. She saw the man who had earlier complained of pain, now swollen all over, as if he was about to burst. "Dr. Zhou, help me. Dr. Zhou was startled and quickly stepped aside, wanting to call someone to take him into his lab. But before anyone could move, a gunshot rang out, and the man fell in front of them. Before she could ask more questions, a swarm of blood-red little spiders crawled up from the 27th floor stairs. Moonlight stretched out a hand, and an ice wall sealed the doorway, emitting a chilling, screeching sound. Even trapped in the ice, they could be seen moving. Many people with trypophobia nearly vomited on the spot. "Commander, those who were stung by the spider just now, their wounds are swelling rapidly. After they burst open, these ghastly things emerged. It's so disgusting." Moonlight had never encountered such a situation in her previous life. Even if she had, she wouldn't have known, as she had been on missions outside all the time. At this moment, she felt incredibly grateful that the people she cared about were all left on the 26th floor and did not have to face this. This was a retaliation against the current command level of the base and did not involve any innocent parties. Moonlight took out you.Why and said, "Check everyone's bodies." "Yes, dear master." As soon as you.Why appeared, some people's expressions began to change. When they saw you.Why flying straight towards them, they shouted, "Moonlight, how dare you let this robot insult us? I am the secretary of the provincial committee." Moonlight coldly tilted her head and said, this is the end of the world. She ignored these people and left the situation to Dr. Zhou to handle. She entered the control room alone. The control room, usually bright with lights, was now pitch dark, and Xuanwu sat motionless with his eyes closed on the platform. Xuanwu? No one responded. She checked the circuit breaker and found everything normal. She searched around for anything unusual, trying to wake up Xuanwu. Suddenly, the door closed, the lights flickered, and a fully wrapped shadow was projected onto the wall. She forced herself to remain calm and stared at the shadow on the wall. A 107, you.Why? Moonlight responded with a sound from her throat. The person's voice was clearly altered, indistinguishable between male and female, and unpleasant to hear. Just listening to another word felt like torture to Moonlight. Can you change to another voice changer? The person was taken aback, and the air became still. Then, he really switched to a deep and pleasant male voice and said, "How about this?" Moonlight nodded in satisfaction and said, "Start your performance." Virtual shadow. You are not very suitable to be a leader among humans. Who is suitable? That person with the surname Jiang? You are more suited to be a vanguard. Haven't I always been doing that? How does this annoying girl always have the ability to interrupt others? He decided to ignore this annoying girl and recite the content decided at the meeting by himself. Moonlight realized that her interruptions were no longer effective. So she quietly listened to him speak. It was nothing more than the previous spire structure having issues, and now they were stepping in to reshuffle things. They had no malice. Their actions were merely for the betterment of the entire order. The people they killed were all those who deserved it, and other such grandiloquent statements. Moonlight's once panicked heart settled down. It seemed their strength was not as formidable as she had feared, otherwise they wouldn't have sought her out for negotiations. Having figured this out, she relaxed and let out a yawn. After finally hearing him out, she asked, "Can Zhao Zhao's grandpa come back?" "No, that guy is very dangerous. But you don't know what he's going through. Zhao Zhao is suffering too." Her eyes began to sharpen. "He's just a little zombie. I don't believe you don't know her situation." The shadow fell silent for a moment before conceding, "We can guarantee he won't be harmed for 3 months." "Why should I believe that?" The shadow casually lifted a hand, and the printer in front of her began to print. She picked it up, and it contained information about Zhao Zhao's physical condition and her grandpa's symbiotic situation, with professional terms mixed in English and German, which she couldn't fully understand. But she understood the term symbiosis, and it confirmed her suspicions. "What do you want me to do?" "Maintain the order of the tower, as usual." Moonlight felt a chill, and she indeed had the impulse to strike back. Even before she made a move, the other party was already anxious. It seemed that her superiors believed in her capabilities. So she really did some research. Even if she didn't confront them now, it was only a matter of time before she would. Moonlight, young and carefree, replied, "Don't create trouble, and don't mess with Grandpa Zhao Zhao. I can continue to keep this broken base running. If you act recklessly, I'll blow up the entire tower, and we'll all die together. Isn't it better to stay alive?" Moonlight looked at him disdainfully. The two did not exchange any more words. After the phantom disappeared, the lights came on, and Xuanwu also awakened. "Huh? How could my dear master be here? Call me Princess Your Highness." "Oh, how could Princess Your Highness be here?" Moonlight rolled her eyes and slapped it angrily, wondering who on earth had created it and how they could set up such a spineless system. "Huh? Why is it so chaotic outside?" As the system gradually awakened, the data began to synchronize, and when it saw the turmoil outside, it was completely thrown off. It urgently activated the purification system, and those troublesome little red spiders were instantly exterminated. It seemed that it really was just as it had said, clearing out some bad elements. Xuanwu found that those who had died were not good people. Or rather, they may have been good once, but had strayed off the path later on. Moonlight did not comment much on this, quietly taking some samples to hand over to professionals for research. Ready to start the meeting? Yes. The glamorous little secretary was also in a mess at this moment, but she still energetically picked up the scattered documents and headed towards the inspection room. "Wait a minute." Moonlight called out to her and took out a box from thin air to hand to her. Chapter 120. Joyful rivals. Moonlight raised an eyebrow and turned to the people following behind her, saying, "Surround this place." C001 quickly went to do it. Moonlight stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the large hole in front of her, lost in thought. To be honest, she still felt a bit scared. "Dear master, we should have brought Zhao along too." you.Why flapped its wings beside her. Moon-Yannian rubbed her temples, and I forgot. She had just leveled up to 4 and was feeling excited. She was a healing type, and as long as she could withstand the pressure from that zombie and make contact with her main body, combined with her other skills, defeating her wouldn't be a problem. The issue was that she didn't know if she could hold up. A fear, controlled deep within her soul, surged to the surface, making her somewhat timid. Everyone had already surrounded the wholesale market, just waiting for her orders. "Dear master, what is our next move?" you.Why asked after receiving the inquiry signal from C001. Moon-Yannian took out her big knife and made up her mind, saying, "Everyone, hold your positions and wait for my signal." She used her spirit healing abilities to form a protective shield around herself, then bent down and crawled through the hole. The scene inside suddenly changed. It was the familiar school playground. She coldly sneered, "You really are useless except for creating illusions." "Yannian, what are you talking about?" you.Why asked, puzzled, as she patted her on the back. As she turned her head, she heard Lin Ting sarcastically say, "Possessed? Talking to yourself and mumbling, who are you even cursing at?" Moon-Yannian's cold gaze fell on Lin Ting's beautiful face as she asked, "Did you forget to brush your teeth before going out today?" "You." The two instantly became hostile. you.Why quickly intervened, saying, "Come on, you two, really, every time you meet, you have to bicker. You are such a pair of happy enemies." "Who is her happy enemy? Who is her happy enemy?" They both replied in unison. you.Why looked at Moon-Yannian and then at Lin Ting, smiling mysteriously. "All right, let's go to class together." She grabbed one of them by the hand and led them toward the laboratory. Moon-Yannian felt a bit dazed. The warmth on her arm made her feel somewhat unreal. She suddenly didn't want to break the illusion so quickly. She was curious about what kind of trap this level 5 zombie had set for her. She didn't know which team would win this debate competition. you.Why was smiling cheerfully. Debate competition? Moon-Yannian suddenly made eye contact with Lin Ting. Then they both coldly snorted and turned their heads away. "Yannian, your speech this morning was really wonderful. Children from poor families start late, and it's already very difficult for them to nurture their inner child." I was really moved by this statement. My parents have always favored boys over girls and didn't let me study. It's not easy for me to get to where I am today. A female classmate saw this and immediately turned into a little fan. Looking at her with starry eyes, Lin Ting coldly snorted, "I don't know how Miss Moon knows about the issues of poor families. After all, her family is so wealthy." The female classmate was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" Moon-Yannian is usually low-key, and her clothing is similar to theirs, all costing around 100 or 80 yuan. Everyone thinks she is also a child from a poor family. During the debate competition, her confident and passionate speech really moved them. "Huh? Isn't the young lady's family business among the top 3 in H City?" Moon-Yannian hadn't spoken yet when the female classmate looked at her with a strange expression and said, "So you're still taking poverty assistance?" This left Moon-Yannian dumbfounded. When had she ever received any poverty assistance? "I haven't." Before she could explain, the female classmate had already run away angrily. Moon-Yannian was choked and suddenly surrounded by a large group of people. They chattered and asked, "Top 3 in the asset market? Really? Who is Moo's dad?" Lin Ting proudly revealed her family's background, including their food brand. Everyone immediately rejected it, stating they would never buy it again. Of course, some questioned, but you can't tell it all from Yannian's usual behavior. How can you prove it? Lin Ting confidently crossed her arms and said, "Just check online. Her family's business has shares belonging to Moon-Yannian." Some classmates immediately searched online, and sure enough, everyone looked at her with disdain. "Wait, when did I ever apply for poverty assistance?" Moon-Yannian tried to explain, but no one listened to her defense. Someone even shot her a glare and said, "The announcement has been posted. What are you still arguing about?" "Exactly. A young lady saying that a poor child has worked hard, and we were moved to tears. Turns out it was all mockery. They probably looked down on us so much. That was not enough. They were so rich yet still want to take this little money from us." you.Why stood in front of her, trying to explain, but Lin Ting pulled her behind her and glared at Moon-Yannian, saying, "You business people are truly cunning and disgusting." Moon-Yannian was left alone in the laboratory, everyone keeping their distance from her as if she were some kind of monster. She anxiously tried to explain, but no one listened to her protests. She felt helpless and powerless. At that moment, Moon had completely forgotten about the apocalypse, the zombies, and that this was an illusion, because all of these were things that had actually happened. She hurried to the counselor's office, but unfortunately, it was empty. She quickly opened the school's official website and found a list of students in financial need. Sure enough, her name, Moon, was written in big letters. She was panicking. She had never applied for any financial aid. She didn't need it at all. She spent very little time on campus, and the few people she knew were not friends who could help her. Hurry, the award ceremony for the debate competition is starting. Several female classmates ran past her, holding hands. Moon followed after hearing this. The few people in front saw her and deliberately spoke in a sarcastic tone. Some people's papers must have been bought from some poor student, right? Exactly. They probably bought them. Alas, it's a pity that the first prize is 8,000 yuan. I wonder if the young lady spent that much money on those papers. Moon wanted to step forward to explain that it was all her own writing. Her father had taken her to help children in the mountains since she was little. So what was strange about her understanding the lives of impoverished families? She wanted to explain, but when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. Dazed, she followed into the auditorium, which had already begun, and the opening was in progress. She had intended to sneak in quietly, but unexpectedly, someone behind her pushed her. Chapter 121. You cheated. She stumbled straight in, and fortunately, she reacted quickly enough to brace herself against the ground to prevent her makeup from smudging. All the students and teachers in the auditorium turned to look at her. Ahem. The award host on the stage coughed twice, with a fist placed in front of his mouth. Moon hurriedly brushed off the dust from her clothes. Her little face was flushed red, feeling so hot that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. The host saw her and smiled gently, saying, "Classmates, please take your seats." Moon quickly buried her head and found a seat at the back. Suddenly, the hall erupted in laughter, and the redness on her face seemed like it could drip blood. All right, let's continue with the award ceremony. The host spoke grandly about the lessons the debate competition taught everyone, expressing it with great passion. Moon couldn't hear a single word. Her head was lowered so much that it almost touched the ground. The person next to her had quietly moved away to squeeze into another spot when they saw her come over, leaving her the only one in this row. Best debater of this competition. Can you guess who it will be? The classmates suddenly became excited, and some who didn't know what had happened before shouted, Moon. A scornful voice echoed throughout the hall. Moon felt an indescribable grievance in her heart, and she couldn't help but tear up. At that moment, she seemed to be the same little girl who had just come of age, delicate, kind-hearted, and concerned about her image. The host, without changing his expression, said, "That's right. It's our classmate Lin Ting. She has won the MVP of this debate competition. Best debater. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage to receive her award." The applause erupted in waves, sounding like slaps on Moon face. She looked incredulously at Lin Ting, who was full of herself as she walked up to the stage to receive her award, casting a provocative glance at her like a victorious rooster. Moon fingers trembled, and she didn't know where she found the courage to stand up and shout, "I refuse to accept this." Everyone turned to look at her in silence, as if they were staring at a clown. She argued passionately, "Teacher, there must be a mistake. My score was clearly the highest." The host looked embarrassed and frantically signaled her to be quiet. However, Moon seemed to ignore it and stubbornly stood her ground. The host could only explain with a smile, "Classmate Moo, the list provided by the judges is final. It can't be. My score was at least 1 point higher than theirs." She insisted, "It's a 10-point system. We dropped the highest and the lowest scores to get the average." She got 9, 8, and Lin Ting got only 8. 8. She stood proudly on the highest step of the classroom, looking down at everyone below, holding back her tears. Some classmates, not understanding the situation, felt sorry for her and opened their mouths to speak up for her, but they were quickly silenced by those beside them, who whispered the events that happened at the lab entrance into their ears. That person still didn't believe it, but was tightly held back by classmates who wouldn't let him speak out. Lin Ting looked at her disdainfully and said, "Moon, do you really want me to expose your cheating in front of all these people?" Whispers of disbelief and sympathy arose among the classmates. Moon stepped forward and questioned, "How did I cheat? Where did I cheat?" Seeing that she was still unconvinced, Lin Ting laughed and said, "Then how do you explain how a young lady like you knows about the situation of children from poor families?" She said that the products sold by her family were all unregulated, making ill-gotten gains. She said her family hired workers from the mountains at slave wages, exploiting honest villagers. She said her college entrance examination scores were bought. She covered her ears and squatted on the ground, as those voices seemed unstoppable. Suddenly, the illusion became unstable, and before the level 5 female zombie could revel in her success, she was pulled down by a force from the upper levels and fell to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Moon slowly stood up, releasing her hands from her head. She scoffed. "I thought you had set up such an impressive illusion for so many days, but it's nothing special." Moon has been pampered since childhood, proud and resilient, and she is very confident. When faced with such exclusion, the worst that could happen is studying abroad. How could she possibly be defeated? Moon pinched the chin of the 5th level zombie. Her face was extremely beautiful, with an exotic charm that was very alluring. Even with her eyes red and filled with tears, she still looked stunning. "Why?" Moon looked at her and said, "Because I'm not afraid of anything." With that, she directly crushed the opponent's head. From the moment she entered the market, she had gradually unleashed her mental healing ability to erode the opponent's illusion array. This zombie seemed to have already been severely injured and lacked strong resistance, allowing Moon to easily take control. However, since all her abilities were used to break the array, she had indeed briefly fallen into an illusion. Misunderstanding what her classmates were saying, they filled in Moon Yin's name. The students at their school value their pride so much that they would rather work part-time than apply for this subsidy. Mainly because once this subsidy was granted, the list would be posted for an entire semester. Due to insufficient quotas, Moon Yin's actual situation was approved without review. When Moon Yin found out about this, she immediately approached the dean to withdraw her name, and this incident was posted on the confession wall, where everyone praised her integrity. Later, after the good deeds done by her family were exposed, she participated in the debate competition. The change in the timeline led to different outcomes. She held a level 5 mental system zombie crystal core and sighed softly. She didn't know what terrifying existence this zombie had encountered before she arrived, sustaining severe injuries. Its actual strength might be even below level 3, which explained why she was able to kill it so easily. Is this it? The residents of Aspire and the survivors outside were all incredulous. The leader who had finished seclusion was really too strong, easily resolving a level 5 zombie? God, I didn't even understand how it was done. The shattering of the mental system zombie's illusion would cause great harm to them, and with Moon Yin's ability control, that female zombie had no chance to fight back the moment she fell. Moon Yin said to the outside C001, "It's resolved. Come in and move the supplies." A group of young people entered in an orderly manner, looking at the terrifying and shriveled female zombie corpse on the ground that had transformed overnight. "Boss, you're too strong. You can easily handle a level 5 zombie." "Not strong. I just feel like something is off." Chapter 122. Zhao Zhao. Xuanwu seemed to have known she was coming for a long time, as he handed her a stack of documents with his long tentacles and said, "Take a look for yourself." The three of them gathered together to read. This was the result calculated by the system, based on Zhao Zhao's physique and the virus development situation. So, the possibility of Zhao Zhao eventually turning into a zombie is not high. Her eyes sparkled with joy. The other two twitched their lips. The system's calculation showed that Zhao Zhao had a 30 chance of becoming a zombie and a 70 chance of becoming the strongest half-zombie human. Moon Yin was completely unconcerned about those 30 data points. "Commander, how exactly did Zhao Zhao get injured?" Elizabeth looked at her. After swallowing the crystal core, her powers began to surge uncontrollably, and her emotions were out of control. In a daze, she recalled that she had gripped the little girl's neck. However, Zhao Zhao did not struggle. Instead, she squeezed her arm, drawing something from her body. She noticed Zhao Zhao's face turning redder and her entire body swelling. And then suddenly something exploded, sending her flying to the ground. The next time she saw Zhao Zhao, it was a scene of bleeding from all 7 orifices. She recounted what she remembered. Xuanwu quickly calculated the sequence of events and treatment plan on the system. After a while, it said, "Dear Master, Miss Zhao Zhao will heal herself. She just needs a quiet environment." She sat beside Zhao Zhao, transmitting her mental healing abilities. When she ran out, she drank a vial of ability essence to replenish, and then continued the transmission. After she didn't know how many vials of essence she had consumed, her mental healing crystal core suddenly reacted. She looked at the little girl, whose complexion had become rosy, and gently rubbed her head, saying, "Zhao Zhao, have a good sleep. Sister will come to see you later." She tiptoed carefully out of the ward and closed the door, then hurried back to her room. Dr. Zhou sighed in pain, saying, "The mental healing ability has leveled up. Is Sister really that amazing?" Well, after using so many vials of 5.0 version crystal core essence, it's no surprise it leveled up. He painfully prepared the potion for you. Moon-Yannian tossed her shoes off and sat cross-legged on the bed, guiding her spiritual healing ability to channel into the crystal core. This upgrade was completely different from the previous ones. She felt a sharp pain in her brain, nerves with each bit of energy she transmitted. The crystal core began to crack little by little, and she was in so much pain that she could no longer maintain her sitting position, curling up on the bed. The process was long and torturous. Just as she was about to break through, Ayu finally woke up. Dr. Zhou's treatment was very successful. Ayu looked around in confusion, having even lost her basic language skills. Wang Yuyu was puzzled. Soon she learned that Aunt Wei was 6 or 7 years old, and Ayu was practically just born. Ayu stared blankly at the room full of people, not knowing how to express her emotions, and suddenly burst into tears. Elizabeth asked pointedly, aside from memory loss, "Are there any effects on her other abilities? For example, her learning ability?" Dr. Zhou was somewhat uncertain and patted Ayu, saying, "Come, learn with me." "Hello, Commander." Ayu looked at his mouth and clearly enunciated, "Hello, Commander." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was just as simple as a baby, while other aspects were still like an adult. Suchi volunteered, "Having one is like having two. I could train them together." Dr. Zhou couldn't have asked for more. He was so busy he felt like flying. Aunt Wei curiously poked Ayu's little face and said, "I'm your sister." "Sister," Ayu obediently called out. Aunt Wei was overjoyed, hugging her and chattering nonstop. Seeing this, Wang Yuyu pulled Mu Yuyu out. "Where's the sister?" "The sister went a breakthrough. She should be upgrading her spiritual healing ability." Wang Yuyu was very happy to hear this. "That's great. This way, Dr. Zhou's illness can be cured soon." They had lived together in the base for a long time, and they all witnessed Dr. Zhou's suffering during his episodes, naturally hoping for his quick recovery. Wang Yuyu's ears turned inexplicably red, and she smiled. "With my sister here, I'll be fine." The young man clenched his fist and said, "I'll work hard. You'll have me in the future." Wang Yuyu nodded. She had always trusted him deeply. However, Moon-Yannian, who had just broken through to level 3, had not stopped yet. The power within her had not fully unfolded, and she was already drenched in sweat beneath her. The pain in her nerves was far more unbearable than physical pain. She bit the blanket and couldn't help but let out a scream. Time passed by minute, and it had been 3 days by the time she broke through to level 4. She was starving, and the feedback from her ability upgrade was repairing her nervous system. She took out a bottle of milk from her space and gulped it down before feeling revived. "Congratulations, Master. You've upgraded to level 4. Xiao-Wai had watched over her for 3 days and nights, and seeing her recover, happily rubbed her face with his little head. Moon-Yannian was amused to the point of giggling, confidently declaring, "That level 5 dog zombie. This lady will definitely take her down this time. Take her down. Take her down." Little Wai happily spun around the room. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, Moon-Yannian had stockpiled quite a bit of ready-to-eat meals, and now she sat in front of the coffee table, starting to show off. It was as if her brain had been overworked. At this moment, she didn't want to think about anything, completely emptying her mind to enjoy the food. With a funny variety show she had downloaded before the apocalypse playing in front of her, the tower base was operating normally, and Elizabeth had released the beautified information about Zhao Zhao, reassuring the residents that she would not be aggressive, which calmed them down. Now everyone was spreading rumors that Zhao Zhao was some kind of genius girl, a super general, which felt quite eerie. Moonlight adjusted her state and walked out confidently. Commander, you finally came out. Dr. Zhou's little nurse happened to pass by and saw her, feeling very happy. Moonlight nodded reservedly and asked, what about my brother and the others? The Dawn base in M City next door sent a distress telegram. The young master and the others are in a meeting. Chapter 123, Tang Rou. Dawn base. It sounded a bit familiar, but she couldn't recall it for a moment. She strode towards the conference room, greeting everyone along the way with a smile. The news of her emergence spread throughout the entire base in less than 10 minutes. That's great. It's really great that the commander is okay. I wonder if this breakthrough was successful. Isn't that obvious? Didn't the people above say that the commander was smiling gently? It must have been successful. Moonlight pushed open the glass door of the conference room, and a large group of people turned to look at her. She smiled lightly and sat down in the empty seat at the front. What had been said earlier? The little secretary quickly recapped what had been discussed before. Dear Commander, the Dawn base in M City next door has been under a fierce attack from a horde of zombies since 3 days ago. They don't have many warm clothes in their base, and it is now below minus 30 degrees Celsius outside, so they may not have much resistance left. Moonlight pointed at the table, reading the letter that Elizabeth had handed to her word by word. The letter stated more clearly that although their Dawn base was a gathering place for the public, it had already become the largest base in City M. If they were to be destroyed, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Additionally, they had mastered low-temperature cultivation technology, and if the Spire base was willing to rescue them through this difficult time, they would be willing to offer this technology. This was exactly what Moonlight needed. Long before the arrival of the extreme cold era, Elizabeth's plan had mentioned matters related to cultivation. Recently, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors had not received any food supplies, and the entire base was relying on Moonlight's provisions to operate. Therefore, they really needed this technology. After all, the coldest times were yet to come. Everyone chattered about it, and the suggestions given by the system were also to go for support. Moonlight propped her chin and said, so what do you think we should do to rescue them? The thermal materials we produce aren't even enough for ourselves, right? The conference room fell into silence for a moment. you.Why, connect me to the leadership of the Dawn base. Okay, dear master, I'm searching for the connection. After a while, a beeping sound was heard, followed by a woman's voice. Hello? The person seemed much more excited and said, Hello, I'm Tang Rou, the base leader of the Dawn base. Yes, we've received your distress signal, and I'd like to understand more about your base situation. Tang Rou was very happy and immediately shared the situation of the base. It's really not a place for humans to stay at minus 30 degrees Celsius. We are just a small base formed by a gathering of people, and it has grown to a scale of 6,000 with the addition of survivors. We have occupied a large supermarket, so resources are not scarce, and the terrain is very good. We've blocked a few main entrances so zombies can't get in. However, due to the sudden change in weather and broken power lines, we have no other options besides the most primitive way of making a fire to keep warm and adding more layers of clothing. Commander, you don't know, but we have already lost many people to the cold this week. Moonlight remained silent. Many people had frozen to death outside their base. They had done their best to expedite the construction of the second tower and were also working hard to renovate the library. But survivors continued to arrive one after another seeking refuge. Both sides agreed on a support program, requiring the Dawn base to belong to their Spire base from now on. Tang Rou had no objections. She didn't have such great ambitions. Once the process was finalized, Moonlight personally confirmed the deployment of 5,000 troops, stating, I still want to eliminate that level 5 zombie. Dr. Zhou asked in surprise, what level are you now? Commander, the outer defenses of the wholesale market building in City M are quite good. Perhaps we can settle some survivors inside? Elizabeth inquired while holding the building plans. Maybe it's better to let professionals handle professional matters? She only thought about taking over the wholesale market, and the most she considered was the large amount of supplies, while others had already thought about what the building could be used for. Moonligh's appreciation in her eyes was unspoken. Elizabeth's face turned slightly red. Even the usually aloof beauty felt a bit shy at this moment. She cleared her throat and said, Commander, how about it? It's very good, of course. A 111's ideas have always been excellent. You all should learn from it. She praised enthusiastically as she stood up. Everyone spontaneously applauded. The weather was getting colder, and the Dawn base could not wait that long. She quickly took with her the special material developed by Wang Yu that could be painted on walls, along with more than 5,000 pieces of cold-resistant clothing, and headed out. C001 still led the way, followed by the conspicuous Captain Li and his 3 brothers. Moonlight is speechless. How can this guy be so persistent? Good morning, dear Commander. Mississippi Moonlight perfunctorily nodded and then sat in the first armored vehicle. This time, Su Chi and Muyu also came along, sitting beside her on the left and right. Captain Li glanced over, smiled, and sat in the next vehicle. Moonlight laughed and helplessly said, C001, why do you always bring him along? C001 replied cheerfully, does the commander not like them? Their strength is quite impressive. At least in our base, they rank among the top 10. It's not that I don't like them. I'm just curious. I'm joking. It's the apocalypse after all. Such talents shouldn't be lost because of personal preferences. He thought the commander might have other thoughts. His tone was strange, but unfortunately, Moonlight couldn't pick up on it. Moonlight played with her fingers and said casually, what thoughts could I have? I actually wish there were more experts like this in the base. Su Chi patted his chest and said, boss, I am now a level 4 lightning type ability user. I will help you. Moonlight was surprised. Muyu quickly said, sister, I also have water system abilities at level 3. They all took the scarce 5.0 crystal core essence, which increased their abilities rapidly but made them weak in actual combat, which is why they could come out this time. The convoy was heading toward the wholesale market in City M, and along the way, they only spotted a few scattered zombies. Do zombies also fear the cold? Normally, there would be many more zombies on this road. Muyu explained, no, sister, the zombies have all been cleared by my people. Moonlight gave a thumbs up in appreciation. The road conditions were good, and the convoy quickly arrived at the wholesale market. Chapter 124, Level Crossing Battle, Part 1. She jumped out of the car, but her mood was particularly different as she looked at the wholesale market in front of her. This time, she was determined to take it down. She drew out her big knife and resolutely said, everyone, hold your positions and wait for my signal. Her mental healing ability formed a protective shield to keep herself safe as she bent down and crawled through a hole, and the scene inside suddenly changed. What should have been various shops now turned into a familiar school playground. Many people were cursing, blaming the heavens and the earth for the inaction above. Suddenly, a red avatar named Flower Blooming Rich said, family, the rain has lessened. Why don't we take this opportunity to go out and buy supplies? The disgruntled neighbors showed no appreciation, cursing her for being unrealistic and for speaking without understanding the pain. Feeling the vibrancy of others and thinking about how these people would soon lose their lives, she couldn't express her feelings. The corridor outside seemed to have been cleaned up, and after a few knocks on the door, a man outside called out loudly, don't open the door. Just stay inside. We will come to rescue you when the weather clears. Moonlight shrank back slightly, showing no intention of responding, while Su Chi enthusiastically expressed his thanks. Not only the owner group, but also the campus group, class group, and dormitory group were in an uproar. According to the plan, Moonlight should have been in her 3rd year, but due to family issues, she had taken a leave of absence and hadn't left the groups. Suddenly, someone in the small dorm group poked her. Yannian, we're trapped in the dorm. Can you help us? In the past few days, she had been trying hard to act as if nothing was wrong, cooking for the 3 of them while mimicking short videos. Aunt Mu often faints without knowing what the problem is. The 3 outsiders did some online searching but were too scared to speak, so they could only keep her alive like this, waiting to discuss everything when they reached the spire. Her roommate might have reached her limit. A voice message popped up, and she lazily tapped to answer. The girl's voice was cold and lazy. Yannian, we haven't eaten for several days. You're the only one who can save us. Moonlight inexplicably rested her legs on a coffee table and asked, where did you hear about me being able to control the rain? Lin Ting felt a bit embarrassed by her words, but seeing her very weak friend next to her, she held back her temper and said, isn't your factory nearby? There are so many delicious foods. Can't you just have a couple of people deliver some to us? Oh, then why don't you just go buy it yourself? Isn't the school supermarket closer? Moonlight, why are you like this? You weren't this stingy before. Lin Ting said, somewhat exasperated. Moonlight originally wanted to say, "Who cares in the apocalypse?" But it turned into, "My factory has been sold, so I'm not afraid of your dad causing trouble." Lin Ting's father is in charge of food supervision and management. Previously, because she opposed him, he had caused her a lot of trouble. Although he couldn't bring them down, the constant delays on many perishable items were really annoying, and she had had enough of it. "Miss, isn't your dad the one who loves you the most? Tell him to send someone to deliver it to you in the rain, haha." Lin Ting, furious, shouted with a twisted expression, "What are you so proud of? If it weren't for my dad being on a business trip to City X, would you even have a chance to bark here?" City X? Moonligh's eyes lit up, revealing the first genuine smile she had shown in days. Wasn't this a chance for revenge coming right to her door? The two instantly became tense. She had just leveled up to 4 and was feeling excited. She was a healing type, and as long as she could withstand the pressure from that zombie and make contact with her main body, combined with her other skills, defeating it wouldn't be a problem. The issue was whether she could withstand it. A deep-seated fear took hold of her heart, making her a bit timid. Everyone had already surrounded the wholesale market, just waiting for her orders. "Dear Master, what is our next move?" Xiaowai asked after receiving the inquiry signal from C001. Moonlight swallowed the blood in her mouth because of his words. She steadied herself and looked at the group of men behind him, saying, "Do you want to give it a try too?" They all shook their heads, and some even lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Moonlight clapped his hands and said, "From now on, the Dawn base belongs to me. You all have to call me Commander, understand?" "Good Commander." The deafening voices echoed throughout the entire base. Even the Guardian squad stationed outside the Spire base could hear it. They looked at each other, silently understanding that their commander had taken these little brats down. Moonlight waved his hand and said, "We are all from the same root. Why be so hasty in fighting against each other? Humanity has it hard enough already. What does it look like for us to turn against ourselves?" The commander is right. Moonlight looked at the group of boys with satisfaction, patted Tang Ro, and then left. She believed that Tang Ro could handle it well on her own. She walked out of the basement and into her armored vehicle. Moonlight clicked her tongue in amazement and patted her shoulder, saying, "Who can know such an earth-shattering secret?" As a fish bit the hook, she quickly reeled it in. It was a big, fat carp, even fatter than the one she had seen online before. You, tell everyone to start a fire and cook. But don't forget to take turns patrolling to prevent the zombies from taking advantage. Fortunately, this lake was very large, and the erosion from acid rain had not significantly affected it. The fish in it were still edible. The man in black with a straw hat appeared again, holding something glowing and running, pursued by a large group of guards. She stared blankly at her fingertips, while Aunt Wei beside her was extremely excited, clapping and cheering as they exchanged blows. Moonlight looked out again in silence. It seemed that the man had become much stronger. She didn't sense any other abilities from him, but he could overpower a big man just with his mental powers. The guard at the spires seemed to be deliberately holding back, not using their full strength. After watching for 2 more seconds, oh no, it was that man's mental ability that was limiting them. Moonlight's eyes lit up as she gradually became captivated by his moves. He resembled an ancient hero, each action so pleasing to the eye. As she spoke, she entered the room with a camera and pointed at the chair and bench she had moved, saying, "Zombies determine living beings through light, sound, and smell. If you don't want to be awakened by them gnawing on you in the middle of the night, it's best to block all the doors and windows like I did. If you wake up, don't scream. Try to stay quiet to avoid attracting more zombies." Chapter 125, Level Up Battle, Part 2, Z107. Smile a little cuter. Let the residents of our spires see your naturally relaxed side. The male voice in the earpiece intrusively reached Moonligh's ears. Moonlight was so angry that she wanted to curse. Didn't she see that there were more than a dozen zombies below flailing their arms trying to grab her down? A bucket of spicy, pickled instant noodles. Moonlight immediately revealed a sweet and lovely smile, her big watery eyes curving like a pair of little crescent moons, looking extremely beautiful. "Dear survivors, don't be afraid. Zombies don't have brains. We can win with our intelligence. As long as we hide in the trees, we won't get into trouble for a while." After speaking, she playfully blinked her eyes, charming and cute. However, the survivors in the tower were not convinced, gathering in groups to discuss. their words full of concerns about her intelligence. Moon-Yin-Yin couldn't hear, but that didn't mean she couldn't guess. Fortunately, it was the end of the world, and no one could send bullet comments to condemn her. Since that was the case, she decided to ignore it. She glanced down at the dozen or so grotesque zombies, stretched her shoulders, and said to the small camera flying in midair, "Dear survivors, do you still remember the combat skills we learned in the Spire? Today, I will use these skills to deal with these zombies." Her words stirred up a wave of reactions. Is she crazy? Can those few sets of calisthenics really be used to kill zombies? How can such a pretty girl be so brainless? What's the difference between this and suicide? Aren't the higher-ups going to intervene? Can you guess why she appeared on the big screen? Perhaps the higher-ups are using her as a sacrificial lamb for us monkeys to watch. It's too terrifying. I can't bear to look. The survivors huddled together, chattering nonstop, and not a single one believed in her. They all thought the next scene would be her being devoured by the zombies. And some of the more timid ones had already covered their faces, ready to shield their eyes at any moment. Moon-Yin-Yin was not joking. She put away the only weapon she had, a military shovel, into her backpack and prepared to jump down empty-handed. Everyone's hearts raced, finding a suitable spot. She carefully stood up, swung her arms back and forth, and leaped down toward a zombie. There was a gasp in the tower, and most of the survivors covered their eyes. After a moment, the braver survivors gasped in disbelief and moved closer to the screen, unable to believe what they were witnessing. They saw the girl kick off a zombie's head and, upon landing, execute a perfect sweeping kick that tripped 4 or 5 more zombies. The girl's movements were quick and fierce. She took down most of them in no time. She had awakened speed and strength abilities, although her level was not high. It was enough to handle the zombies before her. She caught a glimpse of a large billboard 5 meters away and quickly ran towards it with a plan in mind. The other zombies, confused, followed her with groans. Channeling her abilities into her right palm, she struck the wooden pole, causing the billboard to fall and smash several zombies to pieces. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at the camera, and said, "Done. Zombies aren't scary at all. Z-107, run." The survivors, who hadn't even had time to celebrate her success, felt their hearts rise again. One mother even took the opportunity to teach her child, "See, it's so dangerous outside. You should give up on that idea of becoming a guard. Stay hidden in the tower. The country will protect us. Going out is just asking for death." The child squirmed reluctantly, but didn't speak. Moon-Yin-Yin saw at least 1,000 zombies chasing after her from the reflection of the camera. It was absolutely nerve-wracking. Moreover, her powers were about to run out, and the direction she was running was exactly the opposite of the supply warehouse. Damn it, my instant noodles. She cursed in her heart, but her feet did not stop. Z-107, the zombie whore behind you is not right. Stop. Stop your grandma. Moon-Yin-Yin tried hard to control her facial expression, smiling as she said, "Dear survivors, if we encounter this situation, we can only escape to a place with buildings and use the terrain to our advantage." However, she was in an endless desert. The survivors were shocked by her actions and began to doubt the authenticity of the live broadcast. Could this be some AI production created by the higher-ups to calm us down? I think so too. Which normal person would still have the energy to joke around while escaping for their life? If this is real, I'm willing to donate all my contribution points to her. Is it real or fake? The intelligent robot from the Spire immediately approached the man who had just spoken, with a pair of big anime eyes on the screen staring at him eagerly. The man was just boasting, but with the robot-esque approach. Everyone turned to look at him, unable to maintain his pride. His face turned red, and he shouted angrily, "Of course, if this is real, I'll give all my contribution points to her. All right, Resident J001, your total contribution points are 1688 points. After deducting the system handling fee of 135 points, the remaining 1553 points have been successfully transferred to Z107. Thank you for your support, and wish you a pleasant life." The man was instantly petrified on the spot. Meanwhile, Moon-Yin-Yin, who inexplicably received the transfer, looked delighted and stammered, "Teach, thank you. Brother J001, you are simply a great person. It should be noted that ordinary survivors earn a maximum of 50 points in a day, while a bucket of instant noodles costs 80 contribution points." Her mood which had been sour from not being able to get that bucket of spicy instant noodles, instantly turned sunny and bright. There are still many good people in the world. Moonlight thought happily. Seeing the village ahead was not far away. She gathered her strength, and her long legs moved even faster. The archway of the village was quite high. She aimed for the wooden frame holding the fire basin next to it, sprinted, leaped up, and hung halfway, then climbed up onto the archway using the wooden frame. With a kick, she sent the wooden frame flying, smashing several zombies that were closely following her. She gasped several times and said, "I have to thank Brother J001's encouragement to let this little lady survive such dangers." J001 forced a smile. He was a small administrator on the 10th floor of the spire, who valued his pride the most. Even though he felt like his heart was being twisted, he still tried to smile. He thought the zombies would be raging helplessly below, but to his surprise, they completely ignored Moonlight as she ran towards the village, as if something terrifying was chasing them. For the first time, she saw fear on the mottled faces of the zombies. Chapter 126. Level Up Battle, Part 3. Moonlight covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to imagine what could make the oblivious zombies tremble in fear. For some reason, she felt a bit startled. Z107. Watch your facial expressions. Pay attention to your tone. Moonlight really wanted to stab the person on the other side of the headset. 500 milliliters of pure water. Moonlight remained expressionless, unmoved. The girl immediately broke into a big smile at the camera and said, "Dear survivors, the apocalypse is really not that terrifying. As long as we unite, we can definitely give humanity hope." As she spoke, she made a gesture of encouragement, her eyes firm as if she were ready to join the party. Many of the older men were swayed by her words, their little thoughts coming alive again. Who doesn't have a heart to serve the country? If it weren't for their concerns about their wives and children, they would have donned their armor and fought those damn zombies long ago. "Look, what is that?" someone shouted, and all eyes immediately turned to the lower left corner of the screen. The people in the monitoring room also noticed and quickly reminded Z107, "There is an anomaly." Moonlight was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped. She had never seen a human who could scare zombies like this. Z107, what are you dawdling for? Get ready to follow. What kind of international joke is this? No matter how much you offer this time, I won't go. While she was lost in thought, the man had already reached her feet. The wind blew the curtain, and she saw an extraordinarily handsome face, with distinct features and deep-set eyes, even from such a distance. It seemed she could see his eyelashes flutter. Moonlight's heart skipped a beat. She seemed like Lon, the hero she loved the most in the game before the apocalypse. The people in the monitoring room were still urging her nonstop through the headset. This time, she didn't hesitate and slid down the archway, following the pattern to chase after him. She wanted to see who this man really was. The words of the elderly women were filled with worry and confusion, while those young men looked at the heroic figure of her on the big screen with admiration in their eyes. In just half a day, everyone had become less resistant to the girl who suddenly appeared on the big screen. Moonlight, however, did not appear to be as relaxed as she seemed. She had already overdrawn her abilities, and now she was relying on a thread of belief to keep going. As she walked, she pulled out an internal phone and typed, "Let me see, shall you?" The inspection room immediately fell silent, and after a long while, one person finally walked out. It should be noted that Moonlight was working so hard because the leader inside had said that as long as they followed their instructions, they would continue to treat her brother Muyoyu, who suffered from congenital heart disease. She hadn't seen her brother for almost 3 days and was a bit worried. Lost in thought, the girl suddenly bumped into a wall of people. Ouch! She felt a sharp pain and held her forehead, silently complaining. The instigator didn't even give her a glance, quietly watching the zombies in front of him line up to jump into the cremation furnace. What? Moonlight couldn't care about the pain anymore. She widened her eyes in disbelief and took 2 steps forward, then suddenly thought of something and turned sharply. "Are you a mental type ability user?" The man ignored her. Moonlight was pleasantly surprised and covered her mouth, feeling so happy that she didn't know how to express it. She circled around the man twice and said, "Big boss, please accept my knee." After saying that, she suddenly knelt down on the ground, which was quite genuine. Only then did the man react, Fragments of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp them. Just after the last zombie turned to ashes, the man fell to the ground in response. Moonlight was full of question marks, looking confused and helpless, which was extremely cute. At that moment, a voice came through the earphone, but this time it was a gentle female voice. Z107. Your first task is to protect the man in front of you. If you complete the task, we will perform your brother's first surgery on the 7th of next month. Today is May 7th, which means she has to protect him for a whole month. Moonlight furoit herbro seriously. It was already difficult for her to survive, and now she had to take care of a burden that fainted at the slightest provocation. Resident K002 has transferred you 200 contribution points. Current balance 1753 points. Resident G288 has transferred you 150 contribution points. Current balance 1903 points. Resident Z250 has transferred you 5 contribution points. Current balance 1908 points. Before she knew it, her balance had actually reached 8,500 points. The robot hadn't deducted even a single point from her. Moonlight was so moved that she was about to cry, choked with emotion as she said, "You are like my reborn parents." The people in the spire were immensely gratified, all revealing smiles filled with paternal affection. With so many contribution points as rewards, the girl was full of motivation. And with a surge of energy, she hoisted the man, who was a head taller than her, onto her shoulders. Perhaps the combined weight of the two was too heavy. The muddy ground could easily cover her ankles with each step, making it very difficult to walk. The girl paused, hesitating as she looked at the stars that clearly resembled people inside. This was the end of the world. Some people could be far more terrifying than zombies. She was just a powerless girl carrying a big burden of over 8 meters. What if they tried to rob them? She wasn't afraid of starving in the desert. She was just worried that if the one on her shoulder got too weak, it would lead to mission failure, and the spire would throw her brother out along with his sickbed. After thinking it over, she decided not to provoke those people and carefully found a towering tree outside the village to hang the man up. Just as she was about to climb the tree to rest, the group of flames suddenly gathered and walked toward her. She joked into the camera, "The streamer has been a bit unlucky lately, just trying to avoid trouble, and trouble finds me." At this point, very few people were still awake watching her live stream. The spire was truly a towering structure with 29 floors, each floor containing only one hall and 3 rooms. Most people could only stay in the hall, eating, sleeping, and working all in one place, which was very chaotic and crowded, easily driving people crazy. As the flames drew closer, Moonlight could see that the leader was an old man. She politely smiled and said, "Grandpa, why have you brought so many people here so late?" The old man looked her up and down with his murky eyes, then raised his head to look at the man she had hung up high. "Who is he to you? Was he bitten by a zombie?" Chapter 127. Combat Beyond Level 4. "Oh, this is my brother. It's not safe here. When he goes crazy, he's incredibly strong and can be reckless. I feared injuring outsiders, so I had to tie him up." Moonlight innocently blinked her eyes, pointed upwards, and then pointed to her own head, her tone very cheerful, making it hard for people to tell if she was serious or joking. The old man, unsure whether to believe her or not, simply said, "Then why are you still bringing him along? He's a burden." Moonlight agreed in her heart, but put on A and said, "No, I only have this one relative. Little sister, listen to me. We're in the apocalypse now. You can still have a way to survive on your own, but bringing along a burden like him is just asking for death. Think about it. Could your parents bear to see you dragged down to death because of this brother?" Moonlight looked as if she had taken it all in, scratching her head and saying, "But I can't just throw my brother to feed the zombies, can I?" The old man was quite pleased with her response, and, stroking his beard, he managed to suppress his laughter and said, "How about this, sister? Meeting is fate. I see your brother is strong and healthy. I'll keep him as a laborer, and I'll give you a few pounds of noodles. This will be good for both you and your brother. What do you think?" Woo-woo. I'm really going to cry. He could have just taken it directly, but he still wants to give me a few pounds of noodles. Moonlight mind was racing, but her face still wore a thoughtful expression. After a long while, it seemed she finally made up her mind. Under the old man's expectant gaze, she said, "Grandpa, I've thought about it carefully, and I still can't abandon my brother." The old man's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily, You little brat, are you messing with me? You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Since that's the case, I'll keep both of you. Moon was still trying to persuade him kindly. Grandpa, my brother and I can eat a lot. Can you afford to keep both of us? The old man scoffed twice and stopped wasting words with her, waving his hand. 7 or 8 emaciated men, looking hungry and gaunt, stepped out behind him, their eyes filled with greedy malice. The girl took 2 steps back and pulled out a baseball bat from her backpack. She had already eaten 2 pieces of chocolate to regain her strength before these people arrived, and using some calories now could also prevent her from gaining weight. The battle was about to begin, and it was clear that the other side intended to capture her alive, showing a certain degree of restraint in their attacks, somewhat fearless. Seeing all of this, Moon became even more ruthless, targeting their lower bodies. As the situation began to tilt in her favor, the old man hurriedly sent all the young men behind him out to fight. However, these ordinary people were no match for her, an ability user. The old man grew anxious and stomped his cane, shouting, "Use deadly force." After all, they're all going into the pot, so what is there to worry about injuring her? The young men, however, cried out in despair. They initially thought they could keep one alive to have some fun for a few days, but soon realized they were truly outmatched. This girl didn't seem strong at all, but a single blow from her bat could take a life. When everyone had fallen, the old man finally felt a hint of fear. "What did you just say? Into the pot. You want to eat us?" Moon's expression twisted, showing disbelief mixed with a chill and disdain. The old man clenched his right hand, and a flame the size of a lighter flickered to life. He glared at her fiercely as if to say, "I am an ability user. Do you dare come closer?" Moon was speechless, and with a grasp of her right hand in the air, a water dragon immediately coiled around her arm. Surprised? She was actually a water-type ability user and a psychic healer. However, using water abilities was too exhausting, so she had hardly ever used them. As for psychic healing, it was even more useless. Apart from sounding impressive, it served no real purpose. After all, who could survive in the apocalypse with a mental illness? Mental illness? Suddenly, she remembered the man hanging from the tree and decided to test it on him later. With that thought, she retracted the water dragon, grabbed a wooden stick, and approached the old man, wanting to quickly deal with these people so she could do what she wanted. The old man was already terrified and dropped his cane to escape, but he was still caught and had his leg broken by a stick. The B-level leaders in the monitoring room fell silent. They hadn't expected the small girl they picked up to have such strong resolve. Could her brother really be cured? It was unclear who voiced this inner question. Everyone fell silent again. B009, test her ability level. Water type ability level 3, speed type ability level 1, strength type ability level 1. Wait a minute, boss. She actually has psychic healing abilities too. The female investigator was utterly shocked by Moon's physical data. Everyone immediately gathered around. It was still the early stage of the apocalypse, and the powers of both humans and zombies were relatively weak. According to the data, there was a very small probability of encountering abilities or zombies above level 3 within 6 months. And psychic healing abilities would only appear in the later stages of mutations. Today, they discovered 2 at once. While everyone was distracted and not paying attention to the live stream, Moon had already killed the old man on the spot. To her surprise, this old guy was actually a space ability user. When he died, he burst out a large amount of supplies, which thrilled Moon. Without hesitation, she took out her old military shovel and went to finish off the remaining targets. Unfortunately, she didn't encounter a second space ability user. She stuffed all the food and drinks into her large military backpack and then laid the man down to carry him away. The place was bloody, and she was worried it would attract zombies, so it was better to change locations. She entered a village and found a solid-looking stone house, tossed the man and the backpack inside, moved all the furniture to block the doors and windows, then finally felt relieved to flop down on the sofa. She was exhausted. Before she could relax for 2 seconds, she suddenly realized she had left the camera outside, anxiously waiting for 2 minutes. She found no one in her earpiece, instructed her to go, and opened the door. At that moment, she was overjoyed, ripped off the earpiece, turned off the power, and threw it on the ground, happily opening a can of cola to drink. After eating and drinking, she finally remembered there was still a man in the room, sighed, and awkwardly crawled over to him. She checked for his breath. Still alive. In fact, she could tell without checking, as his rising and falling chest was quite obvious. The girl helped him sit up, crossing her legs on the ground, just like an ancient hero practicing internal energy healing. She sat opposite him, hand to hand. A faint psychic energy climbed up the man's veins, trying to explore the most complex areas. After a moment, she gave up, cursing this damn ability is really useless. The girl collapsed on the ground, helplessly gazing at the sky. At this moment, the psychic energy she had just gathered was completely depleted. At level 1, her speed and strength abilities were quite strong. It would be no problem to take down a football team casually. However, once her psychic healing ability entered the man's nervous system, it couldn't even repair 1% of his hidden injuries before it was completely drained.